Chapter 1. 2 men and 1 woman, just 1 king-size bedroom? The hotel receptionist rolled her eyes, snatched the ID card from Guran's hand, and said with a pout, a deposit of 1,081 boxes of Smurfs in the room, and damaged items. Pay. Guran checked in with a blushing face and came to the sofa area of the hotel happily, only to see a young and beautiful girl and a pot-bellied man lying on the sofa. Fuck, you 2 bastards, you can't even wait for a little while. Guran looked hopeless. He is a graduate student who is treated like a beast by his supervisor. Because he is willing to work hard, his tutor often takes him with him to activities. It's called seeing the world and expanding your network, but in reality it's just running errands and doing miscellaneous tasks. And today's school social gathering gave him a unique lesson. Jo Rome, the campus beauty who had just been admitted to her doctorate, confessed her love to her tutor directly at the banquet. Then, we came to the hotel. The house was opened in his name, so the loan may also be charged to him. In fact, Guran had discovered that the 2 were having an affair a long time ago. There is no coercion or inducement. It's none other than his mentor Chen Shunwan. As the youngest and most promising doctoral supervisor at Ocean University, he is also the president of several companies. Even though he is a married man, as a diamond bachelor, it is natural that beautiful women will sacrifice themselves for him. Speaking of the campus beauty Jo Rome, she is the dream girl of all the male students in the school. Her pretty face stands out even in the Ocean University, which is full of beautiful girls. She is tall and has a hot body with an exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. Especially from Guran's current perspective. Jo Rome twisted her waist passionately, and her snow-white thighs were so eye-catching. Guran couldn't help but breathe hard, swallowed hard, and said hurriedly, "The room is ready." After great effort, they helped the drunken mentor into the room. When Guran turned around, he found that Jo Rome was not there. He ran out quickly and saw Jo Rome sitting on the corridor, seemingly unable to get up. "Senior." Guran hurriedly walked forward and wanted to lend a hand, but then pulled his hand back awkwardly. "This is the boss's woman, don't make her feel uncomfortable. I'll go call the hotel waiter." Just as Guran was about to run away, Jo Rome looked up. There was a blush on her face, and the lipstick on her lips had melted away. She looked cold and said, "Don't call for help. Help me up." Guran hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was indeed inappropriate, so he stretched out his hand to support Jo Rome's armpit, and used the strength of his waist and kidneys to help her up. But Jo Rome stood up, hugged her chest and shouted in shame and anger, "Guran, where are you touching?" "Ah." Guran hurriedly let go. "Guran, you actually touched my chest on purpose. Believe it or not, I will tell Chen Xinwen and make you pack up and leave school." Jo Rome pointed at Guran's nose with a fierce look on her face. "I didn't." Guran was frightened and took a few steps back, then quickly put his hands together and begged for mercy. "Senior sister, stop it, this is not a joke. If my supervisor knew that I had touched his woman, I would never graduate in this life. Everyone knows that Lao Chen is a bully in the academic world. If I offend him, I will never be able to find a job in Haicheng. Look at your ugly appearance, how could Chen Shunwan fall for you?" Jo Rome rolled her eyes and suddenly laughed sweetly. "No kidding, I want to ask you, who is prettier, master's wife or me?" As she spoke, Jo Rome suddenly leaned forward, her red lips almost touching Guran's cheek. She blinked slyly. "I remember the first time you saw Tang Ran, your eyes were almost drawn to her. Tell me, whose figure is better, hers or mine?" Guran swallowed awkwardly. "But I couldn't help but recall the first time I met master's wife Tang Ran. The memory is particularly fresh. It was at his tutor's villa, and it was his first visit as a graduate student. Tang Ran is a plump and beautiful beauty with an elegant oval face. She looks particularly tall in a halter dress. Her slender waist is beneath her shoulder-length curly hair, and her slightly raised hips are tightly wrapped in a white skirt. Her long and white legs under the skirt are 50% fleshy and 50% bony. She wears a pair of white high-heeled sandals with thin straps on her feet, and her toes with red nails are white, tender and slender. The sophisticated and quiet temperament of a good family from the inside out made Guran's heart beat fast at first sight. If you have to compare them, Jo Rome is sexy and charming, which can stimulate men's senses, but she is a bit vulgar. There is no comparison with master's wife. However, Guran still smiled awkwardly against his will. "Of course it's you, senior sister." "Is that so? Then do you want to?" Jo Rome raised the corner of her mouth slightly and asked suddenly. "I want to, I don't want to." Gu Ran was so shocked that her face turned pale. "Aunt, please stop teasing me. You're such a wimp." Jo Rong's face suddenly turned cold. She pushed Gu Ran away and said with a pout, "It's useless even if I give you a chance." Gu Ran heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself in a sullen tone, "The boss saw that I am honest and obedient." "Really? Don't eavesdrop later." Jo Rong swung her purse, almost hitting Jo Ran in the face. She giggled and twisted her hips into the room, slamming the door. Neuropathy. Gu Ran glanced at the room, wiped the sweat off his forehead and moved away, squatting beside the trash can in the corridor. He took out a cigarette and puffed away, his face looking a little dull. All this is completely different from his vision for the future when he was admitted to graduate school. I didn't know how much time had passed until there was a pile of cigarette butts on the ground. The door opened. Jo Rong walked out with a flushed face, wiping the corners of her mouth. Her JK bra was wrinkled, and the white stockings on her legs were long gone. She walked past Gu Ran as if no one was around, and suddenly turned back and winked at Gu Ran playfully. "Go quickly, your boss is looking for you." Gu Ran looked at Jo Rong's back as she left, then looked at the room again. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he calmed down and walked to the door of the room. "Boss, I'm coming in." "Come in and close the door." When Gu Ran walked in, the room was in a mess and filled with the smell of men and women. Chen Shunwen was wrapped in a white bath towel, half leaning on the bed with a holy and calm look on his face. "Xiao Gu, have you always been curious about why I only chose you among so many graduate students?" Chen Shunwen pointed at Gu Ran and said calmly, "Because you are so poor, it doesn't matter. Only by relying on me can you have a chance to turn things around in this life." Gu Ran opened his mouth, unable to refute. It was indeed true. "Are there any cigarettes?" After a moment of silence, Chen Shunwen suddenly asked. Gu Ran hurriedly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him with both hands to light it. Chen Shunwen took a deep breath of the cigarette and exhaled slowly. In the smoke, his eyes suddenly darkened. He patted Gu Ran's shoulder and said softly, "I want a divorce, but my wife will definitely not agree." "You take care of this?" Gu Ran asked in astonishment. "How can I?" Chen Shunwen stared at Gu Ran and said slowly, "As long as she makes a mistake first, I can make her divorce." "Do you understand?" Gu Ran swallowed his dry throat and asked in disbelief, "You mean, let me?" "Well, not too stupid." "Boss, stop making fun of me. I'm not kidding you. You have to do this." Chen Shunwen's cold eyes were full of threats. 10,000 years flashed through Gu Ran's mind. Is the boss testing me or does he really think so? The key point is that Tang Ran is not a shrew, but a charming and beautiful woman. Just when Gu Ran was sweating profusely and was almost scared and wanted to find an excuse to refuse, suddenly, a voice came to my ear. "Ding, the Breakup Master system is being activated. The mission clue has been captured. Mentor Qin Shunwen wants a divorce, but doesn't want to divide the family property. If you promote their divorce, you will receive a system reward, mastery of antique appraisal and treasure appraisal, and golden eyes of perspective." Gu Ran looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Xiao Gu, as long as you do this for me, it's okay for Jo Rong to accompany you for a few days, and then you can stay in school to teach and study for a doctorate." Chen Shunwen put forward the conditions. "Fuck you, are you going to dump senior sister again?" Gu Ran came to his senses and almost vomited blood when he heard what Chen Shunwen said. "Ding, mission clue captured. Mentor Chen Shunwen wants to get rid of his lover Jo Rong's forced marriage entanglement. Mission reward, stock market investment proficiency." Jo Ran was stunned and stared at Chen Shunwen with wide eyes. "Boss, tell me how to do it." Jo Ran licked his lips, and his tone lacked the awe for Chen Shunwen. Chapter 2. He betrayed his wife Tang Ran in one breath. Chen Shunwen glanced at the time with a hint of regret. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth of knowledge. Let's practice it well tonight. Just like that, Gu Ran left the hotel with a lot of gains and took a taxi to the practice site. The figure of Master's wife Tang Ran has been lingering in my mind. I didn't expect that such a dignified and elegant teacher's wife could be so open and private. Let's get down to business first. Gu Ran shook his head and began to study the system he had obtained accidentally. The system is crude. It's called the Breakup Master System. As the name suggests, as long as you help others complete the breakup, you will receive a generous reward. However, Gu Ran's understanding of what the system meant by helping others was slightly different. He asked tentatively, "System, if I didn't do what Qin Shunwen asked, but eventually made Tang Ran divorce him, can I still get the reward?" The system answered decisively, this system is result-oriented, and the reward rules are not affected by the process. It is indeed so. Gu Ran's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found the most advantageous way to open the system. In order to verify his conjecture, he asked again, can I take the initiative to help others break up? To put it bluntly, if I try to steal someone's girlfriend, will there be a reward? Yes. The system seemed to feel that Gu Ran did not understand the system clearly, so it emphasized, as long as there is a rift in the relationship between any of the other parties, or they have a good or bad impression of the host, the breakup task can be activated. Gu Ran was completely shocked. If according to the definition of the system, logically, he can steal everyone's support. Emotional rift? If there is no crack, create one. As for likes and dislikes, it is even easier. From now on, if anyone dares to offend me, I will give him a green hat. There is no weak concept level cheat code. While Gu Ran was happy, he also thought about the mission reward after defeating his master's wife. Proficient in antique appraisal. Golden eyes of perspective. Just one of them is the golden finger matching of the male protagonist in the cool novel, which shows the grandeur of the system. Just as Gu Ran was imagining a bright future, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it with a complicated expression. Wow, Gu Ran, I broke up again. Zhou Lang, that scumbag, has fallen in love with someone else. The person who called was Gu Ran's goddess, Zhao Bangxia, the school beauty from the dance department. That split was so thrilling. Before he became a graduate student for Qin Xinwen, he had pursued Zhao Bangxia for 3 years and witnessed Zhao Bangxia dating 7 boyfriends. However, Qin Xinwen later treated him like a beast and he had no time or energy to lick the goddess, so the two lost contact, but they remained friends on WeChat. I broke up again was the phrase Gu Ran heard the most. However, every time Zhao Bangxia healed his emotional wounds, he would throw himself into the next relationship without hesitation. Treat him like an emotional toilet and throw him away after use. Oh. Gu Ran replied nonchalantly. I broke up, and you just replied? Zhao Bangxia was anxious. I know you are still angry about me rejecting your confession last time. I have a good impression of you, but it is not enough. If you treat me better, maybe I will be moved. Thank you. Gu Ran laughed angrily. If it were in the past, he might have immediately given a wave of dog-licking care, but now? Damn. The beautiful teacher's wife will be at my disposal soon. Are you still drawing big pictures? Don't you know I have a son now? Are you so brave? I heard that your predecessor Zhou Lang is the school hunk in the sports department. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that you are very good and I am not worthy of you. Gu Ran made a self-deprecating sound with a hint of sarcasm. When talking about Zhao Bangxia's predecessor Zhou Lang, he really hated him. Other ex-boyfriends felt somewhat sympathetic towards Gu Ran, the lazy backup guy. Only Zhou Lang took advantage of the situation and acted like a good kid. I remember that after they confirmed their relationship, Zhou Lang took a close-up photo of them and captioned, "Splits, so smooth." It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. Thinking of this, Gu Ran, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly had a strong desire for revenge. Don't cry yet, who is Zhou Lang's new girlfriend? Gu Ran licked his lips and asked. Gu Ran, that bitch is Qin Manchue from the acting department. Don't do anything stupid for me. Zhao Bangxia stopped crying and started to persuade Gu Ran to do something. I thought too much about you. Gu Ran rolled his eyes and hung up the phone coldly. I looked through the school forum again and finally found out some information about Qin Manchue. In terms of appearance, she is indeed better than Zhao Bangxia. It is said that he has participated in several web dramas and is quite famous. Host, I have detected that Zhou Lang and Qin Manchue are in the passionate love period, and there is no emotional rift. But Zhou Lang has great malice towards the host, so we can perform a breakup binding. Gu Ran didn't need to say anything, the system had already given him a thoughtful reminder. Zhou Lang, Peng Yuyan from Jinghai University, his family owns a listed company, he's handsome, rich, and has high IQ, it's not easy to deal with him. Gu Ran rubbed his face, suddenly feeling a little tricky, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and secretly calculated, fortunately, the second generation rich are not the first generation rich after all. When my golden finger arrives, there is still a chance. Especially after Qin Xinwen's words and deeds. He is no longer the idiot who sings that love is priceless. In the adult world, comparison is the simplest and crudest. Let us see who has more RMB in their pocket. He is confident about this. Thinking of this, he became more anxious. Master, faster. After I threw $100 bill to the driver, the originally slow driver suddenly became energized, shifted the car into fifth gear and stepped into the gas tank. Chen Xinwen's home is in a high-end villa area. It is a standalone 3-story building with many potted plants in the front yard, planted with various flowers that are blooming in all their splendor. Among them was a red apricot that had grown out of the wall. Gu Ran took a few deep breaths, then entered the password on the door and walked in like a host. Gu Ran had been to the house with his teacher several times and was quite familiar with the place, but he had never been to the second floor because it was a more private place for the couple. It was almost 12 o'clock and everything was quiet around me. I could only hear my own heartbeat. Gu Ran walked up the stairs quietly and slowly. He felt like a thief. Click. When the bedroom door was opened, there was a slight sound, and Gu Ran was startled. He waited quietly for a few seconds before daring to go in. The bedroom was pitch black, with 2 layers of blackout curtains blocking out the moonlight. Gu Ran groped his way to the window in the dark and gently opened the curtains. The hazy moonlight came in and shone on the bed. When Gu Ran turned around, he saw a beautiful sleeping woman lying on the bed. Gu Ran looked at him boldly. The master's wife was lying on her side, with a thin blanket covering her body. Only then could one see clearly that Tang Ran's playful short hair was buried deep in the pillow. She was only wearing a short, loose pajamas, and her graceful body was bent in a beautiful angle. Hey, when did master's wife cut her hair short? Gu Ran muttered quietly. But he didn't notice that the woman's body trembled slightly in the darkness. Until you feast your eyes. Gu Ran swallowed hard and loosened his collar. Master's wife, don't blame me. Chapter 3. The next day. Gu Ran woke up from the small hotel. The phone on the bedside table kept buzzing. He was not brave enough to stay overnight in the villa and leave after doing his bad deeds. Well, the target is someone who does good deeds without leaving in aim. I glanced at the caller ID, called him an idiot, and still answered the call. Teacher. Chen Xinwen smiled and said, "How was last night?" Good. Ha ha ha, you're lucky. Okay, come pick me up at the hotel and we'll talk when we meet. After meeting in the hotel restaurant, Gu Ran could see the sly smiles on their faces. During breakfast, Zhou Rong sat opposite Gu Ran. Under the table, her foot kicked Gu Ran's calf lightly, intentionally or unintentionally. There was an ambiguous smile on the corner of his mouth again. Slut. Gu Ran cursed inwardly, with no expression on his face. Chen Xinwen ate slowly and asked, "You should have done everything I said last night, right?" Gu Ran responded vaguely, "Yeah." Chen Xinwen said with great interest, "Tell me the details of last night." Gu Ran found it a little difficult to speak, but facing the scrutinizing gazes of the two people, he still recounted the whole process. But only half of it. Chen Xinwen suddenly interrupted, his face turned ugly. "Wait, you said my wife is short hair? And she's awake and cooperating with you?" "Yes, it's short hair." After she woke up, she was a little resistant at first, but later she became more proactive than me. Gu Ran said jokingly. Bullshit. My wife doesn't like short hair. Chen Xinwen suddenly flew into a rage. He took a deep breath and said worriedly, "Besides, she took sleeping pills, how could she wake up? It's good enough that she didn't call the police, and she even cooperated with you?" Gu Ran's elated mood sank, and he also heard something was wrong. Chen Xinwen took out his cell phone and called his wife Tang Ran. "Hey, honey. I'm fine. I'd been a little busy lately and was worried that you'd be bored at home alone." "Oh? You made some new friends, how are you getting along with them?" "Oh, Miss Tang from Universal Pictures, I know. She stayed over at home yesterday, so you should treat her well." "Well, that's it, I'll be home in a few days." After hanging up the phone, Chen Xinwen suddenly pointed at Gu Ran's nose and cursed with gritted teeth, "Don't you care about appearance when you do things? The person last night was Tang Yan from Universal Pictures. If she wants to retaliate against you, you will die without knowing how you died." Gu Ran didn't dare to breathe, and replied weakly, "It shouldn't matter, she had a great time last night." "Fuck, do you have a pig brain? When she comes to her senses, who knows what she will think? Can you guess what a woman is thinking?" Tang Yan was able to climb to that position in Universal Pictures by ignoring the rules and walking on the edge of the law. If she gets angry, she might even cross the line and use any means to do things without leaving any trace. Not to mention you, even for me, it would be very difficult to deal with it if I met you. Gu Ran was completely confused and blurted out, What should I do now? You are now. Chen Shunwen was interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone when he was halfway through his words. It was Tang Ran calling. Honey, Miss Tang is with me now. She said she wants to be friends with you and maybe we can cooperate on business matters. After Tang Ran finished speaking, another elegant and intellectual voice said, Professor Chen, I've heard of your great name for a long time. I've heard that you have many students all over the world, and each one is more talented than the other. My company is recruiting recently and is eager to find talented people. Do you have any good ones to recommend? All three of them heard the hidden meaning in these words, which was too obvious. Gu Ran didn't dare to breathe. Chen Xinwen, however, was playing dumb in his greetings. Miss Tang is not only beautiful but also nice to talk to. Compared with a female hero like you, my achievements are nothing to mention. Please don't laugh at me. My students are still learning. I dare not send them to your company if they are not well trained and will cause trouble to you. Professor Chen, you are too modest. My company recruits at your school all year round, so I know your level. I asked this morning, and among your students, there is a graduate student named Gu Ran. Now that he is about to graduate, it's time for him to be beaten by society and exercise himself. So, you can ask him to come to my company and report to me in the next 2 days. Gu Ran sensed something wrong in these words. She had asked someone to investigate Chen Xinwen early in the morning, and in the end the investigation led back to her. He also had to go to her company in person and accept the beating. Even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Gu Ran looked at Chen Xinwen pleadingly, hoping that he could help her refuse politely. Chen Xinwen just laughed and said, Then I would like to thank Mr. Tang for giving me this opportunity. This kid is lucky. I will tell him right away and ask him to report to your company as soon as possible. Gu Ran was numb. You're the spicy guy next door. Are you selling me out just like that? I really want to rush up and strangle this old deng to death. The two chatted happily, but they were actually testing each other. Tang Yan wanted to know what role Chen Xinwen played in this matter, but Chen Xinwen was also an old fox, and every word he said was watertight. After a few pleasantries, the call was hung up. Chen Xinwen comforted him by saying she didn't call the police, so she should be fine. Zhou Rong smiled playfully, it's better to call the police. Going to jail for a few years is better than losing your life. Shut up. Chen Xinwen glared at Gu Ran and said to him in a sage way, Tang Yan has already found out about you. If you don't go to her company, she might kill you. It's better to go along with her. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Gu Ran sighed helplessly, Teacher, if I get into trouble, you have to help me. Chen Xinwen shook his head, I can't help you with this matter. She wouldn't want me to know about it. It's better for everyone if I pretend to be stupid. Fuck. It sounds good, but I just don't want to get into trouble. Seeing Gu Ran's worried look, Chen Xinwen said, Think positively, this matter also has its benefits. Gu Ran cried and laughed, Benefits? Tang Yan is now my wife's best friend. If you stay with her, you will have more opportunities to get close to my wife, and our plan will be able to proceed more smoothly. Gu Ran was stunned when he heard this. He knew that Chen Xinwen had no humanity, but he didn't expect Chen Chen to be a beast. It's already this late and I can't even protect myself, and I still have to find a way to sleep with his wife? Teacher, let's just forget about this. Gu Ran was a little hesitant. Chen Xinwen slammed the table and threatened, You have earned the sweetness, if you dare to withdraw now, I will kill you at all costs. Then, he gave her another sweet treat, saying, You went there last night, so you should have some experience. The first time is raw, the second time is familiar. When this is done, you will definitely get some benefits. Don't forget, you are a poor loser. When you meet a noble person like me, you should know how to seize the opportunity. Gu Ran nodded with a dark face, cursing in his heart. Okay, take us to school first. Chapter 4. From the restaurant to the car, Gu Ran's face still didn't look very good. In addition to worrying about Tang Yan's revenge, I was even more regretful that I did not receive the reward from the system. Don't think too much. Be careful when driving. Chen Xinwen patted his shoulder and said, Don't panic, let me help you analyze it. Tang Yan is my wife's best friend. When she was talking to my wife just now, she obviously didn't know anything either. What does this mean? What does it mean? This means that Tang Yan doesn't intend to make it public, and it's even exactly what she wants. Then, he and Zhou Rong burst into laughter. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and realized that he had been tricked. Fuck you. It's easier to talk while standing. It is obvious that Chen Xinwen doesn't want to deal with this mess. After returning to school, Chen Xinwen and Zhou Rong resumed their teacher-student relationship. They casually said a few words to Gu Ran and left. Over the years, Gu Ran has been a pure tool for Chen Xinwen as an assistant, and today will be no exception. However, my future used to be linked to Chen Xinwen, but now with the system, it is no longer so important. At this time, Gu Ran's phone rang as he received another message. I picked it up and saw that it was indeed sent by Zhao Bangxia. Gu Ran, I miss you. Every time I broke up, you would chat with me and treat me to a meal. I was always touched. After not being a bootlicker for a while, Gu Ran has become much more sober. In the past, Zhao Bangxia always said some ambiguous but rejecting words. At that time, Gu Ran didn't understand and could only feel moved. He felt that his licking was responded to and he was just one step away from catching up with the goddess. But now, haha. Move? What's the use of being touched? You don't even do the splits for me. From last night till now, Zhao Bangxia would send voice or text messages from time to time, accusing Zhou Lang of being a scumbag, trying to gain sympathy. But Gu Ran was too lazy to pay attention. Thinking back to when he was a bootlicker in the past, he was also like this, except that he was more like a clown. I was going to continue ignoring it, but another voice message popped up. Gu Ran, I'm hungry. I haven't had any appetite since yesterday. Can we go eat together? The voice is very sweet, with a hint of expectation and grievance. If it were in the past, Gu Ran would have been happy like an idiot. After all, the opportunity to dine with the goddess was something he had always dreamed of. Something is wrong. Why is she so willing to put bait when fishing? What do you want to eat? Gu Ran replied, curious about what Zhao Bangxia was up to. Let's go to Yipingxian. Gu Ran looked at the message and was silent for a few seconds. Damn, it turns out you're treating me like a sucker. Yipingxian is the most famous star-rated restaurant near the school. It is known for its high quality and fresh ingredients. The consumption is relatively high, with the lowest per capita consumption being around 2,000. Gu Ran laughed angrily. That's settled then. See you at noon. She settled down on her own. After thinking about it, Gu Ran did not refuse. You absolutely cannot be a sucker. After being a bootlicker for so many years, you must always try to make up for it. At noon, I came to the shade of the tree at the entrance of the girls' dormitory and soon saw Zhao Bangxia. She wore a floral halter dress, revealing her delicate and sexy collarbone and charming deep V. Under the miniskirt were a pair of slender and well-proportioned legs, and she wore an exquisite luxury bag around her waist. As the campus belle of the dance department, she only needs to spend a little time and effort to dress up to show off her S-shaped figure and make all the men crazy. Especially the pair of long legs that fit almost perfectly when put together, even the most professional leg models would feel ashamed of themselves. Gu Ran sighed in his heart, it was a pity that she was not his girlfriend. Then, his eyes moved to the left and looked at another elegant girl next to Zhao Bangxia. The girl was wearing a yellow fisherman's hat and a loose white shirt. 2 buttons of her collar were undone, leaving her slightly open and blurry, allowing only her fairer skin and the red mole on her left breast to be seen. A thin leather belt around the waist holds the white shirt and black pleated skirt together, giving her a youthful, playful, and silent charm. She has fair skin and beautiful looks. She is a woman who is as beautiful as Zhao Bangxia in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Hey, you're here to eat with me, why are you staring at my bestie? Zhao Bangxia put one hand on her waist, pointed at Gu Ran with the other, and said in a coquettish voice. Gu Ran came forward and said with a smile, I thought the entrance to your dormitory had become a catwalk. You two are international models. The girl smiled and asked, who of us is prettier? Gu Ran looked at the two of them carefully and said, each of them has his own merits. Bastard! Zhao Bangxia cursed angrily. She felt that Gu Ran had really changed. In the past, he would never look at other women in front of her. Coupled with Gu Ran's cold attitude yesterday, she felt a little anxious. It was obvious that he was just my bootlicker before. Could it be that he feels that he can't lick himself, so he wants to lick others? How about giving him a taste of sweetness first? Gu Ran had long been accustomed to the fact that Zhao Bangxia would change 1 or 2 best friends every once in a while, just like she changed boyfriends. Soon, Gu Ran became familiar with her new best friend. Shinweiga is also from the dance department, but she went abroad as an international exchange student and has just returned to China. Now I have graduated from graduate school and am preparing to teach in school. Gu Ran said that he was currently an assistant teacher and was also preparing to teach, and that they might be colleagues in the future, so he added his contact information. This made Zhao Bangxia even more annoyed. He actually dared to add another girl in front of her. She wanted to question Gu Ran, but swallowed the words back. Because she saw the car Gu Ran was driving, which was a BMW 7 Series. It will cost about 2 million. You drive this car? Zhao Bangxia was shocked at first. Then a pair of eyes began to sparkle. Did Gu Ran hide his strength before? Or did he suddenly become powerful? No wonder he suddenly stopped licking himself. If you can afford to drive this car, who would want to be a bootlicker? Now, we can't treat him as an ordinary bootlicker. In fact, this car belongs to Qin Xinwen, and Gu Ran is just a driver. In response to Zhao Bangxia's question, Gu Ran just responded perfunctorily. After sitting in the driver's seat, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew around me. It turned out that Zhao Bangxia was sitting in the passenger seat. He felt the luxurious interior of the car and was very satisfied. Suddenly, she saw from the rearview mirror that Shinweiga in the back seat was looking at her with a smile. It was a smile that had profound meaning. In fact, she and Shinweiga were not close friends, but just roommates. Before she started dating Zhou Lang, she would often receive gifts from him, and they were not cheap, and she would often show them off in the dormitory. Now that she's been kicked out, she doesn't want to be laughed at. She wants to prove that she still has fans. And he is a capable bootlicker. That's why I asked Gu Ran to have dinner with me. I believe that he would be willing to spend money on me and continue to be my bootlicker in the future. But Shinweiga's smile made her feel as if her thoughts were seen through, and that Gu Ran was about to be snatched away. Chapter 5. After sitting down at Yupingxian, Zhao Bangxia took the tablet and placed the order very skillfully. It can be seen that she is a frequent visitor here. After ordering, he considerately handed the order tablet to Gu Ran and said, "See if there's anything else you need." Gu Ran saw at a glance that she ordered more than 10,000 yuan by herself. In addition to some dishes, there was also a bottle of red wine worth 8,000 yuan. Damn it, you really treat me as a sucker. Fortunately, Gu Ran didn't plan to pay for the meal, so he smiled and ordered some as well. When she handed the tablet to Shinweiga, she smiled and declined, "Thank you. I've been managing my body shape lately, so I eat less. Besides, what Bangxia ordered is enough for 5 people. It would be a waste to order more." Zhao Bangxia couldn't laugh anymore. How could she not hear the sarcastic words? On the surface, he seemed considerate, but in fact, every word was an insult to her. Zhao Bangxia was not a pushover either, and said calmly, "I am just turning my anger and grief into appetite, and you haven't looked very well lately, so you must not be eating well. I ordered a lot of food for you to replenish your body." Shinweiga suddenly sat up straight, his chest naturally straightened, and his loose white shirt was immediately tightened. "Look at my figure, do I need to replenish it? Eat more." Gu Ran was a little worried. Could the delicate third button withstand such tremendous pressure? Will it jump out by itself? Zhao Bangxia puffed out her chest confidently and said, "I'm not bad either." Shinweiga raised her eyebrows, looked at Gu Ran with a half smile and said, "But he just said that mine looks better." Once this dance of the sleeves falls on Gu Ran, he can no longer sit back and relax. The two women were fighting, and the flames were about to fall on themselves. "I'm sorry, what I said just now was not rigorous. If you really want me to draw a conclusion, I can only do so after I have practiced it on both of you." "Wow, you have such a beautiful idea. Rogue." At this time, the dishes were also served. Gu Ran chuckled and didn't intend to continue the topic. He turned to look at Shinweiga and asked, "Miss Shin, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhao Bangxia felt a sense of crisis, and she hit Gu Ran's arm coquettishly and said, "What do you want to do?" Gu Ran rolled his eyes inwardly. "None of your business?" But she still kept a smile on her face, just chatting. "Does Wei Gu mind this question?" "I don't mind." Shinweiga pushed her hair back and said, "I'm single at the moment." "Then I'm not very interested." Gu Ran said in a low voice. "If you can't steal someone's attention, you won't get any rewards from the system. There are so many goddesses like Shinweiga in the fish pond that it's hard to say how many fish there are. It must be very difficult to catch one. It's too strenuous." "What?" Although Gu Ran spoke softly, Shinweiga still heard it. She covered her red lips and said in surprise, "You don't like being a thief?" "No, I was just kidding. I'm just single right now, I should be single in a couple of days." Gu Ran suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, "You didn't look at the horoscope and then tell your fortune, did you?" "Hate it, I'm serious." Zhao Bangxia interrupted and said, "What Wei Gu said is true. You should have heard of Han Yuxuan, the male god of the art department. He is very popular in our school's forum. He went abroad with Wei Gu as an exchange student. Wei Gu said that she would accept his confession after he finishes his art exhibition in a few days." Gu Ran was delighted and asked, "Really?" Zhao Bangxia nodded, "Of course it's true. You don't stand a chance." Gu Ran said, "That's great." Both women were stunned for a moment. Shinweiga thought Gu Ran was blessing her and said thank you. How could she know that Gu Ran was communicating with the system at this moment? System, if I break them up before they confirm their relationship, will there be a reward? Answer the host and there will be a reward. What reward? I am proficient in Chinese medicine. The so-called traditional Chinese medicine includes various existing and lost acupuncture techniques, prescriptions, and related knowledge. Although he has not received this award yet, Gu Ran still exclaimed, "Wow! This hangs well. More importantly, this is the fastest and easiest reward to obtain right now." After all, the two of them haven't even started dating yet, so how difficult would it be to get them to break up? Gu Ran immediately became interested in this matter and asked, "What art exhibition are you talking about?" Zhao Bangxia took out his phone, opened a web page, handed it to Gu Ran and said, "In 2 days, Han Yuxuan will hold an exhibition at Yuntan Gallery. There are related posts on our school forum and Tieba. I heard it's going to be quite large." Shinweiga took a sip of red wine and said slowly, "Well, he has been learning painting with his teacher since he was a child. He has long planned to hold a personal painting exhibition when he graduates. Some of his paintings that have been exhibited have already been pre-ordered, but he never cares about money or anything." Gu Ran rolled his eyes and sneered. "Don't care about money? You're such a fucking idiot. If you are interested, I can give you tickets to the exhibition, or I can take you to see it," said Shinweiga. Gu Ran thought this was an opportunity and agreed, "Okay, let's go together." "Let's go together." Zhao Bangxia emphasized again, then smiled at Gu Ran. If it were in the past, Gu Ran would have definitely started to overinterpret it in his mind. "I mistakenly thought this was a date and was as happy as a dog. This is Zhao Bangxia's skill in taming dogs. But now, you, Zhao Bangxia, don't even have a boyfriend. If you can't pry open the wall, the system won't reward you. Why should I waste my time on you? Get up here." The three of them were eating and chatting, and soon the topic turned to Zhao Bangxia's ex-boyfriend, Zhou Lang. This is also one of the reasons why Gu Ran came to have this meal. After all, he didn't want Zhou Lang to have an easy life. Zhao Bangxia cursed Zhou Lang angrily and told the story of his cheating in an exaggerated way. Zhou Lang is a beast. Qin Manchue is also a bitch. They are the same old bastard. Woohoo, Gu Ran, how could I have met such a scumbag? Well, you are so pitiful. Gu Ran comforted perfunctorily. Just then, someone nearby sneered. Turning around, it was Zhou Lang. Qin Manchue stood beside him, holding his arm. This scene was extremely discordant, because Zhou Lang's appearance was average, while Qin Manchue's facial features were so beautiful. This was the first time Gu Ran saw Qin Manchue in person. She was much prettier than in the photo. Her tall figure brought out her temperament. Her light makeup and big yellow wavy hair were very impressive. Zhou Lang said sarcastically, "I was wondering who it was, it turned out to be my lost old shoe and a dog. Zhao Bangxia, I didn't expect that after being dumped by me, you would still come to such a high-end place to spend money. Could it be that this bootlicker took out half a year's living expenses, ha 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 ha." Chapter 6. No one expected that Zhou Lang would push open the door of the box and rush in. Zhao Bangxia was very unhappy. She was the only one who dumped others in the past, but this time she was dumped by someone else. She felt so unhappy. Gu Ran was also very unhappy. "Why do you want to involve me in your affairs?" Gu Ran glanced at Zhou Lang, smiled disdainfully, and said, "You're really good at bragging. I heard that it was Zhao Bangxia who dumped you." "That's right." Zhao Bangxia suddenly grabbed one of Gu Ran's arms and pressed her body against him. She looked at Zhou Lang provocatively and her voice became coquettish. "Gu Ran is much better than you. Now it's not that he can't satisfy me, but that I can't satisfy him. In this respect, he is much more manly than you." "You're talking bullshit. Bitch. You slander me just because we broke up. Zhou Lang suddenly became anxious and glared at Zhao Bangxia and Gu Ran angrily, with a look as if he wanted to eat them. Gu Ran ignored him and turned to look at Qin Manchue, raised his eyebrows and said, "Ms. Qin, you have really bad taste. Why did you fall for this idiot? Think about it. Zhao Bangxia was his ex-girlfriend after all. It's only been a few days since they broke up. You should still remember their past relationship, right? But you just openly call her a slut. TSK, I don't even dare to imagine what kind of image you have in his eyes." Zhao Bangxia nodded in agreement. A man like this is not even worth a dog. Qin Manchue was still immersed in Gu Ran's words just now. She had just become Zhou Lang's girlfriend, and their relationship was still in the hand-holding stage, so she had no idea that Zhou Lang was so useless. When Qin Manchue heard that even Zhao Bangxia couldn't satisfy Gu Ran, she couldn't help but wonder, how strong is his fighting ability? She came back to her senses after hearing Gu Ran shout, and subconsciously, her eyes met his. Gu Ran's eyes were smiling, deep and clear, making it impossible to dislike him. His words in particular caused Qin Manchue to think deeply, and she let go of Zhou Lang's hand. Zhou Lang said anxiously, "Manchue, don't listen to them. You are my favorite person." Gu Ran sneered, "I have said this to Zhao Bangxia many times before." "Shut up. Zhou Lang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Let me calm down. I want to reconsider our relationship." After Qin Manchue finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the restaurant. Zhou Lang was dumbfounded. Things turned out completely differently from what he expected. Shouldn't he be the one taunting her crazily, stepping on her face to show off, and then taking Qin Manchue down at night? How come he didn't step on the face but turned himself into a clown instead? Qin Manchue was about to leave, and Zhou Lang could no longer care about Zhao Bangxia and Gu Ran, the couple. He gave them a look that said just wait and quickly chased after them. Gu Ran snorted disdainfully, "Your fighting ability is not good at all, that's all." Shenweiga, who had watched a good show, suddenly clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Gu Ran, well done." Gu Ran licked his lips and said, "Then how are you going to reward me?" Shenweiga was stunned, her face flushed, and she spat, "Go to hell. You're already half a year old, and you're still teasing me, you bastard." Gu Ran shook his head and corrected him, "You are wrong. I was indeed her licker before, but I didn't get her, so I gave up." Zhao Bangxia held Gu Ran's arm without letting go. After hearing this, she pulled his arm and shook it vigorously in her arms. She blinked her innocent eyes and said, "Oh, I was testing you before. If you hold on a little longer, I will agree to you soon. Forget it. I'm too tired. Just hold on a little longer." Gu Ran pulled his arm out from between the two soft balls and said disdainfully, "Get down here." Zhao Bangxia was not angry. Instead, she said in a coquettish voice, "You are so manly." Gu Ran was shocked and looked at Zhao Bangxia in surprise. "What's going on with this girl?" Shenweiga was laughing secretly, her eyes wandering around Gu Ran. She asked curiously, "So, what Bangxia said just now, that she couldn't satisfy you, was also false?" Gu Ran answered seriously, "If I tell you it's fake, I'm lying. If I tell you it's true, you won't believe it. It's better to experience it yourself. When can we make an appointment?" "You wish." Zhao Bangxia came up again, "Gu Ran. If you ask me out, I might agree. Climb." At this time, the cell phone in Gu Ran's pocket rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number. After Gu Ran answered the call, he heard a cold voice on the other end saying, "Gu Ran, I'm Tang Yin." "Tang Yin? The one from last night? Oh shit." Gu Ran got goosebumps all over his body and almost dropped his phone. Gu Ran stood up with a guilty conscience, walked to a place where no one was around, and then continued to speak on the phone, "Mr. Tang, hello, is there anything you need from me?" Tang Yin suddenly sneered, "Oh, you really don't recognize me once you put on your pants. Have you completely forgotten what happened last night? Last night was a misunderstanding. If you want an explanation, explain it to my face. Did your teacher tell you to report to my company as soon as possible?" Gu Ran played dumb, "No." "Then I have informed you now. Tomorrow our company will be recruiting at your school. You don't need to interview, just come and report to me directly." Even through the phone, Gu Ran could already sense that the other party had been in a leadership position for too long and had developed a strong personality and a desire for control. This is no longer a discussion, it's an order. Gu Ran wanted to keep his distance. Mr. Tang, I don't have much work experience, and there are a lot of things to do at school. What he actually wanted to say was, we are all adults now, can't we be more carefree? Wouldn't it be better to just be the most familiar stranger? But obviously he didn't dare to say such words out loud. Tang Yan's tone was still strong as before. How can you get experience without working? Shin Shinwan has already agreed to let you come to my company, what else can you do at school? It's okay if you don't come, but think about the consequences first. That's it, I'm hanging up. After she finished speaking, there was no sound on the other end of the phone, but the call was not hung up. Just when Gu Ran was about to hang up the phone, the sound of conversation came from the other end again. Gu Ran put the phone to his ear and heard Tang Yan talking to someone. Xiao Xiang, is what I want ready? I asked the studio this morning. The item is custom made and they are rushing to finish it. It will be ready by evening at the earliest. Let them speed up. Okay. Mr. Tang. Excuse me, is there any connection between this thing and our company's products? No, I bought it to train my pet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask about your personal affairs. It's okay, you can go out. Okay. Gu Ran listened for a while and when there was no sound from the other end of the phone, he hung up. But his mind was still buzzing. Pet? Who the hell are you talking about? Chapter 7. In the restaurant. Zhao Bangxia asked in confusion. Gu Ran went to make a phone call, why hasn't he come back in so long? She had just left the box and walked around the restaurant, but couldn't find Gu Ran. Shinweiga said, I saw his face turn strange when he answered the phone just now. It must be something urgent. By the way, what is your relationship with him now? Zhao Bangxia sat down and said sullenly, I can't really explain it. He clearly liked me in the past and was willing to do anything I said. He even willingly helped me and Zhou Lang get a room. But he doesn't seem to like me anymore. How can men be so fickle? So what do you think now? I can't really explain it. I just felt like he was the best to me, but he suddenly became cold to me. I was a little unwilling to accept it. Shinweiga just smiled and said nothing. Isn't it just that he's tired of playing and wants a dog to spice things up? But the dog becomes disobedient and he wants to tame it. Shinweiga and Zhao Bangxia say they are best friends, but in fact they are just roommates. Moreover, during this period, we hadn't communicated for a long time because she went abroad as an exchange student, so we didn't have a very deep friendship. At this moment, she really felt that Gu Ran was not worth it. It's so pitiful. He was treated as a bootlicker and was ripped off. This meal cost almost 20,000 yuan. Hey, Gu Ran sent me a WeChat message. Zhao Bangxia clicked it with a smile on her face, but the smile froze in an instant. What's wrong? Shinweiga saw the changes in her facial expression, first surprise, then astonishment, then anger, and finally she actually laughed again. The level of excitement is comparable to Sichuan face changing. Are you crazy? Zhao Bangxia handed over the phone and Shinweiga took a look at the message. Gu Ran, thank you for your hospitality today. I have to leave first as I have something urgent to do. See you next time. Shinweiga's eyes widened. She never expected that Gu Ran would leave without paying. What's this? The awakening of a bootlicker? She glanced at Zhao Bangxia again and saw that she was still laughing. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, how can you still laugh? He didn't pay, and you're not angry? Actually, I'm a little angry. He always offered to pay before. But why do you think he didn't this time? Why? Did you have something urgent to do and couldn't make it in time? Those are all excuses, otherwise he would have transferred the money to me. He is just taking revenge on me. Then why are you laughing? Oh, I understand men better than you do. This shows that he hasn't let me go yet. And he's asked me out next time. I'll use a little trick, or just flirt with him, and he'll come crawling over like before. Shinweiga was stunned. She really didn't understand this train of thought, so she asked, what about this meal? Should we split the bill? No need to go through so much trouble. Zhao Bangxia took the phone and said while making a call, just find someone else to pay. Shinweiga has learned something new. At this moment, she suddenly discovered that Gu Ran also sent her a WeChat message. Gu Ran, I enjoyed the meal today. It would have been even better if Zhao Bangxia wasn't here. Let us meet up alone next time, heart. Shinweiga couldn't help but laugh coldly. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements next time." Then she looked at Zhao Bangxia again and put the phone into her bag guiltily. Tang Ran is already in her 30s this year and is in very good shape. Crow's feet and nasolabial folds left no trace on her eyes and face. She has a young and beautiful face and the temperament of a mature young woman. Such a woman, wearing only an ordinary black silk dress and with her hair tied up behind her head, exudes alluring charm all the time. She brewed a cup of green tea, placed it on the table in front of Gu Ran, and said with a smile, "Little Gu, this is your master's favorite tea. Usually only distinguished guests are willing to brew some. Try it." "Thank you, master's wife. Your brew must be delicious. Such a sweet mouth." Tang Ran ran her hands down her hips, smoothed the hem of her skirt, sat down and asked, "Why did you suddenly have time to come to see me today? You even said you wanted to help me take care of the flowers and plants in the yard. That must be an excuse." Gu Ran smiled and nodded, following her meaning, and said, "Well, it's an excuse. Mainly because I miss master's wife, I came to see you specially. There are so many beautiful young girls in your school. What's so good about me?" Gu Ran shook his head and denied it. "You can't say that. Although they are very young, they don't have the figure and temperament like you. If I were to find a girlfriend, I would model her after you. You're such a chatterbox." She cursed with a smile, but she was still very happy to be coaxed. "Tell me quickly, what are you doing here?" Gu Ran put down his teacup and sighed, "Isn't it all because of Tang Yin? I don't know why she specifically asked me to go to her company and report to her. I heard that you are her best friend, so I came here to ask, is she easy to get along with?" Tang Ran still had a smile on her face. She looked at Gu Ran meaningfully and asked slowly, "You really don't know why?" Gu Ran felt guilty when being stared at. Could it be that master's wife knew something? Tang Ran said, "This morning, Tang Yin also asked me about you. Now you ask her again. I don't believe this is a coincidence." Gu Ran scratched his head, not knowing how to make up for this. What if Tang Yin said something and he lied again and it didn't match up, which would definitely be bad. "Look how embarrassed you are." "I'm just gossiping a little. It's okay if I don't say anything." "Thank you for your understanding, madam." Gu Ran suddenly ran behind Tang Ran, massaging her shoulders, and said, "Then tell me about Mr. Tang." "Her? Do you want to hear the truth?" "Of course." Gu Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then try harder." Tang Ran leaned back in her chair, enjoying the service, and said, "If you offend her, it will be difficult to deal with. She has been in a bad mood recently." "Why?" "She and her husband have been separated for a long time due to work reasons. They only see each other a few times a year, so she is not satisfied and feels very upset." Alas. Gu Ran was stunned. "Ah. So I just stumbled upon it by accident yesterday?" But these words cannot be said in front of master's wife. Tang Ran pointed to the plants she had planted in the yard and said, "Women, like plants, need to be taken care of." Gu Ran also noticed that when she said this, her expression suddenly became very lonely. Gu Ran understood immediately that this was empathy. After all, Chen Xinwen had been fooling around outside for the past year. Gu Ran couldn't help but press Tang Ran's shoulder and asked, "Master's wife, are you okay?" Chapter 8. Gu Ran placed his hands on his master's wife's shoulders and neck, squeezing them lightly and heavily. He could feel that Tang Ran's skin became hot after he asked this question. Tang Ran was a little shy, but still said frankly, he hasn't come back to pay his taxes for a long time. "You have been with your teacher all this time. Does he have another woman outside?" Gu Ran closed his eyes and said, "Nonsense, no, with a wife like you at home, other women would not be worthy of my attention." "Ha, I hope so. Let's talk about Tang Yin. She and I met at an exhibition. She is a very strong person, but she also admires the strong. If you can do something outstanding and satisfy her, she will not treat you unfairly." Tang Ran turned her head, looked at Gu Ran caringly and said, "How about I accompany you when you go to her company tomorrow? With me here, she won't be able to embarrass you." "No, no." Gu Ran quickly refused. After what happened, bringing her best friend along on their first official meeting would just be adding fuel to the fire. "Then I'll make a phone call for you and say something nice?" Gu Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No need, I'll go check the situation tomorrow, and if I need your help, I will definitely ask for it." Tang Ran smiled and said, "You are so cautious. It seems that you really made her unhappy." Gu Ran could only smile bitterly. The two then avoided the topic. Gu Ran found that he felt very natural and comfortable when he was with Tang Ran, and he was even a little obsessed with this feeling. I really don't know what's going on in Chen Shenwen's brain. He wants to give away a wife like this. Gu Ran accompanied Tang Ran to tidy up the yard. During the process, they played with water for a while. They got wet all over accidentally, and their clothes were even a little transparent. So they called it a day and went to take a shower. After staying for dinner, Gu Ran wanted to stay overnight, but unfortunately Tang Ran found a tactful excuse and did not agree. Gu Ran felt it was a pity, but the relationship between the two of them became much closer, so maybe it would be possible next time. The next morning, Gu Ran came to the lobby downstairs of the Universal Building. It can be seen that Huan Yu attaches great importance to this designated campus recruitment and has hung many welcome banners. There are also a lot of recruiting positions, and almost every department has fresh blood. There are quite a few people coming to the recruitment today, but there are few familiar faces. He called Tang Yen. "Hello, President Tang, I'm already at the company." Tang Yen replied calmly, "Wait downstairs, I'll send someone to pick you up." The call was then hung up. Gu Ran held the phone in his hand, feeling a little angry. Shit, this attitude is really annoying. After waiting for a few minutes, I didn't see anyone coming to pick me up, but I saw an exhibition hall next to it, displaying the excellent works of students. In addition to the art exhibition, there are also excellent dance videos, film and television performance clips, RD app trials, and even developed games that can be played. It can be considered a small art exhibition. A girl nearby said to her bestie, "I really envy these people. Their works are directly displayed by the world. They will definitely pass the interview. It would be great if I could get into Huanyu. In the current market environment, Huanyu is the best choice. Our teacher said that if you can't get into Huanyu, you might as well start your own business instead of joining a competing company." Gu Ran listened halfway and left. What a good braggart, could it be that Tang Yen hired someone to take over? After walking around for a while, he saw the work of an acquaintance. It was a micro-movie starring Qin Manxue, and I heard it won several awards and became very well known online. It even made Qin Manxue reach the threshold of being a star. Unfortunately, the video next to it, which was the video of Zhou Lang winning the 100-meter sprint, was playing on a loop. While feeling unlucky, Gu Ran couldn't help laughing. When it comes to being shorter, this silly bird always wins. Fuck, who the hell are you talking about? I heard a roar behind me, and when I turned around, it was Zhou Lang. Gu Ran was very puzzled. Why did he always show up on time every time someone said something bad about him? Zhou Lang is the school idol of the sports department. He is tall, rich and handsome, with a well-developed muscular body. At this moment, he was like a mad bull out of control. He came to Gu Ran angrily and grabbed Gu Ran's collar as if he was going to attack him. Gu Ran was not angry but laughed. "I'm telling you the truth, why are you so angry?" "Hold!" Zhou Lang raised his fist. Qin Manxue ran up to him and grabbed him, saying, "Zhou Lang, look where we are. If you make a move, neither of us can enter the universe." Zhou Lang regained his senses and reluctantly let go of Gu Ran, only to find that there was already a circle of people watching the fun around him. Some people even took out their cell phones and pointed them at themselves and Qin Manxue. The two of them were very famous in school, and it was normal for them to be photographed by girls when playing basketball. However, if he was photographed beating someone and Gu Ran made a big deal out of it, not only would he not be able to enter the world, he would also have to be punished in school. "You're lucky today," Zhou Lang said, gritting his teeth. Gu Ran seemed not to hear it, staring straight at Qin Manxue, and said, "You look really good today, and the necklace suits your temperament very well." "Fuck! You flirted with my girlfriend in front of me." Zhou Lang's fist hardened again. Qin Manxue frowned. She felt more and more that Zhou Lang was a simple-minded creature with strong limbs. "Zhou Lang, can you be more rational? He clearly praised me for being pretty, how could that be teasing me? Then when you said my best friend was pretty last time, were you also teasing her?" Zhou Lang's temper disappeared immediately, and he said in a gentle voice, "Manxue, that's not what I meant. I hope you won't be so impulsive after entering the universe, otherwise it will implicate me." Qin Manxue sighed. "I promise I won't." Gu Ran stood aside and sneered, "That's not necessarily true." Zhou Lang's mood, which had just calmed down, was about to explode again. He suppressed his emotions, looked at Gu Ran with disdain and said, "Why are you here? Are you here for recruitment as well?" "No." "So you're here to join in the fun?" "Yeah, it's good for a country bumpkin like you to come out and see the world." I think the world can't let a low-class person like you participate in the interview, it's too embarrassing. Gu Ran said calmly, I'm not here to apply for a job, I'm here to work. Zhou Lang asked with a smile on his face, You? Are you here to work? As a security guard or a cleaner? I don't know yet. Tang Yan just called me and asked me to report directly to her. Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are so fucking funny, ha ha ha. Zhou Lang pointed at Gu Ran's nose and laughed. Tang Yan asked you to come to work? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Who the hell are you? All of us outstanding students have to go through the interview process, and you, a poor loser, can get the job directly. Believe it or not. Gu Ran rolled his eyes. It's really hard to communicate with a mentally retarded person. If you weren't bragging, I'd even drink your urine. Gu Ran looked at Qin Manchue in confusion and asked, Why haven't you broken up with this guy who eats and drinks for free? Are you keeping him for the new year? Qin Manchue turned her face away and did not answer. She had been a children's clothing model since she was a child and was born to face the camera, but it was the first time that she felt uncomfortable being watched by so many people. Zhou Lang is so childish. So embarrassing. At this moment there was a commotion outside the crowd. Qin Manchue took a look and soon saw a cold-faced beauty whose figure and appearance were no less than hers. Her eyes were like knives. Wherever her eyes went, the crowd automatically dispersed and made way for her. She was wearing a white OL uniform and black stockings. Just like the flowers on the high hills, beautiful and charming. Chapter 9. Zhou Lang looked at the beautiful OL woman walking towards him and a pig-like smile appeared on his face. He knew this beautiful lady, and it could be said that many job seekers present knew her. Xiang Qianxian is the chief secretary of Tang Yan's secretariat. Many of the world's major actions and projects are handled by her, and she is considered one of the core figures of the company. There are also rumors that Xiang Qianxian is the daughter of a shareholder of Huanyu, and she is just accumulating experience now, and will work in the senior management of the headquarters in the future. Such messages cast a layer of mystery on Xiang Qianxian, making people yearn for her, but also afraid to approach her. Because such a high-ranking flower, most people only dare to take a sneak peek. Before today's campus recruitment began, Xiang Qianxian had come into contact with these outstanding graduates and had a round of interviews with them in advance. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that they were looking for a group of local people for Tang Yan, and today's interview was just a formality. So, Zhou Lang knew Xiang Qianxian, and the two of them chatted alone for 10 minutes. Zhou Lang thought to himself, Shi Wun Ti have come to see me specially. Hello, Sister Qianxian. Zhou Lang confidently stepped forward and greeted him. Hello, you can just call me Secretary Xiang. Xiang Qianxian said coldly, and anyone could hear that she didn't give Zhou Lang any face. Okay. Zhou Lang nodded obediently, not feeling embarrassed at all, and moved closer to Xiang Qianxian. Before he could continue to get close to her, Xiang Qianxian had already passed him, leaving only a gust of fragrant breeze. Zhou Lang turned around again and saw Xiang Qianxian walk up to Gu Ran and ask, Are you Mr. Gu Ran? It's me. Did Mr. Tang ask you to pick me up? Well, please follow me. Xiang Qianxian's attitude softened immediately, and a smile even appeared on the corner of her cold and pretty mouth. Gu Ran has always felt that girls who love to laugh are very pretty. I only realized today that a girl who doesn't like to laugh can be particularly charming when she suddenly smiles. Gu Ran didn't move. He hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, How does Mr. Tang feel now? When the time came, I felt a little scared. Not bad. She even added an extra sugar to her coffee just now. She usually controls her sugar intake. This answer made Gu Ran feel a little relieved, and he nodded and said, Then please lead the way. It's no trouble. Zhou Lang was like a background wall, standing aside woodenly, watching the two people chatting happily in a daze. Why? Why does Tang Yan know him? Why did Sister Qianxian's attitude become so low when she spoke to him? Isn't he just a loser? Zhou Lang's face turned red as he watched Gu Ran walking towards him. He was even a little afraid that Gu Ran would stop and talk about the bet about drinking urine. I'm afraid everyone in the school's bulletin board and forum will know about it tomorrow? How can I have the face to continue hanging around here? Getting closer. He is getting closer. As a result, Gu Ran did not stop to mock him, but chatted with Xiang Qianxian and walked away as if nothing had happened. Zhou Lang breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he felt aggrieved. Damn, this loser actually ignored me. Does it look good? Qin Manchue beside him suddenly asked coldly. What? Zhou Lang came back to his senses, looking confused. You stared at her stockings and couldn't take your eyes off them. Zhou Lang quickly explained, Manchue, you misunderstood, I didn't look at her. Disgusting. Qin Manchue snorted coldly and turned away. Gu Ran followed Xiang Qianxian into the elevator reserved for company executives. In this enclosed space, I can smell the layered scent of her perfume with every breath. It is not strong but smells exceptionally good. Secretary Xiang, is it hard to work at Huanyu? Gu Ran asked. It depends on the position. Generally speaking, the beginning and end of the month are a little busier. What about you? Me. Xiang Qianxian smiled and cried, when Miss Tang is busy, I am busy. When she is resting, I am also busy. Why? She left all the work to you? That's not the case. We secretaries have to take care of every detail. Gu Ran clicked his tongue twice and sighed, Tang Yan is such an unscrupulous boss. Xiang Qianxian suddenly laughed and said angrily, you are the first person who dares to say bad things about her in front of me. Do you like to hear it? Ha, love to hear that. You're so busy, you probably don't have a boyfriend, right? The real purpose is revealed. After talking for so long, this is what Gu Ran wants to ask. Yes, but I'm busy and he's busy too. We're in the same city, but it feels like a long-distance relationship. It's so annoying. Gu Ran smiled and didn't say anything. Great. I received another system task. After a while, Xiang Qianxian brought Gu Ran to the door of Tang Yan's office, knocked on the door and said, Mr. Tang, Mr. Gu is here. Tang Yan sat behind her desk, with the computer screen blocking her face. She could only hear his voice but not see him. Okay, got it, you can go out now. Okay. Seeing Xiang Qianxian was about to leave, Gu Ran was still a little panicked. He subconsciously grabbed her tender hand and couldn't help squeezing it hard, blinking at her desperately. Help! May the best be to you. Xiang Qianxian said with a smirk, pulled her hand away, walked out, and closed the door. The office fell silent for a moment, leaving only the crisp sound of typing on the keyboard. About 10 minutes passed before Tang Yan stood up from the chair and looked at Gu Ran with interest. Gu Ran also looked at her. Tang Yan still has the same shoulder-length hair. The bangs cover half of her eyebrows, and the other half is willow-shaped. The double eyelids make her eyes look deeper and more charming. Gu Ran particularly liked the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Her originally pretty face became full of charm because of this mole. Her skin was still firm, fair, and tender. Gu Ran still remembered the feeling of it that night. One word could describe it, smooth. But now Tang Yan is less charming than she was that night, and more domineering. Strangely, the fear in Gu Ran's heart gradually subsided, and instead aroused a desire to conquer. Tea or coffee? In contrast, her first sentence was actually very polite. Just plain water is fine, said Gu Ran. Coffee, then. Gu Ran rolled his eyes. What a joke you're asking. Tang Yan's office is very large, with a large rest area on the side and even a coffee machine. She quickly made a cup of coffee and when she handed it to me, she added a small packet of an unknown powdery substance into it. Gu Ran's eyes widened. What do you want to give me to drink? Tang Yan smiled charmingly. It's a tonic, good for your health, come, drink it. Gu Ran suddenly had a sense of déjà vu as if Pan Jinglian was calling Wu Dalon to drink medicine. There's no poison in it, right? Seeing that Gu Ran didn't move, Tang Yan didn't care. She sat opposite him, crossed her legs, looked down at him and said, tell me about what happened that night. Chapter 10. Gu Ran didn't expect that Tang Yan would talk about what happened last night without any reservation or tact. He wanted to fool me, but he met Tang Yan's eyes again. Looking down from above, he was angry and fierce, like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Gu Ran could even see a cluster of flames jumping inside. That night, it should be considered consensual, right? You didn't resist, right? We are all adults now, so we should be reasonable, right? Bang! Tang Yan picked up a transparent glass and smashed it directly in front of Gu Ran, breaking it into pieces on the ground. Fuck! Gu Ran jumped up from the sofa in fright. Damn, this crazy woman really dares to do it. Tang Yan was even more excited than him. She pointed at Gu Ran's nose and cursed, what shameful thing have you done? Do you need me to remind you? Gu Ran was a little embarrassed. Tang Yan continued, if it wasn't me who sacrificed that night, would you have set your bad intentions on that person? Gu Ran said shamelessly. Ran and I are so affectionate and close, who knew you would take over our relationship? You also know that this is a misunderstanding. We are all adults, don't act like children. Bah! I asked her indirectly, and she has always kept a teacher-student distance with you. There is no such thing as you two being close. Gu Ran asked without hesitation. Will she tell others about this? You think I'm a fool, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Gu Ran hid behind the sofa and said, Hey, why didn't you say this last night? I regretted the moment I said it. He was really out of his mind and dared to say anything. This completely infuriated this woman, and no one knows what she will do. Sure enough, Tang Yan picked up a fruit knife from the fruit basket and started chasing and hitting him like a mad dog. Fortunately, her office was big enough and Gu Ran ran away immediately. After a few rounds, Tang Yan got tired. She stopped, threw the knife to the ground, sat on the sofa, and gasped with her chest heaving. All right. I won't chase you anymore. I just wanted to vent my anger, but since you won't cooperate, I have to find another way. Those eyes were clearly a pair as gentle as water, but at this moment there was a hatred in them, like a poisonous snake. What do you want to do? Gu Ran was inexplicably panicked. Tang Yan sat down on the sofa and sneered. I have investigated you. You are a Phoenix man who came from a poor and remote place. You finally got into a good university and got into graduate school. But you ended up meeting a scumbag supervisor like Chen Shunwan. In order to graduate, you are like a lapdog he raised, coming when he calls and leaving when he dismisses. Tell me, if I tell him about you and Tang Ran, what will happen to you? Tang Yan's move was very vicious. Simply put, whether a graduate student can graduate successfully depends on the intention of his or her supervisor. In this regard, the mentor has absolute power over life and death. It is not uncommon for supervisors to tamper with the signatures of students' papers, commit academic fraud, and make students work for free in their own companies. Students can only obey and endure it even if they want to resist. Because it concerns your own future and destiny. If Qin Xinwen really wants to kill Gu Ran, he has plenty of ways to do it. It's a pity that Qin Xinwen not only knew about this matter, but was also the mastermind. Gu Ran felt like laughing. That's it? Gu Ran held back his laughter and tried hard to act scared. Tang Yan smiled smugly. That's not all. Not only will I make sure you can't survive in school, I'll also make you go to jail. Don't think that you can reform yourself and get a reduced sentence after you go to jail. I tell you, few of the people I sent to jail came out without a serious illness. I've been around for so many years, I have so many friends, it would only take a flick of my finger to kill a Phoenix man like you. Gu Ran was horrified when he heard this. He was really scared. Tang Yan is absolutely qualified to say this, and she has exceeded her expectations. After all, Chen Shenwan's words are still fresh in my mind. Even Chen Shenwan, a veteran who has been working in the society for a long time, is afraid of getting involved in anything related to Tang Yan. Boss Tang, there's no need to be so ruthless. Gu Ran's tone softened. I'm so cruel? For a beast like you, I wish I could just pour cement and bury you alive. Damn, each method is more hateful than the last. Tang Yan. I am barefoot and I am not afraid of those who wear shoes. Don't make me angry. A desperate dog will jump over the wall. There are only two of us in this office now. Gu Ran judged that Tang Yan was a person who looked strong on the outside but was actually weak on the inside, otherwise she wouldn't have been so cowardly that night, and yet she was so strong now. Tang Yan frowned and shrank back into the sofa. What do you want to do? Gu Ran kicked the whip far away, then sat down opposite Tang Yan again and said, We can discuss something. Tang Yan burst into laughter. Oh, you admit defeat? What else can I do? I'm alone, how can I beat you? Tang Yan snorted coldly, pointed at the cup of coffee and said, Drink it first, then we can discuss it. Gu Ran gritted his teeth, picked up the coffee, drank it in one gulp, then pinched his neck and coughed violently. Tang Yan snorted again. Stop pretending, as if I really poisoned you. It's bitter and fishy. It's really hard to drink. What did you put in it? Gu Ran pinched his neck and his face turned red from coughing. He was not pretending. Tang Yan was so amused that she trembled. It's nothing. It's just some Chinese herbal powder. I told you. It's for nourishing the body. I prepared it especially for you. Boring. Humph, you'd better behave yourself. Now tell me why you showed up at Tang Ran's house that night. Gu Ran hesitated for a long time, and finally revealed the truth. In fact, Qin Shinwen had a mistress outside and wanted to divorce Tang Ran, but he didn't want to divide the family property, so he forced me to sneak into Tang Ran's room in the middle of the night and make Tang Ran leave the house with nothing. Tang Yan was stunned and raised her eyebrows several times. You're not being honest, are you? You made up such ridiculous stories to lie to me. Gu Ran smiled bitterly and sighed. Think about it carefully. If he wasn't the mastermind, would I have the guts to do that? And if you just check Qin Shinwen, you'll know that he's a scumbag. It's no surprise that he came up with such a ridiculous plan. Tang Yan quieted down. She began to chew on these words, and finally found helplessly that the seemingly outrageous and bloody plan actually made all the unreasonable places reasonable, and it was difficult to find flaws. Why is this happening? After being married for 10 years, they lost all their dignity for a little money. Human nature. Gu Ran said with emotion, do you think I want to get involved in this? I am about to graduate from graduate school, and I can see a bright future in front of me. But who can blame me for my supervisor being a fucking beast? My future and fate are in his hands. Qin Shinwen is forcing me with threats and inducements. If I don't give in, what else can I do? I didn't expect that I would end up getting you into trouble. In fact, I wanted to say sorry to you when I first entered the office. I also know that you have great power and connections. If you really want to kill me, I can only. Tang Yan was somewhat moved by what she heard, and asked with interest, what else can we do? I can only ask you to show some mercy. Poochie. Tang Yan covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 11. Tang Yan was a decisive woman and very efficient. After making up her mind, she made a phone call in front of Gu Ran. I'll give you 2 days to check Qin Shinwen from Cust and send the results to my email. The superior still used a tone that did not allow for rejection, and without waiting for the other party to agree, he hung up the phone. Gu Ran could see from her eyes that there was a ruthless determination to kill with one strike. Tang Yan put down her phone, glanced at Gu Ran, and said, Qin Shinwen is not a good person, and you are the same, birds of a feather. If it were in the past, Gu Ran would be afraid, but now that there is a system, who cares about a graduate student's diploma? How do you want to deal with him? Gu Ran asked. Tang Yan raised her head slightly, revealing her white neck, like a proud white swan, and said playfully, according to my style of doing things, it will be difficult for him to die in the rest of his life. But I want to let Tang Ran decide on the initiative of this matter. This decision surprised Gu Ran. Such a woman with an extremely strong desire for control and who is at the top of the food chain, would actually consider her best friend at a time like this? Tang Yan seemed to see what Gu Ran was thinking, and snorted coldly, Tang Ran is a rare true friend of mine. When dealing with friends, I have to consider her situation and thoughts, and I am also happy to see her take revenge on the scumbag. When saying the word scumbag, Tang Yan stared straight at Gu Ran, gritting her teeth, with a hint of meaning. Don't think that nothing happened. I'll keep you alive for now, but help me collect evidence against Qin Shinwen. Gu Ran felt that this woman was very troublesome, so he controlled his temper and asked, didn't you ask someone to investigate him? Why should I bother with this? No matter how reliable the person I'm looking for is, he certainly doesn't have as much information as you do. Since we want to get him, I don't want him to be sentenced to just a few years. If he goes to prison, it will be very troublesome to kill him or cripple him. It's better to collect evidence directly, make the final decision, and let the court sentence him to death. It will save trouble. Oh shit. This woman's cruelty once again refreshed Gu Ran's cognition. Kill him, then you'll kill me, right? Gu Ran asked tentatively, but if Qin Shinwen goes to prison, how can I graduate? Isn't this destroying my future? What does it have to do with me? Seeing that Gu Ran was as weak as an eggplant hit by frost, Tang Yan was happy to see it, but she didn't know that all this was just a disguise. If you can do this to my satisfaction, I can give you the future you want. Gu Ran smiled and said, you're just starting to make promises for me. Why don't you just say you'll support me? Tang Yan did not explain and walked towards the coffee machine. While grinding coffee beans, she said, go and contact Tang Ran. Be sure to tell the truth at the right time. Wait for her to calm down and cooperate with her in whatever she wants to do. Also, don't mention me during this process. Gu Ran asked in confusion, why not mention you? This is her family's scandal. What would it mean if I got involved? What would she think of me? So, of course, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Perhaps this is what people often call emotional intelligence. But Gu Ran saw another side of Tang Yan. He is decisive in work and life, yet cautious in friendship. Maybe she is thoughtful, or maybe she had a bad relationship in the past. The two contrasts are reflected in one person, but there is no sense of disharmony. Instead, she seems more three-dimensional. The topic had come to an end, and Gu Ran was supposed to leave, but thinking that he came to Huanyu to work today, he asked, "What position are you going to assign me?" Tang Yan sat down again with her coffee in her hand, blinked, and with a sly look under her long eyelashes, she asked with a smile, "Do you dare to stay and work? Even if I don't come here to work, I can't run away if I want to." That's true. She folded her legs together, revealing her smooth calves, and after thinking for a few seconds, she said, "You can be my secretary first." Secretary? Gu Ran's brain was unable to react. Is this the kind of secretary I understand? If there is something, the secretary will do it. If there is nothing else. Tang Yan took a spoon, gently stirred the coffee, sniffed the overflowing aroma and said, "Every department of the universe is a sophisticated machine. You haven't gained my trust yet, so I can't just put you in any position. I have a secretarial team that serves me exclusively. There are 8 of them in total. They all have their own areas of expertise and earn $1 million a year. Of course, you won't get that kind of treatment. I'm only making it easier for me to keep track of your movements at any time by having you as a secretary." Okay. Gu Ran nodded helplessly, "So I just need to slack off at work? You wish for that. Why should I support you for nothing?" Tang Yan turned around and walked to the desk and pressed the shortcut key on the phone. "Qianqian, come in for a moment." "Okay, Mr. Tang." After a while, Xiang Qianqian knocked on the door and came in, standing gracefully in front of the desk. Seeing her again, Gu Ran still found her very pleasing to the eyes, especially the figure outlined by the OL uniform, which was sexy and charming. Tang Yan pointed at Gu Ran, who was lying on the sofa, and said, "He will be interning in the secretarial group in the future. You can take him with you. You don't need to let him get involved in any projects. Just let him help out." Intern secretary? Xiang Qianqian was surprised. "Is there any problem?" Tang Yan asked with raised eyebrows. "No." Tang Yan waved her hand and said, "You guys go out, and ask someone to come in and clean up." Okay. The two walked out of the office, and the moment they closed the door, Xiang Qianqian suddenly turned her head and looked at Gu Ran with curiosity. Gu Ran looked into her eyes and said jokingly, "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Be more reserved. Don't be so conceited, I just want to gossip a little. What is your relationship with Mr. Tang?" Gu Ran was slightly stunned. "Why do you ask?" "Of course Mr. Tang is very special to you. What's so special about her to me?" Xiang Qianqian led Gu Ran to the office area and lowered her voice and said, "She specifically asked me yesterday to cancel all my plans for this morning and come to see you. No one else has this treatment. And I just saw in the office that the sofa pillows were scattered everywhere. I can't believe that Mr. Tang, such a steady person, would actually fight and play with you." Gu Ran opened his mouth, but was speechless. What on earth was she thinking about? Gu Ran said helplessly, "My relationship with her is quite complicated. To put it simply, we have a grudge against each other." "Wow, really?" Xiang Qianqian's eyes became brighter, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Gu Ran asked with a smile, "Do you want to know the details?" "Yes." "It's no use thinking about it. Tell me." Chapter 12. The two chatted as they walked, and Xiang Qianqian took Gu Ran to the secretarial department. The environment is also excellent. In addition to the public office area, it is also equipped with various leisure facilities. Before Gu Ran came, there were 8 people in this secretarial team, whose job was to help Tang Yan handle various cases, arrange itineraries, plan plans, etc. Xiang Qianqian asked everyone to stop working and introduced Gu Ran to the others so they could get to know each other. Gu Ran originally thought that as a trainee secretary, she would be treated lukewarmly, but she did not expect that they were all so enthusiastic that it made her a little uncomfortable. After arriving at his private workstation and getting some distance from his colleagues, Gu Ran asked, "Has the atmosphere in our department always been this good?" Xiang Qianqian nodded, "Well, that's the case most of the time, we're just comrades in the same trench. But you are indeed a little special." "What's so special about me?" "You're a secretary trainee. Everyone in our department is a top talent selected by President Tang. There have been no personnel changes in the past 2 years, and no new colleagues, let alone interns. Think about it, aren't you special enough?" Gu Ran covered his heart, feeling heartbroken. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and asked, "What is my job then?" "Leader, just tell me what to do. I'm not afraid of getting tired, even if it's just shoulder massage or leg massage. Go away and stop talking nonsense." Xiang Qianqian was amused and smiled. She patted Gu Ran coquettishly and said, "Boss Tang asked me to take you with me. From now on, you are mine. Don't call me leader in a hypocritical manner. Just call me Sister Qianqian." "Yes, sir. Sister Qianqian." Gu Ran saluted. "Ha, stop messing around and come with me." "Where are you going?" "Go for an interview." 10 minutes later, Gu Ran put on his work badge and sat in the interviewer's seat. There was a sign with his name on the table. This is not some imaginary position. He holds a pen in his hand and can actually give scores to all the interviewees. Even a casual word from him can determine whether a person stays or leaves. This position was added by the Human Resources Department after Xiang Qianqian came. When the Human Resources Department learned that Gu Ran was Tang Yan's new secretary, how could they dare to object? After being in the workplace for a long time, everyone has become a shrewd person, and it is too late for them to get close to Gu Ran. Gu Ran also experienced the feeling of holding real power for the first time. The interviewees were all my classmates from the same school. Most of them have richer resumes than mine, and they are more arrogant than each other in school. But now, they stood in front of the interview desk, as obedient as quails. Gu Ran did not become so arrogant as to disrupt the interview. He just sat there quietly, saying a few words to Xiang Qianqian from time to time. Gu Ran leaned close to Xiang Qianqian's ear and whispered, "This is the work of the Human Resources Department. Why do we have to come here too? This interview is very important. I will compile a report and give it to Mr. Tang later. And they are related to our subsequent work." Xiang Qianqian also lowered her voice, and the two of them were like elementary school students whispering to each other. "Follow-up work?" Xiang Qianqian did not answer, but handed over a document. "Live streaming artists and up master incubation plan." Gu Ran flipped through a few pages and suddenly understood. Huanyu is a film and television company that used to follow the traditional approach. We have achieved good results in the 3 areas of advertising, TV series, and movies. However, in the past 2 years, short videos and live broadcasts have emerged as a new battlefield, but the world is still relatively blank in this regard. I have symbolically done such projects before, but unfortunately they were abandoned halfway. Now, Tang Yan has set her sights on this market again. As her most capable assistant, Xiang Qianqian naturally keeps an eye on every step. Number 23, Qin Manchue. Gu Ran looked up in surprise and saw Qin Manchue pushing the door open. The girl's face was a little nervous, but her eyes were lively and made people feel good about her. She wore an orange shirt, light blue trousers, and white canvas shoes. It was a very simple combination, but it retained some personality, and she looked lively and not too formal, which was in line with her identity as an actress. When Qin Manchue saw Gu Ran, she was also surprised for a moment, but it seemed that her nervousness had eased off a little. She smiled at him, and then greeted the interviewer in a graceful manner. The interviewers all had a favorable impression of Qin Manchue. After all, she was a beautiful woman with achievements and a look that could easily make her popular. She came here just to go through the formalities. Gu Ran, who had been silent before, suddenly asked a question, "Do you usually operate a short video account?" Qin Manchue smiled and answered calmly, "Yes, but it's just some daily stuff, not very frequent, and not many fans." Gu Ran nodded and said thoughtfully, "It's like this. Our company has some short video related work recently. It may be to operate your account, or invite you to appear as the heroine. Are you interested in these?" Qin Manchue was delighted. She knew that Gu Ran was helping her. There is never a shortage of good-looking women in the entertainment industry who are well versed in the unspoken rules. Artists like me who do not accept unspoken rules and are unlikely to undergo plastic surgery will face greater competitive pressure in the future. The company may arrange for her to attend several events and shoot several roles. But whether it will become popular or not, no one can say for sure. If you remain lukewarm, a newcomer will immediately replace you, and your star prospects will be bleak. Gu Ran's invitation is definitely a huge favor. Qin Manchue also understood that if the company wanted to expand new channels, it would definitely concentrate resources on a few people in the early stages. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. Qin Manchue smiled with beautiful eyebrows and eyes. "I am interested. It's my honor." Gu Ran made an okay gesture and said, "Okay, keep in touch later." After Chin Manchua left, the other interviewers all glanced at Gu Ran vaguely. This is openly competing with the film and television department for talent. Chin Manchua is such a good seedling, and they have been eyeing her for a long time. Xiang Chanxian turned around and asked curiously, "Do you like her?" Gu Ran shook his head. "She's just a classmate. Don't you think she's very qualified? Everything I just said is written in this plan. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just asking casually. Do you want your sister to help you?" "Help me with what?" "Help you create opportunities and help you pick up girls." Gu Ran thought she was joking and replied with a laugh, "Thank you very much, Sister Chanshan." Polite. At this time, the staff called out the number again, number 24, Zhou Lang. Gu Ran was not surprised, and was even looking forward to this meeting. Zhou Lang pushed the door open and walked closer. There was no nervousness on his face. Instead, he looked very confident with his head held high. "Why are you here?" Zhou Lang did not ask any questions to the interviewers at first, but stared at Gu Ran, with surprise and contempt written all over his face. The other interviewers frowned in unison. "This is the first time I've seen someone so rude. Are you here to cause trouble?" Gu Ran leaned back in his chair and challenged, "What's wrong with me sitting here? Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, you can just leave." An interviewer tried to smooth things over by saying, "My dear student, let's not talk about irrelevant topics anymore. Can we start the formal interview now?" Zhou Lang finally reacted, said sorry, and then started the interview process. But he finished quickly and left, going back to wait for notification. Suddenly, Xiang Chanxian came close to Gu Ran and asked in a sweet voice, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Gu Ran nodded. "Okay, I understand." Gu Ran asked in confusion, "What do you know?" "If he really joins the company, I will help you kill him." Chapter 13. After the interview, Zhou Lang stayed at the door of a conference room at Huanyu. He should have left, but Chin Manchua passed the interview and is now signing a contract inside. Among all the interviewees, only a few received such treatment. Everyone knows that the newcomers who sign contracts now will be the ones that Universe will promote in the future. Zhou Lang was very unhappy. If it weren't for that bastard Gu Ran, he should have got the contract. Zhou Lang felt complicated when he thought of Gu Ran. This guy is obviously a poor loser, a dog who used to follow Lin Bangxia. Why was he able to surpass everyone and enter the universe first? Still sitting in the interviewer's seat? Why should he? This is so strange. Could it be that Tang Yan is really his backer? Zhou Lang also has supporters in the world. His uncle is the head of the TV drama department and is considered a senior executive, so he is not very afraid of Gu Ran. Zhou Lang took out his cell phone and called his uncle Zhou Ji. Zhou Sanji said on the phone, "Hey, Xiao Lang, is the interview over? What level of contract did you sign?" Zhou Lang stammered, "They told me to go back and wait for notification, and didn't sign the contract on the spot." Zhou Sanji's tone suddenly became unhappy and he asked, "What's going on?" "It's not my fault." Among the interviewees there was a guy named Gu Ran, who was my ex-girlfriend's lapdog. As soon as he saw me, he called me trash and said that someone like me was not worthy of joining Huanyu. I knew I couldn't cause trouble for my uncle, or I would have beaten him to death on the spot. Gu Ran? I haven't heard of such a crazy person in the Human Resources Department. He doesn't seem to be from the HR department, but Mr. Tang's man. He is just taking advantage of the power of others. Uncle, you have to make the decision for me. Humph. Tang Yan usually has a lot of power in the company, and now her dog is so wild. She doesn't know how to restrain herself without learning a lesson. Leave this matter to me. The dog's name is Gu Ran, right? Yes. His name is Gu Ran. I have told him about your relationship with me, but he relies on Tang Yan's relationship and doesn't take us uncle and nephew seriously at all. Uncle, why don't we just forget it? Forget it? When the hell did you become such a coward? I'm going to kill him. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. Zhou Lang said, suppressing his smile. Don't be polite to me. By the way, where's Manchue? Didn't she sign the contract directly? Zhou Lang said again with great grievance, Manchue stayed to sign the contract, but what? If you have to fart, do it now. I heard from Manchue that Gu Ran wanted her to shoot a short video and said a lot of good things about her. Uncle, do you think Gu Ran wants to steal my woman? How dare he? Zhou Qi's voice rose several decibels, cursing, "This ignorant bastard. Man Shui is the seedling I picked. Why does he want to pick the fruit and shoot a short video? Dream on." That's right. Man Shui obviously has the potential to be a movie queen. She made videos and became an internet celebrity, but her status has dropped. Uncle, you can't just watch Man Shui being ruined by her. Don't worry, he won't be able to survive in the universe as long as I'm here. Well, Man Shui has just signed the contract and is coming out. I want to talk to you for now. Okay, when I get back from my business trip in a few days, we'll have dinner together. After hanging up the phone and putting away the phones, Zhou Lang walked over to Qin Manxue and asked, "Has the contract been signed?" "Yeah." Qin Manxue said with a smile that could not be concealed, "Thanks to Gu Ran, I got an S-level contract. The others are all A or B level, and I am the only S-level one. The S-level contract is the highest level of regular contracts, and it is usually good enough for a newcomer to get an A." Zhou Lang was very unhappy when he heard this name from Qin Manxue, and said sarcastically, "He is nothing. With my uncle here, your contract will be upgraded soon." Qin Manxue shook her head and said with concern, "My contract is already very good, let your uncle get your contract settled first." Zhou Lang suddenly felt like his heart was being stabbed. Damn it, I thought I didn't need to use connections for such a small matter as signing a contract, but I didn't expect it to fail in the gutter. It makes me seem like I'm always bragging. It's all Gu Ran's fault. Qin Manxue took out her phone and asked, "Do you have Gu Ran's WeChat? Send it to me." Zhou Lang almost jumped up and down, turned around, and asked with a gloomy face, "Why do you want his WeChat? Why are you yelling? He has helped me so much, shouldn't I invite him to dinner?" Zhou Lang choked, and the curse words got stuck in his throat, so he couldn't utter them, otherwise it would seem like he was being unreasonable. "I don't have his WeChat." Zhou Lang said with a sullen look, "It's his honor to be able to help you. Is a wretch like him worthy of having dinner with you?" Qin Manxue was stunned for a moment, and the disappointment in her eyes became more and more intense. "Zhou Lang, why do you have such a big problem with him? You have been targeting him from the beginning. Is your heart twisted just because he was with your ex-girlfriend and said bad things about you?" Zhou Lang snorted coldly and said without hesitation, "He is just a country bumpkin from a mountain village. What qualifications does he have to go against me? What qualifications does he have to interview me? He is just such a country bumpkin. I wanted to kill him with just a flick of my finger. I don't think highly of him at all." Zhou Lang said in a commanding tone, "You are not allowed to add him on WeChat, let alone have dinner with him." "I don't understand." Qin Manxue shook her head and said disappointedly, "I have given you several chances. Our three views are really incompatible." "What do you mean?" At this time, the elevator next to them opened, and Gu Ran and Xiang Qianqian walked out talking and laughing. Qin Manxue adjusted her mood, walked up, and said with a sweet smile, "Gu Ran, wait a minute, can I add you on WeChat?" "Scan me." Being asked for WeChat by a goddess-level beauty, Gu Ran was naturally happy to do so. He took out his phone and said, "Sure, but you won't mark me as a liquor's number, right?" Qin Manxue exclaimed, "Ah," a little surprised that Gu Ran would say that. Gu Ran smiled and said, "What? Just a joke." Qin Manxue said very seriously, "If you hadn't invited me to participate in the short video work today, I wouldn't have been able to get the S-level contract. I can't even thank you enough. How could I treat you as a lickspittle? And I'm not a lickspittle." "Ah, that's good." At this point, Gu Ran's eyes passed over Qin Manxue, glanced behind her and said, "I added you on WeChat, I won't be beaten to death by your boyfriend, right? We just added WeChat, why is he looking at me like that?" Zhou Lang almost vomited blood. "How can you, a man, speak in such a green tea tone?" Qin Manxue turned around and saw Zhou Lang clenching his fists, with veins throbbing on his forehead. "I told you not to add him on WeChat." Qin Manxue asked angrily, "Will I not be able to add any male colleagues on WeChat when I start working? I can't stand you like this. If you can't stand it, let's break up." Chapter 14. Gu Ran was very excited when he heard Qin Manxue take the initiative to break up. Divide. Good division. How can I get the system reward if you don't share it with me? Having said that, until now, the system has not announced what the reward for knocking out Qin Manxue will be, which has always made Gu Ran very curious. It was all because of me that I kept driving a wedge between them, causing a rift in their relationship, and now they are just one step away from breaking up. But unfortunately, the results were not as expected. When Zhou Lang heard Qin Manxue break up, he said cowardly, "That's not what I meant. I just think that Gu Ran is not a good person." Qin Manxue glared at him angrily. "If you say anything bad about Gu Ran again, you'll leave." Zhou Lang's chest heaved with anger and his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. "I am your boyfriend. Why are you siding with another man?" However, seeing that Qin Manxue was now in the lead, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. Xiang Qianqian was enjoying watching the show, but she felt that Zhou Lang was unreliable. In the end, the two of them successfully added each other on WeChat. Gu Ran also raised his eyebrows at Zhou Lang. The meaning of provocation was self-evident. "Just wait for me," Zhou Lang said in a low voice with a ferocious look on his face. Gu Ran smiled. "What a coward." The threatening voice sounded like a mosquito. "Then we'll leave. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." Qin Manxue waved to Gu Ran with her cell phone in hand, her smile as bright as a flower. "I was almost beaten by your boyfriend for adding you on WeChat, so how dare I have dinner with you?" Gu Ran said aggrievedly. Zhou Lang almost exploded when he heard this. "You are a man, how can you speak like a green tea?" "No, if he wants to hit you again, I'll stand in front of you." "Ha, thank you." Zhou Lang suddenly felt something green on his head, and he pulled Qin Manxue and left angrily. Xiang Qianqian placed her slender hand on Gu Ran's shoulder and said teasingly, "Of course you can." "Can you what?" "You're pretty good at prying people away." "Ah? No way, am I being so obvious?" Gu Ran didn't want Xiang Qianqian to lead the conversation, so he smiled and said, "Actually, I really want to steal your boyfriend's girl." "Ha? You're really brave. You even dare to tease your elder sister." Gu Ran laughed and said, "Then tell me, can I pry you open?" Xiang Qianqian thought he was joking, patted Gu Ran on the shoulder and said, "If you can satisfy me, I can be with you." Gu Ran's anger was immediately aroused, and he pulled Xiang Qianqian's hand and said anxiously, "Come on, brother will satisfy you right away." The two got into the car, and as soon as Gu Ran put his hand on Xiang Qianqian's black stockings, he was slapped away. "Go to hell, you little pervert, you dare to touch me." Xiang Qianqian said with seductive eyes, "Just drive carefully." "Haha, okay." Gu Ran obediently withdrew his hand and drove to the hotel. He was just trying, but obviously failed. Touching the stockings was probably the limit for now. It was basically impossible to go further. The slap she just gave me was quite hard. Xiang Qianqian had booked a private restaurant before, so the two of them could just have a meal there. The food was very homely and no wine was ordered. During the meal, Xiang Qianqian talked in a caring manner about the work arrangements for the coming period, some factions in the company, and things that needed attention. After Xiang Qianqian's introduction, Gu Ran realized that Universal Pictures was also a dangerous place with many factions. First of all, there is a faction headed by Tang Yan. One faction is responsible for making movies, another faction is responsible for TV dramas, and some shareholders form their own factions. There are many people with connections among them, and the situation is complicated. These people work in a company and maintain a delicate balance for their respective interests. Xiang Qianqian said, as the top leader of the company, Miss Tang has to show her toughest side, otherwise she won't be able to convince the public. So as her secretaries, we not only have great power, but also few people in the company can afford to offend us. But you must not take the initiative to provoke others. Who knows which shareholder or company executive is behind a small employee? Gu Ran felt a headache after hearing this, and shook his head and said, "I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. At most, I can just walk away. If it weren't for Tang Yan, I wouldn't have stayed in Huanyu." After getting the system reward and resolving Tang Yan's conflict, who would want to be this crappy secretary? Changing the subject, Gu Ran said, "But it's just a matter of time. I promise to do my best to complete the work assigned by Sister Qianqian." "Humph, you are a sensible guy." Gu Ran laughed and asked, "By the way, I just heard you say that you are going to Han Yuxuan's art exhibition tomorrow. It should be the one in my school, right? Are you interested in painting too?" Just now when Xiang Qianqian was talking about work, she mentioned Han Yuxuan, which was quite surprising. This is such a coincidence. I was originally going to attend this art exhibition with Zhao Bangxia and Shen Weiga. Viewing the paintings is not the purpose, the main purpose is to break up the relationship between Shen Weiga and Han Yuxuan. Gu Ran has always kept this matter in mind. Xiang Qianqian put down her chopsticks, took a sip of her drink and said, "Well, our company's team has estimated that Han Yuxuan is a very valuable person. He is already well known in the painting circle. He can hold a large-scale painting exhibition at such a young age. It can be said that he is very talented. If we sign a contract and make some efforts, it will be easy to make him famous. The most important thing is that he's handsome, right? Gu Ran curled his lips indifferently. Xiang Qianqian glanced at Gu Ran and suddenly smiled, saying, "Looking handsome is of course important, but I don't like those with a literary and melancholy temperament. I still like your style." "Which one am I?" Gu Ran asked expectantly. "A stuffy type." "Ha, seriously, if you're interested, I can make you a star and let the company allocate some resources to you. It only takes half a year to get to the second line. You can sing or act if you want." Gu Ran shook his head. "Being a star is not as interesting as hanging out with you every day. Sister is pretty, has long legs, a nice voice, and a great touch." "Stop." Xiang Qianqian smiled happily. "Save this trick for flirting with other girls. People like you will be a disaster in the entertainment industry. If you mess around with some female star and it becomes news, I will have to clean up your mess." "Sister, you are so thoughtful." Gu Ran peeled a shrimp with gloves on and put it on her plate. He said seriously, "Can I take care of contacting Han Yuxuan?" "What's the meaning?" Gu Ran said, "I feel sorry for you, sister. Seeing that you have so many things to do, I want to help you share the burden. I have already made an appointment with a few friends to go to this exhibition. Han Yuxuan and I are classmates, so it's easier for us to get close. If I fail to reach an agreement, you can step in." Xiang Qianqian said without much thought, "Okay, I'll give you a makeup lesson this afternoon, and you can go and exercise. He's not a very important person, so it would be best if we can make the deal, but forget it if we can't. Just don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself." This is exactly what I want to say. Chapter 15. After lunch, Xiang Qianqian returned to the company and took Gu Ran to the lounge of the secretarial department. This lounge is not simple either. As Tang Yan's secretary, everyone has an independent small room. They can live in the lounge during lunch break or when working overtime too late at night. It is even more comfortable than an ordinary rental house. But Gu Ran was just an intern, so naturally he didn't receive such treatment. But if he didn't take a nap, it would affect his work in the afternoon, so Xiang Qianqian simply took him to have a rest. Walking into Xiang Qianqian's lounge is no different from walking into her boudoir. What a person's room looks like can probably reflect that person's inner self. What Gu Ran never expected was that Xiang Qianqian, who looked so neat and tidy, actually had a rather messy room. This mess was reflected in her private clothes, which were randomly scattered on the bed, sofa, tatami, and carpet. And the style is particularly bold and full of fun. At this moment, Gu Ran was thinking, did she let me see this on purpose? Are you hinting? Otherwise. Xiang Qianqian blushed, and she pressed against Gu Ran from behind, covering his eyes with her hands and said, "Don't look. Get out first, I'll clean it up." Gu Ran became even angrier. He held Xiang Qianqian's hand, pulled her into the house, closed the door with his foot, and said, "It's okay, I don't mind." "Stop it, I'm really sleepy." Xiang Qianqian broke free and said angrily, "I'm usually very busy and don't have enough time to sleep. This will make it more convenient when I change clothes. I was so sleepy just now that I forgot to bring you in without cleaning up." Gu Ran sat on the sofa and refused to leave. "I can help you clean up. Come on." Xiang Qianqian rolled her eyes coquettishly and said, "Just stay still." Xiang Qianqian picked up the clothes one by one and folded them neatly. Gu Ran looked at her, and each of her movements seemed more and more charming. After putting all the clothes in the closet, Xiang Qianqian sat on the bed and said, "Just take a rest on the sofa." Gu Ran smiled and said, "Aren't guests usually allowed to sleep on the bed?" "You wish, the bed is mine." Xiang Qianqian lay down, covered with an air conditioning blanket, with a doll between her legs. She waved her fist at Gu Ran as if to declare her sovereignty, then closed her eyes and fell asleep in satisfaction. She was really sleepy. In less than 2 minutes, her breathing became even and she even started snoring very lightly. "Really, do you treat me as a man?" Gu Ran lay on the sofa, looking at her profile. Every inch of the air was filled with her fragrance. He couldn't fall asleep at all. Whether to be a beast or worse than a beast has always been a tormenting question for men. Xiang Qianqian is very sensitive to the sound of the alarm clock, and her brain wakes up very quickly after hearing it. I turned off the alarm clock, got up with a yawn and stretched, then I saw Gu Ran sleeping on the sofa. She stood up and walked over, and just as she was about to wake him up, she saw a shocking scene. This guy is actually so rich. This must be quite uncomfortable, right? After observing for a long while, until her face and ears became hotter and hotter, Xiang Qianqian woke Gu Ran up with a guilty conscience. Wake up, it's time to go to work. Gu Ran opened his eyes dazedly and ran to the bathroom immediately. Gu Ran was busy following Xiang Qianqian for the whole afternoon. It is work like organizing documents, receiving clients, organizing meetings, etc. These things seem simple, but it is not easy to do them as well as Xiang Qianqian. Gu Ran had been with her the whole time and didn't even know when she had held an online meeting and compiled a summary of the morning's interview. During this period, he also met Tang Yan briefly, but they didn't say much, because Gu Ran was basically ignored. When it was almost time to get off work, Xiang Qianqian gave Gu Ran a special lesson, mainly teaching Gu Ran the negotiation skills after getting in touch with Han Yushuan, and what the bottom line of the company was that could be accepted. As long as Han Yushuan's request is not excessive, he can basically agree to it. Gu Ran had a good understanding and digested the knowledge points quickly. He patted his chest and promised to complete the task. As soon as the work was finished, Gu Ran relaxed completely and asked, Sister Qianqian, what are your plans for the evening? Why? You want to date me? Yes, let's have a meal together. You are my master in the workplace. I was embarrassed to ask you to pay for lunch. I have to treat you back. No, I want to treat you to a few more meals. Xiang Qianqian winked playfully and asked with a smile, just eating? We can go to the movies after dinner. Just another movie. Nothing new. Gu Ran thought about it and said, then you can go to my house. Why go to your house? Pet the cat. My cat can do a backflip. Xiang Qianqian said with a smile, next time, my boyfriend will pick me up today. Damn, the good cabbage was eaten by the pig. It's just right, I can take this opportunity to meet her boyfriend and see if I can create a rift in their relationship. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Jean Manchua sent a WeChat message, do you have any plans tonight? Gu Ran smiled and replied, what's wrong? You want to date me? Jean Manchua, well, I promise to treat you to a meal. Are you free? Gu Ran, no, I want to go. Jean Manchua, why? I rarely invite boys to dinner. I was rejected. Omega. Gu Ran, I don't want to see Zhou Lang, that idiot. It affects my appetite. Jean Manchua, it's just the two of us, without him. Gu Ran, let me think about it. Have you decided on a place? Jean Manchua, not yet. Since I'm inviting you to dinner, I want you to choose the location. You don't have to help me save money. Anywhere is fine. Gu Ran, can we really go anywhere? Jean Manchua, of course, I am sincere, you can eat whatever you want. Of course I want to eat seafood. Gu Ran has already decided where to go. He has been following Qin Xinwen for so long that he already knows where is the right place to invite women to have dinner together and have other entertainment activities after dinner. It's time to get off work, but you're still here, why are you sitting there grinning like an idiot? Xiang Qianqian walked over and gently kicked Gu Ran on the calf. Hey, it's nothing. Gu Ran smiled foolishly again and hurried to catch up. When he walked to the company gate, Gu Ran saw a black Ferrari parked not far away. A handsome man wearing a stand-up collar shirt, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hands, with a showy smile on his face. People passing by can't help but look at him a few times, men are envious and women want to chat him up. Xiang Qianqian quickened her pace, walked towards the man, waved and smiled, Tianyu, when did you come? I just arrived not long ago. I give you these flowers. I carefully selected them. I thought they were very beautiful before, but seeing you, these flowers have lost their luster. Thank you, I like it very much. Xiang Qianqian took the rose and smiled with satisfaction, then pulled Gu Ran's arm and said, let me introduce you, this is Gu Ran, my new colleague, and Mr. Tang asked me to take care of him. Zhang Tianyu smiled, but Gu Ran could feel that he was a little unhappy when he looked at her. Zhang Tianyu said in an indirect way, Tang Yan is really unreliable. You are so busy, but they still let you train new people. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Shit, he's so sarcastic right from the start. Xiang Qianqian said dissatisfiedly, don't say that, Gu Ran is very understanding. Gu Ran followed the topic and said with a smile, don't worry, I will try not to cause trouble to Sister Qianqian. When you are not with her, I will take good care of her. Chapter 16. Haha, you take care of her? Does serving her tea and water count? If you know what's good for you, just talk to Tang Yan and ask her to change your job. If that doesn't work out, I can arrange another job for you. Zhang Tianyu glanced at Gu Ran and said lightly. Gu Ran could naturally hear the sarcasm in these words, but he didn't care much. These two sentences couldn't irritate him. After all, he had a big heart that could withstand pressure. Gu Ran asked with interest, "Oh? What kind of work can you help me arrange?" "That's a lot. At least it's not worse than what you have here." Zhang Tianyu's eyebrows were full of pride. He patted the Ferrari behind him and said, "See? I bought this car in half a year for 3 million yuan, in full." Gu Ran exclaimed, "You earn so much? Where do you work?" Zhang Tianyu really enjoyed Gu Ran's flattering tone and eyes. He held his head high and said proudly, "TS Group knows that I am just the general manager of the securities department. TS is similar to Huanyu, and is also a star enterprise. Ordinary people have not heard of it, but Gu Ran is very clear that this is a company that mainly deals in securities investment. Their investments span the entire country, and they even have shares in many well-known companies." The reason why Gu Ran knew about this company was because the company founded by his mentor Qin Shinwan had TS Investment. The TS investor who often contacts Qin Shinwan is a fat man named Gu. He is vulgar and lustful, and is the same kind of person as Chen Shinwan. Similarly, Fatty Gu treated Gu Ran like a waiter, calling him in and sending him away at will. This made Gu Ran hate TS as a company. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianyu was also a senior executive of TS. What a gathering of unlucky things. Disgust flashed across Gu Ran's eyes, and he declined politely, "Forget it, my current job is pretty good." "What's so good about your current job?" Zhang Tianyu felt like he was being fooled. This kid clearly looked very interested just now. Why did his face change when he heard TS? Gu Ran glanced at Xiang Chanxian, smiled contentedly and said, "Of course it's because of this job that I get to see Sister Chanxian every day." Xiang Chanxian was holding a rose in her hand. She smiled when she heard this, patted Gu Ran, and said angrily, "You're just a flatterer." This scene made Zhang Tianyu's veins pop out. "Aren't you guys being too intimate?" As if to assert his sovereignty, Zhang Tianyu walked to Xiang Chanxian, put his arm around her slender waist, and said to Gu Ran, "Young people should be down to earth and stop trying to flatter their superiors. People like you who want to get promoted by tricks and gimmicks will never amount to anything in their lives. Take my car for example, you will never get one in your lifetime, you can only take the bus or the subway. No matter how high your status is, you want to be a toad and eat swan meat." Xiang Chanxian said dissatisfiedly, "Tianyu, why are you talking so harshly today?" Xiang Tianyu said nonchalantly, "I just want him to face reality. He can't even afford to buy a wheel if he keeps fantasizing about unrealistic things every day." Just then, the roar of an engine was heard not far away, and the sound was deafening. Turning around, I saw a red Bugatti Veyron convertible sports car. The car finally stopped next to Gu Ran. Sitting in the driver's seat was a young girl. The girl wore a white French straw hat and burgundy sunglasses covering her eyes, looking sexy and flamboyant. She suddenly took off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful eyes. She was as lively as a fiery red sun. She waved her hand happily and shouted, "Hello, Sister Chanshan." "Gu Ran, am I not late?" Gu Ran looked at her in surprise. "Qin Manxue? It's really her." Compared to the morning, her outfit had changed again. If she is simple yet not simplistic in the morning, now she is sexy and flamboyant. She was wearing a red halter dress with a neckline that was neither too low nor too high, revealing just a hint of pink and white, showing off how full her breasts were while covering most of them, leaving people with a lot of imagination. Gu Ran particularly likes this feeling of holding the pipa with her face half covered. Suddenly I wanted to be the seatbelt that got stuck in there. Xiang Chanxian was also surprised. She covered her red lips and asked in surprise, "Manxue, is this your car?" Qin Manxue lifted her hair and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Well, I made an appointment with Gu Ran for dinner, of course I have to give him the best treatment. This is the most expensive car in my family." "You really are a person who never reveals his true colors." Xiang Chanxian smiled embarrassedly, and then urged, "Gu Ran, come in quickly." "Good." Before getting in the car, Gu Ran looked at Qin Manxue's Bugatti Veyron, then looked at Zhang Tianyu's Ferrari, and said, "The car you just showed off to me doesn't seem to be as expensive as this one." Zhang Tianyu was extremely depressed. He naturally saw how valuable Qin Manxue's car was, and he bought it in seconds without leaving anything behind. Why would a small clerk know such a young, beautiful, and wealthy girl? Why should he? Just because he's handsome? Suddenly, Zhang Tianyu saw Gu Ran leaning close to his girlfriend's ear and whispering something. The two of them leaned close together, almost kissing. Why are they whispering? What topics do they talk about that are so private? Zhang Tianyu frowned immediately, feeling that there was something green on his head. After the Bugatti Veyron left with a roar, Zhang Tianyu was about to question him when he saw that the smile on Xiang Qianqian's face was gone. Instead, she looked cold as ice and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Zhang Tianyu was very familiar with this kind of look. Before I caught up with her, she was always so cold to strangers. Since they started dating, Xiang Qianqian would never show such an expression even if they had a fight. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Xiang Qianqian said coldly, nothing, I just think your collar is standing up today, it doesn't look good. A standing collar? Zhang Tianyu was startled and subconsciously covered his neck. Xiang Qianqian sneered, you don't mean to say that the kiss mark on your neck is a mosquito bite, do you? Zhang Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, he was discovered. Is this what the kid just whispered? Qianqian, listen to my explanation. I am also a victim. I was drunk at the department party 2 days ago and I don't know what happened. But I promise, I was just kissed, nothing else happened. Do you think I believe it? Go away. Xiang Qianqian threw the rose on his face and walked hurriedly in her high heels. Gu Ran sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron, looking around curiously, and finally exclaimed, it's really beautiful. Xin Manchua noticed his curious look and actually thought it was cute, so she said, you can touch it if you want. Gu Ran asked in surprise, can I really touch it? As long as you don't break it. Then I'll be welcome. Gu Ran reached out and pinched her face. The girl's face is firm and soft, with excellent elasticity and a warm touch. Xin Manchua was startled, groaned in her throat, bit her lip and said aggrievedly, what are you doing? Gu Ran also felt aggrieved, you agreed to it, and I even confirmed it once more. I'm talking about the car. I thought I was talking about you. Come on, you're a little addicted. Can you continue? Can't. Cute. I want to bully you even more. But at this time the car also entered the parking lot. Arrived at the dining area. Chapter 17. The restaurant we ate in is called Four Seasons. It was chosen by Gu Ran, in a commercial street that is not very busy. Xin Manchua used her mobile phone to look up the name of this restaurant, but to her surprise, it was not on any app platform. It was just a small shop without a name. When I walked to the door, I saw that its decoration was also very simple, with only a glass door and a sign. It looks like a restaurant where the cost per person is less than 100 yuan. Xin Manchua thought, why choose this place? Want to help me save money? Unexpectedly, Gu Ran is quite considerate. Xin Manchua stood at the door and looked inside. There was only a very dim light in the long corridor, which was pitch black and she couldn't see what was going on inside at all. Isn't this a shady shop? Xin Manchua was a little scared. She pulled Gu Ran's clothes and said with lingering fear, are you sure you want to eat here? Let's go to another place. This is the specialty of this restaurant. The dishes are good, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. I'll take you in. After Gu Ran finished speaking, he took Xin Manchua's hand. Her hand was only 3/4 the size of mine, cool, soft and boneless, and if you squeezed it a little harder you could feel some fleshiness. No matter what these exquisite little hands do, they will definitely make people very satisfied. Xin Manchua was startled by the sudden contact. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she really felt like a deer running around in her heart. A blush appeared on her face. She struggled, trying to pull her hand back. But soon, she was led into a dark corridor by Gu Ran. The surroundings suddenly became dark. Xin Manchua, who should have been afraid in such an environment, was not as panicked as she had imagined, because she felt Gu Ran's hands were warm and thick, giving her an indescribable sense of security that made her want to rely on him. Suddenly, Gu Ran scratched her palm again, which made Xin Manchua feel tingling. She couldn't help but moan. At this time, at the end of the corridor, a waiter asked, do you have a reservation? Gu Ran replied, yes, we booked the Haichao Hall for lunch. Mr. Gu, huh? This way, please. The two came to the designated room. There was only a small yellow light on in the room, about the same brightness as a candle, not enough to illuminate the entire room, but one could see everything on the table and the other person's face. Gu Ran and Xin Manchua sat opposite each other at a square table. The light around them was dim, as if they were the only two people in the world. What does it feel like sitting here? Gu Ran asked with a smile. Shin Manchua looked around like a curious baby and said with a smile, it feels very novel. Although the light is not bright, the color tone is very warm. And this environment makes me feel very safe. It feels like no matter what bad things I do, no one will find out. Gu Ran smirked, bad things? For example? Shin Manchua gently kicked Gu Ran's calf and smiled smugly and cutely, just like this, haha. Gu Ran looked surprised, then laughed and said, this is a sneak attack, it doesn't count. Do you dare to do it again? Shin Manchua was in a playful mood, so she stretched out her foot and kicked it lightly again. But she didn't expect that this time, Gu Ran was actually prepared and grabbed her ankle immediately. Shin Manchua's feet have always been very sensitive, how could she let a boy hold them in his hands? She was about to speak, but she didn't expect that her shoes were taken off by Gu Ran. She was gently tickling the soles of her feet through her stockings. The numbing feeling spread from the soles of my feet throughout my body, as if a switch had been pressed. His whole body felt weak even to the bones, he had no strength left and collapsed in the chair. Laughing and panting at the same time. You, let go, it's so itchy. Gu Ran smiled evilly, don't you know? If you are caught doing bad things, you will be punished. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please, let me go. Gu Ran knew that he had to proceed step by step, so he taught him a lesson for a while before letting him go. But Shin Manchua still looked like she had no strength, with her red lips open and breathing heavily. She took a long while to calm down, then sat up straight and said angrily, how can you be like this? We have only met 2 or 3 times, and I'm treating you to a meal. But you? Gu Ran asked with a smile, what's wrong with me? Tell me. Humph. Hooligan. Gu Ran had a gentlemanly expression on his face, you can't say that. The corridor here is too dark. I held your hand because I am a gentleman. And just now under the table, weren't you the first to do something bad? Now you are leaving it alone, as if I am a heartless person. You. Shin Manchua was speechless for a moment. What he said actually makes so much sense. You're a gangster anyway. This time, Gu Ran just smiled and didn't argue, giving in to her. It's a good thing to have emotions, but I'm afraid that if the meal is just dull, then we can just be ordinary friends. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of the room. The person who came was not the waiter from before, but the boss here, a man in his late 40s, of medium build, and looking very wealthy. Because Chin Shinwan was a frequent customer here, Gu Ran got to know the boss after visiting here a few times. Everyone calls him Lao Mo. When Lao Mo saw Gu Ran, he was surprised for a moment, then said with a smile, hey, it's you? I thought you were your teacher. Every time Chin Shinwan went out to cheat, he would basically use students' ID cards to book hotels and get rooms. Gu Ran was the tool whose identity was borrowed the most. This restaurant is also the place Chin Shinwan frequents most. The woman he brings with him every time is different. The reason is that this restaurant has various little tricks that allow him to hit a home run at the fastest speed and succeed in stamp collecting. Gu Ran smiled at Lao Mo and said, I've always heard from my teacher that the service in your restaurant is very good. I've wanted to come here for a long time. This is my first time here, so brother Mo, please give me a discount. Lao Mo laughed, patted Gu Ran on the shoulder and said, okay. He glanced at Shin Manchua again and asked curiously, what a beautiful lady. Is this my sister-in-law? Gu Ran said, you misunderstood, we are just friends. I see. You are willing to bring your friends to take care of my business. Brother Mo shouldn't be too stingy. I will give you a bottle of Tibetan wine later. Thank you, Mo. You're welcome. After the polite conversation, Lao Mo's expression suddenly became serious, and he said, actually, I came to see your teacher for something. It would be convenient for you to go to the tea house next door. I have a small matter that I want you to help me with. Gu Ran glanced at Shin Manchua who was standing opposite him. She smiled and nodded knowingly, you go ahead. I'll just play with my phone for a while. Oh well. Gu Ran sighed inwardly. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Shinwan. Lao Mo and Chen Shinwan can be called brothers, after all, they are from the same circle. What good can it be if someone of this level asks me for help? After arriving at the tea house, Lao Mo said while brewing tea, don't think too much, it's just a small matter. To make a long story short, your teacher and I like antiques and other things. A few days ago, I bought a Song Dynasty porcelain through him, which cost me 2 million yuan, but later several experts helped me to check it, and they all said it was a high imitation. I suspect that your teacher knew it a long time ago, but he still introduced the person to me. He might be a shill. Gu Ran listened silently and even his breathing became cautious. Based on his understanding of Qin Shunwen, he definitely played an ignominious role in this. To that unscrupulous guy, betraying his friends is just basic behavior. Lao Mo was not the first person to be harmed by Qin Shunwen, but Qin Shunwen's methods were so sophisticated that few people discovered them. In addition, he usually maintains the image of a good guy, so most people would not doubt him. Lao Mo should be an exception, because the environment here is too private, and Qin Shunwen has come here so many times that it is inevitable that his true colors will be exposed. Lao Mo is a smart guy, so it's normal to doubt him. Chapter 18. Qin Shunwen is an old scoundrel, and Lao Mo is a person who is difficult to understand. Gu Ran didn't want to get involved in the trivial matters between them at all. Friends fall out, interests conflict. As an outsider, no matter what role you play, it is dangerous. We are all adults and have mutual interests. Who knows if they will fall out over money today, but make peace again over money tomorrow. By then, Gu Ran might very well become an emotional victim and not even know he was sold out. Gu Ran smiled bitterly. Brother Mo, you can go and settle the score with my teacher. As the middleman, he is responsible for the problem of selling you the things. Will this work? Lao Mo yelled, you have been with your teacher for so long. You have attended auctions, exhibitions, and our private gatherings several times, right? Don't you know that if you buy a fake, you have to accept the consequences? How can you turn around and cause trouble? If the news gets out, I will become a laughingstock in the whole circle. How could Gu Ran not know this rule? He was just pretending to be stupid. But Brother Mo, even if you tell me this, I can't help you. No, you can help. You follow Qin Shunwen every day, and you are the person he trusts the most. You can find out by asking indirectly. It would be best if you can record the information. Then my brother will not treat you unfairly. You all know that I am the person he trusts the most and it is impossible for me to betray him. I'll pay more. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment. Brother Mo, this is not a matter of money. Lao Mo directly quoted the price, 100,000. No. 200,000. I can't. 500,000. Lao Mo was really impatient, and he immediately added 300,000 yuan, saying with a fierce look in his eyes, boy, this is my last bottom line. I also think you are honest and reliable to work for him, but 500,000 yuan is definitely a premium. If I find someone else and find out something, your fate will not be much better. Why don't you do me a favor and become one of my people, and I will naturally not embarrass you. It's good for you, me, and everyone. How about it? Damn, how can this be linked to me? This is a threat. Gu Ran was speechless. Why is it that today, besides Tang Yan, Lao Mo also wants to use their own hands to deal with Qin Shunwen? And it's impossible not to do it. Forget it, whether you drive one sheep or let two sheep go, it's the same. Okay, but I just can't stand my teacher's character. It's definitely not because of the 500,000. Ha, I understand. Gu Ran hesitated for a few seconds and asked, I have a small request. Lao Mo waved his hand, speak. Do you know anything else about my teacher that is not to be seen in public? Lao Mo narrowed his eyes and laughed, interesting, why are you asking this? To protect myself. You know, he usually treats me like a slave. Whether I can graduate depends on his mood. If I have something that can threaten him, I can feel more relaxed. Lao Mo sneered, you're dreaming. Even if I have some leverage over him, it's not easy to collect, so how can I give it to you so easily? You're not satisfied after taking the money, aren't you greedy? We are discussing this. If I am a little greedy, you will feel more at ease helping me, right? Lao Mo took a sip of tea, thought deeply for a few seconds, and then slapped his thigh and said, okay, you are greedy. Those things are not very useful in my hands, so I can give them to you. If you can make a big deal about his affairs, I will be more happy to see it. Wait for me here. Lao Mo got up and left. He came back 5 minutes later and put a USB drive in front of Gu Ran and said, this contains videos related to him. Video? Gu Ran raised his eyebrows, as if he had guessed what it was. Damn, there are cameras in every room in this store? What a dog. Lao Mo said, I know what you are thinking. I can be honest with you. There are only 1 or 2 rooms with cameras. After all, people who come here value privacy, so I can't be too arrogant. I dare not record people I can't afford to offend. I only record people like Chen Shinwen who I usually have interests with. I am just on guard against him. What about the room I booked? Lao Mo said calmly, I told you, only certain rooms are open to regular customers. I'm not a pervert. If I record all the customers, I'll be discovered easily. How can I survive then? As he spoke, he handed over his phone, opened a monitoring app and said, Look, there really isn't the room you booked here. Gu Ran felt relieved after reading it. Lao Mo was telling the truth. After the discussion, Gu Ran prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned to ask, You obviously have evidence against him, why did you go through so much trouble to ask me to help you find out about this? Lao Mo leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, This video is nothing. At most, it will ruin his reputation, but it can't kill him directly. I treated him as a friend, but he lied to me and made a lot of people laugh at me. This is not just a matter of money. Cut the grass at the root. What are you going to do? Gu Ran asked curiously. It's okay to tell you. In our circle, credibility is the most important thing. I know that several people also bought antiques through him. But people usually don't tell others about their mistakes. One reason is that they are afraid of embarrassment, and the other is that they are afraid of losing money. But many people know about my mistakes, so it doesn't matter. If I let the news out, I won't be the only one who wants to kill Qin Shinwen. This plan is not very clever, but it is indeed insidious. After all, no matter whether there is hatred or not, it is human nature to push down the wall when it falls. This trick was used on Chen Shinwen and it worked every time. But Gu Ran was still somewhat worried. Can I really get away with it by cooperating with such a person? Is it really that easy to get these 500,000? Gu Ran is not that naive. But now that things have come to this, we can only take things one step at a time. What a fucking fuck. It would be great if we could kill that bastard Lao Mo as well. When he returned to the box, Gu Ran heard Qin Manchue talking on the phone. Are you annoying? I've already told you not to call me tonight. I don't want to hear your voice. Bang! He hung up the phone and slammed it hard on the table. Gu Ran asked softly, What happened? Did you have a fight with Zhou Lang? Qin Manchue, who had been so arrogant just now, suddenly softened her tone when asked by Gu Ran, and even had a hint of tears in her voice. Gu Ran sat down next to her, patted her back gently, took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to her, saying, If you are unhappy, just say it. I can be your trash can to vent your emotions. I'm done. Qin Manchue bit her fiery red lower lip, suddenly picked up the phone and called Zhou Lang. Let's break up, asshole. After saying that, she directly blocked Zhou Lang's number, and then stared at Gu Ran's eyes with fiery eyes. Like a wounded kitten, with tears in her eyes, she looked at Gu Ran pitifully and said, Would you like to drink with me? Chapter 19. Gu Ran didn't hear what Qin Manchue was saying at all, because from the moment she broke up with Zhou Lang, a system message suddenly rang, which made him excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a task. Reward, calligraphy and painting skills, master level. Do you want to claim it? Receive. In an instant, Gu Ran felt his mind become clear, and suddenly there were many more things. Proficiency in calligraphy and painting actually means proficiency in both calligraphy and painting, which means that this reward is 2 skills. The so-called master level is the pinnacle of these 2 skills. Calligraphy includes 4 major categories: regular, cursive, official and seal scripts, also known as the 4 styles of calligraphy. It is the mainstream of Chinese calligraphy and has now been learned by Gu Ran. Even when facing Wang Shiji's Lanting preface, he is not inferior at all. Painting techniques include ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, classical and modern ink painting, oil painting, gouache, sketching, lacquer painting, quick sketching and so on. It only took Gu Ran a blink of an eye to acquire these 2 skills, and there were no side effects at all, as if the knowledge had already existed in his mind. Suddenly, another message popped up. Warm reminder, as long as the host causes emotional rifts in the mission target, you can obtain part of the reward. You don't need to wait until the relationship is completely broken before claiming it. This hint made Gu Ran even more confused. What do you mean? I could have received it a long time ago? Yes. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Some system functions, please discover them by yourself. Oh my god. Gu Ran entered the system and discovered that there was a progress bar under each task. In addition to Qin Manchua's task being completed, the progress bar of Xiang Qianqian's task increased by about 1/3. When 80% of the task is completed, you can receive part of the reward. The so-called partial rewards are just a cut-down version of the complete rewards. For example, calligraphy and painting skills can only be mastered at 80% of their claim rate. But this is better than nothing. Gu Ran, what's wrong with you? Qin Manchua pushed Gu Ran's shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. Qin Manchua looked at Gu Ran with aggrieved eyes and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I've broken up with him, and you're still distracted." Gu Ran was in a very good mood, as refreshing as a summer night. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm just too happy." "Ah? What's there to be happy about?" Qin Manchua pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, with the disappointment in her eyes not concealed at all. Gu Ran was still smiling, and he placed his hand on her back, stroking it rhythmically, and advised her gently, "It is of course a good thing to see the true nature of a scumbag, then immediately stop and cut losses in time. So you should be happy now." Qin Manchua blinked, and her expression seemed a little relieved under her long eyelashes. "Actually, this is my first time in a relationship, and when he was pursuing me, he was very much my ideal type. But his behavior these past few days has really disappointed me, so I'm a little sad." Gu Ran comforted him in a gentle voice, "Not all breakups have to be sad. Bye-bye, the next one will be better." "You're right. Have a drink with me." "I want to drink." Qin Manchua is a very iconic beauty. When she looks at you pitifully and speaks coquettishly in a sweet voice, it is hard to resist. Drinking is good. Gu Ran had the same idea. There was a bottle of unlabeled wine on the table, which Lao Mo had just delivered. The wine was poured into a goblet and was golden in color with some sediment floating in it. The two clinked their glasses and took a sip. "Wow, this wine is so mellow, but it has a medicinal taste." Qin Manchua, still unsatisfied, stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips. Gu Ran smiled and said, "This is a medicinal wine that Lao Mo asked someone to brew. It is very good for the body. It is simply a power bank for men and a gas station for women. Most people can't really drink it." "Really? I feel a little warm now. The effect is really good." "Then drink more." Gu Ran helped her add more wine. "It's better to drink more. This wine is not spring wine, but it does have the effect of promoting the secretion of estrogen and testosterone." Qin Manchua doesn't seem to be able to drink much, but she likes wine very much. After a few drinks, even though the alcohol content was not high, the after effect was already there. Her whole pretty face became as pink as peach blossoms, her eyes were blurred, and a smile was still on the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, Qin Manchua leaned on Gu Ran and said delicately, "Well, it's so hot, turn down the air conditioner." The air conditioner is already on low. The wine was indeed strong, and Gu Ran also felt a little hot. Qin Manchua kicked off her shoes, rubbed her legs, and said to Gu Ran, "Then help me take off my stockings. It's hot." Gurgle. Gu Ran swallowed his dry throat. "Hurry up." These words were like lighting a fuse, detonating all the aftereffects of the medicinal wine in Gu Ran's body. "Gu Ran, wait a minute, my phone is ringing." "It doesn't matter, it will die soon." The cell phone's ringing was very disappointing. It rang for a full half-minute. After a while, the other party kept calling me, which was very annoying. Gu Ran held Qin Manchua in one hand and picked up the phone with the other. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he frowned and answered it. Qin Manchua covered her mouth and stared at Gu Ran with wide eyes. How could he answer his phone at this time? Zhou Lang's voice came from the phone, "Manchua, it's useless for you to block me. I can call you with a different number, or I can come to you directly." "Wait." Gu Ran interrupted him impatiently and said, "You are such a scabby boy. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me?" "Gu Ran. How come my girlfriend's phone is in your hands?" Gu Ran smiled, "Because we do yoga together, idiot." The next morning, the bright sunlight shone through the gauze curtains and fell on the floor, as if a layer of gold powder was spread on the ground. The two people on the bed were very tired and slept soundly. Until Gu Ran's cell phone rang, disturbing the silence. Gu Ran saw that it was Xiang Qianqian calling, but he did not answer the call immediately. Instead, he muted his phone for fear of waking up Qin Manchua next to him. Last night, Gu Ran was so drunk that he was half-hearted and confused, so now he doesn't know how to face Qin Manchua. I carefully sat down on the bed, and just as I put on my shoes, Shin Manchue on the bed suddenly said, "Guran. You bastard. Are you just leaving like this? Don't you plan to say anything to me?" Gu Ran's nerves were all tense. "Are you going to be held accountable?" I have something urgent to do right now." Shin Manchue didn't care about his urgent matter and asked, "Do you just pretend that what happened last night didn't happen?" "Last night was an accident." "Accident?" Shin Manchue murmured these two words, stared at Gu Ran and asked, "What does accident mean? What is our relationship now?" Gu Ran's brain started to work rapidly as he began to analyze the meaning of her words. It was a bit difficult at the end. It's far-fetched to say they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Calling them lovers is a bit hurtful. Seeing that Gu Ran hesitated for 2 seconds without saying anything, Shin Manchue's eyes began to become disappointed. "I see," she said softly, sat up, and covered her body with the quilt, leaving only her smooth shoulders and exquisite collarbones exposed. But the blush on her face had faded, and now only a dark cloud remained. She lowered her head and said calmly, "You go now." Chapter 20. What did you say? Shin Manchue lowered her head and spoke in a low voice, so Gu Ran couldn't hear clearly. Shin Manchue raised her head, bit her lower lip, tears filled her eyes, and shouted in disappointment, "I told you to leave. I don't want to see you again." Gu Ran was stunned for a moment. She clearly didn't resist too much last night. Why is she so angry now? There seems to be a misunderstanding here. Shin Manchue vented her emotions. "You men are all the same. You don't cherish what you get. We are all like that." Shin Manchue suddenly burst into tears, sobbing and accusing, "You ran away as soon as you woke up, and you were still ambiguous about our relationship. Are you so afraid that I will rely on you? You really disappoint me." "That's not the case." Shin Manchue interrupted him and asked, "What if it's not like this? Didn't you say it was an accident last night? Doesn't an accident mean having sex after drinking and treating it as a one-night stand?" "No. It was impossible to leave in this situation." Gu Ran picked up the money and said gently, "Can you calm down a little?" "I am so calm now." Shin Manchue stared into Gu Ran's eyes and said, "You and Zhou Lang are the same kind of people." "I am really blind." Gu Ran almost vomited blood. "This sentence is too dirty. You're going to give me a chance to explain, right?" "Okay. I want to hear what you'll come up with." Just as Gu Ran was about to speak, Xiang Qianqian called again, breaking the brewing atmosphere. Gu Ran hung up without thinking. But at the same time, I also saw a WeChat message from Xiang Qianqian, "You were absent from work without reason and didn't answer my call. We'll settle this account later. But Ms. Tang couldn't contact you and is very unhappy now. You should understand her temper and know what the consequences will be." After reading the message, Gu Ran realized that it was almost 10 o'clock. Before this, Xiang Qianqian had sent several WeChat messages expressing her concern. But judging from the tone of this message, he is really angry. Numb, completely numb. Xiang Qianqian was easy to deal with, but Tang Yan, that controlling woman. She is just a lunatic. In order to be able to keep an eye on herself, she specially arranged herself in her secretarial department. But just the next day, I lost contact. Will she feel like she's been tricked? Gu Ran. Where's your explanation? Shin Manchue asked loudly with red eyes. No need to explain. I don't want to hear it. It seems that there is something more important than me. Please go. Shin Manchue wiped away her tears, and her eyes became even colder than before, and there was even a kind of inexplicable hatred in them. Gu Ran also understood that the misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger, and he had missed the best time to explain. It's not right to leave, and it's not right to stay. Perhaps this is the situation where one is riding a tiger and it is difficult to get off. What's more, he is riding 2 tigers, so he deserves to be in a dilemma. I know you are angry now, and you can't hear me. But I will definitely be responsible for you. Now there are lives at stake. I really have to go, you should have a good rest. Shin Manchue was so angry that she was about to explode. She got out of bed wrapped in a quilt, picked up her bag, took out a wad of money, and then crumpled it into a ball angrily, slammed it hard on Gu Ran's back, and roared, "Who do you think you are? I need you to be responsible? Just think of it as me calling a duck last night. Take the money. Get out." Click. The door closed gently. He really just left like that. Qin Manchu suddenly felt something in her heart break. Sitting in the taxi, Gu Ran dialed Xiang Chanshan's number, but the call didn't go through. He also couldn't get through even after changing Tang Yan's number. Sighing, Gu Ran leaned dejectedly on the table and chair. I always feel like this is going to be a very bad day. He thought again of what Qin Manchu had just said. I didn't quite understand at first, but soon realized that it wasn't unreasonable. She had just seen Zhou Lang's true face and broke up with him. She wanted to drink some wine to vent her emotions, but under the influence of alcohol, she transformed into a woman in a daze. As a result, misunderstandings arose when she woke up. It would be strange if she was not angry. When I arrived at the company, it was almost 11 o'clock. There is still half an hour until get-off work ends. When I arrived at the secretarial department, there were only 3 or 4 people at their positions, all doing their own work. There was nothing but the sounds of keyboards, mice, and pens writing on paper. The feeling of low pressure came over him, making Gu Ran feel a little suffocated. Hello, Sister Zhang, do you know where Sister Chanshan went? Gu Ran walked up to a woman in her 40s and asked. Sister Zhang is one of the 8 secretaries. She wears black framed glasses, loves to laugh, and gives people the impression that she is easy to get along with. Sister Zhang turned around and said, Xiao Xiang and Mr. Tang are in a meeting. It will be over in about half an hour. It turned out to be a meeting. No wonder the phone doesn't work. Sister Zhang asked, what happened to you today? Why did you skip work the next day? Gu Ran scratched his head and smiled bitterly. I was too busy last night and forgot to set the alarm and overslept. Don't make this kind of mistake again. Ms. Tang takes good care of you, so you have to be considerate of her. Rumors in the company will always damage Ms. Tang's reputation. Take care of me? Why do you think so, Sister Zhang? Why would she arrange for you to intern in our department if she didn't take care of you? Do you know how many people are scrambling to get your position? Moreover, Shanshan is always cold to people she doesn't know well, but she treats you like a younger brother and even lets you participate in the interview. These are not treatments that ordinary people can have. Gu Ran never thought that he was so unique in the universe. From this description, it sounds like they are indeed being treated very well. But only Gu Ran and Tang Yan knew the real situation. They were even more humble than ordinary employees. After all, Tang Yan held his life in her hands. Gu Ran asked, so now my colleagues in the company think I am a relative? It's not just an ordinary relationship. In the future, few people in the company will dare to mess with you, but you'd better behave yourself. I'm not teaching you how to do things, I just want to tell you that there are many people in the company who want to move to Mr. Tang. You'd better be careful not to be used by them, otherwise our lives will be difficult. Sister Zhang said in a gentle voice. Thank you, Sister One. I understand. Gu Ran was sincerely grateful. When he first entered the workplace, having such a senior to help him analyze the situation helped him avoid many detours and obstacles. Sister Zhang also told Gu Ran, Boss Tang's meeting may last until around 12 o'clock. Don't just sit there and wait. It's better to do something first and show your ability. That way, she will be able to calm down. Gu Ran asked again, what can I do now? Sister Zhang asked back, didn't Mr. Tang and Shanshan tell you what to do? Gu Ran looked worried, no. What Tang Yan meant was to let her serve tea and water in the secretariat and do odd jobs. As for Xiang Shanshan, she asked him to help her organize some materials and do some unimportant work. But I really don't know how to tell Sister Zhang about this. Sister Zhang smiled and sighed, they really take good care of you. Gu Ran could only smile bitterly as the misunderstanding became more and more serious. Chapter 21. Thump thump thump. The sound of high heels came from the door. When Gu Ran looked up, the person coming was indeed Xiang Chanshan. Compared with yesterday, Xiang Chanshan is still as beautiful as ever today. She was wearing a plaid shirt with a black vest underneath. The neckline was a little low, and a gold necklace could be seen hanging in the raging waves, unable to be extricated. She wore a black pleated skirt and flesh-colored stockings, which made her legs look slender and graceful. But Gu Ran could feel that there was a low pressure surrounding her, giving off an aura that told strangers to stay away. Gu Ran forced a smile, walked up and said, Sister Chanshan, you haven't eaten yet, I ordered takeout. Xiang Chanshan shook her head and sighed, I have no appetite, so I won't eat for now. Gu Ran could catch her depressed mood. It was definitely not because he skipped work in the morning and hung up on her. Maybe a little, but it's certainly not the whole reason. Is it because Zheng Tianyu cheated? Gu Ran poured her a glass of water and asked indirectly, "Are you in a bad mood? Because of work?" Xiang Qianshan drank half a glass of water, walked to a printer, and said weakly, "Do you know what happened this morning?" "This morning? All I know is that there was a fire in my harem." But at this time, I could only pretend to understand and nodded and said, "I understand." At the same time, observing Xiang Qianshan's expression, he saw her sigh again, her face full of worry. Gu Ran quickly took out his phone and opened Weibo. Before he had time to search, he saw several entries related to the universe on the hot search list. Hot search number 1, Bayan P prostitute. Hot search number 2, Bayan time management master. Hot search number 4, global stocks fell. With just a few keywords, Gu Ran could roughly guess what happened. Bayan is one of the leading male artists of the universe. He debuted in a boy band a few years ago. Under the operation of the universe, he achieved a 4-step jump in singer, TV drama, movie and popular variety show. He has good reputation, works in fans, and is truly a top star. He also has a perfectly tailor-made personality. But all of this was destroyed by him, and the backlash was severe. This morning, Chaoyang police were cracking down on pornography and illegal activities, and they happened to catch Bayan in a very secluded club. This scene was photographed by reporters and exposed on the internet. It became a hot search in just 10 minutes and set the entire internet on fire. The last big scandal involving a celebrity was a year ago. The internet's gossipers haven't had such a carnival for a long time. Various bloggers and marketing accounts are afraid of not being able to catch the heat, so they post videos as soon as possible, and the gossipers are having a great time. So much so that Weibo was paralyzed for 10 minutes early in the morning. But this is a disaster for the world. This triggered a series of problems that caught everyone off guard. All endorsements were cancelled and faced astronomical breach of contract fees. A longtime partner suddenly cancelled the partnership. The stock market plummeted, and hundreds of millions of dollars in market value evaporated in just one morning. These are the challenges the world is facing now. It is conceivable how much pressure Tang Yan is under now. At times like this, everyone in the company is very cautious, fearing that any mistake will be used to vent anger. Gu Ran felt that it was extremely unlucky for him to be absent from work at this time. "I just hope Tang Yan is too busy now to settle accounts with me. Sister Qianshan, what is our job now? Is there anything I can help with?" Gu Ran just wanted to find something to do as soon as possible to reduce his sense of existence. Xiang Qianshan pointed at the takeaway on the table and said, "Send some of this to Ms. Tang as well. She hasn't eaten yet either." Gu Ran's expression changed. How can someone touch a tiger's butt and then come to its door obediently? Isn't that courting death? Can I not go? Xiang Qianshan ruthlessly refused. "No, she just happened to have something to talk to you about." "What can she talk to me about?" "I don't know. I only know that the more you hide from her, the more she will come looking for you. Then you won't be able to handle it." "All right." Gu Ran had a bitter face and a tragic expression, as if he was going to die. Xiang Qianshan was amused by this expression and said, "Why? Mr. Tang won't eat you. It doesn't matter if she eats me. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to see you after I die." "You sound like you're saying your last words." "It's almost time. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it out alive. Can I hug you? Let me feel the last bit of warmth in this world." Xiang Qianshan put her hand on Gu Ran's chest and pushed him gently, raising her eyebrows and smiling. "Go, you little pervert, you want to take advantage of your sister, right? I haven't settled the score with you for what happened this morning. Didn't you say we'll talk about it later?" Gu Ran said with a grin, "Maybe Tang Yan will really kill me later, so you wait for me to survive first." "Humph, I'll settle the score with you later, so go now. Then remember to eat." "No." Xiang Qianshan watched Gu Ran's back as he left, rubbed her temples, put down the work at hand, sat back in her chair and opened the takeaway that Gu Ran ordered. "Hey, they are all my favorite dishes. That brat only had one meal with me and I remembered it, which was a good performance. I had been working non-stop for the whole morning and was exhausted, but after Gu Ran's disturbance, I felt a little less tired. It was magical." After knocking on Tang Yan's office door and receiving a response, Gu Ran walked in with the takeaway. Tang Yan was still the same as she was when they first met, sitting behind the computer screen so that no one could see her face, busy with her own things. "Mr. Tang, let's eat something first." Gu Ran didn't stand aside and wait like last time, but walked straight up. Tang Yan's eyes left the screen and glanced at Gu Ran with no expression. I specifically asked Sister Zhang about your taste and ordered these. Gu Ran pretended nothing had happened and opened the takeaway box. Where did you go this morning? Tang Yan leaned back in the chair with her legs folded together and her hands crossed on her smooth legs. The aura of a strong woman emanated from her inside out. After acquiring master-level painting skills, Gu Ran can now see many things clearly. I had secretly sighed before that this woman's beauty was truly amazing. Now I can feel it even more. It is the beauty that comes from the bones. Gu Ran suddenly wanted to invite her to be his model and draw her current appearance. It would definitely be a work of art. But Tang Yan's words broke Gu Ran's thoughts. Gu Ran replied, I overslept. Tang Yan chuckled, you spent the whole night with that woman again, and you couldn't get up in the morning, right? Gu Ran's face froze. How did she know? No, she was probably just talking nonsense. Gu Ran suddenly had an idea and said, I was doing some serious work last night. Didn't you ask me to find evidence against Qin Shunwan? I really did find it, so I overslept. Gu Ran was referring to the USB flash drive given by Lao Mo. What is it? It should be a video of him sleeping with another woman, secretly filmed. Tang Yan said with disgust, he cheated with more than one person? Quite a lot. Scumbag. Chapter 22. Scumbag. Tang Yan was clearly scolding Qin Shunwan, but Gu Ran felt that she was scolding himself. I don't want to continue the topic of scumbag men because it will always come back to me in the end. Women are such strange creatures, their thought processes are hard to understand. As long as they are in a bad mood, they can find countless faults in you. Am I a scumbag? At least I don't have a girlfriend, so it's my freedom to sleep with anyone I want. Unlike you, you already have a husband, but you still shouted so happily that night. Who is the scumbag? Why do you say I am a scumbag? Although he was unhappy, Gu Ran only dared to criticize these words in his heart. He walked forward, put the USB drive on the table and said, Mr. Tang, leave this here. I'm leaving first. Leave it to me? Tang Yan gritted her teeth and asked angrily, why would I need such a dirty thing? Take it away. Gu Ran scratched his head in confusion, didn't you ask me to find something to hold against him? Tang Yan held her smooth forehead with her hand, as if she was so angry that she had high blood pressure. Don't give me such a dirty thing, keep it for yourself. It's no use for me to keep it. Who said it's useless? Tang Yan paused, as if hesitating, and after a few seconds she said, you can give it to Tang Ran. Gu Ran understood it immediately. This thing really needs to be given to Tang Ran. Although this was cruel to her, it was necessary. After all, this is still an important piece of evidence. The two will definitely go to court later, and this USB flash drive will be the final word. The more important point is to let Tang Ran recognize what kind of person her husband is. Tang Yan emphasized, I still say the same old thing, you have to give it to her at the right time, step by step, not too abruptly, so that she has a process of acceptance. I understand that. Gu Ran nodded, then pushed the food in front of her, handed her a pair of chopsticks and said, eat first. Tang Yan glanced at Gu Ran and said nothing this time. She took the chopsticks and picked at the dishes. She said, why is there so much meat and fried meatballs? The calories are so high. Do you want to make me fat to death? Gu Ran didn't expect that this could be criticized, and said helplessly, I asked about your taste, and ordered these specially. Besides, it's good for you to be a little fatter. Tang Yan took a bite of the green slowly and said, it's true that I like these, but body management is also important. You said it would be good if I were a little fatter, so what's good about that? Nothing. Tang Yan didn't even raise her head, and said angrily, I hate it when people leave their words unsaid. You are a grown man, but you are still hesitating. Do you have the energy to speak? Speak. I told you not to be angry. Tang Yan seemed to be more interested, and smiled with narrowed eyes, I'll spare your life, tell me. Gu Ran hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and told the truth, if you were fatter, it would feel better. Gu Ran is no longer the newbie he was a few days ago. I understand that the thinner a woman is, the better. Being slightly plump is the most suitable, at least in terms of comfort. Qin Manchue is a little thin, but fortunately she has good development where she should have meat, so the experience is very good. Although thin women are beautiful, plump women are really attractive. Bang! Tang Yan had just picked up the orange juice, but when she heard this, she slammed it heavily on the table, glared at Gu Ran angrily and said, "Shut up." She couldn't help but think of that night again. It's like someone who has been thirsty for a long time suddenly drinks a large glass of water. After replenishing the water, not only does the body's thirst be quenched, but it also improves sleep and appetite, making the whole body and mind feel relaxed. But that feeling is addictive. Not long after, I felt thirsty again. She missed it terribly. In the past 2 nights, I don't know how many times I have fantasized about Gu Ran. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm really addicted. A touch of pink climbed up Tang Yan's tender cheeks, and the blush looked more like a ripe apple, shining with an attractive luster. Gu Ran also noticed that her crossed legs suddenly trembled slightly and rubbed slightly. What is this called? This is called saying one thing and doing another. Knowing that these words touched her heart, Gu Ran pretended to be aggrieved and said, "You asked me to say it, and you got angry again after I said it. Get out! Get out!" Tang Yan pointed at the door, feeling both ashamed and angry, but she did not wave the whip hysterically like she did last time. Gu Ran suppressed his smile and said, I'm leaving. You should have a good meal." It was not until Gu Ran closed the door and left that Tang Yan slumped down in her chair, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up angrily and planned to go to the lounge next door to change her underwear. At this moment, the office door was pushed open again. Gu Ran only leaned halfway in and said considerately, "I thought about it and I'm still a little worried about you. After all, such a big thing happened in the company. Is there anything I can do for you?" Tang Yan was interrupted by him like this. For some reason, she was not so angry all of a sudden. She snorted and said, "You think too highly of yourself. How can someone who can't even get into the universe through normal application be of any help? Also, you underestimate me too much. I have seen all kinds of storms in the universe over the years. Although Bayan caused me a lot of trouble this time, it is nothing. It is just the dirty tricks of a few jumping clowns." Gu Ran could feel that these words were not just a pretense, but really did not leave her at a loss, as if everything could be easily solved. "All right." Gu Ran shrugged. "I'm just meddling in other people's business. I wanted to help out, but you still dissed me. Who are you calling a dog?" Gu Ran felt that she was really sick. "Is this the point? I didn't scold you. I'm leaving." "Wait." Tang Yan suddenly said, "There is indeed something I can use you for." "What?" Gu Ran asked, lacking interest. Tang Yan said, "There is a dinner party tonight, you go with me and help me block the wine." "At night?" "Not at night, I have to go to Han Yuxuan's exhibition and sign him." "What does signing Han Yuxuan have to do with you?" Tang Yan asked in confusion. She also knew that Xiang Chanxian brought Gu Ran to the interview yesterday. This is against the rules. After all, Gu Ran is just an intern and he doesn't have the qualifications at all. But Xiang Chanxian has a special identity and has a good relationship with her. As long as it is not a matter of principle, Tang Yan will let her do what she wants. Fortunately, she is very stable most of the time. But asking Gu Ran to negotiate the contract is still too abstract. Han Yuxuan and I are classmates and have a good relationship. I'll play the emotional card, plus the treatment our company gives him shouldn't be a problem. If I fail to make the deal, Sister Chanxian will step in. Sister Chanxian, you're calling me that in a very intimate way. Tang Yan waved her hands and said impatiently, "Go away. You are not the only one who can stop the drinking. I gave you a chance to show off, but you don't know how to cherish it." Gu Ran laughed dryly a few times and walked out. Chapter 23. Because of Bayan's matter, the world today is filled with an indescribable feeling. Everyone is very busy and there are no smiles. It is as if a layer of film is covering it, making people feel heavy. In the afternoon, Gu Ran and Xiang Chanxian received several waves of clients and also went to the public relations department. I was in a daze and the whole afternoon passed by. It was 5:30 in the evening. Unlike other employees, Gu Ran did not have to work overtime. As soon as the time came, Xiang Chanxian let him go. Knowing that he couldn't help much by staying, Gu Ran didn't act pretentiously. After all, he had to attend Han Yuxuan's painting exhibition later. Gu Ran has never been interested in people called artists. It's not that I have any objection to their works, but I am unhappy with the statement that most artists have strong personalities. It's like expressing one's individuality is something an artist must do. Just like Han Yuxuan, who calls himself an artist. Just hold an art exhibition. Why can't you hold it during the day like normal people? Yes, Han Yuxuan's painting exhibition starts in the evening. The exhibition will be open for 2 hours every night from 7:30 to 9:30 for 3 consecutive days. It's like hunger marketing, which can hype up one's own popularity. If it were daytime, I could just be absent from work with a clear conscience. When he arrived downstairs at the company, Gu Ran saw the setting sun hanging in the sky, illuminating all the clouds in the sky red, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Gu Ran was humming a song and taking a few photos when he suddenly received a few WeChat messages. News about Zhao Bangxia again. In the past 2 days, Zhao Bangxia has continued to send messages frequently. She shared her feelings and interesting stories like a little girl who was immersed in love. Most of the time, Gu Ran reads the messages but does not reply. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bangxia became more proactive, sending voice messages and even making video calls. Gu Ran ignored them all. He has already figured out Zhao Bangxia's personality. She is a masochist. When I was her lapdog before, she was like a queen, sitting high and mighty and enjoying being licked by my knees. Now he ignores her and scolds her from time to time, but it seems to stimulate her excitement and she keeps coming to him. Gu Ran simply changed her note to little bitch. I felt it was very appropriate, so I took a screenshot, sent it to Zhao Bangxia, and asked her if she liked it. Zhao Bangxia replied with a voice message immediately. Gu Ran clicked it out of curiosity. Wang Wang Wang. It turned out that Zhao Bangxia was barking like a dog. Her voice is so sweet, and the ending tone has a few twists and turns, making her sound just like a bitch in heat. Gu Ran became excited after hearing this and wanted to invite her to Lao Mo's Four Seasons restaurant to drink medicinal wine. But then I thought, when she was fishing for me before, she was also hot and cold, and almost made me tired of fishing. The roles of the fisherman and the fish have been exchanged, so she can't get the advantage easily. He simply didn't reply, which instead caused Zhao Bangxia to bark a few more times. The message Zhao Bangxia sent at this time was not the barking of a dog. 2 selfies instead. In the first photo, Zhao Bangxia is wearing a pink dress with a suit-style collar. The top buttons are undone, her chest is half open, and 2 northern hemispheres can be vaguely seen. The waist belt was just a pink ribbon tied into a bow. It was loose and it seemed that with a slight pull, the whole skirt could be removed, revealing 2 smooth legs. The second photo is even more charming. A lace neckband is put on the white neck, and the 2 hands are tied together with black lace. It is matched with a black tube-top dress. It can be seen that the material is very light and even has good light transmittance. Little bitch, master, can you give me some advice, which one should I wear tonight? Gu Ran thought about it and replied, the second set. If I see you without it later, you're dead. Little bitch, you definitely can't wear these 2 outfits to an art exhibition. I'll wear them separately to show you at night. Gu Ran, not wearing this at an art exhibition? That's not exciting, I don't like it. Little bitch, but it's really embarrassing. Gu Ran, it's none of my business. Stop being so naughty. I'm going to pick you and Wei Gu up now. Little bitch, Shen Weiga is not in the dormitory. She has gone to the art exhibition. Gu Ran, then you can take a taxi. Little bitch, Gu Ran. You would never treat me like this before. Gu Ran pretended not to see it and opened Shen Weiga's chat box again. If you swipe up, you can see the record of the 2 people chatting. Gu Ran sent a message, I'm going to the art exhibition, would you like to have dinner together later? After a while, the other party didn't reply to the message, probably because he wasn't looking at his phone. But Zhao Bangxia had already bombarded her with several messages, first accusing, then complaining, and then acting coquettishly. In the past, this method might have been able to control me well, but now, Gu Ran pretended not to see it, took a taxi and went to Yuntan Gallery. Yuntan Gallery is a world-famous landmark venue. Many people come here to check in every day, and it is a check-in spot that is no less than other tourist attractions. Of course, it is not a place that is made popular by internet celebrities, but rather a place where internet celebrities all want to take advantage of the popularity. Because this gallery was jointly created by several well-known domestic painters. Legend has it that the masters lived together here for a period of time, discussing painting skills with each other and making friends through painting. Under the collision of inspiration, several famous works were created. One of them was auctioned for more than 67 million 10 years ago. This is a place full of stories and a holy place that painters yearn for. Here, painting is very pure. It not only allows painters to display their works, but also allows the audience to participate in them. Audiences who buy tickets can actually choose a seat in a hall and then draw freely on the drawing board. Even kindergarten children can use watercolor pens to let their imagination run wild. Over the decades since Yuntan Gallery opened, more than a dozen works by visitors have been spotted by Yuntan Gallery at first sight, bought at high prices, and displayed in the public hall. All of these works are full of spirituality. The painters will become famous in the art world, their value will soar, and they have now become master-level artists. This is also jokingly called using painting to prove the truth. However, it is not easy to prove the truth through painting. There are numerous professional painters who have tried their hand at the art, but only a few have been chosen by Yuntan Gallery. There haven't been any good paintings produced in the past 5 years. This also makes this place more legendary. Gu Ran stood at the door of the gallery and waited for a while before Zhao Bangxia showed up. As expected, she was not wearing those 2 sets of sexy clothes, but a standard JK uniform and white stockings. She was as beautiful as a girl who walked out of a comic book, bright and lovely. Zhao Bangxia saw Gu Ran from a distance. She smiled, waved, and then ran over quickly. When she ran closer, she could see 2 fruits jumping wildly. "You're so slow, little bitch," Gu Ran said with a smile. Zhao Bangxia blushed and said angrily, "You're annoying. Don't yell like that outside. What if others hear it?" "You heard it, didn't you?" If you shout outside again, I will." Gu Ran was happy. "What about you?" Zhao Bangxia threatened, "I will never bark like a dog again." Chapter 24. Zhao Bangxia started carefully preparing for today's date with Gu Ran a few days ago. First, send Shenweiga away to create an environment where they can be alone together. Then put on a pure and sexy makeup. She also wore Gu Ran's favorite JK clothes and white stockings. Even her hair was tied into a high ponytail. Zhao Bangxia knew from a young age that she was a beauty. Even if she wore the most ordinary school uniform, she could not blend in with the crowd. Beauty is her greatest weapon, and she is good at using it to gain all resources that can benefit herself. For example, since high school, she has learned without any instruction how to navigate among men, making them jealous of her while not letting them take any advantage of her. After entering college, she had countless suitors, including many bootlickers like Gu Ran. She enjoyed this feeling, but she didn't know when it started to make her feel a little boring. These men can no longer excite her. Until the day I broke up with Zhou Lang, I spoke to Gu Ran on the phone. I didn't expect that the former bootlicker would actually be so dismissive of me and even hung up the phone on his own initiative. This made Zhao Bangxia angry, but also a little excited. When eating at Yupingxian, he deliberately did not pay and left, which made Zhao Bangxia start to enjoy the feeling of being treated indifferently. Zhao Bangxia had no intention of telling Gu Ran about this, as she wanted to give him a surprise. Facing Zhao Bangxia's threat, Gu Ran just sneered, "If you don't bark like a dog in the future, I will block you and we won't contact each other anymore." No wow. Zhao Bangxia came close, pulled Gu Ran's arm, and rubbed it hard into her arms. "I was wrong." Gu Ran said coldly, "If you are wrong, you should accept the punishment." "I'm afraid any punishment will be regarded as a reward?" Gu Ran pulled his hand out of the softness, pushed her aside and said, "Forget it, I won't punish you. I can't let it go. I deserve to be punished." "You wish, I." Just as Gu Ran was about to speak, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. He turned around and saw an acquaintance. Xian Kai, Gu Ran's former colleague and competitor. To put it bluntly, he is actually another one of Zhao Bangxia's bootlickers. Moreover, when it comes to the ability to lick a dog, he is even better than Gu Ran. Because this guy is very wealthy. In the past, although Xian Kai and Gu Ran were both bootlickers, they had different divisions of labor. Xian Kai specifically serves as Zhao Bangxia's ATM machine and full-time driver. Gu Ran was just a hard-working servant, helping with hard labor and running errands, and if there was a conflict with others, he would be the first to rush forward. Although the division of labor is different, the competitive pressure is extremely high and the competition is fierce. Later, Gu Ran was treated as an African slave by Qin Shunwen and exploited for labor. He did not have the energy to continue being a bootlicker and was even mocked by Xian Kai. Xian Kai has an average appearance, a medium build, and his fashion sense is not very good. From the hat to the shoes, everything is branded and he doesn't care about matching at all. Each piece of clothing has the logo of a luxury brand, and when it runs, it looks like a mobile luxury display cabinet. If we have to say that he has temperament, it is the temperament of a nouveau riche. "Bangxia, why didn't you wait for me today? I picked up this new car especially for you, and you haven't even sat in it yet." Xian Kai said this with a smile on his face, only then he realized that the person next to Zhao Bangxia was not Zhou Lang, but Gu Ran. Xian was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Come to the art exhibition. Gu Ran answered casually. I see you're here for Bangxia, right? Xian Sai said to Zhao Bangxia, Bangxia, don't give Gu Ran a chance to pursue you. Good horses never turn back. He said he wouldn't pursue you before, and then he really disappeared. He said that his tutor put a lot of pressure on him, but those were all excuses. He just didn't love you enough. Apart from being good looking and having a good figure, he really has no other advantages. Unlike me, I have perseverance and love, and have stayed by your side all these years. There is a huge difference between people. Zhao Bangxia frowned, stamped her feet and cursed, shut up. Idiot. Xian Kai looked very surprised. Although it was common for him to be scolded by Zhao Bangxia, this was the first time he was scolded because of Gu Ran. Why should he do that? Then, Xian Kai saw Gu Ran slap Zhao Bangxia on her plump breasts and scolded her with a smile. He told you to stay away from me, why don't you leave? Gu Ran, how dare you? Xian Kai was stunned. This scene brought too much of a shock to him. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhao Bangxia shyly covered her buttocks and said to Gu Ran coquettishly, I'm not leaving. Bangxia, what on earth is going on? Zhao Bangxia glared at Xian Kai angrily and said, Are you so blind? I'm dating Gu Ran, what are you doing here? Xian Kai's eyes were blank for a few seconds, and he began to wonder if the world had suddenly become distorted. Why does it feel like Zhao Bangxia is Gu Ran's lapdog? Xian Kai stammered, I thought you were dating Zhou Lang. Xian Kai feels that to be a qualified bootlicker, one must be able to tolerate his goddess dating another man and take good care of both of them. That's what money has always done. Today I thought Zhao Bangxia was dating Zhou Lang, so she followed me here so happily. In the past, Zhou Lang didn't mind this light bulb at all. Instead, he would do some intimate actions with Zhao Bangxia in front of Xian Kai. He endured the money because he felt that as long as there was a rift in their relationship, he would be able to take advantage of it and become the official boyfriend. Xian Kai suddenly thought of a possibility and asked excitedly, You and Zhou Lang broke up? I broke up with him several days ago. Zhao Bangxia pointed at Xian Kai's nose angrily and said, I'm warning you, don't mention this person in front of me anymore. He makes me sick. It's been days, so why didn't I know about it? Xian Kai suddenly felt dizzy. Logically speaking, it should be me who should be in the top position. Why did it become Gu Ran? Zhao Bangxia said, Xian Kai, although we are good friends, this is also my sad story. Why would you bring it up on your own initiative? Isn't that just exposing your own wounds? You didn't notice it yourself, so why are you blaming me? Xian suddenly realized what was going on and said guiltily, I'm sorry, I'm not careful enough. I will pay more attention next time. Gu Ran just shook his head as he watched. This is the ugly behavior of a dog licker. Gu Ran. Suddenly, Xian Kai stared into Gu Ran's eyes and shouted his name loudly. Gu Ran was startled and took a step back cautiously. What do you want to do? Xian Kai asked in a humble tone, Can I follow you guys on a date in the future? I can do anything you ask me to do. Chapter 25. Gu Ran understood very well what Xian Kai was thinking. Because he was once a bootlicker. At the beginning, when pursuing Zhao Bangxia, she treated herself as an ordinary friend. Every time I bought her a gift, she would hesitate for a moment before accepting it. Later, as they became familiar with each other, Zhao Bangxia could easily direct him to do this and that. When Gu Ran was in a bad mood, Zhao Bangxia said a few soft words, which was like filling up the car with gas, allowing Gu Ran to continue to enjoy it. That is a process of domestication. Over time, you'll fall into a vicious cycle. Just like money is now. Apparently, his condition had worsened. Gu Ran smiled and said, Follow us on a date? Of course you can, but what? Xian Kai looked at him expectantly. Gu Ran said, Bangxia and I probably won't go on dates too often. I'm very busy. Zhao Bangxia pulled Gu Ran's sleeve, shook it and asked, What are you busy with? Gu Ran smiled and said, Of course he's busy dating other girls. Xian Kai looked at him with different eyes. Awesome, so awesome. How could such words be said in front of Bangxia? Isn't he afraid that Bangxia will be angry? TSK, you must be lying to me. Zhao Bangxia didn't care, she knew Gu Ran too well. People who have made it to big cities from poor places will inevitably have inferiority complex in their bodies. Maybe it is hidden very deep, but it is always there. Gu Ran is such a person, how many girls can he know? And how many girls can surpass his appearance and figure? Zhao Bangxia simply couldn't believe that Gu Ran could date a girl who was even more stunning than herself. Believe it or not, Gu Ran was too lazy to explain. Zhao Bangxia smiled secretly, not intending to expose his lies, and tried to save his face. Zhao Bangxia took Gu Ran's hand and said, "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." "Gu Ran, what do you want to eat? How about Japanese food?" Gu Ran shook his head and said, "No, there's a pancake over there, let's eat that." Shenkai felt that it was time for him to show off, and said, "Oh, that's too cheap. I'll treat you to a big meal, don't save money for me." Gu Ran laughed, "I didn't mean to save you money. It's almost time for the museum to open. It's more convenient to eat a pancake." Zhao Bangxia said considerately, "Yes, let's make pancakes then. I'll go buy it." Xian Kai was very conscious, but was stopped by Gu Ran. Gu Ran said, "Wait a minute, let Bangxia handle this matter." Zhao Bangxia's eyes widened and she pointed at herself in disbelief, "Me? You want me to buy it? Why? No way? It seems that you are not very obedient." I'll go if I want." "I'm going too." Shen Kai had just taken 2 steps forward excitedly when Gu Ran grabbed him by the collar from behind. He said, "Why are you going? We haven't seen each other for so long. Let's chat." Xian Kai's smile suddenly disappeared and turned into bitterness. I felt guilty for no reason. He also knew that Gu Ran was now a completely different person than before, and was someone he needed to please. But, as a competitor, I have mocked and ridiculed him many times. Are you planning to settle the score later? The two walked to a chair nearby and sat down. Gu Ran handed over a cigarette and said, "All right, I'm not someone who holds grudges. Besides, we don't have any grudges against each other. What are you afraid of?" Gu Ran still remembered that when Xian Kai faced him, he acted like a superior who looked down on a lackey. But to be honest, there is really no holiday. Just Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. After hearing this, Xian Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed, lit up a cigarette and said, "That's right, but you really surprise me now? Because Bangxia obeys my orders?" "Yes." Xian Kai slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "You don't know, I was stunned just now." "Brother, can you tell me? How did you do it?" Xian Kai had fantasized countless times about achieving this kind of awesome reversal himself. Wouldn't it be unpleasant to have Zhao Bangxia revolve around you all day? But Xian Kai never expected that his fantasy would actually come true, and it was embodied in Gu Ran. It feels like Hawking suddenly won the Olympic sprint championship. Is it reasonable? Gu Ran flicked the ash off his cigarette and said with a smile, "I can tell you, but you have to pay extra. It's like teaching you a lesson, so you should pay some tuition, right?" Of course, of course." Xian Kai immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the transfer interface and asked, "Brother, how much is the tuition?" "It depends on your sincerity." Sincerity. Xian Kai repeated it, chewing on these 2 words. Suddenly, I had a feeling that Gu Ran was a fortune teller. But the tuition fee has to be paid. He typed 5,000 on the screen, then thought about it and added a 0. "Brother, is that enough? This is all I can take out for now. I still have to save some money to treat you and Bangxia to a meal." When Gu Ran saw that his balance suddenly increased by 50,000, his mouth almost broke with laughter. "I thought it would be good to have a few thousand. I didn't expect this idiot rich man to be so willing to spend money." Gu Ran patted Xian Kai on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey, I was just joking with you, why did you take it so seriously?" "Just because of your true nature, I'm determined to be your brother." Xian Kai nodded happily. Gu Ran is simply the best boyfriend to Zhao Bangxia among all her previous boyfriends. He treats me as a brother. Gu Ran smiled and said, "It's actually quite simple. Let me tell you a secret. Zhao Bangxia is a masochist. You can only stimulate her excitement and make her interested in you by going against her. Otherwise, if you just go along with her, it won't have any effect." Xian Kai listened carefully and was completely dumbfounded. It was like being struck by lightning, and my 3 perspectives were almost shattered. Xian Kai threw the cigarette to the ground fiercely, stepped on it, and said angrily, "Gu Ran, why did you take my money and then lie to me? Can't you be honest?" Gu Ran crossed his legs, took a puff of cigarette slowly, and said, "I'm not kidding you, everything I said is true. Think about it, how did I treat her before? How am I treating her now? If I was lying to you, why did she obey me despite my attitude just now? Taste it carefully. Xian Kai was stunned for a moment and couldn't speak clearly. Although what Gu Ran said was not an epiphany, when I thought about it carefully, it made a lot of sense. Xian Kai asked in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Gu Ran smiled and said, "Why should I lie to you? That's still not right." Xian Kai questioned, "We were clearly competitors before, so why are you telling me this now that you've gotten what you wanted? Could it be that you like the Minotaur?" Bah! Of course I don't have that kind of perverted fetish. Gu Ran said angrily, "You have a really rich imagination. When did I tell you that she is my girlfriend? How can she be worthy of it?" Gu Ran's thinking is very clear. If Qian Kai catches up with Zhao Bangxia, then he will receive a task from the system. At that time, I only need to use a little trick, and before I even touch the money, I will be notified of the breakup, and I can get the full system reward. It's no different from getting something for free, so why not do it? This is just one of them. Gu Ran had another reason for keeping him to talk. Chapter 26. Xian Kai glared at Gu Ran angrily. "Why is Bangxia not worthy of you? She is beautiful, sexy, gentle, cute, considerate, and knows how to act coquettishly, and can." Gu Ran stretched out his hand to interrupt. "I'm going to vomit if I hear it again. In the eyes of the bootlickers, the goddess is perfect, and it would not seem out of place even if all the good words in the world were used to describe her." Stop. I don't want to hear this. I just want to ask you, do you dare to do what I just said? Xian Kai's machine gun-like mouth suddenly fell silent. As a submissive bootlicker, he suddenly realized that his goddess was a masochist. The more indifferent he was to her and the more he insulted her, the more excited she would be and the more she would like him. It was really hard to accept at first, after all, it was too explosive. But this also aroused Qian Kai's emotions. "I've been holding it in for so many years, and it's a rare opportunity. Why can't I do what Gu Ran, a loser, can do?" Qian Kai said with great enthusiasm, "Okay, I'll try." "Ha, come on." Then, Gu Ran changed the subject and asked, "Are you familiar with Zhou Lang?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Gu Ran said, "In fact, he broke up with Bangxia because Zhou Lang cheated on him and started dating Qin Manxue from the acting department." Xian Kai exclaimed, "This beast, he actually did something unfair to Bangxia." Gu Ran continued to provoke, "There is a little friction between me and Zhou Lang. You know him, he is crazy. It seems that he wants to take revenge on me. As a friend, shouldn't you do me a favor?" Xian Kai patted his chest and said, "If you have anything to say, just tell me, I will definitely help you. To be honest, I have been unhappy with that grandson for a long time. Even if you don't say it, I want to punish him." Xian just remembered how sad Zhao Bangxia was when he talked about Zhou Lang just now, and he wanted to chop him to pieces. Gu Ran said quickly, "Don't be impulsive and do something illegal. I will then be charged with instigation." Xian Kai nodded, "Okay, I won't be impulsive, brother, tell me how to deal with him." "I have no idea yet. I'll tell you when the time comes." Xian Kai gestured and said, "OJBK." Gu Ran smiled and left the money, thus achieving the second purpose of the conversation. After a while, Zhao Bangxia came back with 3 sets of pancakes and 3 cups of milk tea. She walked up to Gu Ran and said a little embarrassedly, "The spiciness of these 3 dishes is different. You can choose first. It's my fault for not asking you about your taste in advance." This was not the first time she bought something for a boy, but she had always chosen randomly before, not caring whether the other party liked it or not. But this was the first time I bought dinner for a boy. I had no experience and even forgot to ask about his taste. What a failure! When he was halfway there, Zhao Bangxia felt that he was really crazy for being willing to do such a thing. In the past, even if he bought African delicacies, Gu Ran's face would be full of smiles. Now I'm still afraid that he will be unhappy. Gu Ran picked up one at random, without saying a word, and only winked when paying. "It's your turn. Stimulate her masochistic nature." Xian Kai coughed deliberately, cleared his throat and said, "Bangxia, bring my share as well." Zhao Bangxia looked at him in confusion, feeling it was a little strange, but still handed it over. Xian Kai took the warm pancake and iced milk tea. I felt so happy. Real. She actually did what she said. She is really a masochist. Xian took a deep breath to calm himself down, then continued, "Do you know how to buy something? I asked the boss to cut this pancake in half. It's so big that the vegetables inside are leaking out when I hold it in my hand. Didn't you notice? And why is there cilantro in it? I don't like cilantro, go buy me another one. Chen Kai imitated Gu Ran's tone and expression, thinking that he was being very pretentious and that Zhao Bangxia would definitely fall for it. Gu Ran was watching the fight from the sidelines, completely stunned. Oh shit. What kind of 24K pure natural idiot is this? How can you be so argumentative? She was just forced to go shopping and was not in a good mood. The correct approach should be: first calm her down, then say something to arouse her interest, make her desire, and finally disobey her. Making her itchy but not helping her relieve the itch will make her feel strange towards you. Even at night, before going to sleep, she would think of this incident when she closed her eyes, which deepened the impression. Xian Kai's behavior completely destroys goodwill. As expected, Zhao Bangxia frowned and said unhappily, yes. I am such a bad shopper, but you don't have to be so picky, right? When you buy something for me, I will praise you even if I am not satisfied, right? Forget it, I will not buy things for you in the future. If you are not satisfied, go buy another one yourself. Xian Kai's expectant eyes turned dull. Wrong. This isn't how the story should develop. Why does she treat it differently? Xian Kai looked at Gu Ran, his face full of question marks. Gu Ran just patted his forehead, sighed, and thought to himself, it's really my fault. I overestimated this guy's understanding. Gu Ran could only take out his phone and pay before editing the message. You can't just complain like this, you have to learn how to pull it out. I'll teach you another trick. You have to let her know that there is more than one fish in your pond, she is just one of them. You have to make her feel a sense of crisis. I'll show you an example. After sending the message, Gu Ran said, we'll go find Wei Ge first when the museum opens. Zhao Bangxia had just taken a big bite of the pancake when she raised her head upon hearing this, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. After finally swallowing a mouthful of milk tea, she quickly said, no. I haven't been to Yuntan Gallery yet. I've been wanting to go to the studio to paint for a long time. Shinweiga must be with her boyfriend now. It's not good for us to be a light bulb like this. But she had already promised me to accompany me to the gallery. Zhao Bangxia asked, when did she agree? I agreed to it the night before yesterday during our WeChat chat. Zhao Bangxia gritted her teeth and said aggrievedly and dissatisfiedly, isn't it enough for me to accompany you alone? You? Gu Ran looked her up and down and said, of course, you alone are not enough. She also promised me that she would be my nude model in the studio. Zhao Bangxia said unconvincingly, I can also be your model. You can ask me to do any pose. I am much more flexible than her, and I can last longer than her. Gu Ran sighed, shook his head and said, these are not enough, she has some other advantages. What's the advantage? She's bigger. That makes the lines more malleable, and the result is different. Why do you say that? Because my eyes are the ruler. Having mastered both calligraphy and painting, Gu Ran is now extremely sensitive to all kinds of lines. This is true. Chapter 27. Xian Kai looked at Gu Ran with envy. He is truly a role model for our generation. He actually said in front of Zhao Bangxia that her best friend had a better figure. Although Zhao Bangxia was a little angry, she was more of a person who was vying for favor. Xian Kai had never seen his goddess with such an expression. In addition, Xian Kai also captured another important message from their conversation. Another goddess in the dance department, Shinweiga, the dream lover of countless boys, also seems to have a good relationship with Gu Ran. Gu Ran achieved something that Xian Kai never dared to dream of. You must learn it. No matter how much it costs. Soon, it was time for Yuntan Gallery to open and check tickets. You can see some people already queuing up, and you can also see some people looking for scalpers at the door to buy tickets. The number of people allowed into Yuntan Gallery in the morning, noon and evening is limited and admission is by ticket. Only about 2,000 people can enter the gallery at one time. Fortunately, the gallery is large enough, otherwise it would be too crowded and the elegance of the gallery could not be highlighted. Zhao Bangxia took Gu Ran's hand and started to queue up for ticket checking. He had no money but he had money, so he found a scalper and solved the problem. The interior of Yuntan Gallery is very large, equivalent to a large gymnasium, with 4 floors, different exhibition halls and public exhibition areas, as well as studios for visitors to create. As soon as Gu Ran and his companions walked in, they could feel that every inch of the air here was filled with artistic bacteria. There is a painting hanging every few steps on the white wall, with different styles in schools. Some are abstract and some are aesthetic, but they all bring a novel feeling to the eyes. Zhao Banxia pointed at the paintings on the wall like a guide and said, I've heard from experts online that these paintings that are randomly hung up can be sold for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan on the market, and there are really people who will buy them. It can be said that as long as they are displayed by Yuntan Gallery, it is considered an official recognition, and their value will also rise accordingly. Gu Ran took a quick glance and lost interest. Unlike other tourists who came to appreciate and take photos of the painting, he was trying hard to figure out what was so good about this painting being hung there and why it was so valuable. In the end, I was still confused and thought it would be better to look at the erotic pictures in the book. Gu Ran sneered and said, These mediocre works can be sold for tens of thousands? Is the buyer's brain broken? As his painting skills reached the master level, his vision and appreciation level also rose. He did not deliberately lower his voice, which attracted the attention of people around him. Passers-by originally thought that the person who was speaking was a master of some school of thought, but they didn't expect it to be such a young college student. Qian Kai also looked at Gu Ran in surprise. Is this also a technique to seduce girls? At this time, a sexy sporty beauty wearing a black tank top held up a selfie stick and pointed her phone at Gu Ran. It is not uncommon to see anchors like her doing live streaming to check in and take advantage of traffic at the venue. But Gu Ran didn't expect that someone would actually give the camera to him. The female anchor was not polite at all and questioned, Why do you say these paintings are mediocre? Do you understand them? Gu Ran thought she was sick. But if you think about it again, you will understand. This is treating yourself as a live broadcast effect. Although she was very pretty and had a hot body, Gu Ran didn't want to be taken advantage of for free. I was too lazy to pay attention and turned around to leave. But unexpectedly, the female anchor caught up with him, pointed the camera at Gu Ran's face and said, Are you feeling guilty? Why don't you dare to answer my question? I can see through your true nature at a glance. You must be a troll online, right? You attack hard online, but you are timid in real life. You are crazy. Zhao Banxia couldn't help it. Just as she cursed, Gu Ran pulled her arm and pulled her back. Zhao Banxia suddenly felt that he was so manly. Gu Ran said to the camera, These paintings are hung here for people to appreciate and comment on. I am not a scholar who looks down on others. Paintings come from the heart. The brushwork, ink, color, etc. of a painting can show the state of mind of the painter when he painted. These involve psychology. You won't understand even if I tell you. But I can't see the artist's emotions in these paintings, only the craftsmanship. The water is like a pool of stagnant water, the mountains are not rocky, not to mention the people and animals in the paintings, they have no soul. For example, Qi Baishi's shrimp, Zhang Daqian's tiger, and Su Beihong's horse, they painted the souls of the animals, while the imitators only copied the bodies in others' paintings, which would look inappropriate. If there is no soul in a painting, isn't it just a mediocre work? Besides, what kind of person am I? What's your business? People like you who only want to create chaos in the world, create conflicts everywhere, and label people without any proof, and are just trying to gain traffic, should die if they are the ones who do it, okay? Facing the camera, Gu Ran restrained herself a little, otherwise she would have directly called her a Sima thing. The female anchor's face turned pale. She didn't expect Gu Ran to have such eloquence and such a flexible tongue. His words left her speechless. She wanted to retort, but the words were stuck in her throat and she couldn't utter them. She knew nothing about painting and couldn't find any flaws in Gu Ran's words. The female anchor glanced at the screen and found that the number of viewers suddenly increased by 2,000, and the number of comments also increased. She was delighted. Suddenly, she had an idea and said to Gu Ran, Who can't say that? If you have the ability, you can paint a painting with soul. If you really have the ability, paint a painting and hang it in Yunj. You just envy the talents of these artists and say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. What is Yun Pavilion? Gu Ran looked at Zhao Banxia and asked. Zhao Banxia was stunned for a moment. You don't know? I don't know. Gu Ran nodded as a matter of course. It sounds like a pretty cool place, but my painting skills were given by the system, and I'm not from the painter community, so it's understandable that I don't know, right? Zhao Banxia really wanted to walk aside and pretend not to know Gu Ran. You don't know what you were pretending for. What is the difference between this and a PhD not knowing C and KI? It made me think you really had that ability. The female anchor couldn't help but burst out laughing, pointing at Gu Ran and laughing sarcastically. Ha, so you are just pretending to be an elephant with a green onion stuck in your pig's nose. Then let me give you some basic knowledge. Yun Pavilion is the painting pavilion of Yuntan Art Gallery. Every painting in it is a masterpiece of a master and a treasure of the art world. Do you know Mr. Yun Kaishuan, the founder of Yuntan Gallery? His painting Prosperity and Red Picture is recognized by the art world as the first painting of the founding of China. It has just been brought back from the Capital Museum and is now placed in the Yun Pavilion. You don't even know these things, yet you are giving a long speech. People who don't know you would think you are a master. It turns out you are just a bumpkin with no artistic talent. Gu Ran did not lose his guard as the female anchor thought. He just shrugged and said calmly, think whatever you want. I don't care about your opinion. Chapter 28. Gu Ran was too lazy to pay attention to the female anchor. He turned to Zhao Bangxia and said, Bangxia, where is Yun Pavilion? Let's go check it out. Zhao Bangxia pulled the corner of Gu Ran's clothes and whispered, don't embarrass yourself. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter Yun Pavilion. Okay. Gu Ran said helplessly. To be honest, he felt a little itchy because he couldn't see the original. After hearing this, the female anchor mocked again, ha ha ha, a bumpkin is a bumpkin. Who do you think you are? Do you have the authority? You want to enter the Cloud Pavilion just by opening your mouth. None of your business? Are you sick? Gu Ran cursed back and left with Zhao Bangxia and Shen Kai. He didn't want to argue with her and just waste his time. The female anchor said to the viewers in the live broadcast room, this pretentious guy ran away. I will ask my assistant to edit this part and post a video. Brothers, remember to give him a little heart love you. Now, let's go to the studio and take a look. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to witness a great master proving his truth through painting today. Gu Ran stood at the agreed location and saw Shen Weiga from afar. She was wearing a light yellow short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. It was a very simple outfit, but she made it look classy. As a goddess of the dance department, she is tall and slender, with a quiet and elegant temperament. She is very eye-catching in the crowd and it is hard not to notice her. Hi, Gu Ran, Banxia, you guys are here quite early. Shen Weiga walked over with a smile. She had put on beautiful makeup today. The color of her lipstick was very bright, and it sparkled with a pink luster, just like a cherry, making people want to take a bite. Zhao Bangxia said considerately, aren't you accompanying Han Yuxuan to prepare for the exhibition? You can go back. Gu Ran and I will go shopping together. Shen Weiga said, the preparations will be ready this afternoon. Yuxuan is talking to someone else now, so it has nothing to do with me. Besides, I promised Gu Ran a long time ago that I would accompany him to the studio and be his model. I can't break the promise. As she spoke, she turned around in front of Gu Ran and asked with a smile, does the dress I specially picked for you today look good? Nice. Hey. Shen Weiga put her hands on her hips and said angrily, aren't you being too perfunctory? Gu Ran said, you are so beautiful that my brain goes blank and I can't think of any other words. Shen Weiga covered her mouth and laughed, slippery, then who looks better today, me or Bangxia? It's this kind of problem again. Gu Ran answered without hesitation, of course you look better. Zhao Bangxia stood in front of Gu Ran unconvinced and asked, why is she prettier? Because she's wearing less. Zhao Bangxia is going crazy. I'm wearing JK and white stockings for you. Bangxia, stop making trouble. We will be his models later. If his painting is not good, we will settle the score with him. Okay. Zhao Bangxia waved her fist. Shen Kai stood aside, watching Gu Ran and the two goddesses walking away while playing and joking, and he couldn't stop the tears of envy in his eyes. From just now until now, he seemed like a transparent person and no one even noticed him. Am I part of your plan? There is more than one studio, and they are divided into oil painting, sketching, ink painting, etc. Painters can sit down in any empty seat, or bring their drawing board to the gallery and start creating with any reference. In fact, such a fixed environment actually limits the creators. Only some professional painters can paint lifelike without relying on reference objects. But if you want to produce good works, you have to rely on the daily accumulation of inspiration. However, these were not difficult tasks for Gu Ran. What's more, there were two charming beauties in front of him at his disposal. When it comes to nude models, most people think of them being naked, allowing the painter's pen to draw the lines. But Gu Ran did not have such a requirement. He only asked them to sit together quietly and interact naturally. When Gu Ran held the pen, he entered a mysterious state, with each line perfectly controlled under the tip of the pen. But he didn't notice that not far away, there was a female anchor pointing the camera at him. Hey! It's that show-off from before. He's actually drawing. Brothers, I have good news for you. The video that my assistant just edited was only posted half an hour ago, and it has already become popular, with 400,000 likes. I'll film a follow-up for you now. The female anchor spoke softly to the viewers in the live broadcast room. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a surprise when she came to Yuntan Gallery today. It was simply traffic delivered to her doorstep. The videos in this gallery already had their own traffic, and with Gu Ran's incredible remarks and the big brother in the live broadcast room buying popularity for the video, the number of likes went up immediately. There was also a big shot from the art section who showed up in the comment section, leaving a sarcastic comment. Wow, it seems like looking at this big shot's paintings, they must be very soulful. Another expert said, my paintings are hung at the entrance of the gallery. It turns out that my paintings have no soul? It turns out that I can't paint at all. Netizens reply, haha, I'm really impressed. Nowadays there are still people who say that Yuntan's paintings have no soul. Some netizens also made a 4-frame spoof emoticon package of Gu Ran, which contained Gu Ran's classic quotes. It became inexplicably popular and circulated in the video comment section of the art section. There is actually a vague feeling that it is going to become a meme. This wave of traffic has spread to the entire art circle. As the original author of the video, the female anchor has benefited the most. The comments section and private messages also kept urging her to shoot the follow-up. Just when the female anchor was worrying about how to maintain this wave of traffic, she happened to meet Gu Ran. God willing. She walked lightly and quietly went up to take a sneak shot. She was afraid that if she was discovered, this pretentious guy would run away. But she was still seen by Qian Kai, who had no intention of stopping her and let her go. The female anchor was surprised for a moment, and then guessed that it was probably her beauty that charmed him. Soon, the female anchor's camera captured Gu Ran's profile. I don't know why, but Gu Ran's entire state is completely different from when I first met him. He just sat there, immersed in his own world, giving people an ethereal feeling. An ordinary pencil was very agile in his hands, and every stroke made by the pencil on the paper looked strong and without any hesitation. The female anchor thought, if he is not drawing without any rules, then he really has the demeanor of a master and his level is truly extraordinary. He must be the former. What a show-off! I'm going to expose your ugly behavior on the internet right now. Soon, the camera captured the entire painting. How could this be? When she saw the painting clearly, the female anchor was stunned, her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth and gasped. Chapter 29. The female anchor wanted to expose Gu Ran's clownish appearance on the internet. But he never expected that what he painted would be such a stunning work. This is a portrait drawn with just a pencil. There are two beautiful girls in the painting, one is pure and lovely, the other is simple and elegant. They are playing with each other, and the smile between their eyebrows is natural and sweet, which makes people laugh unconsciously. Their facial features are typical of Oriental beauties, and their beauty has an irresistible charm. The female anchor has never learned any professional knowledge, but even if she has not eaten pork, she has seen pigs run, and she has seen pictures of world masterpieces and works of masters on the internet. Moreover, in this gallery, you can see carefully selected excellent works everywhere. But no painting has ever given her such a strong visual impact as the one by Gu Ran. It was very strange that although Gu Ran's painting did not use any colors, one could still see a slanting sunset shining on the two girls, making their faces more vivid. Using only black and white, the characteristics and charming expressions of the two girls are depicted. Every stroke is just right, and the whole painting seems to come alive with an indescribable vitality. The female anchor felt as if she had really seen the soul of the painting. She even felt that the two girls not far away were slightly inferior to those in the painting. Gu Ran was immersed in his own world. He was like a child who had been given a toy, freely expressing his talent on paper. This state is really wonderful. I didn't notice that there was a camera filming behind me for more than 10 seconds and getting closer and closer. But suddenly, he felt something strange breaking into his world, and when he turned around, he saw a selfie stick and a mobile phone. Gu Ran was startled and jumped up from his chair. What's the fucking difference between this and being woken up by a punch while sleeping soundly? Fuck. It's you again. Are you fucking sick? Gu Ran pointed at her angrily with a pencil. The female anchor was also shocked by the yelling and said aggrievely, "It's just a photo of your painting, why are you so mean to a girl?" Gu Ran was so angry that he laughed, "You think you are right? You disturbed me. If my work is destroyed, can you afford to pay for it?" I. The female anchor was choked. She really didn't dare to say that she could afford the compensation. After all, it didn't look cheap. Why are you so afraid of me taking the picture? I get it. This is definitely not drawn by you, you are just pretending so that I can take the picture. It's only been more than half an hour since we left, how could you have done it so well? Gu Ran stared at her face and asked with a sneer, "Do you think such a stupid statement is tenable? Do you think you are the center of the world? Why should I wait for you?" At this time, Shinweiga and Zhao Bangxia also came over. Especially Zhao Bangxia, she has tolerated this female anchor for a long time, and she didn't expect that she would dare to come to her door. "Hey, are you done yet? What do you want to do? Even if my friend's painting is ugly, it has nothing to do with you, right?" While speaking, Zhao Bangxia used his body to block the painting. She didn't see what the painting looked like, but she subconsciously felt that Gu Ran's painting must be very ugly and couldn't be photographed by this bitch. She was chatting with Shinweiga just now and didn't pay any attention to this side at all. Who knew that someone would take advantage of her opportunity? Shinweiga was also standing aside, looking at the female anchor with confusion and displeasure. As women, the female anchors can feel the powerful aura from them, just like a cat with its fur standing on end. I don't mean any harm. I'm just curious, is this really drawn by you? Let me take a picture, my friends in the live broadcast room are very interested. The female anchor cleverly changed the topic and lowered her posture. In order to get traffic, what does it matter if I am a little humble? Gu Ran didn't want to cooperate, he just said coldly, "Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll ask someone to call the security guard." "Xian Kai, call someone." Xian Kai said in a flattering manner, "I'll go right away." The female anchor blushed and snorted, "If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. I don't care about it, humph." Seeing her leave in such a disheveled state, Gu Ran was still angry. "Calm down, just treat it as if you met a dog. And you drew us so ugly, we also." Zhao Bangxia was halfway through talking about the comforting painting when she glanced at it. She was also stunned for a moment, then she immediately put the painting away and continued, "We don't blame you. I won't take it away." Shinweiga frowned and said, "Why did you roll it up? I haven't seen it yet." Zhao Bangxia kindly consoled him, "He drew you very ugly. I'm afraid you'll get angry and ruin the atmosphere, so you'd better not look at it." Shinweiga stared at Zhao Bangxia and sneered, "There's something wrong with you." "What's wrong with me? If he really drew me ugly, you would be eager for me to see it and make me angry, you scheming woman. You." Zhao Bangxia was speechless because what he said hit the mark. "If you don't show it to me, I'll ask Gu Ran to come to my house and let him draw me alone." "You already have a boyfriend, how can you still invite Gu Ran to your house?" Shinweiga said, "What you said is not right. I haven't agreed to Han Yuxuan yet, so he can't be considered my boyfriend. And Gu Ran and I are just friends, so why can't he come to my house? You are shameless. You're even more shameless if you hide it from me." Zhao Bangxia finally compromised because she was afraid that the two would quarrel and damage the painting. Shinweiga stared at the painting and liked it more and more. She asked with a smile, "Did you really draw this?" After being teased by the two of them, Gu Ran felt much better and asked, "What else?" "Then continue." Gu Ran looked at the time and said, "No, Han Yuxuan's exhibition has started." Shinweiga said coquettishly, "His paintings are boring, nothing good to see, can you draw another one for me later?" Zhao Bangxia rushed to say, "I want one too. I want one too." "What the hell?" Gu Ran stretched out his hand to interrupt them and said, "I have something important to talk to Han Yuxuan about." Zhao Bangxia glanced at Shinweiga several times and asked in confusion, "You two don't know each other, right? Are you looking for him because of Weiga? Are you trying to poach him?" Gu Ran's eyes suddenly widened. "Holy shit, you can guess this right?" Shinweiga also looked at Gu Ran curiously, "Is it really for me?" Of course, this matter couldn't be said openly, so Gu Ran told Huan Yu that they wanted to sign him. Several people were shocked again. Only then did they realize that Gu Ran had entered the universe. What is even more shocking is that he can actually negotiate a contract with Han Yuxuan. Isn't this too much power? Shinweiga said, "If you are not kidding, you really need to go quickly." "Why?" Gu Ran always felt that this sentence contained a lot of information. Shinweiga smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I say before that someone is talking to Yuxuan about something? It should be a competitor of Huanyu." Chapter 30. Han Yuxuan is a well-known figure in the school. Not only is he the school's most handsome boy in the art department, he has also been studying under famous teachers since he was a child and is quite well known in the art circle. This kind of fame is not the kind of internet celebrity in short videos, but the one who has truly been recognized by masters, appeared on CCTV, and performed in prestigious institutions. He can be said to be a child of destiny. Today, it is not surprising that he can hold a private art exhibition in a hall of Yuntan Gallery when he graduates, as if everyone thinks this is the life trajectory he should have. As the exhibition began, visitors came in one after another. There were quite a few people, but it didn't seem crowded because he had accumulated enough paintings and the space was large enough. The main exhibit is placed in the center of the exhibition hall, which is a painting called Wei Gu. Gu Ran stood in front of it, examining the painting objectively. Since it is named after Shinweiga, the protagonist of the painting is naturally Shinweiga. Coincidentally, it was also a portrait, just like the one Gu Ran had just painted, but the difference was that this one was in color. In the painting, Shinweiga is dancing in a stunning red evening dress. Her dance moves are graceful, agile and elegant, and she is incredibly beautiful. A glimpse of the whole picture. Gu Ran could tell at a glance that Han Yuxuan's style was characterized by bold use of colors, good layout, and exquisiteness. The beauty of every part of the canvas was very uniform, and the colors were filled in every place meticulously. Zhao Bangxia also stood in front of the painting. She stared at it for a long time and then said, "It's really beautiful, but I always feel like something is missing." Wei Gu, what do you think? The person in the painting is already extremely beautiful, but still pales in comparison to the real person. Shinweiga stared at herself, eyes inside. Yuxuan spent 3 months on this painting, and he put a lot of effort into every detail. I also like this painting very much. I can feel his love for me, so I thought that after today's exhibition is successfully completed, I will agree to be his girlfriend, but now. Shinweiga's voice became weaker and weaker, and she could hardly hear what she said at the end. Zhao Bangxia suddenly felt a sense of crisis. She grabbed Shinweiga's shoulders and shook her, saying, "You're not going to change your mind again just because Gu Ran paints better, are you? You are such an unprincipled woman." "No, I just suddenly felt that I didn't like this painting so much anymore, and I couldn't tell why." There is no harm without comparison. Shinweiga couldn't tell the difference between the two paintings. The feeling was very vague, but what was certain was that the difference was quite big. At this time, Han Yuxuan, the owner of the exhibition, stood beside a work of art in a flashy white suit. He took the microphone and gave a speech. "Thank you for taking the time to attend my little unknown art exhibition. I was worried that you had never heard of my name and that this place would be deserted, but seeing you all, I feel relieved. Thank you." A good opening speech drew applause and made the atmosphere more lively. Han Yuxuan continued, "As you can see, except for the work Wei Gu, the lower right corner of each painting has a price marked on it. I would like to state that the prices of these paintings are very low, and I am not a beneficiary, because every penny of the sale will be donated to the Red Cross. If there are kind people who buy them, it can be regarded as a charity. Please keep them well after purchase. These paintings are my hard work. Maybe my paintings will be very valuable in the future, huh?" After hearing the last sentence, Gu Ran couldn't help but start thinking, if a writer's paintings are very valuable, it must be after his death. Why don't you die first? Han Yuxuan's opening remarks were over by then. He bowed and stepped down from the stage, then walked over and said with a smile, "Wei Gu, is this beautiful lady the friend you went out to meet? Welcome, welcome. It's a great honor to have you here." Zhao Bangxia smiled and said, "When I heard you say that, I knew you were a very great painter." Han Yuxuan asked happily, "Oh? How did you hear that? You call Lion Yuntan Gallery a landmark venue, a humble house. Aren't you a great painter?" Han Yuxuan's smile froze. How come these sarcastic words are like knives? Do we have a grudge against each other? Shinweiga smoothed things over and said, "This is Zhao Bangxia, my roommate. Don't mind if she likes to joke around." No, Miss Xiao is quite humorous." Shinweiga continued to introduce, "And this is Gu Ran, also my friend." Xian Kai sighed when he was ignored. He was used to it. Han Yuxuan saw Gu Ran early on, but just glanced at him and didn't take him seriously. However, Shinweiga's formal introduction deepened Han Yuxuan's impression of him, and he said, "Hello, I see you seem to like my work very much. Do you also know painting? Gu Ran nodded and said lightly, I know more than you. Han Yuxuan's mouth twitched. Wei Gu, your friends are all quite humorous. Gu Ran was not modest, and pointed at the work Wei Gu and said, there are some flaws in your painting. Han Yuxuan couldn't bear it any longer, his face darkened and he said, Friend, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say anything you want. I spent more than 3 months working on this painting, and it's the work I'm most satisfied with. Tell me, where can you see the flaws? Gu Ran did not answer, but asked, from the expression, demeanor and other body language. You should seldom draw portraits, right? Han Yuxuan's pupils visibly widened, because the following sentence really hit his weak spot. But Han Yuxuan quickly regained his composure and said, I have been learning from my master since I was 3 years old. Portraiture is one of the basic skills. How could I not have painted enough? Gu Ran did not refute and smiled, then you probably haven't practiced much for a few years, or you stopped when you felt you had enough. Han Yuxuan's eyes widened even more, and he took 2 steps back, then calmed down and said loudly, Do you understand painting? Can you understand the details of every stroke of my brush? What makes you think you can judge my work? Han Yuxuan has won numerous awards since he was young. Except for his teachers, no one would criticize him. He has received high praise and is said to be a leader among the younger generation of painters. Hard work and talent are his personality traits. He would never allow anyone to break it. And it was at his own art exhibition. What is the difference between this and a slap in the face? Absolutely not allowed. You're anxious, I'm just telling the truth. Gu Ran said calmly. You're the one who's anxious. Gu Ran still said in a calm tone, You have already admitted what I said, you are just being stubborn. I am doing this for your own good, I want to help you improve, why don't you appreciate my kindness? Han Yuxuan's fist hardened. The words were spoken in such a dying tone that they were extremely harsh and uncomfortable to hear. I really want to beat him up. Suddenly, Gu Ran smiled and said, Besides, this work didn't take 3 months to create, did it? How about I guess the actual time? Chapter 31. Han Yuxuan's heart skipped a beat and his breathing quickened. He pursued Shinweiga for 2 years but never caught up with her. He even lied and said it took him 3 months to make a painting like this for her. This touched Shinweiga and caused a significant change in her attitude towards him. Han Yuxuan could feel that he was about to catch up with Shinweiga, just a thin layer of window paper away. Now, Gu Ran actually said in front of everyone that the painting had flaws and that it did not take 3 months to create. No matter whether he really had the ability or it was just an accident, Han Yuxuan was determined not to let Gu Ran continue talking. What are you talking about? It's just 3 months. Wei Gu, where do you know such a person? He doesn't understand painting at all. Why do you slander me like this? I don't care about fame or fortune, but my love for you is real. He slandered this painting, which is slandering my love for you. I absolutely cannot accept it. Han Yuxuan spoke angrily, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Shinweiga was extremely sincere, without a trace of distracting thoughts. If it were before, Shinweiga would absolutely believe in Han Yuxuan because his paintings were really beautiful. But after seeing Gu Ran's paintings and knowing that his minimum level was at least higher than Han Yuxuan's, his words became useful as a reference. Shinweiga looked at Gu Ran in confusion and asked, Are you telling the truth? How long do you think he spent on this painting? Han Yuxuan held his breath and began to feel a little nervous. Gu Ran suddenly changed the subject, smiled and said, Of course it's fake, I was just joking, I was just pretending to know something and wanted to appear more professional, but seeing that he seemed really angry, I didn't dare to say anything. Shinweiga was stunned. She knew that these words were false, absolutely false. Why does he do this over and over again? Could it be that he was afraid of destroying the relationship between Han Yuxuan and himself? Thinking of this possibility, Shinweiga felt a little lost and disappointed. Han Yuxuan was also stunned for a moment, followed by a sigh of relief. He suddenly wanted to pull Shinweiga away. This Gu guy was too evil. Gu Ran looked at Han Yuxuan and said, I'm really sorry. I just like to joke around. The joke just now was a bit too much. I hope you don't mind. Ha, it's okay if you talk about it. I don't mind. Han Yuxuan had a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart, I mind so much. Gu Ran patted his chest and said with a scared expression, That's good. We are a little tired from shopping. I was just wondering if I could go backstage with you to rest for a while? Shinweiga and Zhao Bangxia looked at each other, both feeling puzzled. They clearly didn't say that. No one knew what Gu Ran was up to, but they tacitly chose not to expose him. Of course, no problem, come with me. Han Yuxuan agreed without hesitation. As long as they didn't stand in front of the painting to talk, everything would be fine. I don't know why, but after the contact just now, Han Yuxuan was actually a little afraid of Gu Ran. The doors of several rooms backstage were closed, except for a larger room like a lounge, which had its door open. A few people walked in and found that there were two people inside, a man and a woman. From their clothes, they could tell that they were not staff, but they had a workplace feel. Gu Ran understood in his heart that these two people were probably the people from the rival company of Universal that Shinweiga mentioned before, who came to discuss the contract with Han Yuxuan. The words that Gu Ran said in front of the painting before were, firstly, to give Han Yuxuan some advice on his painting skills, secondly, to alienate the relationship between him and Shinweiga. I didn't expect Han Yuxuan to be so arrogant and not accept his own shortcomings at all. On the contrary, it is surprisingly easy to destroy a relationship. It can be done with just a few words. The reason for the temporary break is that we still have to discuss cooperation with him and we can't make the relationship too awkward. This is not done for the sake of the world, nor for Tang Yan. Just because this is the task assigned by Xiang Shanshan. Her job was obviously not easy, but she still gave Gu Ran advice seriously. It is also because of Xiang Shanshan's care that Gu Ran is not so resistant to this job at Huanyu now. Gu Ran could feel her kindness and naturally wanted to complete what she asked him to do. Gu Ran and the others sat down. Han Yuxuan greeted them and said that he had some things to discuss with them and would leave for the time being. As Han Yuxuan approached, the two people on the sofa stood up. The female staff clapped softly and said, "The opening remarks were so wonderful." Was it written in advance? No. Han Yuxuan replied. That's really unexpected. You are really good in front of the camera, and this talent really shouldn't be wasted. Han Yuxuan smiled and said, I know, that's why I am willing to continue the discussion because Tianyi and Huanyu want to sign me. My preference is still more towards Tianyi. Gu Ran watched them talking from the side and sneered in his heart. This Han Yuxuan is really two-faced. Xiang Shanshan said that Han Yuxuan had met with people from Tianyi Company, but they parted on bad terms and said that he would never be able to join Tianyi. In fact, the price Tianyi offered before was a little low, so he didn't like it. Now, the reason why Han Yuxuan was willing to talk was because Huanyu had a scandal this morning. The reason why he joined the film and television company was simple. He wanted to use short videos to spread his popularity across the country in the shortest time possible, break the circle, and truly become a leader of the younger generation in the painting circle. It is normal to have such thoughts, but it is obviously a win-win situation with mutual benefits for everyone. However, his demands are too high. He only relies on the popularity he has accumulated and his connections in the painter circle, and discusses the cooperation with a condescending attitude. This kind of crazy and boundless behavior forms two extremes with his humble personality. Gu Ran felt that even if Han Yuxuan was signed, there would still be a lot of troubles behind the scenes, and it would be easy to backfire. But from the perspective of Tang Yan and Xiang Shanshan, as long as the contract is signed, it is not difficult for capital to manipulate it however it wants. The male employee sneered, Huanyu? Ha, you saw their scandal today. Now their artists and accounts have been flooded with messages from netizens because of Bei An's incident. Even several activities have been cancelled. If you join their company, your life will be difficult. Han Yuxuan nodded. Indeed, Huanyu is now a rat crossing the street. The scandals of other artists and their company have also been exposed by netizens and paparazzi. The current situation is that they are put under the magnifying glass and laughed at by others. The female staff member said, Mr. Han is very insightful. If this is the case, Huanyu is definitely not an option for you, right? Uncertain. Why? Han Yuxuan said, do you dare to say that Tianyi didn't play a role in this matter? This is how big companies are. Today I trip you up, and tomorrow you stab me. Who knows if something like this will happen to Tianyi the next day? Wouldn't the situation be the same by then? Han Yuxuan was indeed, as Xiang Shanshan had said, very good at arguing and fighting for his own interests during negotiations. Gu Ran didn't intend to argue with him, and suddenly stood up and said, if you ask me, you should come to Huanyu. Chapter 32. Come to the universe. Gu Ran's words abruptly interrupted the conversation between the three people. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Ran. The two Tianyi employees frowned in displeasure and asked tentatively, Mr. Han, who is this? Han Yuxuan suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. Is this guy mentioning the universe at this time to help raise my status? He is a man of good taste. Han Yuxuan smiled and said, he is my friend. I see. Mr. Han, forgive me for being blunt, but it's better for you to make the decision on your own regarding this important matter concerning your future. Just take other people's words as a reference. Han Yuxuan continued to pull and said, I'd better wait a while. People from Huanyu will also come today, we can wait for them. Hearing this, the female employee felt very unhappy, but she didn't dare to say anything. In the end, she could only blame Gu Ran. Han Yuxuan was almost willing to give in just now. As long as he agreed to a few more terms, he would definitely be able to win. If it weren't for this loser who suddenly mentioned Huanyu out of nowhere, the deal would have been almost done. The male employee said sarcastically, I don't think we need to wait. Huanyu is in chaos right now. How can they have the time to send someone over? If they were going to come, they would have come a long time ago. I think they still don't take you seriously enough. Gu Ran said, not necessarily. How do you know that Huanyu didn't send anyone? The world is so busy, how can I have time? The female employee looked at Gu Ran unhappily and said, Sir, please don't interrupt our conversation, okay? Because Gu Ran was Han Yuxuan's friend, the female employee still had a lot to say. But Gu Ran could still feel a kind of contempt and disdain in her eyes. Ignoring Gu Ran, the female staff member continued, since you mentioned Huanyu, I can also tell Mr. Han that Huanyu was indeed a good choice before today, but it is no longer a good choice after today. Mr. Han should have heard about it, right? We at Tianyi will reach a joint event with Yuntan Gallery. Han Yuxuan nodded, I have heard some things, but I don't believe that the gallery would compete with an entertainment company like yours. Literary men look down on each other, which is why there is a saying that there is no best in literature. There have been painting competitions, but this is the first time that Yuntan Gallery has officially held a competition. It is conceivable that once the news is released, there will be a traffic carnival, attracting the attention of netizens across the country and becoming a phenomenal hotspot. Yuntan Gallery has its own traffic, so it doesn't need any promotion to dominate the hot searches, not to mention that there are countless official media and self-media to help promote it. The male staff member said, we are in contact with the people at Yuntan Gallery, hoping to promote this cooperation as much as possible. Now it has been tentatively finalized, and a press conference will be held in a few days to publicize this competition. When the time comes, as a leader of the younger generation in the painting world, you will be able to gain more benefits than any of the terms we have discussed before. Han Yuxuan was silent for several seconds. The temptation was too great. Gu Ran's eyes lit up as he listened. This activity is definitely Tianyi's secret, and they want to hold back on making it big. Han Yuxuan is perfect for this event. No wonder the Tianyi employees would rather reveal some internal secrets in order to sign him. Of course, another reason is that Han Yuxuan has connections in Yuntan Gallery and he can get some inside information, so it is harmless to tell him. However, they didn't expect that there was another person from the universe in this room. Gu Ran sighed, what a pity, what a pity. What a pity. The male employee asked in confusion. It's a pity that your event is only tentatively planned. It hasn't been finalized, and there hasn't been a press conference. It's definitely not going to happen now. Why? Gu Ran took out a work badge from his pocket and put it around his neck, then walked up to Han Yuxuan, shook hands with him and said, let me introduce myself again. I'm here on behalf of Huanyu to discuss cooperation with you. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you on purpose. My original intention was that we should go backstage and sit down to talk slowly, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I overheard your conversation. I'm really sorry. Oh shit. Suddenly, Han Yuxuan and the two employees of Tianyi were all dumbfounded. It was as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, burnt on the outside but tender on the inside. There is a traitor. Terminate the deal, it's too late. At this moment, the female employee of Tianyi felt her whole body cold, her back was covered in cold sweat, and her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. For this collaboration, Tianyi had no idea how many times he had contacted the people from Yuntan Gallery. He finally found an opportunity and had some possibilities for cooperation. If the cooperation is reached, Tianyi will invest at least 500 million yuan in funds for bonuses and publicity. The estimated earnings are over $1 billion in profits, excluding the stock market. More importantly, as long as this competition goes smoothly, it will be held every 4 years. How much attention will this event, held every 4 years and radiating to the whole country and even the whole world, attract? How much profit will it bring? Tianyi can even rely on this event to be promoted to a world-class entertainment company. This is a big chess game that has been planned for a long time. Now it's time to make the final move. As a result, the news leaked. With the grudge between Huanyu and Tianyi, as long as Huanyu knew about it and intervened a little, everything would be ruined and Tianyi would become a joke. As for the two people who leaked the secret, they themselves could not even imagine what would happen to them. They now finally understood what Gu Ran meant by a pity. Han Yuxuan was also stunned for a long time, and asked, "Why is it you? Where is Xiang Chanqian?" "Ha, Sister Chanqian is so busy with Bayan's matter that she asked me to come and talk to you first. I didn't expect that I would run into someone from Tianyi by chance." The corners of Han Yuxuan's mouth twitched wildly. Coincide? I don't think it's a coincidence. You did it on purpose. Why didn't you reveal your identity earlier? Why did you choose this time? Now the plan is all messed up. It is probably impossible to sign a contract with Tianyi. The female employee supported herself on the table and climbed up. There was no more contempt in her eyes. Instead, she pleaded, "Sir, can you keep this a secret for us? As long as you are willing, I am willing to do anything." Gu Ran smiled and said, "Are you really willing to do anything?" The female employee pursed her fiery lips and nodded with difficulty, "I'm willing to do anything." Gu Ran shook his head, "Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to help you." The female employee felt a little disappointed, as she had clearly made all the mental preparations. At this moment, someone suddenly stood at the door and knocked. "Sister Xiaodan, my live broadcast data has increased a lot, and there are 2 popular videos on my homepage. I also met a very talented painter. Maybe we can sign him." The girl's sweet voice suddenly stopped because she saw the person she was talking to. And he just happened to be smiling at himself, and that smile was very meaningful. The female anchor covered her mouth and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Chapter 33. The person who came was the female internet celebrity who had previously broadcast live with a selfie stick. When he saw her here, Gu Ran instantly guessed her identity. He must be a signed anchor of Tianyi. He took the opportunity to come to Yuntan Gallery to live broadcast and shoot materials, and just made himself a hotspot. So it is inevitable that we encounter it again now. But Gu Ran felt disgusted as soon as he saw her. The female staff member didn't hear clearly what the female anchor just said. She just noticed that she seemed to know Gu Ran, so she asked as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, "Xiaohan, do you know each other?" The female anchor Xiaohan smiled awkwardly and said, "We know each other. He is the protagonist of the video I just shot." The female employee asked anxiously, "What video?" Under normal circumstances, she would definitely care so much, but the current situation is special. Everything related to Gu Ran may be a chance to save her life. The person in the video was right next to her. The female anchor said shyly, "That's it. Sister Xiaodan, let's go back to the company and watch it. After all, those 2 videos have been mocking Gu Ran. In the end, they parted on bad terms and I left like a clown. Now they are playing the video in front of him and saying they want to sign him. It really feels like I've been slapped in the face. Watch it now," the female employee said impatiently. The female anchor had no choice but to take out her phone, and then she heard Gu Ran ask in a sarcastic tone, "Are you still filming me now?" No, it was all a misunderstanding before." No matter how dumb the female anchor was, she could tell that her leader's attitude towards Gu Ran was very different and he was very cautious. Even the original protagonist of the day, Han Yuxuan, was left aside. How could she dare to make a fuss like before, and she didn't dare to act presumptuously at all. The female anchor took out her mobile phone and directly played the last part of the second video. The footage was exactly the half-minute when Gu Ran was drawing. While handing the phone to her boss, the female anchor said, "There are many comments from netizens below, saying that his level is very high. There are also professional painters who say that he can paint like this in half an hour and he can go to an art academy to be a teacher. Some people say that he may have reached the level of a national artist." The female employee was now completely confused. How could she tell whether the painting was good or not? Besides, she was just an amateur. At this moment, Han Yuxuan suddenly snatched the phone and stared at the painting. Just now when he was at the exhibition, he felt that something was wrong with Gu Ran. He could tell at a glance that Gu Ran did not have a deep understanding of portrait painting, and he could also tell when he was painting. When these coincidences come together, they can no longer be coincidences. The picture was quite clear. Han Yuxuan paused the video, then zoomed in and looked at it carefully. At first glance, it's okay. On second look, not bad. The third eye, no, that's not right. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Han Yuxuan could tell at a glance that Gu Ran had a solid foundation. The whole painting was done naturally, without any redundant strokes and without any place that could be changed. Han Yuxuan asked himself if he could do these things. But what he couldn't do was to paint the postures of the pair of sisters so naturally, with their expressions and body language so vivid and beautiful beyond words. This is not technology anymore. It's talent. It is a talent that makes every painter jealous. He finally understood why Gu Ran could see the flaws in his work at a glance. Gu Ran didn't explain it before, but Han Yuxuan can now see that the difference between them lies in the depiction of facial features and body shape. In recent years, in order to step onto a bigger stage and increase his popularity, Han Yuxuan has begun to delve into grand themes and express them with rich brushstrokes. This makes his style become uniformly beautiful in every part of the picture. But this kind of beauty becomes a failure in portrait painting. The bright background could not fully bring out Shenhuiga's temperament and demeanor, and it failed to bring out the best in her. On the contrary, Gu Ran's paintings have a distinctive style, combining both rigidity and flexibility, and the perfect amount of white space in the picture surpasses all colors. Everyone is afraid of comparison. 3 months and half an hour bright and black and white, a genius and an unknown person. Every comparison feels like a slap in the face. Han Yuxuan was ashamed and wanted to remove the painting Wei Gu from the main exhibition stand, leaving it to be covered in dust and never see the light of day. Han Yuxuan was also jealous, envious, and even hateful. I hated him so much that I wanted to tear up Gu Ran's painting and kick him out of the exhibition. Of course, these psychological activities cannot be shown on the face. Han Yuxuan threw his phone on the table calmly and said calmly, "It's just so, the painting is good." Gu Ran saw it all, smiled, and cursed in his heart that the man was so shameless. When the female employee heard this, her eyes lit up and she chased Han Yuxuan and asked, "Mr. Han, how does his level compare to yours?" Han Yuxuan felt like he was stabbed hard. There were so many dirty words stuck in my throat that I finally said, "It's almost the same as mine." "Great." The female employee quickly came up to Gu Ran and said in a humble tone, "Mr. Gu, can we have a word for a moment?" Gu Ran could probably guess what she would say, but still refused. "Just say it here, I don't have much time." "All right." The female employee gritted her teeth, as if she had made a difficult decision, and said with a firm and sincere look, "Mr. Gu, on behalf of Tianyi Company, I now formally offer you an SSS-level contract. The basic salary is 30 million per year, with a personal assistant, a villa, a luxury car, and money for attending events and advertising endorsements. You will take 80%. If you have any other requirements, we can talk about it later." Gu Ran took a deep breath. The value of this contract is quite high. It should almost be a contract signed by a top artist. The only thing missing is the shares. Gu Ran also understood that, in addition to the fact that his painting skills were too high, he also had leverage over them, which was fatal enough. In comparison, it was not impossible to sign a contract. Gu Ran smiled and looked carefully at the female employee's figure from top to bottom, and finally looked at her face. I have to say that she is also a beauty with an average score of over 8 points, and her touch score can reach 9 points. Unfortunately, in recent days, she has been overshadowed by several stunning beauties around her who are close to perfect scores. Feeling Gu Ran's fiery gaze, the female employee felt as if her whole body was burned by fire. She lowered her head and whispered, "If you have other conditions, we can discuss it in private." "Why in private?" Gu Ran asked jokingly. The female employee blushed so much that she could hardly speak. After all, it was in front of so many people. Gu Ran waved his hand and said, "It was just a joke. I don't intend to sign it." Chapter 34. Han Yuxuan stood aside with jealous eyes. The SSS level contract and additional terms have always been my requests to Huan Yu and Tianyi. The two sides have been arguing for a long time and have been unwilling to give in. But now, this guy Gu Ran suddenly appeared and got this preferential treatment so easily. Who can feel balanced? Are the employees of Tianyi stupid? Aren't you afraid that I will be upset and tell Huan Yu about it, so that your plan will go down the drain? But soon, Han Yuxuan realized that he and Gu Ran were completely different. Gu Ran was able to get in touch with the top management of Universe. With just a phone call, the entire universe would start operating like a ruthless machine and ruthlessly destroy Tiany's long-planned plan. Han Yuxuan is currently just a painter who has not signed a contract. Although he can have a say, his results are definitely much worse than Gu Ran's. There is enough time difference between the two for Tiany to finalize the cooperation. In terms of threat level, Han Yuxuan is far behind. Therefore, it is normal that all the benefits instantly poured into Gu Ran. If the contract is signed, Gu Ran will definitely get the most resources in the future, and the rest of the people can only pick up the pieces that come through his fingers. Han Yuxuan was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. After seeing Gu Ran's work just now, he actually had some unconfident thoughts. What is even more infuriating is that Gu Ran directly rejected this tempting contract. Is he an idiot? The female anchor Xiaohan was also full of surprise. It was the first time she heard of such a contract. She was extremely envious and asked in confusion, why? Isn't this a good thing to gain both fame and fortune? Gu Ran said soberly, I signed this contract, what's the difference between that and selling myself? Tiany spent so much money on me, he must make it back, my daily schedule will be filled up. I even have to cooperate with Tiany to build my character. What's the point of dating a girlfriend secretly? Besides, for me, these fame and fortune are within my reach, right? Everyone in the room seemed to be awakened from a dream by the words, and suddenly understood. In this impetuous world, being able to see things so clearly at a glance and reject them without hesitation, this is the style of a master. After hearing these words, Shenhuiga's eyes turned softer and more appreciative when she looked at Gu Ran. As an art practitioner, Shenhuiga also has a noble heart. If she signs a contract with an entertainment company in the future, it must be because of her own interest, which is above fame and fortune. In this comparison, Han Yuxuan, who had been haggling over every detail and arguing over some terms for 3 or 5 days, was actually not in line with his own values. The 2 Tiany employees who came to negotiate were almost crying at this moment. If you leak core secrets, even if you are not killed by your boss and shareholders, you will definitely spend your whole life in jail. But all this had nothing to do with Gu Ran. He only cared about how to alienate the relationship between Shenhuiga and Han Yuxuan. Gu Ran opened the system panel and found that the progress bar of this task had reached 80%, and he could already claim the preliminary reward. It's not enough. Mr. Han, have you made up your mind? Should you sign with Huanyu or Tiany? Gu Ran urged slowly. Han Yuxuan felt unwell. Gu Ran walked up to him again and whispered, sign the contract now, and then confess your love to Shenhuiga. You will have a great career and a happy love life. Han Yuxuan's heart moved, and then he subconsciously glanced at Shenhuiga. Her eyes were actually focused on Gu Ran. I became the background board. Suddenly, a bad feeling crept into her heart. As her blood boiled, Han Yuxuan said loudly, I've decided. I'll sign with Tiany. Sister Xiaodan, let's do as we said before. Let's each take a step back. Is that okay? The female employee named Xiaodan did not agree directly, but looked at Gu Ran with a difficult look and asked, how about you sign it? Gu Ran understood that this was a humble attempt to curry favor, so he smiled and said, why are you asking me about your company's affairs? Xiaodan looked ashen, she knew that Gu Ran was being ruthless. Suddenly, Gu Ran changed the subject and said, regarding the cooperation between your company and Yuntan Gallery, I will not help you hide it. At most, I will not mention you. As for your company's self-inspection, it has nothing to do with me. The 2 employees' eyes suddenly showed some expression, as if they had come back to life. At least, there is still a glimmer of hope. Really? That's great. Then you're friends. Gu Ran smiled and said, don't worry, they are very tight-lipped. But next time when I need your help, don't pretend you don't know them. The male employee patted his chest and assured, don't worry, you can always ask me if you have any problems in the future. Ah, yes. No one knew what had suddenly gone wrong with Han Yuxuan. She was determined to sign Tiany, and Gu Ran did not try to stop her. First of all, the conditions proposed by Han Yuxuan have exceeded Huan Yu's bottom line. In addition, in order to shut Han Yuxuan up, the 2 employees of Tiany agreed to all the outrageous requests. Who would give up 100 yuan and choose 70 yuan? Both publicly and privately, Han Yuxuan and Huan Yu are no longer destined to be together. Is there nothing more to talk about? We will continue to stroll around the exhibition and not disturb you from signing the contract. For a contract of this level, Han Yuxuan needs a lawyer to be present and reconfirm every clause before signing. This takes a long time, so naturally he has no interest in waiting here. Han Yuxuan said, Wei-ge, please stay with me. Shinwei-ge hesitated for a moment and smiled reluctantly. Forget it, it's a bit stuffy here, I want to go out for a walk. Oh well. Returning to the exhibition hall once again, Shinwei-ge stood in front of her own portrait with a serious look. Gu Ran, tell me the truth, how long did he spend on this painting? Gu Ran scratched his head and said with a wry smile, I'd better not say anything, otherwise it would be bad if it ruined your relationship. You. Shinwei-ge stamped her feet vigorously and said, I still treat you as a friend, but you hid it from me for that scumbag. I won't talk to you anymore. Gu Ran said awkwardly, okay, let me tell you, actually this painting only took 3 days. How long? 3 days? Shinwei-ge said in disbelief, Gu Ran, you are exaggerating. How could such a large painting be completed in 3 days? Zhao Bangxia echoed, that's right. You are just taking revenge on Han Yuxuan for not signing a contract with your company, and you are slandering him on purpose. How do you know that this painting only took 3 days? Gu Ran said helplessly, look, you guys don't believe me when I tell you the truth. I shouldn't have said it earlier. You ordinary people can't see it, but as a professional painter, you are extremely sensitive to colors. There are also very subtle differences when the pigments are painted on the canvas at different times, just like a forensic doctor can accurately determine the cause and time of death of the deceased through various details. If it really took 3 months to paint, it must have been meticulously crafted and perfected. But from my perspective, this is a work that was completed in one go, relying on his inspiration and touch at the time. But humans are very conflicted creatures, and artists are even more so. They may be satisfied with their work today, but when they look back a few days later, they may suddenly feel that their work is unsightly and there are still many places that can be modified. I don't believe they can't see that. Chapter 35. Women are emotional creatures. They like delicate people and things, and are often surprised by gifts that boys suddenly prepare for them, which makes them happy all day long. It was under such circumstances that Shinwei-ge was moved by Han Yuxuan. She still remembered that it was a rainy day. Han Yuxuan took her to a very romantic bar in the rain. A guitarist sat at the bar, playing beautiful chords. Han Yuxuan stood in front of a painting covered with a dust cloth. When the dust cloth was removed, a beam of light shone through the clouds and fell on the painting. The people in the painting are dancing gracefully, so beautifully that it seems as if the whole world has turned into warm colors, including the mood. Shinwei-ge covered her face in surprise, and her heart was filled with emotion when she heard him talk about the hardships and happiness of creating this painting. But the reality is cruel. It turns out that all the beautiful things are shrouded in a lie. The 3 months of hard work in creating the work was nothing more than a rhetoric to gain favor. He took advantage of his great talent for painting and thought that a painting he could create in just 3 days could be considered an excellent work. He thought that no one could tell the difference and might even be complacent about it. But in fact, this is a work that is not so perfunctory. It is perfect when viewed alone, but it cannot stand up to comparison at all, and the truth and falsehood are obvious. What made Shinwei-ge sad was not that she was deceived, but that she was treated perfunctorily. If it is like this before you get it, what will happen after you get it? Shinwei-ge didn't want to think about it. Turning his eyes away from the painting, Shinwei-ge said indifferently, let's go, I don't want to stay here. Gu Ran naturally obeyed her, because he had already seen the panel showing that the mission completion rate was 98%. Gu Ran looked at the progress bar with joy, waiting for the moment it turned golden. Suddenly, the audience in the exhibition exclaimed. Looking back, it turned out to be Han Yuxuan walking towards me with a bouquet of roses in her hand. His handsome look drew screams and cheers from the audience, and some people took out their mobile phones to take photos and record the screen. The media present also focused their cameras on him. Finally, Han Yuxuan walked up to Shinwei-ge, smiled, and began to confess, Wei-ge, do you remember the first time we met? At the same time, Gu Ran suddenly saw that the progress bar of 98% actually dropped back by 1% at this moment. I couldn't help but be shocked and asked, what the hell? System, this thing can still be reduced? Answer host, the emotional fluctuations of the mission target will certainly affect the progress bar. If there is a misunderstanding between lovers, it will drop significantly. Please seize the opportunity, host. Hold. Fortunately, this time it was just Shinwei-ge's emotional fluctuation, and the progress bar soon went back up. When Han Yuxuan was halfway through her confession, Shinwei-ge suddenly raised her hand to interrupt and said, I know what you want to say, but I'm not in the mood to listen now. I just want to ask you a question. Okay, ask. I remember you said that you started painting this picture for me in the spring, right? Right. It had been raining for several days in a row, and the next day it started to get damp. The walls and the roof were all wet. Did you take good care of the painting? Why does the canvas feel a little wrinkled? Of course I did. Han Yuxuan said sincerely. It was really humid that day, so I laid down the dust sheet right away. Is there any problem? Shen Weiga stared at Han Yuxuan in disappointment. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. She sneered, your studio is moisture-proof. How could it be affected? Although there is some moisture, it is not obvious. The point is, the school happened to organize an exchange meeting during those days. We were away for a few days. How did you cover the dust sheet in the first place? Han Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. Are you testing me? If you weren't full of lies and thought I was naive and easy to fool, how could I have the heart to test you? Scumbag! Shen Weiga snatched the rose from Han Yuxuan's arms, raised it high, smashed it hard on his face, and left angrily. Gu Ran stood there in a daze. Because at this moment, the task progress bar finally reached 100%, flashing a golden light. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Activity reward, inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. Do you want to claim it? Receive. With excitement, Gu Ran finally received the second system reward. Just like last time, all the knowledge points about traditional Chinese medicine instantly filled Gu Ran's mind. He had medical classics from ancient times to the present, including various lost prescriptions and techniques. At this moment, he was like an old doctor who had been practicing medicine for thousands of years, and there was no difficult disease that he could not cure. Among them, the basic skills of traditional Chinese medicine, observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation, are used with ease. Just by looking at Han Yuxuan's face, one could tell that he had small ears and a thin mouth, a face of bad luck. Moreover, his brows were furrowed, his facial features were distorted, and he looked as furious as thunder. The liver fire is excessive, the kidney water is deficient, and he looks like he is addicted to alcohol and sex. Gu Ran was like a child who got a toy and instantly liked the feeling of spying on a person at a glance. When he turned around and wanted to see where Zhao Bangxia and Shen Weiga were, he found that only Zhao Bangxia and Shen Kai were around. He didn't know when Shen Weiga left. Zhao Bangxia pushed Gu Ran and said, "Why are you daydreaming? Wei Go has already run away, why don't we chase her?" Chase. After waking up from the system reward, Gu Ran was about to chase after him, but was suddenly grabbed by Han Yuxuan again. His eyes widened as he stared at Gu Ran and asked, "What did you say to her?" "We just talked about painting." As he spoke, Gu Ran grabbed his arm with his backhand, twisted, pulled and pushed it gently, and actually tried to push Han Yuxuan back and forth like playing with a ball, and casually pushed him a few meters away. These are the holding the moon in the arms and girl presenting flowers postures in Tai Chi. I am an old Chinese medicine doctor and I know some Tai Chi. Is that normal? Han Yuxuan, many media have come today, and the cameras are all facing you. Do you really want to lose face? I have given you enough face, don't be ungrateful. Han Yuxuan felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him and he calmed down instantly. Now is definitely not the time to argue with Gu Ran. Given his level, it would be too easy for him to find fault with me at the art exhibition. Moreover, we should calm the media and ensure that the exhibition ends perfectly. After Gu Ran pushed Han Yuxuan away, he chased after her with Zhao Bangxia and Shen Kai. But in such a large gallery with so many people, it was impossible to find Shen Weiga and the phone call was unavailable. Zhao Bangxia stood at a fork in the road and said, "Let's split up and look for it. Shen Kai, you go to the left, and Gu Ran and I go to the right. We'll call each other after we find it." Good. Shen Kai is indeed a first-class bootlicker. After receiving the order, he jumped out immediately. Instead, Zhao Bangxia suddenly hooked Gu Ran's arm and asked leisurely, "Where are we going now?" "Aren't you going to look for someone?" Gu Ran asked back. "Who are you looking for? Shen Weiga is not a child, how could she get lost? There is no light bulb, so we can go on a date." Zhao Bangxia suddenly leaned against Gu Ran's arm, stood on tiptoe, blew air into his ear and said, "Let's find a place where there's no one. I'll wear my second dress and show it to you." Chapter 36. Although I have known for a long time that Shen Weiga and Zhao Bangxia are just fake best friends. But I didn't expect that the plastic would be so thorough. Shen Weiga had just broken up with her boyfriend, and Zhao Bangxia was eager to go on a date with her alone. From her eyebrows to the corners of her mouth, her whole body exudes the feeling of Sister Lang. But Gu Ran had already figured out her personality and knew that she liked to be treated in a strong and domineering manner. And Gu Ran doesn't want to go along with her now. Wouldn't it be great to take advantage of Shinwega's breakup and take advantage of the opportunity? Gu Ran pulled his hands away and said calmly, "I'm not in the mood, I won't go." "Go ahead." Zhao Bangxia came up again and said delicately, "You really don't understand romance." "What kind of style?" Gu Ran asked, pretending to know. "You are so mean, you have to make people tell it." She hesitated, but still came over and whispered in Gu Ran's ear. After listening to this, Gu Ran's throat moved. This little girl is really good at it. Zhao Bangxia deliberately wore a JK top and white stockings and sprayed perfume, exuding charm every moment, but at this moment, hearing her sweet words with her own ears, how could he hold back? Gu Ran grabbed Zhao Bangxia's wrist, pulled her, and quickened his pace. "Hey, where are you taking me?" "Go to the bathroom first." "Huh? The toilet? Come out, there's no one here." After hearing Gu Ran's voice, Zhao Bangxia sneaked out of the bathroom with a frightened look on her face. Seeing that there was indeed no one around, Zhao Bangxia cursed in shame and anger. "You bastard, you were so gentle to me before, but now you are completely different." Gu Ran leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette and asked, "Do you like me before or now?" "Well, now." Gu Ran laughed. "I laughed at myself for being so stupid in the past. If I had known it was so simple, I wouldn't have followed her around like a lapdog." "Let's go," Gu Ran urged. Etc. "What else do you want to do?" Zhao Bangxia rolled her eyes in resentment and said angrily, "Wait for me first." Pretentious. Gu Ran took out his phone and called Shinweiga again, but the other party's phone was turned off. He simply sent a caring WeChat message, but it still fell on deaf ears. Really, isn't it just seeing through the nature of a scumbag? Why is it such a big blow? I don't know whether to describe it as sentimental or fragile. Qian Kai sent a lot of messages asking where people were. I still have a little sympathy for my former colleague Gu Ran. Apart from his poor brain, this guy is a nice person. Just when he was about to reply to his message, Zhao Bangxia had quietly returned, put on some makeup, and walked over to ask, "Which girl are you chatting with?" "I'll reply to your message only if I pay you." "By the way, he's been pursuing you so persistently for so many years, and you don't even give him a chance?" Zhao Bangxia lifted her hair from her shoulders and answered without hesitation, "Why should I give him a chance? He is willing to pursue me because I am so charming. If I have to give a chance to everyone who pursues me, what will I become? And I have also confessed to him. If he insists, what can I do?" Gu Ran actually felt that what she said made some sense. At this time, the phone rang again. It was Tang Yan calling. Is this crazy woman crazy? She's already off work, why is she still calling? Confused, but still connected. "Gu Ran, come and pick me up. I'm at Gingyuan in Jintai Hotel." Again, she spoke in an imperative tone without any negotiation, but the difference from the past was that she seemed to have drunk some wine and her voice was very loud. "That's it? I'm busy with work, and you want me to be your driver? Mr. Tang, please find someone else. I'm busy right now. I don't care what you're doing, put it down and come pick me up right away. I'm not kidding you, if you're late, something might happen to me." "What can happen to you? Why do you have so many questions? I've sent the address to your phone. I'll give you 10 minutes to get here right away." Tang Yan's anger came back and she yelled. Gu Ran also got angry and said, 10 minutes? Even if there's no traffic jam, it will take half an hour. But the only answer he got was a blank tone and the call was hung up. The nameless anger in my heart grew even bigger. Zhao Bangxia asked curiously, "I just heard a woman's voice on the phone. Why are you calling me so late at night?" She dragged out the last line of her voice, which could not hide her jealousy at all. Gu Ran was in a bad mood and replied calmly, "What does it have to do with you? I'm already your girlfriend, can't I ask?" Zhao Bangxia suddenly walked in front of Gu Ran and spoke in a coquettish tone. Gu Ran asked blankly, "When did you become my girlfriend?" "We just." Gu Ran stepped back, "Hey, how can you be so greedy? I'm kind enough to help you relieve your itch, and you still want to rely on me? Gu Ran, you are a scoundrel. You pursued me for so long before, isn't it enough for me to agree to it now?" Gu Ran smiled instead, "Of course not. I bought the ticket a few years ago for the train I was going to take at that time. It's been so long, and the train stops in front of me again, I don't have to take this train. But you've already been there. Zhao Bangxia was actually a little worried and felt empty inside, so she asked, so you don't want to be with me anymore? Gu Ran smiled. Originally, I wanted to slap her fair face twice and tell her to stop daydreaming. But suddenly I thought of a possibility and asked silently in my heart, system, if I was in a relationship with Zhao Bangxia and dumped her, would it also be considered a breakup? Wouldn't there be a reward too? Ding. Mission clue captured. Host Gu Ran wants to get rid of his girlfriend Zhao Bangxia. Please help them break up. Mission reward, 100,000 Chinese currency. After getting the system's response, Gu Ran was stunned. Damn it! Is it really possible? The gloomy mood suddenly turned brighter. Gu Ran walked up to Zhao Bangxia, pinched her cheeks and shook them vigorously, saying, okay, then I'll give you a chance to be my girlfriend. But I like freedom, so you should stop asking about my affairs and stop interfering in them. Can you do that? Zhao Bangxia smiled foolishly, looked at Gu Ran's handsome face, and nodded quickly, saying, I promise, I will be very good. Okay, let's see how you perform in the future. But you just heard that my boss is a crazy woman. I have to go today. Zhao Bangxia held Gu Ran's hand, shaking it back and forth and said, she's so annoying. You clearly agreed to come to my house today, so can you come tomorrow? It depends on my mood. I'll give you news when the time comes. I'm leaving now. Gu Ran waved his hand and left in style. Zhao Bangxia stood there in a daze. She suddenly felt that Gu Ran's words were very familiar. If you think about it carefully, isn't it the same rhetoric that I used to use when I treated him like a bootlicker? Asshole. Chapter 37. Even in Shanghai, Jintai Hotel is a very famous 5-star hotel. They also have some special venues that are only available to members. Jingyuan is a luxurious box with very high access privileges, only available to some celebrities in the upper class. At this time, in the magnificent box, everyone was drunk and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Tang Yan shook her head vigorously, trying to keep herself awake. Suddenly, a man next to him lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke. The second-hand smoke sprayed onto Tang Yan's face, making her so nauseous that she almost vomited. Tang Yan couldn't remember how long it had been since she had attended such a drinking party. As the general manager of Huanyu's branch in Shanghai, almost everyone is in awe and flattering of her, and she can treat any demons and monsters as she pleases. But today, something happened to Bayan, which implicated Huanyu and disrupted a series of Huanyu's plans. At the same time, various online marketing accounts also began to take advantage of the traffic and demonize Huanyu and Bayan. There are also some companies that are eyeing the opportunity, regardless of size, that have jumped out. While they are secretly making shady moves, they are also openly filming weird videos for netizens to make fun of. But Bayan's involvement in prostitution is obviously not that simple. There are too many weird things about it. First, Bayan is now at the peak of his career. His schedule is arranged down to the minute. He works like a machine and has very little time for sleep. In this situation, how can he still have time to go whoring? Second, it is almost impossible to hide this from the agent who is always with them. Third, Bayan went to a very private club where customers required a very high level of confidentiality, yet he was caught by the police. Fourth, the reporter took a picture of this scene and posted it online. If every step is so coincidental, then it is not a coincidence, it is man-made. Who is the driving force behind this? How many are there in total? These problems are very tricky, at least they have not been clarified yet, which makes Tang Yan feel confused and uncomfortable. So when someone invited her to this drinking party, she agreed. Those present were all people she knew, and they were also well-known celebrities in this circle. Some cooperation can be reached to ease the current pressure on the world. But deep down, Tang Yan looked down on these people. I feel that they are just beasts in fancy clothes. The entire entertainment industry is in a mess, and some of them are primarily responsible. Lu Sun once said, if an animal cannot gain weight by eating, then it must have parasites in its stomach. If the people cannot get rich by working hard, then there must be vampires in society. Lu Sun really said this. This also applies to the entertainment industry. There are parasites among this group of people. Each of them looked glamorous and beautiful, until after 3 rounds of drinks, when everyone was a little drunk, they took off their disguises and revealed their true natures. Bragging, swearing, and dirty jokes all come out of his mouth. This vulgar nature emanates from this group of celebrities. Here, Tang Yan did not maintain the image of a strong woman in the company. She could also join in on the fun and make a few dirty jokes, but mostly she was observing them. Humans are creatures that like to show off, and they do so subconsciously, especially in front of beautiful women. Not to mention that after his rationality was suppressed by alcohol, he couldn't suppress the pride in his eyes. After testing a few more people, Tang Yan understood a lot more. Although it is not enough to clear the fog, we have a direction for investigation and solution. Just when Tang Yan was about to leave, she suddenly felt weak all over and had no strength to move. She had a precise control over her alcohol tolerance and knew that she was definitely not drunk. Is it the wine that's the problem? Tang Yan quickly sat down in the corner of the sofa. The first thing that came to her mind was to ask that bastard Gu Ran to save the situation. Sir, if you are not a member, you really cannot enter here. I told you, I'm looking for someone. Gu Ran said with a dark face, take me to Jingyuan, I'll leave right away after I find someone. When the security guard heard the word Jingyuan, his expression became even more serious. He knew that Jingyuan had the boss's distinguished guest today, so how could he let this kid in? Call your friend. All right. Gu Ran didn't want to embarrass the security guard, so he made 2 consecutive calls, but neither of them went through. Gu Ran remembered what Tang Yan had just said, you are late, something might happen to me. How about we just force our way in? But who the hell knows where Jingyuan is? Gu Ran called Xiang Chanshan again. Fortunately, she was a member of this hotel and was able to contact the manager. In the end, the security guard still brought Gu Ran in obediently, and his attitude was much friendlier than before. Gu Ran pushed the door of Jingyuan, and a mixed smell of cigarettes and alcohol hit him in the face. Soon, Gu Ran found Tang Yan. She was half lying on the sofa, drowsy and seemed about to lose consciousness at any moment. How did you get so drunk? You're going to be picked up dead soon, right? Gu Ran didn't dare to think any further, and hurried forward, wanting to pick her up. Hey, young man, what are you doing? A middle-aged man in a shirt and with a big belly came up and stopped Gu Ran, looking very unhappy. Gu Ran said, so you weren't drunk? You pretended to be really drunk just now. Gu Ran looked at the middle-aged man warily. He felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. The middle-aged man was seen through at a glance, but he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pointed at Gu Ran's nose and said angrily, who are you and how did you get in? If you can't explain it clearly, I'll call security. She asked me to pick her up. Bullshit. I think you are just a pervert who wants to take advantage of her. You are not allowed to touch her until the matter is made clear. The middle-aged man walked up and pushed Gu Ran on the shoulder with considerable force. Gu Ran sneered, I don't want to fight with you, for fear of crippling you. Tang Yan, tell him who I am. I don't have time to waste on him. Tang Yan on the sofa was not completely drunk yet and was still sober. After hearing Gu Ran's words, she stared at him for a long time, then suddenly stood up, threw herself on him and threw herself into Gu Ran's arms. Hubby, come and take me home. She smiled, pursed her lips, relaxed her guard, and revealed her wifely side. Her eyes were hazy, but there was a different kind of temptation in them. Gu Ran was so frightened by the word husband that her whole body trembled. What did you drink? It ruined your brain. I'm not your husband. I am your father. The middle-aged man was also startled. He stared at Gu Ran from head to toe, and suddenly his attitude became much more humble. He said, it turns out to be Master Yu. I didn't expect you to be so young. It was just a misunderstanding just now. Ha ha. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Gu Ran. Apparently he had recognized the wrong person too. Gu Ran didn't explain, let alone shake hands, but just said in a cold voice, can you move aside now? Ah, please walk slowly. Gu Ran helped Tang Yan walk a few steps and found that her legs were weak and she had to hang on him. It was too strenuous, so he simply put one hand around her slender waist and the other hand around her neck and picked her up. Tang Yan seemed to like this posture very much. She hugged Gu Ran's neck with both hands and rubbed her head hard into his arms. Chapter 38, a familiar scene. Tang Yan was not that heavy, so I didn't feel tired holding her in my arms and walking all the way to the parking space. On the contrary, her slightly plump hands are very delicate and make people feel distracted. After placing her in the back seat of the car and fastening her seatbelt, Gu Ran stared at her for a long while. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed, are you an idiot? Why don't you bring anyone with you when you go to drink with these hooligans? It's just me who still remembers the friendship we had, otherwise I wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Do you know that in 10 minutes, your body will probably be picked up by someone? I have saved you today, so we can settle our scores from the past few days, right? If you ask me, I at least helped you fertilize and loosen the soil a few days ago. How could you repay me with evil? In the middle of the conversation, Tang Yan suddenly woke up. Her face flushed, her eyes were blurred, and she actually began to lick her lips. She clamped her legs together and rubbed them slowly, while she began to unbutton her shirt. This situation is similar to what happened after Qin Manchue drank the medicinal wine in Sihai before. The wine contains aphrodisiac properties. Now that he has inherited Chinese medicine, Gu Ran can tell at a glance that Tang Yan's condition is much more serious. Mountains rise and floods burst. In this situation, if you don't vent your emotions, it will harm your body. Damn, this is so troublesome. Gu Ran pulled up her right hand and took her pulse. The pulse is still a little disordered, but mostly solid. Among them, the Hong pulse has the highest frequency, surging like a flood, coming and going on the surface, with qi stagnation and fire hyperactivity. It's worse than I thought. Gu Ran inherited Chinese medicine, but he couldn't fully utilize it. Some acupoint techniques required the use of qi that had been trained for many years. He had never trained it, so it was impossible for him to use it. The only way is to help her relieve the pain through acupoint massage. After using traditional Chinese medicine massage techniques such as acupressure, pressing, kneading, and one-finger zen, the blush on Tang Yan's face began to gradually subside. But Gu Ran knew that this was only temporary. So they booked a room nearby and Gu Ran took her into the room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she lay down, she exploded again, and even more violently than before. The human body is extremely delicate, and each person's condition is different. Therefore, Gu Ran could not guarantee 100% that the treatment just now would be effective for the medicine she took and suitable for her physical condition. Sure enough, the worst situation happened. She suddenly sat up from the bed, and this time not only her face turned red, but even her eyes were a little red. Depend on. Gu Ran realized that something was wrong and took out his cell phone to dial 120, but before he could unlock the phone, Tang Yan shouted husband and pounced on him. I don't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Gu Ran to the ground. Gu Ran struggled for a while before giving up. She said with a smile, "Sister, at least let's not do this on the floor." It was a brutal war with billions of casualties. I don't know how long I slept after I fell down from exhaustion. Gu Ran opened his eyes in confusion and saw the bright sunshine outside the window. Just some of the sunlight came in through the window, making the whole room bright. Such a familiar scene. The last person lying next to me was Qin Manchue. What if Tang Yan wakes up later? Gu Ran was a little worried, but didn't want to move at all. The bones are falling apart. Not a drop left. This crazy woman was so strong after taking drugs. Gu Ran picked up the phone, and sure enough, there was another missed call from Xiang Shanshan, and some unread messages. She was not as angry as she was yesterday. Knowing that Gu Ran was taking care of Tang Yan, she just said a few words of concern. In addition, Zhao Bangxia, Xin Weiga, and even Zhou Rong, who was beside Qin Shenwen, also sent several WeChat messages. Gu Ran flipped through the pages again and was a little disappointed. As expected, there was no news about Qin Manchue. But the disappointment did not last long. Gu Ran replied to Xiang Shanshan's messages and started chatting with Xin Weiga again. As for the little bitch Zhao Bangxia and senior sister Zhou Rong, Gu Ran didn't want to go back and just left them alone. Xin Weiga, I'm sorry to have made you worry. I was in a very bad mood yesterday. After turning off my phone, I went home and had some drinks. Gu Ran, I am indeed worried, but I am also angry. Xin Weiga, I'm sorry, but why are you angry? Gu Ran, you were drinking without calling me. Xin Weiga, it's really boring for me to drink alone. When you are free, come to my house and I will treat you. Just as Gu Ran was about to reply to the message, he felt the air in the room suddenly drop, and he seemed to be stared at by a terrifying figure. When he turned around, he saw Tang Yan, who looked tired, staring at him with murderous eyes. Good morning. Gu Ran greeted. Tang Yan didn't say anything. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I was the victim last night. Gu Ran found that he was not as panicked as he thought, and asked, You don't remember anything about last night, do you? Tang Yan gnashed her teeth and said, I don't remember, but you are definitely dead. Gu Ran sighed, knowing this would happen. Perhaps because he was not worried about having too much debt and not itchy because he had too many lice, Gu Ran just gave up. Experience tells him that reasoning with a woman at this time will have little effect. Tang Yan wanted to wrap herself in the quilt and sit up, only to find that she was already wearing a nightgown. Gu Ran seemed to know what she was thinking and said, "The phone is on the bedside table, but it should be out of battery." Tang Yan didn't say anything. She picked up her phone and saw that it was out of battery. Fortunately, there was a charger on the plug in the hotel room. He turned on the phone while it was charging, and ignored the missed calls and unread messages. He just opened a monitoring software and started watching videos. Gu Ran took a glance and saw the picture was the Jingyuan private room last night. It turns out that she had been recording the video. No wonder she held the phone so tightly last night. Without disturbing her, Gu Ran stood up and walked to the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Tang Yan say coldly, "Even if you run into a rat hole, I can find you." "Are you sick? Who's running away?" "I'm just getting takeout." "Aren't you hungry?" When Tang Yan heard the word takeout, her stomach moved and made a gurgling sound. She didn't say she didn't want to eat it, but asked, "What did you order?" Gu Ran walked to the dining table and sat down and said, "Meat buns, rice rolls, millet porridge, eggs, and soy milk." "I just want millet porridge." "I'm sorry, these are all mine. I didn't order your share." Tang Yan was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Gu Ran, do you really not want to live anymore?" Gu Ran ignored him. After a quick wash, he opened the breakfast bag and the fragrance immediately wafted out. He took a bite of the bun. The skin was thin and the filling was large, with just the right amount of fat and lean. "I don't know how long your surveillance camera has been recording. Pull it back and see if there is any footage from after I met you. It would be best if you can help me clear my name." The main reason why Tang Yan filmed this surveillance video was to be able to observe these people's expressions many times and find something helpful. But after hearing what Gu Ran said, she still pulled the progress bar. Chapter 38. Tang Yan was not that heavy, so I didn't feel tired holding her in my arms and walking all the way to the parking space. Instead, she kept twisting her body dishonestly, which made people feel distracted. After placing her in the back seat of the car and fastening her seatbelt, Gu Ran stared at her for a long while. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed, "Are you an idiot? You drank so much, why didn't you bring anyone with you?" "It was me who came here because of our old friendship, otherwise I wouldn't have rushed here so quickly." "Do you know that in 10 minutes, if you are taken away, it will be a big deal? I have saved you today, so we can settle our scores from the past few days, right?" In the middle of the conversation, Tang Yan suddenly woke up. Her face was flushed and her eyes were blurry. This situation is similar to what happened after Qin Manchua drank the medicinal wine in Sihai before. The wine contains that kind of medicinal effect. Now that he had inherited traditional Chinese medicine, Gu Ran could tell at a glance that Tang Yan's condition was much more serious. In this situation, if you don't vent your emotions, it will harm your body. Damn, this is so troublesome. Gu Ran pulled up her right hand and took her pulse. The pulse is still a little disordered, but mostly solid. Among them, the Hong pulse has the highest frequency, surging like a flood, coming and going on the surface, with qi stagnation and fire hyperactivity. It's worse than I thought. He knew how to solve the problem now, but a good cook cannot cook without rice, and there is really not much that can be done with just a pair of hands. You can massage the acupoints, but the effect will not be too obvious. It was mainly because of what she drank, the medicine was too strong. Sent to hospital emergency room. Just as the car was about to start, Tang Yan in the back seat had already unbuckled her seatbelt. She was very restless and threw herself forward, making it difficult for the driver to hold the steering wheel steadily. This definitely won't work. What if there's a car accident along the way? Gu Ran slapped her on the forehead and yelled, "Calm down. I'll take you to the hospital." But at this time, Tang Yan seemed to have lost her mind, and the strength in her hands became even stronger. Gu Ran was helpless and could only carry her out of the car and find a nearby hotel to book a room for her. Just as he was about to call 120, this crazy woman actually hugged him from behind. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Gu Ran to the ground. "Can you please stop being crazy?" Gu Ran stared at her and realized that not only her face was red, but even her eyes were red and bloodshot. Sure enough, the worst situation happened. Depend on. I don't know how much time has passed. Gu Ran opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the bright sunshine outside the window. Just a little sunshine came in through the window, making the whole room bright. Such a familiar scene. The last person lying next to me was Qin Manxue. What if Tang Yan wakes up later? Gu Ran was a little worried, but didn't want to move at all. The bones are falling apart. This woman is crazy. Gu Ran picked up the phone, and sure enough, there was another missed call from Xiang Shanshan, and some unread messages. She was not as angry as she was yesterday. Knowing that Gu Ran was taking care of Tang Yan, she just said a few words of concern. In addition, Zhao Bangxia, Xin Weiga, and even Zhou Rong, who was beside Qin Shenwan, also sent several WeChat messages. Gu Ran flipped through the pages again and was a little disappointed. As expected, there was no news about Qin Manxue. But the disappointment did not last long. Gu Ran replied to Xiang Shanshan's messages and started chatting with Xin Weiga again. As for Zhao Bangxia, who was half a spare tire, and senior sister Zhou Rong, Gu Ran didn't want to go back and just left them alone. Xin Weiga, I'm sorry to have made you worry. I was in a very bad mood yesterday. After turning off my phone, I went home and had some drinks. Gu Ran, I am indeed worried, but I am also angry. Xin Weiga, I'm sorry, but why are you angry? Gu Ran, you were drinking without calling me. Xin Weiga, it's really boring for me to drink alone. When you are free, come to my house and I will treat you. Just as Gu Ran was about to reply to the message, he felt the air in the room suddenly drop, and he seemed to be stared at by a terrifying figure. When he turned around, he saw Tang Yan, who looked tired, staring at him with murderous eyes. Good morning. Gu Ran greeted. Tang Yan didn't say anything. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I was the victim last night. Gu Ran found that he was not as panicked as he thought, and asked, You don't remember anything about last night, do you? Tang Yan gnashed her teeth and said, I don't remember, but you are definitely dead. Gu Ran sighed, knowing this would happen. Perhaps because he was not worried about having too much debt and not itchy because he had too many lice, Gu Ran just gave up. Experience tells him that reasoning with a woman at this time will have little effect. Tang Yan wanted to wrap herself in the quilt and sit up, only to find that she was already wearing a nightgown. Gu Ran seemed to know what she was thinking and said, The phone is on the bedside table, but it should be out of battery. Tang Yan didn't say anything. She picked up her phone and saw that it was out of battery. Fortunately, there was a charger on the plug in the hotel room. He turned on the phone while it was charging, and ignored the missed calls and unread messages. He just opened a monitoring software and started watching the video. Gu Ran took a glance and the picture was the Jingyuan private room from last night. It turns out that she had been recording the video. No wonder she held the phone so tightly last night. Without disturbing her, Gu Ran stood up and walked to the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Tang Yan say coldly, Even if you run into a rat hole, I can find you. Are you sick? Who's running away? I'm just getting takeout. Aren't you hungry? When Tang Yan heard the word takeout, her stomach moved and made a gurgling sound. She didn't say she didn't want to eat it, but asked, What did you order? Gu Ran walked to the dining table and sat down and said, Meat buns, rice rolls, millet porridge, eggs, and soy milk. I just want millet porridge. I'm sorry, these are all mine. I didn't order your share. Tang Yan was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Gu Ran, do you really not want to live anymore? Gu Ran ignored him. After a quick wash, he opened the breakfast bag and the fragrance immediately wafted out. He took a bite of the bun. The skin was thin and the filling was large, with just the right amount of fat and lean. I don't know how long your surveillance camera has been recording. Pull it back and see if there is any footage from after I met you. It would be best if you can help me clear my name. The main reason why Tang Yan filmed this surveillance video was to be able to observe these people's expressions many times and find something helpful. But after hearing what Gu Ran said, she still moved the progress bar. Chapter 39. Tang Yan scrolled back the progress bar of the surveillance video and soon found the scene where Gu Ran broke into the private room. I don't know if it's because of the shooting angle, but Gu Ran's legs look very long in the picture, and he takes steady steps forward, giving me an inexplicable sense of security. Soon, Tang Yan saw Gu Ran starting to argue with the middle-aged man. While she was unconscious, she threw herself into his arms and called him husband in a sweet voice, just like a wild cat in heat. Oh shit. What the hell? Tang Yan was so frightened that she almost dropped her phone. She looked up guiltily and stole a glance at Gu Ran. This guy was still sitting at the dining table, leisurely eating breakfast as if he heard nothing. Tang Yan turned down the volume on her phone and continued watching. In the picture, after Gu Ran picked her up, the whole screen began to shake and nothing could be seen clearly, but fortunately she could hear the sounds clearly. Are you an idiot? Why didn't you bring anyone with you when you were drinking with these hooligans? It was me who was still thinking about the friendship we had, otherwise I wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Gu Ran cursed and Tang Yan listened with gritted teeth, feeling both angry and amused. Keep mumbling, how childish. From then on, there was only the rustling sound. But Tang Yan could hear a few of her own muffled hums from time to time. She covered her face, unable to believe that this was the sound she made. This is not the end. The two of them then entered the hotel room. The cell phone was thrown aside. The picture was the ceiling, but the sound was clear. Husband. Sis, let's at least not be on the floor. Bang. Tang Yan turned off her cell phone and slammed it hard on the bedside table. I can't listen to it anymore. She covered her head with the quilt, turned over, and kicked the quilt hard a few times. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. It was really me who took the initiative. Judging from the sound, it seems like quite a commotion. So embarrassing. Suddenly, Gu Ran's voice rang out, is the review over? Can I be cleared of all charges now? Shut up. Stop laughing. A voice that was both embarrassed and angry came from under the quilt. Gu Ran said, Wife, I got the wrong person last time, but you got the wrong person last night. We should be even now, right? Son of a bitch. Don't call me that. You're so fickle. Last night you clearly begged me to call you wife, and you called me husband the entire night. I told you to shut up. Gu Ran was indeed quiet. After a while, Tang Yan heard the sound of the door opening again. I felt a sense of loss for no reason. He just left like that? Tang Yan's head quietly emerged from the quilt and she secretly glanced towards the door. Unexpectedly, Gu Ran did not leave, but picked up another takeaway. He just turned his head. The two looked at each other. Tang Yan wanted to retract her head, but she held back and glared back fiercely. But Gu Ran laughed. Why are you laughing? Tang Yan questioned, again in that arrogant tone. But this time, Gu Ran was not so afraid of her, and replied with a smile, You are obviously in the wrong, but you are so fierce. If it were someone else, I would definitely be angry. But you are so beautiful, I think you are cute, and I can't help but smile. Tang Yan was stunned for a moment. Even after so many years in society, he has developed a good emotional intelligence and can speak fluently to anyone. But when she suddenly heard such sweet words, Tang Yan didn't know how to answer and didn't want to refute. He could only snort coldly and turn his head away. Gu Ran walked to the bedside and asked, I ordered some food for you. There is a small table next to the bed. Do you want to eat in bed or get up? Tang Yan asked, Didn't you order my breakfast? She herself didn't realize that her tone had softened a lot, and even sounded a little angry and coquettish. Didn't you order breakfast for me? Oh, a stubborn man. Gu Ran said, The one just now was mine, of course I didn't order yours. You had your breakfast at another restaurant, why are you only ordering it now? Tang Yan pursed her lips, lifted the quilt, got out of bed and said, Put it on the table, I'll brush my teeth first. She put on her shoes and just as she stepped out, she felt a tearing sensation in her thigh. Hiss. Tang Yan secretly took a breath of cool air, endured the pain, maintained the image of a strong woman, and walked towards the bathroom. Although she disguised herself very well, it was too obvious and too unnatural in the eyes of Gu Ran, who was proficient in medicine. About 20 minutes later, she came out of the bathroom, sat at the dining table, opened the takeaway, and immediately smelled a scent of medicine. What did you order for me? Gu Ran sat on the sofa by the window, scrolling through his phone, and replied without even looking up, Pumpkin porridge, just added some Chinese herbs, it can be considered a medicinal meal. You want to poison me? If I wanted to poison you, I wouldn't do it in such a big way. I contacted several restaurants and finally found one that was willing to help me make medicinal food. It cost me a lot of money. Eat it while it's hot. It's good for your health. Gu Ran rolled his eyes, feeling that Tang Yan was not very smart today. Tang Yan pinched her nose and said, I don't eat this. Gu Ran put down his phone, sighed, and said seriously. I don't know who drugged you yesterday. I don't know if he was a bad guy or a fool. The dosage was very high and it will do great harm to your body. If you don't take good care of yourself, you may not be able to have children in the future. You didn't say that on purpose to trick me into eating this, did you? I'm not exaggerating. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. Tang Yan covered her stomach and her face turned pale. She was really panicked and had no time to question the efficacy of the medicinal porridge. She picked up the spoon and put the porridge into her mouth. He swallowed the food whole, without even having time to chew it, and just gulped it down in big mouthfuls. She swallowed and wiped away her tears. It was the first time that Gu Ran saw her vulnerable side. She was completely different from the strong woman in the company. Wait a minute, come with me to the hospital, Tang Yan said with tears in her eyes. Yeah. Gu Ran nodded. I told Sister Chanshan before that you were feeling unwell after drinking, but I didn't give you the details. I've asked her to make an appointment with an expert in this field for you, and we can come over any time. Tang Yan lowered her head and was silent for a long time before she said thank you with difficulty. She suddenly felt that she didn't hate this little man so much. He is a scoundrel, a hooligan, disobedient and a bit mean. Some are careful. Gu Ran knew that it would be awkward for her to say thank you, so he changed the subject. You'd better not get your hopes up too much. In your case, there may not be any good treatment in the hospital. Then, what should we do then? Let's go and have a look first. If it doesn't work, we can find a Chinese doctor. Gu Ran did not reveal his medical skills because they were too horrifying. A woman as smart and suspicious as Tang Yan would never believe them and would instead become more suspicious. Chapter 40. Parking lot of Shanghai Central Hospital. Zhou Rong sat in the passenger seat of the BMW 7 Series with a gloomy look on her face. What did you say? Director Tang, whom we have an appointment with, is going to see other patients today? Chen Shunwen unbuckled his seatbelt and said helplessly, yes, there is a very important person in the hospital today. Director Tang was invited over. I can't do anything about it. However, Director Tang's apprentice is also very skilled. Zhou Rong continued to make a fuss. I don't care. I just want Director Tang to help me. I don't trust anyone else. Let his apprentice take care of him. You just don't value our son. Zhou Rong gently stroked her belly with both hands. She had peach blossom eyes and tears on her face, which always made people feel distressed. Shen Shenwen quickly apologized with a smile. Look at what you said. You and the child are my dearest. How could I not value you? You just don't take it seriously. Shen Shenwen sighed and said, Rong, stop making trouble. I have to hurry back to the company after you finish the inspection. It's been so many days, and there are still things waiting for me to deal with. You still want to go back to the company? Zhou Rong covered her red lips, tears falling out of her eyes. She said pitifully, you can go now. I don't need you to accompany me. Shen Shenwen said, don't be angry, I went back to work to make money and provide you and your children with better living conditions. You say that, but you keep saying you want to divorce Tang Ran, but you haven't done anything and are deliberately dragging it out. I guess you don't want to divorce me. Shen Shenwen was a little annoyed by what he heard. He put away his good temper and frowned, saying, Zhou Rong, I also know that you pregnant women have big mood swings, but you really make me tired. I said I would divorce, so I would divorce. Don't keep talking about son. It's only been a short time, how do you know it's a son? You actually doubted me. Zhou Rong turned around and took out a document from her bag, untied it angrily, took out an appraisal certificate from it, threw it hard into Chen Shenwen's arms, and said, look at what this is. Chen Shenwen's breathing became rapid and he took a look. Just as he thought, it was a baby gender identification certificate, and the result was male. Chen Shenwen had specifically inquired about this before and found out that there was a hospital in Hong Kong that could identify the gender of a baby through blood tests, even if the pregnant woman had just gotten pregnant. So he hurriedly took Zhou Rong there personally. Although it cost a lot of money, he felt it was worth it because the child was very important to him. After so many years of marriage, Tang Ran's belly has not been moving, which has always been a concern for Chen Shenwen. He had longed for a son. Now seeing the identification results, I am ecstatic and all the unhappiness I just felt has disappeared. Zhou Rong's eyes were still filled with tears. She said aggrievely and pitifully, I originally planned to go back to Shanghai and get a checkup first. When I feel more at ease, I will tell you the result and give you a surprise. Her emotions suddenly broke down. She raised her fist and punched her belly, crying as she did so, since you don't care about us, mother and daughter, I won't give birth to this child. He won't have a father if he's born, so let's just abort him, woo. Chen Shenwen was shocked and quickly held her hand, comforting her in a gentle voice. No, 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 honey, I was wrong. I will ask that kid Gu Ran how things went. If everything goes well, I will divorce her right away. Aren't you interested in that house in Saiwan? Let's go and see it tomorrow. We'll buy it if it's suitable. Jo Rong finally calmed down, but tears were still in her eyes. She said pitifully, husband, what I care about is not a house, but our future home. When we get married, will we not even have a wedding house? Will we have to live in the house where you and I lived together before? Yes, I didn't think it through. Don't take it out on the child when you're unhappy. It's not good for your health. Director Tang's apprentice is also a famous doctor with rich experience and is not easy to make an appointment with. We're just doing a routine checkup today. I'll try to make an appointment with Director Tang every week in the future, okay? Okay, but you have to keep the divorce in mind. Don't worry, I will create an opportunity for that kid Gu Ran right away. If I can't do it this time, I will skin him alive. Gu Ran heard from Xiang Shanshan that the doctor for this appointment was a gynecologist who was famous throughout the country and even nationwide. He was very polite when he received Tang Yen. Mr. Tang, according to the test results, there is indeed something wrong with your body, and the situation is a bit complicated. Tang Yen clenched her fingers together in confusion and asked in a panic, is there any medicine I can take? To be honest, no. Your condition is damaging your body to its very core, and there is no specific medicine you can take. Moreover, for such a complicated condition, taking random medicines will have the opposite effect. Then, can I still get pregnant in the future? That, I can't really say. Tang Yen could tell that this was a euphemism. The implication is cruel. How so? Tang Yan's psychological defenses collapsed at once, and tears flowed out unconsciously. She seemed to become much more haggard in an instant, which made Gu Ran feel pity for her. Gu Ran put his hand on her back, gently smoothed it a few times and said, Director Tang, let's go to a Chinese medicine doctor. Do you have any experts to recommend? Traditional Chinese medicine, well, for Mr. Tang's condition, warming and nourishing with traditional Chinese medicine should be effective. Tang Yen asked carefully, Western medicine can't cure it, can Chinese medicine help? Director Tang nodded and comforted him, Mr. Tang, you can rest assured about this. I also know that the public looks at Chinese medicine with tinted glasses, but that was decades ago. At that time, many charlatans sold fake medicines under the banner of Chinese medicine, which ruined the reputation of our ancestors. Real Chinese medicine is still an invaluable treasure of our China. Many specialists I know would not have achieved what they have today if they had not drawn nourishment from Chinese medicine. It's a pity, a lot of the true Chinese medicine heritage has been lost. Sorry, I'm getting off topic. You guys can just take the elevator to the first floor and find a man named Miao Shuai. Tell him I introduced him to you. He used to be a barefoot doctor in Tibet. He's been to all parts of the country and treated many difficult and complicated diseases. Our hospital managed to keep him here, so he should have a good solution. Thank you. We'll be there soon. Gu Ran helped Tang Yen up. She had completely lost the aura of a strong woman and instead looked so frail that it made people feel sorry for her. In fact, he could just write out a prescription, and Tang Yen would be fine after taking a course of treatment, but Tang Yen would never believe it. When Gu Ran took the elevator to the first floor and arrived at the Chinese medicine clinic, he didn't notice that there were two people staring at him from behind. That's Gu Ran, right? Who's the woman next to him? She doesn't look like your wife, does she? She is Tang Yen of the universe. Chapter 41. When you come to the Chinese medicine clinic, you can smell a strong smell of medicine. Different from the pungent disinfectant on other floors, Chinese medicine is full of rich herbal aroma, just as thick and deep as the heritage of Chinese medicine. But compared with other departments upstairs, there are far fewer patients coming to see Chinese medicine. Gu Ran and his friends did not need to queue up to get a number. They just came to the TCM consultation desk and gave the names of Director Tang and Miao Shuai, and a nurse took them to an outpatient room. In the huge outpatient clinic, there was only a doctor sitting there who was nearly 40 years old, wearing glasses and looked very calm. Gu Ran asked, Hello, are you Director Miao? Director Miao is my teacher. He is out for some reason. I am his student, Li Yushan. However, I have received a call from my teacher. This must be Mr. Tang, right? Please take a seat. Let's take your pulse first. Tang Yen sat on the chair anxiously. Seeing that Li Yushan was a little young, she did not trust his medical skills, so she did not tell him about her condition and just placed her wrist on the cowhide pulse scanner. Li Yushan placed his hand on his pulse and felt it for nearly half a minute, his expression becoming increasingly grim. "Mr. Tang, did you drink yesterday? When I feel your pulse today, it seems that it doesn't match your actual pulse. This will affect my judgment. But I can tell it has something to do with gynecology, right? For example, menstrual disorders, abdominal pain, dysfunction, etc. Can you tell me the specific situation?" Tang Yan pursed her lips, finding it difficult to speak. "Don't avoid doctors, Mr. Tang." Tang Yan had no choice but to tell the story of how she was drugged. Gu Ran could see that Li Yushan's eyes were wandering over Tang Yan, and a flash of lust flashed across his eyes, with a micro-expression. Although he hid it very well, Gu Ran's skills in observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation were too profound, and this little trick could not be hidden from him at all. This situation is indeed quite complicated, but there have been cases before. How about this? I will give Mr. Tang acupuncture first to see if I can alleviate the situation. Acupuncture is a type of acupuncture that mainly uses lifting, inserting, and twisting methods to stimulate specific acupoints for tonifying and draining treatment. There is a separate small room next to the clinic, which is used for therapies such as acupuncture. Li Yushan invited Tang Yan in and was about to close the door, but unexpectedly Gu Ran followed in. "Why did you come in?" "Wait outside," Li Yushan said. Gu Ran shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure, so I came in to take a look." Li Yushan raised his eyebrows. "Are you worried?" "Oh, I understand the family member's feelings, but in order not to affect the treatment, you'd better wait outside." "That's not what worries me," Gu Ran replied calmly. Li Yushan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Gu Ran's eyes were somewhat contemptuous. He was somewhat familiar with this look. When he was still young and studying with his teacher, some people saw that he was young and was studying Chinese medicine, so they always looked at him with disbelief and contempt, which made him very uncomfortable. It has been many years since he felt this kind of look, and Li Yushan really hates being looked at in this way. Li Yushan asked emotionally, "Do you not believe in Chinese medicine?" Gu Ran shook his head. "No, of course I believe it. People are always like this. When they don't understand a certain industry, they will always have some doubts and foolish self-confidence. On the contrary, if you have a constructive understanding in a certain area and the deeper your mastery, you will have a sense of awe deep in your heart." Now that Gu Ran has inherited Chinese medicine, he knows that this subject is profound and full of mysteries, and he has nothing but admiration in his heart. Li Yushan was even more confused and asked angrily, "So you don't believe in my medical skills?" Gu Ran thought about it and nodded sincerely, "Yeah, a little bit." Li Yushan didn't expect him to be so honest and not even hide anything. As Miao Shuahai's student, dignitaries and elites who want to make appointments with him have to line up every day. No matter what everyone thinks in their hearts, they always maintain respect on the surface, and are eager to give valuable red envelopes in various forms. It is easy to get a fortune, but hard to find a good doctor. Isn't it just to maintain this relationship so that you can use it when you are sick in the future? Who would go against a famous doctor? Li Yushan roared, "Get out!" If Tang Yan's identity wasn't so special, Li Yushan would have started cursing. Where did this idiot come from? Why is he so ignorant? I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Gu Ran didn't expect that this person had such a bad temper and would get angry at the mere mention of something he didn't like. A doctor's quality can be judged by his temperament. If his qi nourishing skills are so poor, his medical skills may not be that good either. Gu Ran said, "I stimulated her Shuahai, Sanyinjiao, Shenmen, Guanyuan, Qi last night. The situation has improved a little, but the facts have proved that the effect is not significant." Li Yushan was surprised for a moment. "Are you also a Chinese medicine practitioner?" "Yes." Gu Ran nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you plan to use the lifting and inserting method, following the acupuncture paths I just mentioned, and use tapping and pushing to assist, right? The human body is complex, and every time a doctor faces a patient, it is like facing a test. When there are no standard answers or classic cases, each doctor's treatment methods will always be slightly different. Just like answering a question, there is no fixed rule. But this situation is only for ordinary doctors. For a top student like Li Yushan, he can think of the optimal solution as soon as he sees the question for the first time. Now, the optimal solution was stated by Gu Ran so casually, which was really surprising. Gu Ran said, "If that's the case, then there's no need. I just said that the effect is not obvious. You should prescribe some medicine and she can go back and recuperate slowly." Li Yushan smiled and said with some contempt, "Young man, don't think that you are a medical expert just because you have studied for a few years. You should be more humble. The same treatment didn't work for you. It's because you are not good enough. It doesn't mean I can't do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't come to the hospital, right?" Gu Ran has become completely immune to such ridicule. A truly capable person will not rush to refute just because someone says a few words. "Gu Ran, let Dr. Li try it. It should be effective," Tang Yen said lightly, trying to smooth things over. "Young man, watch carefully and learn well." Li Yushan knew that he couldn't kick Gu Ran out now, so he could only say this. It's just a pity that with such a beautiful woman lying in front of him, he can't make any movements. Li Yushan took out the sterilized silver needles and began to insert the needles according to the acupuncture route that Zhu Ran had previously envisioned. His technique was very skillful, but in Gu Ran's opinion, he still had some unskilled skills. At least the strength and angle are still a little off. "You've regressed," Gu Ran said for no reason. Li Yushan's hand trembled as he was performing acupuncture, and he looked back at Gu Ran in horror. How did he know that? Chapter 42. Li Yushan looked at Gu Ran in horror. It was like seeing a ghost. This person is obviously only in his 20s, how come his eyesight is so sharp? Li Yushan's acupuncture skills have indeed regressed. In the past, he and his teacher Miao Shuihai practiced medicine in nomadic places all over the country. After more than 10 years of experience, they were later invited to the hospital, where they only saw a few rich and powerful people every day. Coupled with drinking every day, his hands are no longer as steady as before. Although he is not a doctor who needs to perform operating table and his unsteady hands are not a fatal problem, it still has some impact on the treatment such as acupuncture. Teacher Miao Shuihai criticized him several times for such problems. But how could he tell that after just a few glances at someone like Gu Ran, whom he had never met before? Where on earth did this monster come from? A course of treatment takes about 20 minutes. Li Yushan said, "Mr. Tang, I will prescribe some medicine for you. Go back and boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl and drink it. Drink 1 bowl a day for a week." Tang Yen nodded slightly and said okay. Nowadays, medicines are prescribed using computers. Li Yushan is not very fast at operation, but he still prescribed nearly 10 medicinal herbs. During this period, Gu Ran stood behind him. Somehow, Li Yushan felt particularly stressed. It was as if I was back more than 10 years ago, when I was still an apprentice, and my master was standing behind me watching me practicing medicine. At this time, someone pushed open the door and walked in. He was a thin old man with flowing silver hair. His skin was tanned by the sun, but his complexion was ruddy and his eyes were clear. But when he walked, he had some hidden injury in his right foot and he limped. "Old man, you have to queue up to get a number to see a doctor," Gu Ran said softly, wanting to ask him to leave first. He wanted to change a few medicines in the prescription, which involved Tang Yan's condition, which was her privacy. Unexpectedly, the old man waved his hand and said, "I am Miao Shuihai. I just heard from old Tang that there is a patient with a complicated condition, so I came to take a look." Miao Shuihai looked at his apprentice and asked, "Yushan, how is she doing?" "Teacher." Li Yushan stood up respectfully and said, "It's a bit tricky, but I've already given her acupuncture. Now I'm going to prescribe some medicine for her." "That's good." Miao Shuihai nodded with satisfaction. Gu Ran was not satisfied, and said to Li Yushan, "Is the prescription you wrote from the Golden Chamber?" "The prescription is a good one, but it is not suitable for Mr. Tang. The effect is too strong, it should be milder. Add 10 grams each of Codonopsis emporia, and remove atractylodes." His tone was gentle, but his attitude was firm. He wasn't negotiating. It was the first time that Tang Yen saw Gu Ran being so strong. In the previous few meetings, his toughness was all pretended. He had no confidence, and he looked ridiculous in his aggressive manner. But today was different. His expression and temperament were as if he was a famous doctor. Li Yushan wanted to refute at the first moment, but he thought about it calmly and said, "You also know Mr. Tang's current situation. It would be bad to moderate the effect of the medicine, right?" Gu Ran understood what he meant. The drug Tang Yen was given yesterday was very strong and has been deposited in her body and has not been fully absorbed. The medicine Li Yushan prescribed was intended to counteract the effect and nourish the body. Gu Ran said, "Your idea is right, but it will also make her suffer from diarrhea and sweating many times, which will consume a lot of physical energy and be a burden on her body." After the medicine is mild, I will give her acupuncture once a day, and the effect will be better. Li Yushan thought about it again and asked, can you give her acupuncture? Or should we let her come to the hospital? Gu Ran laughed, no need. Anyway, my skills are much better than yours. Li Yushan was so upset that he couldn't refute it. Judging from the fact that he could tell that his skills had regressed in just a few glances, he was definitely a master-level figure. Niao Shuihai stood aside and watched curiously. He knew Li Yushan's temper too well. He was quite humble in front of him, but he was extremely arrogant when facing others. Today was really strange. I was speechless as I was being guided by a little kid. It's strange. Very strange. Yushan, who is this young man? Li Yushan said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know him either, but his medical skills should be quite good. Since you say I'm not lower than you, I must be higher than you. Niao Shuihai said with a stern face, you are an unskilled person, worse than a kid. Don't drink anymore and turn down all the drinking parties. Otherwise, don't go to future summits. You will only embarrass me if you go. No, teacher, can't I just stop drinking? Niao Shuihai snorted coldly, then looked at Gu Ran and asked with a smile, young man, what's your name? Excuse me, my last name is Gu. Who is your master? This is a question I haven't thought about. Like most traditional skills, Chinese medicine also emphasizes inheritance, which is extremely important. Gu Ran said, my teacher is not famous, he is just a barefoot doctor, you probably don't know him. A barefoot doctor. Niao Shuihai found Gu Ran more pleasing to the eye and started talking, so where is he now? Gu Ran smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. He doesn't use a cell phone, he prefers to write letters, so I can't contact him no matter where he goes now. Niao Shuihai clapped his hands and said happily, what a coincidence. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that the master you were talking about was me. You are just like me, an old man. You also like to write letters and travel around the country. The corner of Gu Ran's mouth twitched. No way, how could such random things be so similar? Then, Niao Shuihai sighed, but I really envy him. Unlike me, I feel uncomfortable being called to this hospital. Gu Ran just smiled and didn't know how to respond. Niao Shuihai asked again, will you come to the Chinese Medicine Summit in the near future? Gu Ran smiled bitterly, I can't go either. I probably won't be able to attend that summit. Oh, you probably aren't familiar with it. Otherwise, with your medical skills, how could you not be able to attend? Well, let's leave our contact information, and I'll take you there later. Gu Ran waved his hand and said, sorry to trouble you, old man, but I'm not interested in this. Oh? I understand you. Really? My superiors also asked me to participate before, but I was not interested either. Later, I found that it is very beneficial to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. Forget it. I probably don't have time. Gu Ran continued to decline politely. It sounded boring and he had no interest at all. Niao Shuihai stopped persuading him and chatted with Gu Ran about Chinese medicine. He found that this young man had very unique insights, and just one or two words could enlighten people. The more I watch it, the more I like it. The two exchanged contact information. Before leaving, Gu Ran asked, do you sell needles here? Niao Shuihai understood that he was talking about acupuncture needles. The hospital doesn't sell these, but I can give you a box, Yushan. Give the box in the cabinet to Xiao Gu. Master. Li Yushan was somewhat reluctant, but after being glared at, he still stood up, opened the cabinet beside him, and took out a book-sized, 10-centimeter high rectangular sandalwood box. Chapter 43. Li Yushan was somewhat reluctant, but still handed the sandalwood box to Gu Ran and said, Master means that this set of needles is for you. The surface of the sandalwood box is coated with a layer of raw lacquer, which appears to be a very dignified and majestic black. This box alone is expensive. Gu Ran was not so shameless and said, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Niao Shuihai smiled and said, you're welcome. Nowadays, there are very few young people who are willing to learn Chinese medicine and learn it well. And I feel very friendly. This set of needles was specially made by an old leader of the military region and given to me on my 70th birthday. But I am used to the set I use, so it would be a waste to leave this set unused. Give a sword to a hero. It is better to use it and make full use of its value than to let it lie in a cupboard and gather dust. Gu Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still took it and said, since you have persuaded me so much, it would be very rude of me not to accept it. Thank you. Niao Shuai said, don't think that I'm giving it to you for free. You owe me a favor. Gu Ran suddenly thought that this little old man was quite interesting, and said with a smile, if you want me to do something, even if it is not a favor, I dare not refuse it. Ha, you have the same bad temper as I did when I was young. Just say whatever you want to say. Gu Ran also smiled, and after a few more pleasantries, he took Tang Yan away to get the medicine. Li Yushan escorted the man out of the door, closed it, and said to Miao Shuai, Master, don't you find it strange? What's wrong? Since that young man's medical skills are not low, why did he come here? Can't he treat Mr. Tang himself? Li Yushan felt a little uncomfortable. This kid comes here to show off, is he sick? Niao Shuai sat on the chair, drank a sip of hot tea, and said calmly, this is normal. His original intention was not to come to you, but to me. He thinks my medical skills are better. Isn't it normal? Li Yushan quietly rolled his eyes. I just saw you two talking about medical matters, and it seems that his insights are deeper than yours. But he is a young man in his 20s. No matter how talented he is, how can he compare to his master who has been practicing medicine for decades? It is only more than 20 meters from the clinic to the medicine collection counter. Even though the distance was only a dozen steps, Tang Yan kept looking at Gu Ran curiously. You really know medical skills? She finally couldn't help it and asked. Gu Ran nodded slightly and responded. Then if you can do it, why did you bring me to the hospital? Gu Ran said helplessly, will you feel relieved if I don't come here? That's true, but I asked someone to investigate you, and the information didn't say you had studied medicine. There are many things that cannot be found out by just looking at the archives and then having someone visit the place. Maybe it's because I rarely show this skill to outsiders. Tang Yan rolled her eyes coquettishly, if I praise you a few words, your tail will be lifted up to the sky. You've praised me for more than just 2 sentences. What's the meaning? You praised me all night yesterday and almost made my voice hoarse. Tang Yan's pale face suddenly turned redder. Gu Ran was stunned for a second. You're still talking about last night, do you want to die? She revealed the fierce aura she had in the company again. Gu Ran was not so scared anymore, but he did not continue to provoke her. Instead, he asked with concern, how do you feel now after eating the medicinal porridge this morning? Tang Yan touched her lower abdomen and felt it, and said, my stomach feels warm and comfortable, and my legs are not so weak anymore. I don't feel anything else. That's good. Gu Ran thought for a moment and said, but you have to give me a raise. Why? I'll prescribe you medicine and give you acupuncture. There should be a different price, right? Tang Yan sneered and said, you wish for that. You work in my company, but I don't see you doing much work. So should I deduct your salary? Who said that? I actually did something yesterday that might help alleviate your current predicament. It's just that I didn't tell you because of your current state. TSK, so vain, what's the use of bragging, being down to earth is the truth. Tang Yan didn't believe it at all. It also solves the world's plight. Top stars collapsed, the stock market fell, brands withdrew from cooperation, and the company's artists' schedules were stranded. There are so many problems, and you, a temporary worker, can solve them? Gu Ran didn't explain further. Gu Ran has already told Xiang Chanxian that Yuntan Gallery is going to cooperate with Tianyi. After receiving the news, Xiang Chanxian immediately held a small internal meeting to customize a plan. It is impossible to destroy this cooperation. Not only will it break up with Tianyi, but it will also cause enmity with Yuntan Gallery. It is too stupid and not worth it. What they want is a piece of the pie and win-win situation. It is impossible for Tianyi to take charge of such a large cooperation. They can only take the lead, and then other companies will cooperate in the rest. However, the benefits they can gain from this will be much less. Therefore, what the world wants is just to compete for dominance, just like bidding. Yuntan Gallery would also be happy to see this happen. After getting the medicine, when Gu Ran was about to leave with the sandalwood box in his arms, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. When I turned around, it turned out to be my senior sister Zhou Rong. Although Gu Ran didn't like her very much, he had to admit that as a school belle she was really pleasing to the eye. She was wearing a thin little jacket with a white vest underneath. She had a hot body and was very attractive just by smiling at you. Among all the women I have met, except Shinweiga, her cleavage is undoubtedly the best. It's just that Shinweiga dressed more conservatively, but Zhou Rong was different, she didn't hide it at all. As she walked towards me, twisting her slender waist, she carried a scent of fragrance with her. It's really you, I thought I recognized the wrong person. Jo Rong walked over with a smile in her eyes, looking very seductive. Gu Ran replied coldly, well, but we have to leave now. Don't be impatient. Jo Rong clamped her throat and complained coquettishly, I told you I was willing to spend the night with you, why didn't you come to see me for so long? You didn't even reply to my WeChat messages. I've already prepared everything for you. Gu Ran didn't expect that she would say such blunt, explicit, and shameless words in public, in front of Tang Yan. It's exciting though. But I can't stand it. At the same time, Gu Ran could also feel that Tang Yan was looking at him with a very unfriendly look. Murderous look. There is murderous intent in her eyes. Chapter 44. Tang Yan had investigated Chen Xinwen, so she had naturally also read Jo Rong's information. As Tang Ran's best friend, Tang Yan hates this mistress deeply. If she hadn't been thinking about leaving this bitch to her best friend for revenge, she would have used some tricks to make her half paralyzed. How could she have let her walk up to her like a vixen and flirt with that bastard Gu Ran? Tang Yan was very unhappy, and the good impression she had accumulated towards Gu Ran also disappeared in an instant. This bastard. He flirts with women everywhere, and even doesn't let go of this slut. He must be really hungry. Gu Ran felt the murderous intent in Tang Yan's eyes, how could he not know what she was thinking? He immediately said to Jo Rong, senior sister, don't talk nonsense. There is nothing going on between us. You are my teacher's woman, and I don't have any feelings for you. Oh? You really have no idea? Jo Rong smiled playfully, and glanced at Tang Yan beside him, and said sourly, so you like this kind of mature big sister type, she is not bad either, can't you treat her equally? Tang Yan glared at Jo Rong and said with disgust, you two are a perfect couple. You have nothing to do with me. Stay away from me. Jo Rong was not angry. Instead, she smiled brightly and said coquettishly, then sister, please promise not to compete with me for this little man in the future. Gu Ran, come with me. I have something to tell you. Gu Ran just felt a chill all over his body. Is this idiot here to cause trouble? Is he complaining that he has lived too long? Tang Yan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said unhappily, I don't care about your relationship, but now is working time, he is still my employee, I pay him a salary, he has to obey my orders. After get off work, I have no right to control what you two do in the wild. Gu Ran, let's go. Jo Rong stepped forward, took Gu Ran's hand and said, sister is so stingy. Actually, I'm not the one pestering him. It's his teacher who wants to talk to him. It's over there, very close. I'll let him go after he's done. Okay? When Tang Yan saw Chen Xinwen, her mood became even worse. She snorted coldly, said nothing, and walked away with cold steps. Gu Ran shook off Jo Rong's hand and complained, why did you bother her for no reason? In the end, she was unhappy and took it out on me. Take it out on you? Jo Rong's eyes wandered over Gu Ran, and she smiled playfully, how will she vent her anger? Will she just suck you dry? She licked her lips with her flexible tongue, circled them twice, and said with a smile, sister, you can do that, too. I have to say that this woman Jo Rong is a fairy, especially when she was standing there, leaning forward slightly from time to time and shaking deliberately. Does it look good? Is it big? She asked in a soft voice. Gu Ran swallowed subconsciously, but reason still took over his mind. Tang Yan had just left, and Chen Xinwen was still waiting not far away. He couldn't be fooled by this slutty woman. When Gu Ran was admitted to graduate school, Jo Rong and Chen Xinwen, the couple, had not even slept together. At that time, Jo Rong had already clearly shown her materialism and snobbery. She looked down on poor boys like Gu Ran. She made a few jokes from time to time and played Gu Ran around like a dog. Later, when she was with Chen Xinwen, she seemed to be developed. Her clothing style became more and more revealing, and she often made some explicit jokes. The attitude towards Gu Ran is still playful. I'm willing to show myself to you and pose in front of you, but I won't let a loser like you touch me. Gu Ran knew it and enjoyed it. Until Chen Xinwen wanted to divorce Tang Ran in order to marry Jo Rong. Gu Ran began to change his mindset. After all, in Gu Ran's eyes, Jo Rong was not even as good as his master's wife. How can she get promoted when she is just a mistress? But Gu Ran did not forget that there was also a system task related to Jo Rong and Chen Xinwen. To be honest, even if there was no such task, he would be happy to break up this couple. Chen Xinwen sat in the smoking area downstairs in the outpatient clinic, crossed his legs, and puffed a cigarette comfortably. Seeing Gu Ran coming over, he said calmly, "How have you been in the world these days? Did Tang Yan make things difficult for you?" Facing the teacher who had exploited him for 2 years, Gu Ran was actually not that confident. He said in a perfunctory manner, "How could I not be in trouble, teacher? I was just helping you anyway, and somehow I had a misunderstanding with her. You have to save me." Sure enough, when it came to this matter, Chen Xinwen did not continue to ask further, but just kept shirking. "I have been trying to find a way for you these 2 days, but Tang Yan's status is too high, and I can't reach her. I am willing but unable to do it. However, there is another person who can help you with this matter." Having been with Chen Xinwen for 2 years, Gu Ran already knew him very well. He understood his thoughts and asked, "You mean Master's wife?" "Ha, you're quite smart. My wife has a good relationship with Tang Yan, so it's no problem for her to say a few good words for you. By the way, you didn't expose our plan, did you?" "Of course not." "That's good. Have you made any progress on the task I asked you to do?" He was talking about seducing Tang Ran into cheating and then leaving her with nothing. Gu Ran said awkwardly, "Not yet, you are not at home, so I have no reason to come. You are just unreliable. Let me give you a tip. My wife's birthday is coming up in a few days. You go there and I'll pretend to have something to do and leave. You can take the opportunity to get her drunk and have sex with her. Do you understand?" "Clear." Gu Ran nodded obediently, secretly cursing this green-haired turtle for being a pervert. Chen Xinwen smiled with relief and said, "Well, I'll give you a pack of medicine and make sure everything goes well for you." "That's not necessary. Just in case. Think about my wife's figure. Don't you want to? Think. This is the truth, spoken without hesitation. Hey, that's right. Wait until my wife obeys you, and you can coax her and ask her to help you solve Tang Yan's troubles, and that will be a natural outcome." Chen Xinwen is an old pie-in-the-sky artist, and Gu Ran just feels disgusted. Zhou Rong was also very excited when she heard this. She was still frivolous and gossiped to Gu Ran, "That was Tang Yan just now, right? She does look like a strong woman, but I would say she must be feeling very empty. If you take this opportunity to satisfy her a few more times, maybe you can find a rich woman without Tang Ran's help." Gu Ran was not surprised at all when she said this. If you don't have this little bit of scheming and ability, how could you possibly take down Chen Xinwen, this old philandering rogue? Chen Xinwen clapped his hands happily and said, Rong is right, Gu Ran, why don't you take a risk? Maybe you can really make money for the rest of your life. Don't make fun of me. She hates me. I am lucky to be alive. Besides, Tang Yan is still waiting for me. If I go too late, I will suffer. Chen Xinwen waved his hand, "Go ahead." Chapter 45. After Gu Ran separated from Chen Xinwen and Zhou Rong, he walked straight to the parking lot. Although he had just chatted with Chen Xinwen for a few words, Gu Ran was still a little nervous. He even realized later that he had a layer of sweat on his back. This is the result of following Chen Xinwen for many years and having his labor exploited by him. But this tension is gradually disappearing. Chen Xinwen had no idea of his current situation, and Gu Ran was slowly planning how to take revenge. "Honey, I have something to tell you." Inside the white business car, Tang Yan struggled for a long time before deciding to call her husband and tell him that she might not be able to have children. At this moment, she took off her hard shell and revealed her soft side. The fact that she couldn't get pregnant was a huge blow to her, and it even made her panic and lose her own opinion. Otherwise, given her previous personality, she would definitely wait until everything was ready before confronting her husband. Yu Xingrong on the other end of the phone did not notice anything wrong with his wife's tone, and just said lightly, "Tang Yan, you disappoint me so much." Tang Yan was stunned for a moment. Her husband's tone made her even more panicked. What did he know? What happened between me and Gu Ran? Or was it that I was drugged? Or was it that I might not be able to have children? Tang Yan just felt her throat getting dry and didn't dare to speak. Yu Xingrong's tone of reproach was somewhat angry, and he asked, "It's been a day since Beiyan's incident, why hasn't it been thoroughly dealt with? Now public opinion is still fermenting. Do you know how much our company's market value has dropped in just one day? I'll give you another 2 days. If you still can't handle it, you can take a break." So this is the thing. Tang Yan clenched her fists, feeling a little annoyed, and asked, "Xingrong, can you come to the Magic City and stay with me for a few days? Accompany you? Ha, Tang Yan, do you think I have it easy at the capital headquarters? I'm helping you clean up the mess. Do you know that there are still a lot of follow-up orders to be handled and concluded? Do I have the time to accompany you? Tang Yan was silent for a few seconds and said, I know. Go ahead and get busy. Yu Xingrong finally felt that something was wrong. In the past, when my wife and I talked on the phone, half of the topic was about work, and the other half was just small talk. However, she was in a good spirit and had her own opinions on whatever they talked about. Sometimes we could even argue about something, as if it was a debate across time. But today, she actually acted like a woman and showed weakness and acted like a spoiled brat? This is not in bed. How can you release your nature through the air? Are you feeling unwell? Yu Xingrong asked. Tang Yan was in no mood to say anything to him for a moment, and said calmly, I'm just a little tired, I won't say anything more, I'm working. After a while, Gu Ran sat in the driver's seat of the car, looked at Tang Yan in the passenger seat and said, I bought you a bottle of warm water, drink some. Not thirsty. Tang Yan answered listlessly, took off her wedding ring and put it into the storage box in the car. Then I adjusted the seat to a semi-reclining position and took a nap with my eyes closed. In addition to the layered and unique perfume scent on her body, there is also a decadent atmosphere spreading around her. Gu Ran asked, don't you want to know what they just talked to me about? In no mood. Well, actually Joe Rong and I don't have anything. Shut up and drive. Faced with this moody creature, Gu Ran was still happy and peaceful. When I returned to the company, it was already time for lunch. Along the way, everyone greeted Tang Yan and automatically made way for her. After returning to the universe, Tang Yan seemed to have her armor back on. She had sharp eyes and walked with the wind. Everyone wanted to stay away from her. Gu Ran followed beside her and could always feel that everyone looked at him differently, with curiosity and envy. Gu Ran understood it quickly. On my first day at work, I served as an interviewer on my second day, something big happened at the company and I had to miss half a day on my third day. I disappeared for the whole morning with the boss. No one would believe him if he said he was not related to someone else. When they arrived at the elevator reserved for the company's leadership, there were only two of them. Gu Ran asked, Boss Tang, let me arrange lunch. I have no appetite. Tang Yan replied listlessly. It's not good to have no appetite. With your current physical condition, you need to maintain your strength. All right. As they were talking, the elevator had already reached the floor. When the two walked out, they passed by the secretariat. Xiang Qianqian followed and went straight into Tang Yan's office. Xiang Qianqian stood gracefully in front of the coffee table, with a pair of straight and slender legs under her black business skirt. She was wearing black high heels, which made her look much taller. Gu Ran would admire them from time to time, his heart fluttering as he felt that this pair of round and beautiful legs was extremely alluring. Without waiting for Tang Yan to ask, Xiang Qianqian took the initiative to report, Bayan's matter is being handled urgently. The Public Relations Department has withdrawn several trending searches in a row. It should be pushed up by the rival. According to the current trend, the popularity will probably last for about a week. In addition, the police came this morning and conducted routine inquiries with the staff of Bayan Studio. Although our people didn't say anything, the police said that the internet police were preparing to ban all of Bayan's social media accounts. None of these things were beyond Tang Yan's expectations because the processes were too normal. Tang Yan sat down on the soft sofa and picked up a box of ladies' cigarettes from the coffee table. Just when she was about to take out a cigarette, Gu Ran snatched the whole box away. I can't smoke these days, let's quit first. Tang Yan was stunned for a moment, pointing at Gu Ran's nose and was about to get angry, but when she met his eyes, she sighed and said nothing. Xiang Qianqian was also a little surprised. This guy really has a special relationship with President Tang, and he can actually make her obedient. Not paying attention to this little episode, Tang Yan asked, Bayan's endorsement has been withdrawn, right? Well, the brand has already announced on Weibo yesterday that Bayan has been blacklisted as a cooperating artist and will not cooperate with us in the future. In addition, some legal affairs have come to discuss compensation with us. Tang Yan snorted coldly and said, they are all a bunch of people who are taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Let the legal department talk to them. Don't indulge them. They should delay what should be delayed and care about what should be cared about. In the future, the cooperation priority of these companies will be reduced by one level. Okay. Xiang Qianqian paused for a moment and then continued, in addition, we are also actively striving for cooperation with Yuntan Gallery, but Tanny is also taking action. Even if it means losing a lot of profits, they are determined to grab the right to host the event. Tang Yan was confused and raised her eyebrows. She asked, "What Yuntan Gallery? What kind of cooperation?" Ah, didn't Gu Ran tell you? Chapter 46. If possible, Gu Ran would like to lie on the sofa, preferably with his head resting on Tang Yan's legs, and take a nap. I was really tired last night and went to the hospital early in the morning. I am so sleepy now. If Xiang Qianqian's beautiful legs weren't so eye-catching, I might not have been able to pay attention to what they were saying. Tang Yan glanced at Gu Ran without any emotion. Seeing his sleepy expression, she was too lazy to complain and said, "He probably saw that I was a little uncomfortable this morning, so he didn't bother me with work. You can continue." Xiang Qianqian was surprised again. The Tang Yan she knew was a straightforward person who was clear about right and wrong and acted decisively. In the past, even if she was negligent in her work, she would not make any excuses for herself. But today she actually took the initiative to help Gu Ran explain? That's really strange. Xiang Qianqian likes gossip very much, but she didn't dare to ask directly at work, because Tang Yan is very principled when she is working. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts and looking at Gu Ran again, Xiang Qianqian continued, "Actually, this matter has something to do with Gu Ran. He went to Yuntan Gallery yesterday." He briefly recounted what happened to Gu Ran in the Yuntan Gallery. Xiang Qianqian continued to report, "When Gu Ran told me these things, I sent people to verify them. It is true, and Tianyi started planning it last month." Tang Yan asked, "Did you start planning this last month? Why didn't the people we planted in Tianyi report it? This matter is kept highly confidential at Tianyi." The two staff members who contacted Han Yuxuan happened to be part of the team that was discussing cooperation with Yuntan Gallery. They just stopped by to discuss the contract with Han Yuxuan. If the cooperation was not about to be reached, they would not have disclosed the news. It was a pleasant surprise. Tang Yan suddenly remembered that Gu Ran had said before that he could solve the company's problems. "I thought it was a joke at the time, but it turned out to be true." Tang Yan leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. She is often in this relaxed state when she is thinking about making decisions. Who is responsible for this cooperation at Yuntan Gallery? Tang Yan asked with her eyes still closed. It's a deputy curator named Tan. We have tried to contact him, but he is not easy to approach. It is not uncommon for partners to be difficult to approach. These people are usually in one of two situations: either they like to wait for a price or they have a strong personality. There is no sense of security in working with the former. The latter is actually a reliable partner. Of course, this is just a general statement. Tang Yan asked, "What does this deputy director Tan like? Please try to make an appointment for me." Xiang Qianqian laughed and cried, "The one who likes to paint and can paint." Tang Yan fell silent for a moment. The other party's identity was destined. He had a high level of attainment in art. After all, he was the deputy director of Yuntan Art Gallery. Generally speaking, if you want to win over someone, you should give him or her whatever he or she likes. He likes to paint, but in Yuntan Gallery, the thing that is most lacking is paintings. As for people who can draw, there is no shortage of them. It's really not easy to discuss cooperation with such a person. Tang Yan immediately gave up the possibility of meeting with Deputy Director Tan in person. She only knew a little bit and would only make people laugh at her and think she was just being perfunctory. Someone who is good at negotiation, has extremely high artistic attainments, and is trustworthy. There is no such candidate at all. Tang Yan sighed and said, "Let someone buy famous paintings. It doesn't matter if they are a little expensive." "Yes, I have asked someone to contact them." A painting that Tang Yan would say is expensive would have to start at 8 figures, and it would be the kind that is priceless. It is not easy to acquire in a short period of time. Gu Ran stood aside in silence, watching her dilemma, and said with some tenderness, "How about, Sister Qianqian and I go? I will be in charge of talking about painting, and Sister Qianqian will talk about cooperation." As soon as he said this, Gu Ran regretted it. In fact, he is not a hard-working person. He is lazy in his bones. He would never sit if he could lie down, and would never stand if he could sit. Why take on such a job when you have nothing else to do? Pu Qi. Xiang Qianqian was inexplicably tickled and couldn't help laughing. Her face turned rosy and looked extremely beautiful. "Just you?" Tang Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, and even the teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes seemed to be mocking him. Gu Ran didn't think there was anything funny about this. "I originally planned to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I am a master of the art world and I am going to reveal my cards. Xiang Qianqian was amused even more and laughed so hard that she was shaking with laughter. Tang Yan's face turned even darker. Don't make trouble, let's talk about business. Xiang Qianqian felt that Mr. Tang was very gentle by not asking him to get out. If you don't believe it, forget it. Gu Ran was still happy and relaxed. Of course, they don't have just one or two plans, otherwise the planning teams under them would be eating for free. But these are not what Gu Ran needs to worry about. Gu Ran said, put your work aside for now. It's time to rest. We can talk about anything in the afternoon. Xiang Qianqian didn't take this sentence seriously at all. Mr. Tang is a workaholic, there is no way you can persuade him. Okay, let's take a break then. To Xiang Qianqian's surprise, when the discussion reached the crucial moment, Tang Yan actually agreed. She actually agreed. The three of them took the elevator to the third floor of the cafeteria, where the consumption level was higher. Generally, only leaders would come here to consume. Even if ordinary employees could afford it, they were unwilling to come here. After all, it was very embarrassing to dine with leaders. After sitting down, Gu Ran ordered food. He already knew the tastes of these two women. Gu Ran said, you sit down for a while, I'll go to the kitchen. Why are you going to the kitchen? Xiang Qianqian asked curiously. Make a special meal for Mr. Tang and give him a separate serving of soup. Gu Ran answered with a smile and walked out of the box. Cook a separate meal? Xiang Qianqian actually felt a little jealous. This difference in treatment is too obvious. Is it necessary to go to the kitchen and do it yourself? I don't have any? Bai is so good to you. Humph. Qianqian would not show these emotions on her face. She moved her chair and moved closer to Tang Yan, asking curiously, Sister, what is your relationship with Gu Ran? You two are very nice to each other. Xiang Qianqian and Tang Yan are both very principled people. Outside of the work environment, their private interactions are not so formal, so Xiang Qianqian is relatively lively. Moreover, the two have been together for so many years and are much more casual in private. Tang Yan said absent-mindedly, me and him? It's the relationship between a boss and a subordinate. Sister, you are so mean. You know I love gossip the most, but you didn't tell me. Tang Yan thought of her bad fate with this guy and could only sigh and change the subject. You must have asked him, right? What did he say? Xiang Qianqian complained with some emotion. I asked him many times, but he refused to tell me. Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, then I won't tell you either. Why are you all like this? I'll be angry. Chapter 47. The dishes cooked over high heat were quickly served on the table, steaming hot and still emitting wax steam. It has good color, aroma, and taste, and it will arouse your appetite. Xiang Qianqian stretched out her fair skin, as graceful as a swan, and glanced at the kitchen door from time to time and said, why hasn't that guy come back yet? Should we wait for him? Don't wait, eat first. How can a leader wait for his subordinates? As Tang Yan was talking, she looked at Xiang Qianqian with interest and asked, I see you seem to care about him quite a lot, what's wrong? Do you want to eat some tender grass? Xiang Qianqian opened her red lips slightly, and her rosy and plump lips formed an O shape. She said in surprise, Sister, why do you think so? I just treat him as my younger brother. Don't you think he is quite friendly when you get along with him? Oh my dear brother. Tang Yan grasped the keywords and repeated them with a smile on her face. Although she didn't say anything, Xiang Qianqian still felt that she was being teased. She didn't argue, but just picked up a cucumber stick, lowered her head, and slowly put it into her red lips, while keeping her shapely legs together, her body feeling a little unnatural. Tang Yan was also a person who knew her limits, so she stopped joking after a few words. But I also gained some insight. Gu Ran is such a bastard. Why do you like to flirt with other girls so much? About 20 minutes later, the two beautiful women were almost full and leaned lazily in their chairs. Gu Ran, wearing a pair of heat-insulating gloves, walked over holding a casserole, but suddenly stopped and looked at them. What are you looking at, idiot? Xiang Qianqian said angrily, her rosy lips slightly raised, revealing a lovely and attractive luster, which made it easy for people to imagine the soft touch. Gu Ran did not answer, but asked, do you know why so many people still like to use film cameras when digital cameras are so advanced now? Don't keep me in suspense. What do you want to say? Tang Yan leaned on the edge of the dining table. Perhaps she was tired, so she placed the heavy, round fruits on the table. It's really strong. Gu Ran retracted his gaze, secretly swallowed his saliva, and said, compared to digital cameras, a film camera uses up a piece of film every time the shutter is pressed. Therefore, photographers who like film cameras are usually very cautious every time they press the shutter, so they are very good at capturing those beautiful moments. Gu Ran blinked as he looked at them, and the pictures were like the shutter of a viewfinder, flashing. Xiang Qianqian stroked the ends of her hair with her green fingers, twisting it around and around, and asked with a smile, "So you want to take a picture of the two of us?" Gu Ran shook his head. "Actually, I prefer painting, and I've already composed the picture. Compared to taking photos, I have higher requirements for painting. The scenery is beautiful and the people are beautiful. It will be a great sense of accomplishment to paint it by hand." Tang Yan spat, slippery tongue, "Who are you flirting with?" "Qianqian, see, this guy looks fair and honest, but he is actually a scumbag, saying sweet words all the time." Xiang Qianqian smiled and agreed, "Well, what Sister Tang said makes sense." Gu Ran was helpless. The dignified art form has been labeled as hooliganism. "Okay, stop pretending to compose the picture. You just want to see my sister's legs, silly." Xiang Qianqian smiled, staring at the casserole in Gu Ran's hand with her lively eyes and asked, "What are you holding?" "It smells so strong of medicine." Gu Ran walked over, put the casserole on the table, opened the lid and said, "Mr. Tang drank too much yesterday and hurt his spleen and stomach. This is the Chinese medicine prescribed by the hospital this morning. I just processed the herbs. Originally, the medicine should be boiled over low heat for 3 hours, but the effect will weaken after mealtime, so I asked the kitchen to simmer a bowl of chicken soup. Drinking it together may have a better effect." Xiang Qianqian was a little surprised that this little man was so attentive. How could it be unlovable? Tang Yan's emotions fluctuated a bit, but she concealed it well and said calmly, "Leave this matter to the kitchen. You are just being attentive on purpose. Tisk, it's really not easy to please Mr. Tang. He saw through it at first glance. Then I'll let the kitchen do it next time." "No." Tang Yan refuted immediately, and then defended, "Young man, how can you not have this little perseverance? You are so proud of yourself when you are praised. From now on, you will have to make the medicine." Gu Ran said helplessly, "You have to ask me to do it. Don't think that decocting medicine is just putting it on the fire. It also requires the temperature, the order and time of putting the herbs in. TSK, you stinky fart." Gu Ran was too lazy to pay attention to her. He poured the soup into 2 bowls and served 1 bowl to each of them. "Hey, can I drink too?" "Yes, you can take this as a tonic, as long as you don't drink too much." Tang Yan sneered at Gu Ran, "You are a good person. Give her my medicine." Gu Ran said, "I paid for the medicine. How dare you talk back? Take the invoice and ask the finance department for reimbursement later." Gu Ran smiled playfully, "It's easy to reimburse the invoice, but how do you plan to settle the remaining treatments?" She still has several courses of acupuncture to complete, almost once a day. Tang Yan has already seen that this little man's medical skills are even higher than those of the experts at the Magic City Central Hospital. This job naturally fell on Gu Ran. Tang Yan raised her head, narrowed her eyes, and asked contemptuously, "I'll give you extra settlement, do you dare to take it?" "Why not? I can even charge interest." Gu Ran was no longer so afraid of her. After several attempts, this crazy woman was still relatively stable and had no problem making a few jokes. Tang Yan sneered, "You wish for that? You don't have a cent. It's good enough that I don't deduct your salary." Gu Ran didn't take it seriously, she was just talking nonsense. While waiting for the elevator, Gu Ran suddenly saw a tall and beautiful figure flash past the company's door. It's Qin Manchue. Since that morning, Gu Ran couldn't contact her. She didn't reply to WeChat messages or answer the phone. "I wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but I never found the opportunity." However, he has not been blocked, which means that the relationship has not yet collapsed to the point where it cannot be reconciled. "You guys go up first, I have something urgent to do." After saying something to Tang Yan and Xiang Qianqian, Gu Ran started to catch up, even jumping over the gate. "What's wrong with him?" Tang Yan asked, puzzled. "It seems like he went after one of his female classmates, an actress we just signed." Tang Yan gnashed her teeth and said, "Asshole. He is a wretched pervert. You should keep an eye on him. Don't let the girls in our company get into trouble with him. Otherwise, I will castrate him." Some actors in the company are indeed not allowed to fall in love, but Xiang Qianqian seemed to hear a different emotion from this sentence. Maybe it's an illusion. Chapter 48. The summer midday sun is hot and scorching. Strong ultraviolet rays are the natural enemy of fair skin and beautiful appearance. Jean Manchue was wearing a white suspender skirt, revealing her smooth and well-proportioned long legs. She was so tall that she looked like a graceful white swan. She was standing in the sun, looking stunningly beautiful. But there is also an indescribable feeling of melancholy. Manchue, wait for me. A figure ran over, looking like a dog. Zhou Lang stood in front of Jean Manchue, panting, and his greedy eyes moved around her several times. I haven't seen her for a few days and I feel like her temperament has changed. Just like a ripe peach, juice will come out when you pinch it. He absolutely didn't believe that Gu Ran, that loser, could succeed in picking this flower that even he couldn't pick. As for the few days ago, Gu Ran's voice came from Manchue's phone. That must have been an accident. Zhou Lang lowered his attitude and said, I know that my performance a few days ago disappointed you. In fact, I am not like this by nature. I just care about you too much, so I targeted Gu Ran. But you can't give up on yourself and be with that loser. Jean Manchue was wearing high heels and was taller than Zhou Lang. She put her hand on her forehead to block the sunlight, frowned with contempt, looked at Zhou Lang as if he were trash, and said with her red lips slightly parted, Don't mention this person in front of me. Zhou Lang was delighted. Did you have a fight? It has nothing to do with you. Can you please stop bothering me? It's very sunny. Jean Manchue walked around him, her high heels making a clear sound as they stepped on the floor. Zhou Lang once again stopped him and said, If you don't listen to my explanation, I won't let you go. Jean Manchue was filled with regret. She wondered why she was so blind as to fall for such a scoundrel. Thinking about it now, it's as disgusting as a toad covered with pimples. Zhou Lang continued, You can be angry with me, but we can't treat work as a joke, right? Hasn't being an actor always been your dream? My uncle's crew is making a big production this time, and you are the second female lead. I've read the script, and I can guarantee that this role will definitely be a hit. I'm not interested. Let's have a meal together, my uncle. Suddenly, an abrupt voice interrupted Zhou Lang's words. She said she is not interested anymore. Are you deaf? Hearing this voice, Jean Manchue's heart was stirred again. After all, he was her first man and he brought her a wonderful experience. These days, she couldn't help but think of that annoying face and felt extremely annoyed. Jean Manchue turned around and saw Gu Ran walking towards her with an umbrella. For a moment, it was inevitable to compare the two men. Both are assholes. Gu Ran is even more of a bastard. Gu Ran held up a parasol in one hand to block the sun from above Jean Manchue's head, and with the other hand he held her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. Then Jean Manchue was forced to complete a dribbling collision. Zhou Lang was stunned. This bastard. He touched my woman in front of me. Jean Manchue moaned subconsciously. She didn't expect him to be so bold. Let me go. She struggled for a while and quickly broke free from Gu Ran's dirty hands. Just when she was about to get angry, Gu Ran grabbed her hand tightly and dragged her away. When you are outdoors in the summer, you will always sweat and your body will become hot. This is when I hate physical contact the most. But for some reason, Jean Manchue was not that resistant. She struggled a few times symbolically, but since she didn't get rid of him, she still had him. In fact, these days, she was able to see the messages Gu Ran sent her. His explanation made some sense. When something happened to Bayan, the whole network condemned him, which affected the world. As Tang Yan's secretary, he was absent from work, which was indeed a serious matter. It's not what I misunderstood, that he just pulled up his pants and didn't recognize anyone and didn't want to take responsibility. But no matter what, he didn't make himself clear. Let her go. Zhou Lang chased after him, as angry as a mad dog. He pointed at Gu Ran's nose and punched him. This punch was delivered with such brute force that it seemed as if it might break Gu Ran's nose. Jean Manchue covered her mouth and screamed. Just when she thought Gu Ran was about to have a nosebleed, Gu Ran took out an umbrella and blocked it like a shield. The umbrella was spinning, and there seemed to be a clever force attached to it. With a pull and a push, it actually blocked Zhou Lang's fist. At the same time, a crisp click sound can be heard. This was accompanied by Zhou Lang's scream. When the umbrella blocked the sun above her head again, Jean Manchue was stunned and murmured, his hand hit the umbrella, is it broken? It would be hard to believe if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Even movies don't dare to be shot like this. Gu Ran explained, human bones are not that fragile. His bone is not broken, but his wrist is dislocated. Jean Manchua's red lips were slightly open, and there was still surprise on her pink cheeks. I used an umbrella to defend myself, but ended up hurting the other person and dislocating his joint. How can you say that so lightly? Gu Ran seemed to see through her thoughts and explained, have you ever seen Tai Chi? It's a technique where you use the opponent's force to counterattack. His fist hit the rib of the umbrella, and I pulled it back to dissipate the force. Then I pushed it back at a tricky angle. It was like twisting your ankle. He just dislocated it like that. Theory is always simple to state, but the difficulty is self-evident. You also know Tai Chi? I know a little bit. I also know the Hawk-style one-finger Zen. My hand skills are quite powerful. Zhou Lang gritted his teeth and watched as his wrist became red and swollen, throbbing in pain, and his entire hand became less flexible. What made him even more angry was that Gu Ran was chatting with his woman as if nothing had happened. Hello! Gu Ran suddenly shouted, as if he was calling a dog, and said, you'd better go to the hospital now to get it treated. If you delay for too long, your hand will be useless for several months as the school hunk in the sports department. Do you think I will be scared by your words? Zhou Lang covered his wrist with his hand, his face was grim, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Believe it or not, it's not my hand anyway. Just wait for me. You are intentionally hurting someone. Wait for the police to come to your door. You are in police custody right after you start work. There is no way the world will keep someone like you. He said this cruelly, and from his smug look it was clear that he probably had some connections in this area. Gu Ran sighed, pointed at the camera not far away and said, I hope you can call the police quickly. Let the police check the surveillance video and they will know who deliberately hurt people. The camera belongs to Huanyu. Relying on his uncle's leadership, Zhou Lang still has room to operate. He grinned and said, the police may not be able to see this surveillance video. It will break down soon. Yeah? Gu Ran took Jean Manchua's hand, shook it as if to claim sovereignty, and said, but Manchua is my witness, not yours. Zhou Lang covered his chest with his hands as if he had been hit hard. Chapter 49. The sun at noon in summer is the warmest. Its temperature burns the earth, and even the air seems particularly dry. At this time, it is a very pleasant thing to sit in a fresh-style cafe, drink iced coffee and enjoy the cool air of the air conditioner. 20 minutes ago, the annoying Zhou Lang finally couldn't stand the pain in his hand anymore and took a taxi to the hospital. Before he left, he said a lot of harsh words. But Gu Ran didn't take it to heart. We are in the same universe, whether openly or secretly, it is not difficult to kill him. Instead, it was Jean Manchua who was half-heartedly brought to this cafe by himself to be alone with him. Gu Ran used his eloquent tongue to finally explain what happened that morning. Although most of them are fabricated, as long as beautiful women are willing to believe them, they are the truth. It seems that talking nonsense in front of beautiful women is an innate survival skill for every man. Jean Manchua propped up her chin, held a spoon in her other hand, slowly stirred the coffee, and said, Humph, no wonder you left in such a hurry that morning. With such a big incident at the company, it was inappropriate for you to be away, but you have to explain it to me clearly, who wouldn't misunderstand? I'm sorry, I saw you were sleeping soundly at that time, so I didn't want to wake you up. Jean Manchua rolled her eyes in a charming manner, then I don't care. Gu Ran's heart suddenly wavered. He mustered up his courage, and quickly held her little hand. The smooth touch is like a piece of warm jade, which makes people love it. Jean Manchua's whole body trembled, and she subconsciously sat back a little, and asked angrily, what are you doing? Gu Ran observed her expression. Her pale face turned pink, looking angry, but more of shyness. It seemed as if some switch had been touched, her eyes were filled with spring, and she did not resist much. Gu Ran seemed to have received the signal and sat down next to her. Bang! His hand was grabbed. Really? This is a public place. Gu Ran couldn't help but smile. He understood the subtext of this sentence. What's wrong with surveillance? Don't get me wrong. To be honest, I'm actually an old Chinese doctor. Jean Manchua felt embarrassed, angry, and amused. She pushed Gu Ran's hand away and said unhappily, the old Chinese doctor couldn't see it, but the old rogue did. You are so slick and your little moves are so easy. How many girls have you cheated on? You can't say that. I treat you like this. Maybe it's a man's talent. And you are quite talented. Jean Manchua looked at him with interest, and asked with her red lips slightly parted, what talents do I have? Gu Ran smiled and leaned close to whisper in her ear. You're annoying. After some nonsense, Shin Manchua's anger finally subsided, and Gu Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, why is Zhou Lang pestering you again? Has he signed with Huan Yu? Shin Manchua's bright smile disappeared, and she just sighed leisurely. Yes, he signed the contract the day after our interview, and it was also an S-level contract. Gu Ran asked in surprise. Even though he is the school idol of the sports department, it is impossible for him to get such a contract, right? The last thing entertainment companies lack is good looks. How can he do that? Moreover, on the day of the interview, the Human Resources Department also noticed the conflict between the two parties. Given their current status as a relative, they should have directly refused the application instead of giving such preferential treatment. His uncle is a third-grade student. He is the big director who shoots TV series in our company. Gu Ran suddenly realized that he was a relative of his. No wonder he was so arrogant. I wanted to sign with Huan Yu before. In order to pursue me, Zhou Lang asked several photographers and screenwriters from his uncle's crew to help me shoot a micro-movie, which is the one that is very popular on the internet. But I didn't expect that it was an ill-fated relationship. Shin Manchua covered her smooth forehead and said in a dilemma, now, his uncle has a big-budget TV series and asked me to play the second female role. I really want to go, but when I think of Zhou Lang, I feel uncomfortable all over. Gu Ran asked, with your background, it shouldn't be difficult for you to be a heroine, right? And how dare Zhou Lang pester you? Shin Manchua asked in confusion, what is my identity and background? The Bugatti Veyron you drove when you saved the hero last time must have cost tens of millions, right? Poochie, then you really misunderstood. That car is not mine. I happened to be filming a drama during those days, and I played a rich second generation, so the car was rented. The crew rented a luxury car. Can you drive it out privately? The owner of the car is a friend of mine. She is very generous. It's okay. At this point, Shin Manchua raised her eyebrows and snorted arrogantly with her straight nose. Why, I'm not a rich second generation, are you disappointed? Stinky man. Of course, that's not what I meant. But that morning, you angrily threw a bunch of bills at me and said that I was your duck. It really seemed like you wanted to support me. Shin Manchua couldn't help but laugh. You wish. Gu Ran also laughed, and then said seriously, let's not play the second female role. Mr. Tang discussed the market development of short videos at a high-level meeting some time ago. I asked Sister Chanshan, as one of the first female artists, you must have enjoyed a lot of resources. Let's set a small goal first. Create an account with tens of millions of fans within half a year. Once we have built up our popularity, we can shoot whatever we want. Then I'll talk to Mr. Tang and it won't be a problem for me to be the heroine on the big screen. Perhaps because Qin Shinwen had painted too many cakes for him, Gu Ran had also mastered the skill of painting cakes for him and was not at all vague when it came to boasting. There is also a chain of contempt in the film and television industry. Movie actors stand at the top of the pyramid, followed by TV dramas, variety shows, and online dramas. The hierarchy is strict. It is easy to take a step forward, but difficult to gain a foothold. Shin Manchua did not show much excitement, but just smiled at him and asked, I was in the company these few days and heard others say that you are Mr. Tang's relative. What is your relationship? She smiled with her eyes curved, but Gu Ran could feel that she was being serious. What relationship do I have with her? In fact, my master's wife and Mr. Tang are close friends, and they helped me through the back door. Then the rumors spread in the company, and they became more and more outrageous. So that's how it is. Shin Manchua seemed to be relieved, but she was also very conflicted. She held the coffee cup in her hand, her knuckles were clenched, and she said aggrievedly and pitifully, Gu Ran, I want to tell you something, can you not be angry? Gu Ran's curiosity was aroused, and he leaned closer to ask, what's the matter? Promise me first not to be angry. Okay, I promise you. Gu Ran nodded perfunctorily. Chapter 50. The air conditioning in the coffee shop was cool, but Gu Ran felt hot all over. What on earth was it that made Shin Manchua worry about her getting angry? Why was it so hard to talk about? After thinking for a while, Shin Manchua raised her head with difficulty, looked at Gu Ran cautiously and said, I want to ask, in the future, we can't be so intimate in the company. You know, I signed an S-level contract, which strictly restricts me from dating, so we can't expose our relationship. After listening to this, Gu Ran suddenly felt relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what happened. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I meant. In fact, Gu Ran didn't know how to handle this relationship in the company. After all, it was under Tang Yan's nose. He was always afraid that there would be some Shura scene, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. She didn't expect Jean Manchue to be so considerate and actually spoke first, so she was in the wrong. Hiding his inner joy, Gu Ran had a dark face and asked unhappily, "Do we have to be secretive when holding hands in the company from now on? There's nothing we can do about it. If rumors spread in the company, it won't be good for either of our careers." "That's true. Okay, I understand you." Jean Manchue leaned on Gu Ran's shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank you." At this time, Jean Manchue's cell phone rang. She told Gu Ran without hesitation, "It was my agent who called. On the day I signed the contract, the company had already assigned me an agent to help me with some business matters. But we haven't started working yet." Then she turned on the speaker, put the phone on the table, and looked at Gu Ran with a smile. She laid out everything in front of him without reservation, and Gu Ran felt like his heart was melting. "Manchue, how did you offend Director Joe? His assistant just called me and said you don't have to go to the audition for the second female lead." The agent was a woman, and her voice was loud and questioning. "This is the current situation in the entertainment industry. If an artist is not popular and has offended the bigwigs in the industry, it means that he or she has no future, and the agent can speak louder or louder." Jean Manchue said indifferently, "But I said before that I would not go to this audition. Didn't you help me turn it down?" The agent sneered and said angrily, "Turn it down? Why should I turn it down? Do you know that besides the artists in our company, there are also many people from other companies who want to use backdoor connections to add a role in this drama and let you audition for the second female role? You actually want to turn it down. What are you thinking?" Jean Manchue rubbed her brows and said tiredly, "Have you read the script?" "I have, and it's not very good. Besides, the second female lead has a lot of large-scale scenes. I don't want to take it." "You're still picking?" "Jean Manchue, your microfilm may be popular, but it doesn't mean you are famous. An actor like you should make at least 8,000 if not 10,000. If you want to be famous, you have to cherish your role. Go and apologize to Director Joe right now." "I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? Do you know what this role will cost me?" The agent said casually, "Isn't it just traveling with the big director for a few days? Is it that unusual? The big director likes you and is willing to give you a chance, and you are still not satisfied?" Jean Manchue opened her mouth in astonishment, her whole body shaking with anger. She clenched her fist and said disappointedly, "Our ideas don't match. I will apply for a new agent." "Oh, do you think Huan Yu is owned by your family? You said you can change your agent just like that? Let me tell you, if you offend Director Zhou, who would dare to hire you? You don't even need to apply. I'm telling you, I can't manage an artist like you. Just let him fend for himself." Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up, leaving only a dead tone. Gu Ran patted her back gently and slowly helped her calm down. "I didn't help you scold her, you won't be angry, right?" "No." Jean Manchue smiled bitterly and said, "This is a matter between me and her, I should solve it myself." Gu Ran held her hand and said, "Your business is my business, don't worry, leave it to me to handle." "How do you solve it?" "I don't take Director Joe seriously, so don't think too much about it. Come on, I'll take you to the hotel for lunch." Another day of wanting to skip work. After taking a shower, Gu Ran collapsed in the quilt exhausted, not wanting to move a finger. "From last night till now, my waist is almost broken." "Are you really going back to the company this afternoon?" Jean Manchue lay in his arms, squinting her eyes, her tone full of fatigue. "Well, I'm already very lazy, and I definitely can't afford not to go." "Then go ahead, I'll sleep a little longer." Jean Manchue was very tired and didn't want to face that annoying agent and the mess in the company at all. Gu Ran got up with difficulty and dragged his tired body back to Huan Yu. Unexpectedly, despite his best efforts, he was still half an hour late. Xiang Qianqian sat on the chair. When she saw him for the first time, she threw her hair back and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this Mr. Gu? You still remember to go to work? Huan Yu is a very humane company. Employees can accumulate half an hour of lateness every month without being punished, and they will also receive overtime pay for overtime work." This is the first time Xiang Qianqian has seen an employee as lazy as Gu Ran. Both she and Tang Yan are very principled and efficient at work, and they are the type of employees she dislikes the most. But Xiang Qianqian was helpless and couldn't bear to punish him. After all, this little brother was still very cute. Gu Ran smiled apologetically and trotted to the back of her seat. He placed a pair of warm hands on her tender shoulders and neck, pressing rhythmically. Don't be so attentive, I. Halfway through her words, Xiang Qianqian suddenly swallowed back her unfinished words. This boy, the massage is quite comfortable. After enjoying it for a while, Xiang Qianqian finally calmed down. She gently tapped Gu Ran's forehead with her green fingers and said, You are an intern after all. It's only been 2 days, and you've been absent from work for 2 mornings and we're late in the afternoon. Don't you want to do this anymore? I want to do it. I want to do it. Gu Ran nodded repeatedly, flattering her, with a senior like Sister Qianqian who was so beautiful, intelligent, and cute, leading me, how could I not want to do it? He praised her with more than a dozen words in one breath, wishing he could use all the good words in the world to describe her, and only then did Xiang Qianqian become overjoyed. Xiang Qianqian smiled with satisfaction, then asked with a gossipy look, Tell me, what did you do with that female classmate of yours just now? What did you see? Gu Ran asked calmly. You just saw her passing by the company gate and you chased after her. Gu Ran breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was thinking about how to start the conversation about Qin Manxue. Chapter 51. After spending a few days with Xiang Qianqian, Gu Ran also knew her gossipy nature. If he didn't tell her, her curiosity would become more serious. Why are you silent? What about after you catch up with him? Xiang Qianqian leaned back in the chair, closed her eyes, and relaxed her whole body. Gu Ran massaged her shoulders and neck, leaning forward and saying, I'm struggling over whether to tell you or not. What's so tangled about this? With a grumble, Xiang Qianqian got rid of Gu Ran's clutches, stood up, straightened her collar, and said with a rosy face, Don't say half the words, you caught up with him, then what? I just saw Zhou Lang pestering Qin Manxue. In fact, they have already broken up, but Zhou Lang is too shameless. Sister Qianqian, there should be restrictions in Qin Manxue's contract that restrict her from dating, right? Xiang Qianqian nodded, indeed, there are, especially for contracts of Qin Manxue's level, which are strictly limited. The company is now planning a production route for her. Once she has a production and accumulates fans, it will be troublesome if her relationship is exposed. Qin Manxue will definitely debut as an idol. For an idol image, being in a relationship is not acceptable to fans, at least not during her debut period. Has Zhou Lang been signed by our company? Signed. His uncle is 3rd grade. Xiang Qianqian nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. I'll have someone go say hello to him then. Gu Ran asked, Isn't his uncle a big director in our company? Isn't it not good to be so direct? There's nothing wrong with it. He's just an ungrateful person. If he touches the interests of the company, Mr. Tang will still deal with him. White-eyed wolf. It's nothing. It's just that Mr. Tang was very kind to him in the past. Now that he has become a big director, he is getting cocky. He is just a dog to other shareholders. Although Xiang Qianqian's words were vague, Gu Ran could still hear that there were factions within the company, but he was not too interested in taking sides. But in this case, Qin Manxue is in trouble. As expected, Xiang Qianqian heard the hidden meaning and put away her joking thoughts and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Lang was unhappy, and he complained to his uncle, and finally Qin Manxue lost the audition opportunity for the second female lead in the TV series. Xiang Qianqian was disappointed and lectured, What's there to complain about? This is a society based on personal relationships. She dumped Zhou Sanji's nephew, so it would be strange if Zhou Sanji had a good face. No, Sister Qianqian, you misunderstood. Qin Manxue lost this audition opportunity, and her agent was very unhappy. The two had a quarrel, and her agent even said that she would not be able to survive in Huanyu in the future. That's not the case. The company has carefully considered signing an artist like Qin Manxue and invested a lot of resources. It's impossible for them to hide her just because a director is unhappy. He doesn't have that much power. Her agent is really short-sighted. Gu Ran followed her words and agreed, Who said it wasn't? Now the two of them have broken up, how about you introduce her to someone reliable? Waiting for me here. Xiang Qianqian narrowed her eyes again, staring at Gu Ran and smiling, I think your soul has been seduced by her, too. Not only are you late, but you also came to ask your sister for help for this matter. Gu Ran said calmly, My soul was seduced away, but it was you who seduced it away. I was late because I was resting in the car. I wanted to go to your lounge, but I was afraid to disturb you. I just asked for your help by the way. Okay, don't explain. I understand. What about this favor? Xiang Qianqian helplessly slapped Gu Ran on the arm and said, "It's not enough for me to help. We need to find someone reliable." Xiang Qianqian smiled helplessly, "I know. By the way, don't rest in the car next time. It's uncomfortable. Just come to my room directly. I won't disturb you. I'm not polite if you say that. I've never seen you being polite." But then again, although the terms of Qin Manchua's contract restrict her from dating, they are not that strict. If you like her, go after her, but don't be too open about it. If you get rejected like Zhou Lang, you must not pester her. Do you understand? Gu Ran smiled and said, "Sister Qianqian, you are so kind to me. You can even say such hypocritical words. Screw you. You worry too much. I won't pursue her." Gu Ran replied with a smile, thinking to himself, why bother chasing after her? She will come running over on her own. That's even better. After chatting for a while, Xiang Qianqian quickly got back to work. The incident of Bayan soliciting prostitution is escalating on the internet, and it has also implicated two other artists, a man and a woman. Public opinion is getting more and more intense, as if there is a mastermind behind the scenes manipulating the entire incident. At around 3 o'clock, Tang Yan convened a meeting of the secretarial team. Gu Ran sat in the corner with a notebook, slacking off and occasionally listening to a few words. Tang Yan's secretarial team is very efficient and their methods are very rough. For example, using more explosive entertainment news to cover up the scandals of one's own company. The victim was of course Tianyi Company. Although there is no direct evidence yet, it is basically certain that Tianyi is behind the operation against Huanyu this time. The intention is to take advantage of the cooperation with Yuntan Gallery and get involved with Huanyu, thereby improving Tianyi's overall strength and occupying more resources in the entertainment industry. Tang Yan seemed to have expected this and quickly finalized the plan. But in the end, with a fierce look in her eyes, she added, "It's not enough." The entire conference room fell silent. Yeah, that's not enough. Even if these negative materials were exposed, they would not cause any serious damage to Tianyi or cause its market value to evaporate. What happened to Bayan was obviously a plan that was prepared in advance. What else could be more meticulously planned than this? Tang Yan waved her hand and said, "Let's adjourn the meeting first. Find the paparazzi to expose the dirty laundry." After the meeting, Gu Ran walked to the corridor alone and made a phone call. "Hello, it's me." The other party was none other than Xiaodan, the female employee of Tianyi whom I met in the gallery before. She hung up the phone directly. After a few seconds, she called back with another number and said in a bad tone, "Why are you calling me? The confidential information has been leaked, and our company is now investigating the traitor. Fortunately, I am not a suspect, but I am also under investigation." Gu Ran asked calmly, "What the hell does it have to do with me?" Xiaodan choked for 2 seconds before she said in a gentle voice, I'm sorry, I'm just too sensitive, it's not directed at you." "What's the matter with you calling?" "Yes, I just want to ask, what happened to Bayan, is it related to your company?" After the other party was silent for a few seconds, Gu Ran laughed, "It is true. I remember you said before that if I need any help in the future, I can come to you." She asked nervously, "What do you want me to do? Can you get some dirty laundry on the top brother and sister in your company?" "No." "Oh, well then, I hope you're an insider and aren't discovered." "I'm not a ghost." "Ha, what you said doesn't count. Bye." Etc. Hearing that Gu Ran was about to hang up, Xiaodan immediately said, "I can provide some materials, but I can't say whether they are useful or not." Gu Ran laughed, "That's right, thank you for your cooperation." Xiaodan took a long breath and said, "I am also taking a big risk in this matter, you. Don't worry, after this incident, we are even. I won't threaten you anymore." In fact, this phone call was just a tentative question, but I didn't expect to get some results. He is not a greedy person, and he knows that a cornered dog will jump over the wall. 10 minutes after he hung up the phone, he received an email. Chapter 52. Since mastering the talent of painting, Gu Ran's eyes have become more sensitive to colors. The dark brown base of coffee has slight hints of red and gold, like a wonderful combination of 3 colors. Although this is not a painting, it is also art after baking. After placing the cup of coffee on Tang Yan's desk, he did not leave. "Anything else?" Tang Yan didn't drink the coffee, but just stared at Gu Ran. Gu Ran smiled and asked, "I'm just curious, how much can the scandal of Tianyi's sister sell for?" Tang Yan found it interesting, so she put down her work, straightened her waist, raised her hands high and stretched, showing off her plump figure perfectly and exquisitely. Then, she took a sip of coffee before continuing. If you have any information about Tiany's #1 scandal, just call her agent and you can get a good amount of hush money. But be careful not to get scammed. You might be accused of blackmail before you spend the money, and end up in jail for more than a decade. How much money can I get from selling you? Tang Yan rolled her eyes coquettishly. No money. I'm serious. I'll sell it to you. How much? The smile on Tang Yan's face gradually faded. She stared into Gu Ran's eyes and finally asked, what kind of black material? She hit and ran, and the victim became paralyzed and died 2 months later. She later settled the case privately and only paid 100,000 yuan in compensation. Do you have evidence? Tang Yan gradually clenched her fists. Just a short sentence, but it contains a huge amount of information. If just a little bit of it were revealed, it would be enough to make the popular young actress fall from heaven to hell. There is the victim's home address and several photos of the scene at that time. 200,000. Gu Ran shook his head. 500,000. Gu Ran still shook his head. So how much do you want? This is already a lot. It's a lot, but I'll go talk to our agent, and I'll have to add another zero, right? I'll sell it to you at a lower price, 2 million. Tang Yan shook her head. Too many. I can definitely find someone to investigate. Of course, but you can probably imagine how professional their team is in finishing the work. I'm just telling you that there was such an incident, but you don't know the time and place. Even if we ask someone to investigate, it will be like a headless fly. Even if you find clues as quickly as possible, the investigation, evidence collection, exposure, and fermentation of this series of operations will take at least a week or half a month, or at most half a year or a year. By that time, the best opportunity will have been missed, right? Tang Yan listened quietly, tapping rhythmically on the table with her fingers. You are right. So, you are here to blackmail me? It's not blackmail, it's business. Gu Ran maintained a calm expression, but he was actually a little frightened. She has beautiful eyes and long eyelashes, especially the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, which makes her look very charming, but her eyes are very deep, as if hiding murderous intent. It is an aura that cannot be touched but can be seen. 1 million. Tang Yan quoted calmly. Gu Ran still said stubbornly, 1,500,000. Tang Yan nodded, deal. She stopped bargaining, which made Gu Ran feel like he had suffered a loss. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Hold. Got fooled. From the first glance at her, I fell into the rhythm of this woman. Tang Yan asked, why, do you want to regret it? Yeah, I do. She leaned back in her chair, raised her head and raised her eyebrows. You can try. Gu Ran's face darkened. I won't try it anymore. I'll send it to your email later. After saying that, he turned and left. Etc. What? Gu Ran turned around and saw Tang Yan writing a check, waving it in the air and saying, here you go. Give it to me now? I believe you dare not lie to me, and I can cancel this check at any time. Then you can't transfer the money? Tang Yan smiled and said, I'm lazy, and I can assure you that transferring such a large sum of money to you is definitely not as pleasant as going to the bank to cash it out. At the same time, you can also talk to the bank manager about the deposit interest. Gu Ran felt that what she said made sense, so he took it and took a look. He saw that it was not 1.5 million, but 2 million. Gu Ran looked at her in surprise and couldn't help laughing. Tang Yan snorted, with a cold face, what are you laughing at? I'm not such a stingy person. If this black material is true, it is indeed worth 2 million. I was just teasing you just now. Take the money and get out. Get out of here now. Gu Ran was very excited. He moved closer to her, kissed her on the forehead, and then quickly stepped back. Get the hell back here. Tang Yan touched her forehead, which was still warm, and blushed, not knowing whether she was angry or embarrassed. This stinky dog. The moment Gu Ran obtained the system, he knew that he was about to take off. 2 million would soon become a series of uneventful numbers to him. But the feeling of the first time always makes people so excited that their scalp tingles. I carefully put the check in a book and put it in the compartment of my backpack, but I still felt unreal and insecure holding it in my arms. Until the end of the get-off workday, Gu Ran still felt lightheaded. What broke his state was a phone call from Shinweiga. Gu Ran answered the call with a smile and asked, What's the matter, Miss Shin? Do you want to invite me to your house for a drink? No. Guran, you're angry. What's hot? When we were in the gallery, weren't we photographed by a female anchor from Tianyi? Your paintings and you have become popular. The 2 short videos on her homepage have received more than 5 million likes. Also, someone contacted me and asked if I would sell the painting. Guran smiled and said, sell it, but don't sell it too cheaply. The price will go up in the future. Be careful not to regret it. The painting is not in my hands. It's with Banksia. Among the people who contacted me, there was a liar who said he was the deputy director of Yuntan Art Gallery. I just rejected him. He could come up with such a fake identity. Why didn't he say he was Qin Shi Huang? Guran hesitated for a few seconds and said, the other party may really be the deputy director of Yuntan Gallery. He has a good eye. Hey, don't let a few compliments get you carried away. Guran smiled and didn't explain. Short videos have become popular, but outsiders are just watching the fun. If someone really offers a high price to buy it, then he must be an expert. Although his painting skills were mastered casually, they are a level that countless painters cannot reach in their entire lives. Shinweiga asked, no one has contacted you yet? No. That's weird. Why don't you open a short video account? Just post 2 videos and it will definitely become popular. I'm not interested. I don't have the energy to run this. Drawing is done based on my mood. I might as well not do it. Too indifferent to fame and fortune, which is unlike you. Guran smiled and didn't explain. With a check in my arms, I just want to give up. Chapter 53. Compared to Monday to Friday, Saturday morning seems quieter. The neighbor's children don't have to go to work, and the adults can sleep in. Even the fast-paced city has slowed down a bit. Even today's sun is brighter and softer than usual. It was naturally impossible for Guran to go to work on weekends, even if he was paid double the salary. In the company, there was basically nothing that he had to participate in. Tang Yan became less and less vigilant towards Guran and did not watch him as closely as before. He had plans for today. He made an appointment with Zhao Banksia last night to go to the mall this morning. Zhao Banksia was very excited when she received the date notice, and said in a delicate voice, you finally remembered that you have a girlfriend like me, hum. She seemed to have completely put herself into the role of her girlfriend. She wanted to be angry but didn't dare to, and in the end she could only act coquettishly. When Guran drove to pick her up, she dressed up specially. Just like last time, she turned around in front of Guran and asked with a smile, Master, do you like this today? It's just average. Guran answered stubbornly. Hee normally, why are you blushing? Guran looked a little embarrassed. He said nothing and pulled Zhao Banksia into the car. Hate it, how come you come up like this? Zhao Banksia said coquettishly and rolled her eyes in a charming manner. The air conditioning in the mall was very cold. Zhao Banksia seemed to be afraid of the cold. She took Guran's arm and pressed half of her body against him. I was a little angry when you didn't reply to my WeChat, but I didn't expect you to date me directly. I forgive you then. Guran said, you're overthinking it. It's just that a friend of mine has a birthday tomorrow and he asked you to help pick out a birthday present. Friend? Female? Nonsense, a man gives a gift of chicken feathers? Zhao Banksia said jealously, which woman? Do I know her? Of course you don't. How can you be like this? I was looking forward to dating you, but you treated me like a tool. Guran pinched her waist and said with a smile, aren't you? You're going too far. Zhao Banksia said this in a gentle tone, with a hint of coquettishness in her anger, which made her look naive and adorable. Sure enough, this was just as Guran expected. That's just what she likes. Guran patted her shoulder and smiled, am I being too much? I heard from Weigo that the lily painting I drew is still in your hands. There should be many people who want to bid for it. If you want to sell it, I don't mind. Oh, they don't even want to sell it. They look like liars. I don't care. You have to give me a gift today. Okay, I'll give you something you'll definitely like. Zhao Banksia snorted softly and said proudly, that's more like it. As a goddess, Zhao Banksia has rich experience in receiving gifts, so she knows very well what kind of gifts should be given to women. After a round of shopping, I picked out a high-end perfume, wrapped it in a gift box, and gave it to someone as a birthday gift. When they walked to the cosmetics display cabinet, Zhao Bangxia pointed at a lipstick and said, "I want this." "No." Gu Ran said without hesitation. It's not that he was stingy, he just enjoyed the feeling of going against her. Zhao Bangxia was not angry. She just put one hand on Gu Ran's shoulder, stood on tiptoe, put her rosy lips close to her ear, breathed coquettishly, and whispered seductive words. Gu Ran's fists hardened. Now I have no choice but to buy it. But Zhao Bangxia was not satisfied. She held Gu Ran's hand and swung it back and forth, saying coquettishly, "Master, lipstick is not a gift. Can you give me another one?" Gu Ran laughed, "Okay." This time it was Zhao Bangxia's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect Gu Ran to suddenly be so easy to talk to. Then, Gu Ran took her hand and took the elevator to a corner shop on the second floor. Zhao Bangxia was stunned. She stood at the door and could see all kinds of indescribable goods inside. There is a sign at the entrance that says you must be 18 years old to enter. She could even feel her cheeks rapidly heating up. Where is this? What are these? It's so eye-catching. You're going to give me these things? Zhao Bangxia let go of Gu Ran's arms and stomped her feet in anger. Yes. Gu Ran nodded with a smile. I don't like these. No, you do. Gu Ran grabbed her wrist and walked into the store. Suddenly, he felt his wrist drop and he couldn't pull it anymore. When he turned around, he saw that it was Zhao Bangxia who was holding his hand, squatting on the ground, and refusing to leave. Her cheeks were puffed up and her eyes were determined, as if she was telling Gu Ran that she would never set foot in this store even if she died. It's like a kid who depends on his parents to buy snacks. Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh. This store is unmanned, there are only two of us, what do you have to be afraid of? And don't you see how cool you are wearing? Do you still care about what others think? Zhao Bangxia was speechless for a moment, then protested, "This is the first time I've seen these things, and I can't accept them for a while." You'll love it soon. If you don't get up, I'll carry you in. As he spoke, Gu Ran pulled him again, and Zhao Bangxia reluctantly stood up, lowered her head and walked in with a red face. When she walked in, she realized that she had been tricked by Gu Ran. This is not an unmanned store at all. There is a boss inside, a fat man in his 40s who looks very perverted. Zhao Bangxia couldn't stand it anymore when her boss looked at her with obscene eyes. The boss came over, rubbing his hands and smiling, "Handsome men and beautiful women, please choose the style you like." "Ha, if it is your first time buying, I can help explain it to you." Gu Ran saw through his thoughts at a glance. Perhaps it was because he rarely saw a woman as exquisite as Zhao Bangxia, so he wanted to take a few more glances at her, or even take a few bites of her. Gu Ran asked Zhao Bangxia jokingly, "Which ones do you like?" Zhao Bangxia lowered her head. It's up to you to decide." Haha, okay. The store was not big, but it had a lot of goods. Gu Ran picked out some that he liked and bought them. Zhao Bangxia originally thought that he would only buy 1 or 2 items, but unexpectedly, he bought more than 10 items in total, large and small. She was totally confused. Chapter 54. The law of true fragrance will not let anyone go. After hanging out with Gu Ran in the hotel for half a day, she complained, "It's all your fault. Another day wasted." Gu Ran chuckled and said, "You were so young, why are you so sentimental? Enjoying life while you can is what young people should do. How could I? Hey, you want to go out?" "I don't want to go out to eat, we can just order takeout." Gu Ran smiled bitterly, "Eat the takeaway by yourself, I suddenly have something to do and I have to go." Zhao Bangxia sat up like a spring and looked at Gu Ran pitifully, "Where are you going to leave me?" Gu Ran couldn't stand this clinginess, so he said calmly, "My tutor wants to talk to me about something." Zhao Bangxia also knew Gu Ran's situation. As expected, she stopped making trouble when she heard this. She handed over the bedside phone considerately, blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Gu Ran and said, "Then when you finish your work, come back early. I'll wait for you." Gu Ran smiled and said, "Don't wait, he probably won't be back, and I have something else to do tomorrow." "Okay, I'll play by myself." Driving all the way along the highway to the airport was just to help Chen Xinwen pick up someone. This person is also a professor at the University of Science and Technology, but he is from the Department of Fine Arts. He and Chen Xinwen are good friends and they are birds of a feather. As far as Gu Ran knows, the two of them have many common characteristics. Those who understand will understand. He is simply a copy of Chen Xinwen. Gu Ran sincerely felt that the Education Bureau should fire industry scum like Chen Xinwen. Are they like teachers? Not only did he fail to teach, educate, and answer questions, but he also changed the signatures on students' papers and treated them like slaves. They are the slave owners of the old society. Gu Ran had accumulated deep resentment towards Qin Shunwen because of his endless exploitation of students. Just like today, I finally had a weekend, and he immediately started sending people out for tasks. Now, a graduate degree and whether he can stay on to teach at the school are no longer so important to him. It is only a matter of time before I fall out with Chen Shunwen, but the time is not right now. We must find an opportunity to strike him dead with one blow. As for Chen Shunwen's friend, Gu Ran had never had much contact with him before, but he just felt a sense of disgust towards him. After waiting at the exit for about half an hour, I finally saw the person. Yang Xingxue is about 50 years old, of medium build, with a high hairline, and wears a pair of glasses. He looks very gentle. A gentle beast. Are you Professor Chen's student? Yang Xingxue asked coldly. It's me. You must be Professor Yang. Follow me. The car is parked in front. Yang Xingxue hummed unhappily and said indifferently, Old Chen is so unkind that he actually sent a man to pick me up. Why didn't Zhou Rong come? Gu Ran screamed in his heart, oh shit. Are you also thinking about Chen Shunwen's woman? These beasts are playing so wildly? I don't know either. Stop laughing, lead the way. Gu Ran turned around and his face suddenly turned as black as charcoal. Is this idiot sick? Can't he speak properly? Along the way, he preached to Gu Ran. After getting in the car, this idiot started to find fault again. You drove this car to pick me up? Lao Chen's students are really worse than one another. Turn the air conditioner down a bit. Do you want to heat me to death? Gu Ran patiently did as he was told. He added, play some songs, play some DJ. What's your taste? Change the song, and change it again. Even a clay figure would have some temper, let alone a human being? Gu Ran couldn't stand it anymore, turned off the player, and said calmly, fuck it. Yang Xingxue was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, what did you say? Gu Ran turned around and said to Professor Yang in the back seat, fuck. Mud. Damn. Did you hear me clearly this time? How dare you scold me? Yang Xingxue's face was grim. He pointed at Gu Ran's nose and said, believe it or not, I will tell Qin Shunwen to kill you. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Yang Xingxue was frightened by Gu Ran's glare, and then he realized that a dog will bite when it is angry. Then, he smiled disdainfully and said, you young people are really impatient. This is all I ask of you, and you are still impatient? You lack exercise. Since the relationship had already been torn, Gu Ran was too lazy to be polite and retorted, I gave you the title of professor, do you really think you are a teacher? Do you have the ethics of a teacher? You just preach. According to your logic, didn't I just curse at you? Aren't you anxious too? Don't you lack exercise too? You are really sharp-tongued. Yang Xingxue said with a gloomy face, with your temper, you will suffer in society. Then you don't need to worry about it. You should learn how to behave first. After all, I was sent by Qin Shunwen to pick you up. Are you blaming me or my mentor? For someone like you, who would send someone to pick you up in the future except for your resentful students? Yang Xingxue opened his mouth and couldn't utter a word in rebuttal for a long time. Gu Ran's words also reminded him that it seemed that he really couldn't sue Qin Shunwen for this case. Otherwise, it would be like he was not giving him face and making things difficult for his subordinates, which would make him feel in the wrong. In fact, it was not directed at Gu Ran. It was just the same attitude he had towards his students who were running errands without any identity or background. Seeing that he had shut his stinky mouth, Gu Ran asked, do you still want to take this crappy car? If not, get off. Of course. Let's drive. Unexpectedly, Yang Xingxue did not get into an angry argument, nor did he get off the car to save face. Instead, he looked calm, completely different from before. Gu Ran understood. This was because the other person was too arrogant to argue with a small person like me. He just secretly kept a note of the matter in his heart and was thinking of taking revenge with some insidious tricks. Any soft use? At school, you are a respected professor. After leaving school, what are you? Gu Ran didn't take him seriously at all. Yang Xingxue was sent to a tea house in the city. After meeting Qin Shunwen, he exchanged a few pleasantries with a smile on his face and did not mention the previous unpleasantness at all. Until the two of them entered a private room, Gu Ran didn't know whether he would say anything. If it were in the past, when Chen Xinwen was talking to his friends, I could only sit in the hall and play with my phone to kill time while waiting. But today was a little different. Zhou Rong pulled his wrist without saying anything, led him into another private room, and locked the door. Chapter 55. The teahouse's private room is a simple and elegant tea room. Floral incense is lit on the solid wooden coffee table, filling the entire tea room with a rich, intense aroma. Gu Ran saw Zhou Rong lock the door and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He stepped back and said, "Why did you lock the door?" "Of course, I'm afraid someone will come and disturb us." "Don't worry, Jin Xinwen is talking to his friends and won't come out so soon." "Why are you so afraid of me?" "Come here." She had a pair of peach blossom eyes, and when she smiled, she looked like a foxy girl, with a charming blush on her autumn water cheeks. She walked over and Gu Ran pushed her back until they reached the corner with no way to retreat. In fact, he didn't hate Zhou Rong. After all, she was a goddess-level figure. Her face and figure were perfect and impeccable. She was simply the dream lover in the eyes of losers. But Zhou Rong often did this, teasing seductively, arousing the desire in his heart, and then leaving in a teasing manner. It's fun once or twice, but when it happens too many times, it always makes people annoyed. Gu Ran stretched out his hand, letting the two keep a safe distance, and said, "Senior sister, you always tease me like this. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Qin Xinwen? Hey you, a stuffy guy, are you still so timid today? Didn't Qin Xinwen promise you a long time ago to let me accompany you? Have you forgotten? This is a fairy." Her eyes, breathing and smile are all like a hint. Unfortunately, Gu Ran knew this vixen too well. She was like this every time. After teasing him, a mischievous smile would appear on the corner of her mouth. She would play a trick on Gu Ran, then turn around and leave. This time too, there was that mischievous smile on her face again. Gu Ran didn't want to be teased as a clown again and again, so his expression turned cold and he pushed Zhou Rong aside. "What do you mean?" Zhou Rong leaned against the corner, frowned, and asked unhappily. "Nothing, I just don't want to be played by you, it's boring." "So that's why." She laughed again, remembering how silly Gu Ran was when she flirted with him before. She couldn't help but laugh and apologized in a non-serious manner. "I was wrong before, but today I am serious and I definitely didn't play tricks on you." The more she acted like this, the calmer Gu Ran became. He shook his head and said, "You seem a little strange today. Are you hiding something from me? I know that you look down on me and think that I am a waste from the bottom of your heart. Isn't it strange that someone as arrogant as you is willing to seduce a waste? I don't want to pay an unknown price just because of my superiors." After hearing this, the charm on Zhou Rong's face faded and her smile gradually turned cold. Gu Ran had never seen her show such an expression before. He said seriously with disappointment, "I look down on you, but you also think I'm a frivolous and cheap woman? I'm willing to marry a man who's more than 10 years older than me for money. Do you still think I'm dirty, just like those self-degrading women?" "I don't think so." Gu Ran denied it guiltily. "I don't care what you think. There are many people who think this way about me. But I am just a woman from an ordinary family. Because my family is poor, I have lived a hard life since I was a child. The only advantage I have over others is this face and this figure. I just want to live a better life, want to make a name for myself, and want my children to not have to suffer in the future. Am I wrong?" After hearing this, Gu Ran felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that just because of a few wrong words, the two of them would end up in this situation. "Does this count as a grudge?" "Sister, I was also a poor kid, I understand you, I really don't think that way, don't be angry, can't I just apologize to you?" Zhou Rong's eyes turned red, and she asked with hatred, "Do you think this can be forgiven by just apologizing? There is no sincerity at all." Gu Ran followed up by asking, "What does it mean to be sincere?" "It's as if you will cooperate if I tell you to do anything." Gu Ran still said indifferently, "I'm not interested, you can find someone else." Chapter 56. Everyone who has come into contact with Chen Xinwen knows that he is a shrewd old fox. He is unscrupulous and cruel. But this old fox never imagined that he would be fooled by a woman and couldn't even tell that the mistress was faking her pregnancy. It was hard for Gu Ran to imagine how Zhou Rong could continue to lie in front of this old fox. But as she said, she could no longer keep up the lie and was about to collapse. She couldn't bear the consequences after Chen Xinwen knew the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so desperate and throw herself before Gu Ran without reservation. Seeing that Gu Ran disagreed, Zhou Rong was a little disappointed, but she still insisted on persuading him. You should hate Qin Xinwen too, after all, he has been treating you like a slave for the past 2 years. Don't you want to take revenge on him? This is an opportunity right in front of you. Think about it, he will raise your child with the best conditions. Isn't this revenge cruel enough? Gu Ran was actually a little moved by what he said, but reason still took over his mind. Again, I'm not interested. Find someone else. Zhou Rong looked at Gu Ran pitifully and said softly, Do you really think I can't find another man to help me? I can choose anyone I want. But no one is as good as you. Gu Ran was amused. What do you mean? You don't mean to say that you like me, do you? Is it not possible? Gu Ran was silent for a moment, then said unhappily, Is it interesting? Do you think I will believe it? Zhou Rong didn't mean to joke at all, and said very seriously, I know that although Qin Xinwen is willing to marry me, he still doesn't like me, otherwise he wouldn't agree to let me sleep with you. On the contrary, you, although silly and stupid, are usually nice to me, and you are also very cute when you tease you. In this comparison, is it strange that I like you? Gu Ran was speechless and didn't know what to say. After talking, Zhou Rong walked away from the door and said, I told you so much all of a sudden. You need time to digest it. I won't force you to do anything today. But to show that I'm not kidding, I'm really willing to help you. When she squatted down, Gu Ran took 2 steps back. Just now, after fooling around with Zhao Bangxia for quite some time, he still hasn't gotten out of the state of a saint. And he was still a little wary of Zhou Rong. Zhou Rong didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled, Forget it if you don't want to. Anyway, you are the one who suffered the loss today. After saying this, she walked over to the tea table and sat down, gracefully taking the copper kettle off the small stove and pouring it into the tea bowl. Soon, the fragrance of the tea wafted out, mixing with the smell of incense, which was unexpectedly suitable. Can you have a cup of tea with me? You don't have anything to do right now anyway. Gu Ran thought about it and decided to sit down opposite her. Zhou Rong brought a cup of tea to Gu Ran and said, Let me tell you another secret. After Qin Xinwen and I get married, I will find a way to transfer his property to me bit by bit. Then, I will support you. Gu Ran rolled his eyes. Another empty promise. Do I still need you to support me? But I don't think this is a lie. Zhou Rong is an ambitious woman. How could she be willing to put her fate in the hands of Qin Xinwen? This approach is in line with her character. However, Gu Ran was not very optimistic. Who gave you the courage to get the property from Qin Xinwen, that old fox? Gu Ran took a sip of tea and said nothing, because he knew that Qin Xinwen was not only being targeted by Tang Yan, but also by Lao Mo from 4 Seasons. He might fall one day and never get up again. When he fell into poverty, Zhou Rong would naturally look down on him even more, and at that time, the system's task would naturally be completed. Gu Ran did not forget that there was also a task to alienate Zhou Rong and Qin Xinwen. The reward for the task was stock market proficiency and 100,000 yuan in startup capital. Thinking of Lao Mo, Gu Ran asked, Is Qin Xinwen still buying and selling any cultural relics these days? Antiques and collectibles are one of Qin Xinwen's hobbies, and he has quite a few collections. Zhou Rong just treated it as a small talk and said, Yes, Qin Xinwen asked you to pick up Yang Xingxue at the airport. The main reason is that he has a painting that he is very interested in. Painting? What kind of painting? Qin Xinwen told me something, but I don't remember it clearly. I just remember he said the painting was worth about 1 million yuan, and it seemed to have something to do with Yuntan Gallery. What else? Gu Ran asked. Zhou Rong held the teacup and smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh, why are you so interested in this today? Something is wrong with you. Am I being obvious? It's obvious. Never mind. I won't ask why. I can find out for you. How are you going to thank your sister then? Gu Ran didn't dare to joke with Zhou Rong anymore, fearing that the crazy woman would come up with some new tricks. He could only spread his hands and said, I'm a poor boy, I have nothing to thank you for. Gu Ran knew that she was deliberately trying to get him into her rhythm and take the initiative, so he refused and said, No need. Oh, you look so embarrassed. If you don't come over, I'll have to go over there. She smiled and stood up. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Qin Xinwen shouted from outside, What are you two doing in there? Why are you locking the door? Open it quickly. What a bummer. The charm on Zhou Rong's face disappeared, she cursed under her breath, and then went to open the door. When she saw Qin Shinwen, she smiled again and said, "Husband, are you guys done talking?" Qin Shinwen replied calmly, then glanced at the two of them. Gu Ran was actually a little nervous. In the end, Qin Shinwen didn't ask anything. He just handed over a box and said to Gu Ran, "Tomorrow is Tang Ran's birthday. I won't go back. Take this with you and say it's a gift from me." "Okay." Gu Ran took it. Qin Shinwen patted Gu Ran on the shoulder again and said with a meaningful smile, "Tomorrow is a great opportunity one created for you, you must seize it." Chapter 57. Tang Ran is in a good mood today. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Today is her birthday, and also the 10th anniversary of her marriage to her husband Qin Shinwen. Her husband had promised her that no matter how busy he was today, he would come back to spend time with her. To this end, she decorated her home one day in advance, making the whole home warm, comfortable and romantic. After 10 years of marriage, the couple no longer has the same freshness as before. Tang Ran wanted her husband to fall in love with her again, make him want to go home every day, and live the life of a normal couple again. She is a relatively traditional woman and her dressing style has always been very conservative. But today, she specially wore a very slim white cheongsam, and looking at her perfect lines in the mirror, she looked like a work of art. Tang Ran also liked her hairstyle today. She tied her long hair into a bun at the back of her head and fixed it with a silver hairpin. However, there were always a few strands of hair falling down by her ears, making her cheeks itchy. "That's not bad." Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Tang Ran became even more nervous. She hurriedly put on a pair of high heels and ran towards the stairs. My heart was pounding. I want to give my husband a surprise. Unable to help but mutter to himself, Tang Ran took brisk steps and opened the door. A tall man stood at the door, holding a gift box in one hand and a bouquet of roses in the other. There were so many flowers that they covered his face. "Hubby, you're back." Gu Ran only felt a gust of fragrant breeze coming, and then a delicate and soft body threw itself into his arms. "Master's wife, it's me." "Ah." The young and attractive voice startled Tang Ran. She quickly withdrew from the embrace, her cheeks and ears were burning, and she was too embarrassed to look up. Why is it you? Where's my husband?" Tang Ran asked, trying to ease the awkwardness. But she waited for a few seconds and didn't hear Gu Ran's answer. She couldn't help but look up and asked curiously, "I'm asking you a question." Gu Ran smiled awkwardly, "I'm sorry, master's wife, I didn't mean it. You looked so beautiful today that I couldn't help it. And I swear, I was just appreciating a work of art, I had no other thoughts." It was the first time that Gu Ran saw such a beautiful woman with such elegant and charming temperaments blended so beautifully together. She only had to stand there with her head down to arouse people's endless fantasies and make their mouths dry. Tang Ran didn't expect that his words would be so blunt and frivolous, making her angry but also happy and excited. She angrily taught him, "You are not allowed to look at that either. I am your master's wife." Gu Ran became even more excited. "Master's wife, this is you being unreasonable. You are so beautiful, and it makes people happy to look at you a few more times. Maybe you can live a few more years. How can it be as exaggerated as you say? It's not an exaggeration. This is scientifically based. If your mood improves, your body will be better." Gu Ran looked so serious that Tang Ran laughed. He said in a coquettish way, "Slippery talk. You didn't learn anything else from your teacher, but this, right?" "Ah, no, it's just that you are so beautiful, no matter how much I praise you, it's not enough." Tang Ran was very happy to hear this, but she couldn't show it on her face. She didn't realize that she looked both arrogant and cute at the moment. "Master's wife, why are we chatting at the door? You don't want me to come in, do you?" Gu Ran drooped his eyes and pretended to be pitiful. He knew that Tang Ran would fall for it. After changing his shoes and walking into the house, Gu Ran discovered that the living room was carefully decorated with balloons, ribbons, dolls, and some photos of the couple hanging on the wall. It looked very warm. There were also some attractive, specially presented home-cooked dishes on the table. How seriously she is committed to maintaining this marriage can be seen from the details. Gu Ran couldn't help but sigh, feeling it wasn't worth it for her. Why would such a good woman like my master's wife marry a beast like Qin Shinwen? He is not satisfied with having such a lovely wife. Tang Ran sat on the sofa and said without much interest, "Put the roses in the middle of the table, it will look better." "When will your teacher come over?" Gu Ran's lips moved, and for a moment he couldn't bear to tell her the cruel reality. The teacher has something urgent to do, so he asked me to deliver the gift first. This red box is from him. Do you want to open it and take a look? After listening to this, Tang Ran smiled reluctantly and said, then let's open it and take a look. Put the red gift box on the coffee table, open the packaging bag, and inside is a set of jade necklace, earrings, ring and bracelet. Gu Ran has followed Qin Xinwen for so long that he has some understanding of these things. This set of jewelry should all be polished from an ice-type jadeite. It has large crystals inside and a very strong luster. It is a pure high ice-type jadeite and is very valuable in the market. A set like this should have a market value of over $1 million. Gu Ran didn't expect that Qin Xinwen was so willing to give up even though he was preparing for a divorce. Master's wife, do you like it? Tang Ran smiled and said, it's okay. Seeing that she was not very happy, Gu Ran felt a little bit sorry for her. It looks so nice, why don't you try it on and try it on? No. You should wear it. This set of jewelry suits you very well, and it goes with this dress, too. Hearing what he said, Tang Ran was a little moved. She nodded and said, then let's give it a try. There is a separate cloakroom on the first floor, which is equipped with a dressing table. Tang Ran sat in front of the mirror and put on the necklace. The buckle on the necklace string was a little small and not easy to buckle. She wanted to ask Gu Rang for help, but felt it was inappropriate. In the end, she spent a lot of effort to buckle it, and her face was red from tiredness. Before she had time to catch her breath, she saw in the mirror that Gu Ran was leaning against the wall behind her with a smile on his lips. How long has he been watching? Tang Ran turned around in shame and anger, stared at Gu Ran and said, you think I'm stupid and you're deliberately making fun of me, right? Gu Ran laughed even more happily, but he said, no, I didn't laugh. Humph. Worse than your teacher. Not daring to continue on this topic, Tang Ran stood up, her hand unconsciously touching the necklace on her chest, and asked nervously, does it look good? Nice. Gu Ran answered without hesitation. It's a bit perfunctory. Of course not, it's really beautiful. You have a natural temperament. This well-fitting cheongsam, paired with such expensive jewelry, makes you look even more noble. You can even walk the red carpet at a film festival. Those female stars are far inferior to you. Oomph, you're just being sweet. She grumbled softly, but couldn't hide her happy smile. She was about to take it off when she saw Gu Ran suddenly pull out a camera from behind him, waved it in his hand and said, let me take some photos of you. Chapter 58. I don't like having my picture taken. Tang Ran was a little embarrassed and raised her hand, trying to cover the camera lens. For some reason, Gu Ran wanted to take a few more photos of her. But I just took a sneak shot of you. You look really good in photos. You're dressed so beautifully. Today is your birthday. It would be a shame not to take a few photos to commemorate it, right? He spoke slowly, but his words just hit the spot that Tang Ran liked. Yes, it seems like a shame not to take a few photos. Etc. Tang Ran realized something. She covered her red lips with one hand and pointed at Gu Ran with the other hand and asked, did you take a sneak shot of me just now? Hee, I couldn't help it. Look, it's really beautiful. As he was talking, Gu Ran came over with a camera. In the picture, a beautiful woman is sitting in front of a dressing mirror, wearing earrings on her right ear. She looks serene and noble, even the glittering jade under her earlobe seems a bit less attractive. You have pretty good skills. Feeling that this was not right, Tang Ran added, I mean that your photography skills are pretty good. Gu Ran smiled and pointed to the small garden outside the window and said, let's go take pictures there. You take good care of the flowers. They can be used as your background. Tang Ran hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly in agreement. The yard is not big, but it is planted with many flowers, each cluster of which blooms brightly, yet it does not appear crowded. The floral scent was not strong, just like the scent of the master's wife, which was light, extremely pleasant and reassuring. After asking Tang Ran to pose for a few times, Gu Ran discovered that she had no experience in taking photos and her whole body was extremely stiff. Gu Ran put his hands on his waist, waved his hands, and said, be more natural. Use whatever poses you want. If the film doesn't look good, it's my problem. Just hit me. Tang Ran was amused and shook her head, saying, I really can't do it. How about I do the flower arrangement as usual and you can find the angle yourself? Gu Ran made an okay gesture. Flower arrangement is an art. In fact, it is to put the flowers that you think are beautiful into the container, without roots on the branches and leaves, and no floral mud, so that the overall look is neat and beautiful. When doing what she loves, Tang Ran has a unique beauty. She said, "I used to be bored at home, so your teacher would find some flowers for me to grow and play with. Then I gradually fell in love with them. 2 years ago, I uploaded my small yard and flower arrangements to the internet, and they became quite popular. Some people even asked me to place orders, and I saved up a small fortune." She murmured, as if she was talking to Gu Ran, or as if she was talking to the flowers in her hands. Gu Ran could feel the loneliness even from far away. She suddenly smiled again and said, "It's been 2 years since I last knew this. I've always wanted to share this with your teacher, but I never had the chance." Gu Ran thought to herself that there was no difference between her and a widow. "Have you ever thought about divorcing him?" Gu Ran asked abruptly. "Ah?" Tang Ran was stunned for a moment, then smiled and pursed her lips. "No." Gu Ran said, "Actually, it's good to be divorced." This time, Tang Ran didn't smile or speak. Gu Ran suddenly felt that he had been cheated. Maybe she had thought about this a long time ago. Not wanting to make the atmosphere too depressing, Gu Ran raised his camera and ran over happily, saying, "Master's wife, take a look, how are my photos?" Tang Ran tucked the hair around her ears, looked at her own photo, and asked with her mouth open in surprise, "Did you turn on the beauty filter?" Gu Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You are so humorous. You can praise yourself in this disguised way. This camera doesn't have that function." Tang Ran was also a little embarrassed. As a traditional woman, she seldom interacts with men other than her husband and relatives, and even subconsciously resists and avoids them. But this student of my husband's makes me feel close to him, and it is very relaxing to get along with him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I actually felt like I was in love when I was young. He is my husband's student. What am I thinking? The cake was taken out of the oven, with its unique baking aroma mixed with cream and fruit, and the air was sweet. The cream hand-painted pattern is warm and cute. Gu Ran once again admired his master's wife's ingenuity and dexterity. "Master's wife, what does the number 10 on the cake mean? Is today your 10th birthday?" Tang Ran was so amused that she was shaking with laughter and said angrily, "It's my 18th birthday." Gu Ran followed with a smile, "Well, I thought you were only 10 years old this year." Actually, the 10 means the 10th anniversary of our marriage. After saying this, she was actually a little dazed. "I spent my 10th wedding anniversary with my husband's students?" The smile on Gu Ran's face slowly froze. "It's our 10th wedding anniversary, but it's a pity that bastard has no intention of coming back. I won't wait for him. Please help me light the candles. I want to make a wish." Accompanied by Gu Ran singing, after making a wish, Tang Ran leaned over and gave Gu Ran a big piece of cake, and asked at the same time, "Can you drink?" "I drove here today." "It's okay, drink it, at worst you can just stay in the guest room for one night." Gu Ran was actually somewhat moved, so he naturally stopped resisting. The wine in the goblet is translucent in color, as if there are gems inside. After taking 2 sips, Tang Ran suddenly opened up and asked, "Xiao Ran, does your teacher not plan to come back today?" Gu Ran nodded. "He cheated on me, didn't he?" She was a little conflicted and hesitant. She pursed her slightly pale lips, and her hesitant eyes concealed an unspeakable difficulty. "At heart, I am a very traditional woman. It took me all my courage to ask an outsider about these paintings, but I felt very embarrassed." Puff. Gu Ran quickly turned his head and the wine in his mouth sprayed onto the floor. This question caught people off guard. He didn't want to reveal his cards now. Gu Ran wanted to continue hiding it, but met Tang Ran's gaze. It was a serious look that I had never seen before. When I saw her before, she was gentle, quiet, and dignified, especially when she smiled, there was a special sense of intimacy. But when she gets angry, she is also very imposing, making people afraid to act rashly. "I don't know," Gu Ran said hesitantly. "You follow him every day, and he gives you all the chores to do. How could you not know?" Tang Ran's beautiful eyes were no longer gentle, but instead full of penetration, and her smart gaze seemed to be able to see through people's minds. This question must have been in her mind for a long time. Seeing that Gu Ran didn't answer, Tang Ran smiled disappointedly and didn't ask any more questions. Perhaps she already had the answer in her heart. At this moment, Gu Ran suddenly noticed that the progress bar of the task related to Tang Ran on the system panel soared to 50%. Chapter 59. As long as the task progress bar reaches 80%, Gu Ran can receive part of the reward first. The reward for the mission that caused the breakdown of the relationship between Tang Ran and his wife was the ability to see through things and master knowledge of antiques. Such a perverted reward is quite tempting even if you only get part of it. Half an hour ago, the progress of this task was only 5%, but now it has increased tenfold. It can be seen how much of a blow the news of Chen Shenwen's cheating was to Tang Ran. She did not show these negative emotions, but tilted her head and took off her jewelry one by one. He even managed to act relaxed and joke, "Don't call me master's wife all the time in the future. It makes me sound old." Guran put the jewelry she had taken off back into the box, shook her head and said, "You don't look old at all, so can I call you Sister Tang?" Tang Ran nodded, "Okay, having more brothers is not bad." She took off all the jewelry, but her charming temperament was not diminished at all, and instead she looked more approachable. Tang Ran was not at all nostalgic for these jewels. She closed the box and put it aside and said, "Do you know why your teacher gave me these? Because you like it?" Tang Ran shook her head. "You can't say you like it. You've been with him for so long, you should know that he likes these things." Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes, antiques and collectibles are one of Chen Shenwen's hobbies. He likes to collect, study and show off these things. Even on the wall of the living room, there is a glass cabinet as big as half a wall, which is used to store his favorite collections. Tang Ran laughed and cried with some melancholy. "He clearly knew that I would not wear these things all the time, but he often gave them to me. In fact, he didn't ask me to wear them, but asked me to keep them for him. I didn't expect that even today, the gift he gave me was so boring." Judging from her expression, it seemed like she had guessed it a long time ago. Gu Ran didn't know what to say for a moment. This bastard, I overestimated his humanity. Gu Ran pointed to the two gift boxes next to the sofa and said, "But you haven't seen my gift yet." "Hey, you sent one too?" Gu Ran's expression suddenly became disappointed. "You ignored me." "I'm sorry, I didn't notice it just now. I'll take a look now." She walked to the sofa, picked up the gift box curiously, shook it gently and asked, "What's inside?" "You'll know when you open it." Still keeping it a secret. The gift box was wrapped with ribbons and colored paper. After carefully opening it, one could smell the strong aroma of Chinese herbal medicine. Tang Ran frowned in resistance and complained, "How can you give Chinese medicine as a birthday gift? Is it for health?" Gu Ran shook his head. "It's for treating insomnia." "That's thoughtful," she said with a bitter face and frowned, "but I don't like this. Chinese medicine is too bitter." Gu Ran thought her slightly annoyed look was quite cute and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, this is different from what you've drunk before." "Isn't this bitter?" "No, it's more bitter." Tang Ran gritted her teeth and snorted at Gu Ran to express her resistance. She put it aside and opened the second gift box with an upset mood. This time it was a layered floral scent. Tang Ran liked the scent, and her bitter expression immediately brightened up. She couldn't wait to take it out, sprayed it on her sleeves twice, and felt it was good, so she played around and sprayed it on Gu Ran a few times. Gu Ran quickly hid back, his hands were clasping in protest, and he said, "This is women's perfume, how can you spray it on me? Little brat, you are still a male chauvinist. Sit back and I won't scold you anymore." As a result, just as Gu Ran's but touched the stool, she playfully sprayed him a few times, smiling happily. After playing around, Tang Ran handed the goblet to Gu Ran and said, "Pour me some wine." Gu Ran poured her a small half-glass, and without waiting for a clink of glasses, she tilted her head back and drank the whole glass in one gulp. Because she drank too quickly, a drop of crimson wine flowed down her tight chin, slender white neck, and merged into the surging waves, disappearing without a trace. She placed the empty wineglass in front of Gu Ran and said, "More." "Well." Gu Ran hesitated for a moment and did not follow her wishes. He said, "How can you drink yourself like this? Don't you want your body anymore?" "I'm in a good mood, so I want to drink more, brother. If I get drunk, you won't take advantage of me, right?" Hiss. "It's really possible." Taking a deep breath secretly, Gu Ran said in a gentlemanly manner, "Who do you think I am? How could I do such a thing?" Tang Ran snorted, "You men are all bad-tempered. Your eyes are not honest." Gu Ran could only cough twice to hide his embarrassment. Tang Ran just smiled with her red lips pursed. She said nothing, shook her empty wineglass and said, "More." Gu Ran refused, but after meeting her stubborn look, he compromised and poured her half a cup. He asked, "If you drink this much, do you trust me so much?" "It's not that I believe you, it's that I have insomnia." "Ah." Gu Ran was completely confused by this inexplicable sentence. I have a fast metabolism, and alcohol is broken down quickly by my liver, so I won't get drunk. I've tried drinking alcohol before when I had insomnia, but it didn't help at all. So, even if you want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, you have no chance at all. She smiled playfully and smugly. Seeing Gu Ran's speechless expression, she laughed even more happily, her body shaking so much that she didn't even notice that a button of her cheongsam had come loose. Hey, why did you put the wine away? You knew you couldn't get me drunk, so you didn't let me drink. How can that be? I'm going to get angry. She was angry, but more of a spoiled child, and even the ending of her words had a pleasant inflection. It's so cute that people want to bully it even more. Gu Ran said seriously, you are indeed not allowed to drink. Normally, alcohol will put you into a sleep state and suppress your normal sleep quality. It will keep you awake at night, causing your body's immunity to decline and causing unnecessary complications. Tang Ran opened her red lips, surprised for a moment, then smiled helplessly. What's wrong with you? You suddenly said all this. If you don't know, you would think you are a doctor. That's me, otherwise I wouldn't have brought those Chinese medicines to you. It's useless. Tang Ran shook her head. Insomnia is my chronic disease. I have seen both Chinese and Western doctors, and even went to hospitals in the United States, but nothing worked. I'm afraid your efforts will be wasted. I'm different from those doctors. Sister, can you tell me why you can't sleep? No, you bully me and don't let me drink, so I won't tell you. Gu Ran smiled and said, then I'll just guess it myself. Tang Ran became interested and smiled playfully. Guess. Chapter 60. It had already darkened, and a warm yellow street lamp was still on in the yard. The small garden seems quiet, and you can hear the chirping of summer insects from time to time. Remember what you said a few days ago when I was about to go to work at Tang Yan's company and came to you for help? Gu Ran leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs, and imitated Tang Ran's lazy manner and said, women, just like the flowers and plants you raise, need to be watered, loosened, and fertilized regularly, otherwise they will easily become out of balance. Of course Tang Ran remembered these words, and for a moment, her body tensed up. My secrets were discovered by others. He actually guessed it right. Gu Ran looked at Tang Ran's face and said bluntly, endocrine disorders, irritability, and poor skin are all caused by not watering, loosening the soil, and applying fertilizers on time. These are just physical problems. Psychologically, you are always worried about gains and losses. You feel that Qin Xinwen doesn't care about you anymore. You vaguely suspect that he is cheating on you, which increases your mental exhaustion, makes you anxious, and thus suffers from insomnia. Stop talking. Her voice was so soft, almost inaudible, but Gu Ran heard it clearly and sensibly shut his mouth. How did you know that? She asked calmly, but her hands under the table were tightly grasping her cheongsam, clenched into pink fists. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation are the basic skills of traditional Chinese medicine. If you observe more, you will always find something. Tang Ran panicked and covered her face, asking, it's so easy to tell, my skin has deteriorated, is it so obvious? Gu Ran knew what he was thinking and said with a smile, don't worry, your face is full of collagen, without any wrinkles, and it's as tender as tofu, just a little haggard. That's not right. I've also seen a Chinese doctor, a very famous one at that. They took my pulse several times, but none of them were as accurate as you are. Then you didn't tell those Chinese doctors about your condition? Tang Ran felt embarrassed and said shyly, are you a fool? How would people talk about this? And I don't know if it has anything to do with this. It's okay. Now that we know the cause, it can definitely be cured. Don't worry, I'll help you. How can you help me with this? You can't be my husband. Tang Ran had obviously misunderstood something. She lowered her head, tucked her messy hair around her ears, feeling mixed with shame and anger, and could hardly utter the last words. Inevitably, a picture came to Gu Ran's mind. He just stared at Tang Ran, and kept staring at her, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It turns out that this is the treatment method she wanted. Tang Ran was already embarrassed, and being stared at like this made her feel even more numb. She picked up the tissue she had just used to wipe her mouth and threw it at Gu Ran's face, saying angrily, don't think about it. It's impossible. You're overthinking it. What I mean is that Chinese medicine conditioning and some physical therapy will be fine. I'll ask you some questions, just treat me as a doctor, don't avoid doctors, tell me what you have to say, and don't hide anything, otherwise I will make a wrong judgment. The sudden seriousness made Tang Ran feel embarrassed to continue blaming him, so she nodded slightly to show that she was willing to cooperate. Is your period normal? Not very stable. Is the reliance on sleeping pills increasing? Yes, sometimes I still feel dizzy when I get up. Gu Ran shook his head. This won't work. If you keep eating, your thinking ability and memory will deteriorate. Then you'll really become a stupid beauty. Tang Ran was very angry. How could he suddenly make a teasing remark while talking to someone? Gu Ran said instead, stop taking the sleeping pills. I can't sleep after I stopped taking the medicine. I'll prescribe some Chinese medicine for you. If you really can't sleep, just let your body vent. While questioning, he noticed Tang Ran's fingers. They were all done with manicures. She must be a craftsman. Tang Ran understood it immediately and was stunned. She didn't know how to respond. Her face turned red instantly, as pink as the summer sunset, so beautiful. Gu Ran saw her embarrassment and awkwardness, and tactfully shut his mouth. He was already madly testing her bottom line, and it would be bad if she scared him away. Sister Tang, go and have a rest now that you are full. I will clean the table. Hearing that Gu Ran would not continue with the embarrassing topic, Tang Ran felt relieved and said, how can I let you clean it up? Don't be polite to me. Just put the unfinished cake in the refrigerator and the bowl in the dishwasher. Besides, I still have to boil medicine for you, so just leave it to me. Tang Ran was not a hypocritical person, so seeing Gu Ran's serious look, she followed his wishes. However, when she heard about the decoction, she said with some resistance, I have to drink that today. Well, go and have a rest. I'll call you when the medicine is ready. Okay, then I'll go to the guest room and make your bed. Gu Ran was stunned, watching Tang Ran's graceful back as she left, his heart unable to help but become restless. Put a cool mat and air conditioning quilt from the closet on the bed, and the bed is made. The process takes less than 5 minutes. After making the bed, Tang Ran sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor in a daze, with complicated thoughts. Sometimes angry, sometimes blushing, sometimes grinning foolishly. It wasn't until the sound of a message on her cell phone startled her and brought her back to her senses. Tang Yan, baby, how was your 10th anniversary today? Tang Ran hesitated for a moment and replied, it's a bit bad, but also a bit surprising. She and Tang Yan had not known each other for long, but they got along very well and even shared some of their little secrets with each other. Tang Ran still cherished this best friend very much. As soon as the message was sent, Tang Yan's phone rang. She couldn't suppress her excitement and said, what's wrong? Tell me quickly. Tang Ran didn't know how to describe her complicated feelings. She could only smile bitterly and said, my husband still hasn't come back, but luckily I have a younger brother to celebrate my birthday with me. Do you have a brother? They are not biological siblings, but a newly recognized brother. Tang Yan smiled strangely, oh brother, who is he? Have I seen him before? You don't know him. Tang Ran answered without hesitation. She couldn't tell whether she felt guilty or embarrassed, but she was reluctant to say Gu Ran's name. Then let me meet him next time. By the way, why hasn't Qin Shinwan gone home today? He seems to have cheated on me. Tang Yan on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said, do you want me to help you check Qin Shinwan? If he really cheated on you, I will help you with whatever you want to do to him. Tang Ran knew that this was not a polite remark, but she still smiled bitterly, my mind is very confused now, I don't know what to do. Tang Yan smiled and said, if you ask me, a man like Qin Shinwan is not worth it at all. You should just divorce him. I heard you sound quite happy when you mentioned your foster brother just now. Do you like this foster brother? Chapter 61. Tang Ran's mood at the moment was like a tangled ball of wool. After hearing a teasing remark from her best friend, she became even more confused, and her heartbeat quickened with nervousness. Tang Yan on the other end of the phone didn't hear any movement for a long time, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Tang Ran, do you really like that foster brother? Keep your voice down. Although the phone was not on and the door was closed, and the kitchen was some distance away from the guest room, Tang Ran felt extremely guilty, fearing that Gu Ran might hear anything. That's crazy. Crazy ass. I didn't say I like him, I just feel relaxed and comfortable being with him. Isn't that enough? Let me tell you, young hunks are pretty good, very energetic, and seem to have endless energy. Tang Yan suddenly thought of something and said something inspired by it, with some nostalgia in her tone. Tang Ran's face turned even redder, and she whispered, you sound as if you've experienced this before. Tang Yan was speechless. Although many secrets can be shared between best friends, the secret between her and Gu Ran is not among them because it is too difficult to talk about. Tang Ran asked, "You what?" "I support you. If you like him, just let him be your boyfriend." Tang Ran was a little overwhelmed by such horrifying words. "Are you crazy? How could I?" Tang Yan smiled evilly. "What's the big deal? Even Qin Shinwen, that bastard, what else do you have to care about?" Tang Ran said helplessly, "He hasn't even had a girlfriend, how could he be willing to be with me?" She was too embarrassed to continue the conversation. "Ha, baby, do you underestimate your own charm? Please look in the mirror. A beauty of your level is simply the best. I don't believe that any man can have no thoughts about you. If I were a man, I would not let you go even if I kidnapped you. This is getting more and more ridiculous. I'm hanging up now. Don't be angry, I'm serious, Qin Shinwen is not worth it. If you really like someone, just try to get in touch with him. Anyway, we are definitely not the ones who will suffer. Hang up." Tang Ran said this angrily and really hung up the phone. But Tang Yan's devil's whispers still linger in my ears. She hadn't thought so much about it at first, but Tang Yan was too direct and made Tang Ran understand her thoughts in just a few words. It's so annoying. Ding. Mission: Tang Ran and Chen Shinwen's relationship has broken down. 80% of the mission has been completed. You can claim some rewards. Gu Ran was playing with his phone in the kitchen. The medicine was frying on the fire. It would be ready in about 10 minutes. The sudden prompt from the system made him stun for a moment, and then he clicked on the task in ecstasy, eager to receive the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden eye of perspective 10 minutes in antique appraisal calligraphy and painting. After receiving the tip, Gu Ran felt his eyes getting hot, and at the same time, some knowledge about calligraphy, painting, and antiques flooded into his mind. It was the first time that Gu Ran received part of the reward for the task. After studying it for a while, he finally understood what it meant. The golden eye has only 10 minutes of usage per day, and wherever the eye reaches is within the range of the eye. As for the mastery of antique appraisal, only when the task reaches 100% can the relevant knowledge of all categories be unlocked. But even so, it was enough to make Gu Ran excited for a while, and at the same time he was looking forward to receiving all the task rewards. It's just that the progress was only 50% just now. How did it suddenly jump to 80%? What on earth did Tang Ran do? Out of curiosity, Gu Ran activated the golden eyes for the first time. The feeling of hot eyes appeared again, and what was even more strange was that the tables, chairs, sofas, and walls in my sight became transparent. Behind that wall is Qin Shinwen's study. It is about the size of a classroom. In addition to the bookshelves, there are glass cabinets for cultural relics, including porcelain, jade, calligraphy, and paintings. Gu Ran had been to this study several times before. Qin Shinwen had also said that most of the items placed in the study were fakes, used to deceive people. If someone really wanted to steal, they would only steal the fakes, while the real items that were open to the public would be placed elsewhere. Gu Ran was not surprised at all by such a shady guy's behavior. After learning that it was a fake, he lost interest and never looked at it carefully again. But now, after mastering the appreciation skills of calligraphy and painting, the several ink paintings and calligraphy works hanging on the wall have become no secrets in Gu Ran's eyes. For example, an ink painting that is deliberately made to look old is done using the common direct dyeing method. It sounds high-end, but in fact it is just putting the copied painting on a piece of glass, and repeatedly and evenly brushing it with overnight strong tea. If you repeat this process and leave it for a while, the paper will appear yellow and a little gray. Such a simple craft is not easy to do well. For example, this painting is obviously made by an old hand, and it is very antique. Even an old hand who has been learning it for a few years may fall into trouble. But in Gu Ran's eyes, these were just fake things. The cursive writing on the side is quite interesting. There is a lively an aura flowing between the dots and strokes, as if it were the work of a master. There is a signature and seal in the corner shamang. When you gain proficiency in calligraphy and painting appreciation, you will naturally come across a lot of information related to celebrities. This shamang was a leading figure in calligraphy in the last century. He was proficient in calligraphy and painting, and had a very high level of appreciation. Ordinary calligraphy and paintings were not up to his standard. It was this pair of words that made Gu Ran feel fond of it. Although it was far away, Gu Ran was able to confirm that this was Mr. Meng's authentic work, and it was also the only valuable work of calligraphy and painting in the entire study. However, this piece of cursive calligraphy has been hanging on the wall for a long time without any protection, so it has become damp. If it is left there any longer, it will get moldy. Obviously, Chen Shunwen was a short-sighted person. He treated a treasure as a fake and just hung it on the wall without paying any attention to it. Got to find a way to get it. Etc. That's not right. Where is Tang Ran? Gu Ran turned his gaze and saw that the guest room was next door. Tang Ran, who had promised to make the bed, was already lying on it, curled up and mumbling something. Before Gu Ran could take a closer look, the feeling of heat in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and the white wall blocked his view again. 10 minutes, here we go. Depend on. What a sin. I never felt that 10 minutes was so short. Didn't I just take a few glances at the calligraphy and paintings? Gu Ran took a deep breath. The image of Tang Ran curled up on the bed was still lingering in his mind. By this time, the medicine had been boiled. Gu Ran poured the medicine soup into a bowl, walked to the door and pushed it, but unexpectedly it was locked. Sister Tang, open the door, it's time to take the medicine. Here I come. Tang Ran's voice sounded a little panicked and breathless, which made Gu Ran anxious and wanted to use his X-ray eyes to see what she was busy with. Unfortunately, no matter how much he blinked his eyes until they were sore, it was of no use. Snap. The door opened. Why did you lock the door? Gu Ran looked at her meaningfully and smiled. Chapter 62. Tang Ran's face turned red and she turned her head away, not daring to look at Gu Ran at all. I just locked the door, nothing more. Gu Ran smiled secretly, but didn't expose her. He just said, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot. Tang Ran didn't like the smell of medicine, especially this kind of medicine that smelled bitter and strange. He wanted to refuse, but when he met Gu Ran's gaze, he hesitated and didn't say anything. He could only pick up the bowl and drink it all in one breath, making a gurgling sound. Because he drank too quickly, he choked again. Gu Ran patted her on the back and said with a smile, why are you in such a hurry? No one is competing with you for it. Seeing her bitter face, Gu Ran stopped teasing her and said, there is also a set of matching physical therapy. Do you want to try it? Well, let's try it. After hesitating, she nodded. Gu Ran asked her to lie down, put his hands behind her head, and pressed the acupoints with his fingers with skillful technique. It was a bit awkward to lie like this. Tang Ran thought for a while and found a topic to ask, by the way, when you went to Wanyu, did Tang Yin bully you? If you were wronged, tell me and I will help you settle the score with her. With your gentle personality like water, how can you settle accounts with that madman? I only dare to complain in my heart but dare not say it out loud. Gu Ran replied, she doesn't dare to treat me badly for your sake. By the way, Sister Tang, those calligraphy and paintings in the study. Just when he asked half of the question, Gu Ran heard her snoring softly. Fell asleep? Isn't this the bed made for me? After hesitating for a moment, he finally sighed, turned up the temperature of the air conditioner a little, covered her with a blanket, and then left. Hey, why are you calling me at this time? Are you done with your work? On the phone, Chen Shunwen smiled slyly and asked teasingly, how does it taste? Gu Ran said truthfully, not yet, there is no chance for the time being. You are such a loser. You can't even eat the meat that's delivered to your door. Never mind. It's not your fault. Tang Ran is too conservative and always keeps a distance from men. You should look for more opportunities. After a pause, Chen Shunwen asked again in confusion, that's not right. You didn't succeed, why are you calling me? Gu Ran said what he had prepared long ago, it's like this, I've been terrified under Tang Yan's hands these past few days, so I just wanted to please her. I saw calligraphy hanging in her office, so I wondered if the calligraphy in your study could. Chen Shunwen was amused by Gu Ran's guilty look, and said proudly, you are really good at choosing. Although the things hanging in my study are all imitations, if I meet a fool, I can sell them for tens of thousands of dollars. But who asked you to follow me for so long? Take it, take it. Thank you, teacher. I thanked you, but in my heart I thought to myself that you are the fool. I don't know what kind of good luck I had, but I got an authentic work of Sha Meng without realizing it, and hung it on the wall as a fake, where it got damp and moldy. I have just checked online, and the market price of Sha Meng's authentic works is between 1 million and 3 million, which is very popular in the market. Don't be too happy too soon, you didn't get this calligraphy for nothing. Chen Shunwen's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down. Gu Ran suddenly had a bad premonition, his heart skipped a beat, and he almost greeted Chen Shunwen's mother directly. You said. Why are you so nervous? I just want to help you get rich. Anyone who believes this is an idiot. Sure enough, things were not as simple as he thought. Shen Xinwen continued, in a while, our circle will have a party and auction in Qin Island. You can go with me then. Will you get rich if you go there? Ha, can I really lie to you? But I'll keep the details secret for now, I'll tell you later. Chen Shunwen is a very vigilant person. Although Gu Ran has followed him for 2 years and helped him run errands and do a lot of things, most of them were miscellaneous tasks, and some of them were hidden secrets that no one could notice. This time he actually agreed to let me join and said that I could make a fortune. It was really strange. Suddenly, Gu Ran remembered that in the Four Seasons restaurant, Lao Mo told him that he bought a fake item introduced by Chen Xinwen. Could this be related? It was not the right time yet, so Chen Xinwen would not reveal a single word. As he spoke, the topic returned to Tang Ran. He said, "Don't forget what I told you." Well. Fuck, you useless thing, what's your memory? I asked you to take pictures, or even better, take videos, have you forgotten? Gu Ran held up his phone, feeling speechless, and said patiently, "Don't worry, I didn't forget this. The camera I used to take photos of Tang Ran today was given by Chen Xinwen. The actual purpose was to take photos of Tang Ran's cheating evidence after Gu Ran succeeded. With this evidence, Chen Xinwen could easily get Tang Ran out of the house." After hanging up the phone, Gu Ran made a poo sound. This bastard Chen Xinwen doesn't know yet that his own video has been recorded by Lao Mo and handed over to Gu Ran. As long as the divorce is filed, the one who will be left with nothing will be Chen Xinwen. There were special protective covers and packaging for calligraphy and paintings in the study. After putting away Sha Meng's cursive script, Gu Ran called Lao Mo again. "Hello, who is this?" Gu Ran's forehead was covered with black lines, and he said speechlessly, "Brother Mo, it's me, Gu Ran, Chen Xinwen's student." "Oh, Xiao Gu, sorry, I forgot to give you a note. Is there any progress on the matter I asked you to check?" "Not yet, but soon. Chen Shunwen and I will go to Qingdao in a while. I heard there will be an auction and a gathering in the circle, and there may be clues." "Okay, I'll leave it to you. If you have anything else to say, just tell me." Gu Ran liked such a straightforward personality, and said bluntly, "It's like this, I just happened to get a nice calligraphy. I want to ask you, where can I find a buyer for this thing?" Lao Mo smiled meaningfully. "Why, Chen Xinwen never told you about this? When it comes to making money, he's always on guard against people. Humph, this bastard is just like that." After cursing with disdain, Lao Mo said, "Isn't there an auction in Qingdao? You can just go there. As long as it has been verified and it is not a fake, there will be no problem. Of course, if it is a fake, but the people at the auction can't tell it, there will be no problem either." Gu Ran smiled bitterly and said, "That's why I asked you, because it's not easy to take this thing to the auction." This calligraphy had just been taken away by Gu Ran. If it was put on the auction stage and Chen Xinwen happened to be in the audience, the scene would be so awkward that Gu Ran didn't even dare to imagine it. So, the things are not clean. No, it's just not easy to auction. I won't ask any more questions. There will be a gathering for the circle, right? That thing is quite interesting and private. You can go there and see if there are any suitable buyers. But the price will definitely be lower than the auction. It doesn't matter. As long as it can be sold, there's no problem. Thank you, Brother Mo. I will definitely do what I promised you as soon as possible. Okay. Chapter 63. Tang Ran had forgotten how long it had been since she had a good sleep and woke up naturally. "I didn't take sleeping pills, so when I woke up in the morning I didn't feel dizzy or nauseous, but instead felt refreshed." The long-lost feeling made her roll over twice on the bed and stretch herself. When her arms were extended, the curves of her body were revealed exquisitely. Xiao Ran's medicine actually works. She sat up in surprise, only to find that this was the guest room prepared for Gu Ran, and she had actually fallen asleep on it. When I walked out of the room, I saw that Gu Ran had already left. There was only breakfast left on the table and a WeChat message of concern on his phone. "Have you seen the trending searches? Something happened to Tiany's top star, Xiaolan." "Of course I saw it. The internet said she was everyone's first love, the ceiling of pure desire, but she only paid 100,000 yuan for a hit-and-run accident that broke a little girl's leg. Isn't her appearance fee for any event close to 1 million? That's all she paid? That's not all. The little girl passed away not long after. On the day she passed away, Xiaolan was still recording a variety show, and she was laughing so happily. I used to really like watching the dramas she acted in, but now I feel sick just thinking about that face. I'm not disgusted. If she hadn't gotten into trouble, the trending searches about Bayan soliciting C would still be on Weibo. Now that it's been removed, we can breathe a sigh of relief in the company. Who on earth is so powerful? They dug up something that happened so long ago. I don't know. I saw someone online saying that it was dug up by someone inside our company. Awesome. While waiting for the elevator, Gu Ran could hear his female colleagues excitedly gossiping. I couldn't help but open my phone. Before I even opened Weibo, I received a push notification for a hot search. It was the news about Xiaolan's hit and run. Tang Yan is so efficient. It didn't take long for her to dig up this matter. She even has an interview video with the victim's family. The timing of the exposure is also very sharp. Monday morning is when students and workers are rushing to catch buses and subways, and it is also the peak traffic period. If the message is pushed at this time, the popularity will reach its maximum. In this fast-paced internet age, once a new hotspot emerges, the old hotspots will gradually be forgotten. Bayan, who was extremely popular yesterday, has slipped out of the top 10 trending searches today. This has caused the pressure on Huan US staff to drop sharply. At least they no longer feel suffocated by the air in the company. I was late for work and absent from work for the past few days, so I came early today. I thought I would be the first one to arrive in the secretariat today, but I didn't expect Xiang Qianqian to come earlier. Just as she was about to say hello, Gu Ran suddenly remembered that there was a system task related to her, so she quickly checked the progress of the task. 0%. I refreshed it and it's still 0%. System, what are you doing? Wasn't there a kiss mark from another woman on her boyfriend's neck? Didn't they have a fight? Wasn't the mission progress at 20%? Why is it reset to 0 now? His originally cheerful mood suddenly turned into an irritable one, and he asked several questions in succession. Why is it decreasing instead of increasing? Answering the host, as the mission target's feelings warm up, the progress will naturally decline. The emotionless mechanical voice silenced Gu Ran. Xiang Qianqian was sitting on a chair, holding a cup of black tea. Just as she took a sip, she saw out of the corner of her eye a silly boy standing at the door, with his head down and a sad look, not sunny at all. Gu Ran, why do you look so unhappy when you see me? Knowing that she was joking, Gu Ran smiled bitterly. I don't feel motivated to go to work on Monday. She rolled her eyes and said unhappily, lazy guy, what did I say about working overtime on the weekend? Do you want me to cheer you up? How to refresh yourself? Sit down. She stood up and pointed to her chair. Gu Ran didn't understand, but still sat down as she instructed. The chair was still warm and smelled very comfortable with the scent of her body. Then, Xiang Qianqian smiled mischievously and put the cup of tea in her hand on Gu Ran's neck. I added ice cubes to the black tea, leaving a circle of water droplets around the entire circumference of the cup. Gu Ran couldn't help but gasp, his body twitched, his arm rose up uncontrollably, and he accidentally knocked over the cup of tea. Half of the black tea splashed on Gu Ran, and the other half splashed on Xiang Qianqian. As he watched the red tea drip down her clothes onto her legs and finally slide down to her instep, Gu Ran actually swallowed. Xiang Qianqian also exclaimed, then put down the cup and took out a tissue to wipe the water stains on her body. Sister Qianqian, look at what you've done. My pants are all wet. You're still blaming me? Didn't you knock it over? Xiang Qianqian said angrily and threw the tissue in her hand at Gu Ran's face, but she still felt unsatisfied. Thank you. Gu Ran said. What are you thanking me for? Xiang Qianqian was confused. Didn't you take a piece of paper to wipe my pants? Xiang Qianqian blushed at this sentence, and she snatched it back, saying unhappily, just let it get wet. Gu Ran smiled, it's so cold, will you be responsible if I get sick? Xiang Qianqian understood immediately and said, what the hell do you want? She was also thankful that there were only 2 of them in the huge office area, and this embarrassing scene was not seen by outsiders. Gu Ran said, it won't dry like this, why don't you go back to the lounge and change clothes? Forget it. We have things to do later. We are preparing materials now and don't have the time to spare. Gu Ran said sensibly, then shall I go to the closet and get you 2 pieces? No. She suddenly raised her voice and complained, how can you just rummage through a girl's closet? Are you a pervert? Gu Ran blinked innocently and said, It's not like I haven't seen your closet before. When I first entered your lounge, clothes were scattered everywhere. Stop talking. I'll give you 3 seconds to forget about that. You'll only make me remember it more clearly. Xiang Qianqian sighed, and her helpless and resentful look made people laugh. By the way, how are you and Zhang Tianyu doing? Have you broken up? When he felt the time was right, Gu Ran asked the questions in his mind. Then he soon realized that he was being too cautious and there was no need to worry so much because Xiang Qianqian herself liked gossip. She pulled up a chair and started talking. No, we are fine, but we are too busy and don't even have time to watch a movie. Didn't you two have a fight last time? That was a misunderstanding. The mark on his neck wasn't a hickey, it was a skin allergy. I misunderstood him that day. Are all women in love so brainless? This one do. Wouldn't it be in vain that I'm trying to get close to him? Chapter 64. Almost every morning, Tang Yan and the Secretariat Department hold a regular meeting. As long as Gu Ran wasn't called, he wouldn't have to participate. After all, he was still in the probation period and there were many things he couldn't get involved in. But after today's meeting, Gu Ran could feel that the way several colleagues who used to be nice to him looked at him had changed. There are smiles that express goodwill, and there are also disdainful ignores. It wasn't like this before. Everyone was quite caring towards him as a newcomer. Gu Ran was confused and couldn't help but approach Xiang Qianqian and ask, "What did you talk about in the meeting? Why do I feel that everyone's attitude towards me is different?" Xiang Qianqian just smiled and said, "Because something related to you was mentioned at the meeting." "What is it?" Gu Ran said anxiously, "Don't keep us in suspense at this time." "I can't tell you yet. It's over. It's definitely not a good thing." Even though Gu Ran's face was more bitter than bitter gourd, Xiang Qianqian just smiled and refused to reveal a word. "Pack up and let's go to Yuntan Gallery." This sentence successfully diverted Gu Ran's attention. Universal has been trying to reach this cooperation for several days, but there has been no progress. This is the first time they have taken the initiative. Gu Ran thought of a possibility and asked, "Is it because of the news about Xiaolan's hit and run?" That's one of the reasons. This incident put a lot of pressure on Tianyi, and their stock reputation also dropped. The gallery started to reconsider, and we've recovered a little, so they agreed to meet and talk. As she spoke, Xiang Qianqian gave Gu Ran an appreciative look, as if she already knew that he was the one who made this happen. This feeling made Gu Ran feel uncomfortable. Although I sit in the office of the Secretariat, there are still many things that avoid me. This made him a little emotional, and he said, "Sister Qianqian, I won't go to the gallery, right? I can't help you much even if I go." Xiang Qianqian turned her head and said, "It's no use telling me. Ms. Tang is going too, and she specifically asked you to accompany her. Go and tell her to go." When Gu Ran thought of Tang Yan's powerful aura at work, he lost the desire to speak. There were nearly a dozen people who went to the gallery this time. In addition to Tang Yan and several secretaries, there were also colleagues from the Public Relations Department and the Marketing Department, and they drove 4 cars. Gu Ran hid in the corner, just wanting to be a nobody. Unexpectedly, Tang Yan looked past the crowd and said to him, "Gu Ran, drive for me." After giving the order, she turned around and got on the first commercial vehicle. And he was sitting in the co-pilot seat. This action instantly made Gu Ran attract everyone's attention. The people present were all veterans in the workplace, and everyone knew that the boss usually sat in the back seat. If they were not close, they would not sit in the front passenger seat. Everyone looked at him, with jealousy and envy, and the fire of gossip burning in their eyes. Gu Ran has become accustomed to such looks. In the eyes of many people, he is a person with a strong background and connections. Sitting in the driving seat, Gu Ran said puzzledly, "Don't you have a driver? Why do you let me drive?" Tang Yan was sitting in the passenger seat. She suddenly kicked off her high heels, crossed her arms over her chest, and kept herself in a comfortable position. She said, "I feel more comfortable if you drive." If the driver was driving, she definitely wouldn't be able to behave like this. I don't know if it's an illusion, but there seems to be less distance between the two of us. Turning on the navigation and starting the car, Gu Ran said sarcastically, "What did you talk about in the morning meeting? Why did Sister Zhang and the others look at me differently after they came back?" "Really?" Tang Yan laughed to herself, "That's normal. If we can reach an agreement on cooperation with the gallery today, you can become a regular employee." "Become a regular employee?" "Yes, I'll be promoted from probationary period to full-time employee." The same treatment as Qianqian and the others, with an annual salary of 1 million, performance commission, and some other benefits. This was indeed beyond Gu Ran's expectations. No wonder those secretaries looked at me differently. Before, I was just a temporary worker, so they were still polite to me. Some people feel unbalanced once they reach the same status as them. After all, each of them is a social elite and has their own abilities, so naturally they look down on Gu Ran, a relative. Tang Yan observed Gu Ran's expression and said, "Are you unhappy that I let you become a regular employee?" Happy. How perfunctory. Tang Yan was so angry that she sat up straight, stretched out her hand, and hit Gu Ran hard on the head, making a dong sound. Gu Ran cried out in pain, "I'm driving, what's wrong with you? Am I crazy? Do you know that I was under a lot of pressure to make you a regular employee? And you are not happy about it. Not to mention that Chen Xinwen asked you to graduate from graduate school, even if you graduated with a doctorate. Can you find a better job than this?" Gu Ran pursed his lips and said nothing. "My main job is to cheat on someone and take on system tasks. Do you still want me to be your secretary forever? That is such a beautiful thought. It's a pity that these words cannot be said." Gu Ran could only ask curiously, "Why do you suddenly want me to become a regular employee?" Tang Yan held her forehead, sighed deeply, and continued to curse, "You are such a pig brain. Have you forgotten that if it weren't for you, Huan Yu and the gallery would definitely not have such a good cooperation opportunity? Do you know how much profit this cooperation will make? Just for the first phase, the estimated profit will be 1 billion. And the information you provided about Xia Lan's accident gave our public relations a break. Although these contributions cannot be known to others, I will not mistreat my employees. Shouldn't I make you a regular employee? That's exactly what we should say." Gu Ran smiled and said, "I thought you were reluctant to let me go. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Can I just ask for a bonus without getting a permanent job? You said the estimated profit from this cooperation is 1 billion yuan. I played such a key role. 1% is not too much, right? I calculated it and it's not much, maybe 10 million yuan. Roll." Tang Yan couldn't help but roar, her chest heaving with anger. This bastard is so infuriating. There was silence in the car for a while, and Tang Yan suddenly said, "Come to my house tonight." "No. I'm planning to look for Tang Ran in the evening and try to get 100% of the mission. Why would I go to your house if I have nothing to do? Have you forgotten that my acupuncture treatment is not over yet?" She covered her lower abdomen and gritted her teeth and said, "You forgot the day before yesterday and yesterday." Hiss. Tang Yan, who had been observing Gu Ran's expression, said angrily, "You really forgot." "I'm sorry, I've been too busy these past 2 days. Can't I go to your house tonight?" Chapter 65. In addition to the people from the Public Relations Department, there was also a secretary named Yang Xiu who had contact with the gallery. Although Tang Yan's secretariat consists of only 8 people, the division of labor is relatively clear. For example, Xiang Qianqian is mainly responsible for the contact and coordination of new projects, and sometimes she will also handle some important matters specially. This Yang Xiu was a top student who returned to China from abroad. He was a senior executive in a foreign company a few years ago. Later, he was poached by Tang Yan at a high price. This person has strong comprehensive abilities, especially in social aspects, so he is in charge of some public relations matters. The opportunity for cooperation at this time was possible, not only because of the pressure of the scandal on Tianyi, but also because of the contact between Yang Xiu and the gallery. Gu Ran had a good impression of Yang Xiu. This guy loved to laugh and gave people a very kind feeling. This is indeed the case, this guy is very popular. It's just after the regular meeting this morning, he no longer smiled when he saw Gu Ran. Instead, he had a scrutinizing look on his face. After examining him, he simply turned around and ignored him. Xiang Qianqian said, "You will know after you spend more time with him. He is arrogant in nature. Just ignore him." After arriving at the Yuntan Art Gallery, Yang Xiu showed his signature smile again, walked towards Deputy Director Tan, and introduced the two parties to each other in a very familiar manner. Deputy Director Tan's full name is Tan Penghai. He looks to be in his 60s, with some age spots on his face. He doesn't smile much, and even when facing Mr. Tang of Huanyu, he just shook hands with him and exchanged a few words of greeting. Tan Penghai said, "Mr. Tang, how about I take you around first?" Tang Yan smiled and nodded. "I have always heard of the Yuntan Gallery and wanted to come and visit it a long time ago, but I was too busy." Today, I have to trouble Director Tan. If you really wanted to come, you wouldn't use being busy as an excuse. Unexpectedly, there was a hint of thorns in Tan Pinghai's words, which made people very unhappy. Tang Yen was used to this kind of scene, and said nonchalantly, "The gallery is right here, and new works are added every day. If I come a day later, maybe I can see one more." This time, Tan Pinghai didn't say anything, but led a large group of people behind him to start shopping. Gu Ran had heard a long time ago that Deputy Director Tan was not good at talking about business but liked to talk about paintings. This is also the common characteristic of Yuntan gallery people, purity. At least that's how the older generation thinks. Normally, when people take Tang Yen to visit a place, they will definitely explain things along the way to avoid the atmosphere becoming dull. But Tan Pinghai was not like that. He walked in front with his hands behind his back, and occasionally said a few words when he was in the mood. He was so casual that Tang Yen didn't know how to respond. Arriving at the main exhibition hall, Tan Pinghai stopped in front of a watercolor painting, pointed at it and asked Tang Yen, "Mr. Tang, what do you think of this painting?" Tang Yen choked. She felt she was being fooled. This is clearly a work that only a psychopath can understand, with chaotic colors and a messy abstraction within abstraction. If anyone could understand this, they must be crazy. The lower right corner has the title of the work, Mountains, Forests, and Cities. After looking for a long time, I couldn't tell which was the mountain and which was the city. Suddenly, Tang Yen heard someone behind her whispering to her, "The mountain's resurrection." It was Gu Ran's voice. She heard it clearly, but didn't understand it. "What the hell are you talking about? Can it be more abstract? What kind of joke is this at a time like this?" Tan Pinghai saw the two people's little movements, but didn't say anything, just urged, "Mr. Tang, what do you think?" "I don't understand." Tang Yen just gave up. Complaining secretly, "If I had known this old guy was so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have come. You are quite straightforward, much better than those who pretend to know everything." As he spoke, Tan Pinghai looked behind Tang Yen. Everyone followed his gaze and immediately saw Gu Ran behind Tang Yen. Everyone understood at once that they were talking about him. That was not all. Tan Pinghai looked at Gu Ran and said, "If you have any opinions, please speak up. Don't whisper behind my back, and don't pretend to know something you don't. Is this old man sick? How can people who engage in art be so magnanimous?" Gu Ran said, "Isn't this painting about a mountain forest being occupied and a city being built, and then the city being ruined, and finally the two being mixed together? The artist's use of colors is quite bold, but I think it's still too bright. It would be better if more gray was added to the lower right corner." The characteristic of abstract painting is that it is an art form without any objects or images, so it is often difficult to understand, just like the saying "there are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people." But as soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with even stranger eyes, as if he himself was an abstract painting. Secretary Yang Xiu couldn't stand it any longer, so he stepped forward and pulled Gu Ran's arm back, complaining, "Just shut up. Can you please stop talking nonsense today? Do you know how much effort I put into this cooperation?" He lowered his voice, but every word was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Gu Ran rolled his eyes in disdain. "Without me, you wouldn't even have the chance to work hard." Tan Pinghai waved his hand again and said, "Xiao Yang, don't pull him, let him continue talking." Yang Xiu had no choice but to give Gu Ran a threatening look, as if to say, "Admit your mistake honestly." Gu Ran ignored him and said, "That's all my opinion. If I want to put it in a more literary way, I can only borrow a line from a retarded poet: cement is used to build a building, it is the resurrection of the mountain." No one felt anything when they first heard this sentence, but after they thought about it, they all got goosebumps. When I turned around and looked at the messy abstract painting. Hiss. Amazing. It really has some of that flavor. Tan Pinghai was also thinking about this sentence and he actually smiled for the first time, but he didn't say anything. He turned around and continued to stroll with everyone. Tang Yen breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Gu Ran must have looked at the name of the painting, did a random reading comprehension exercise, and talked nonsense. He was lucky enough to get a few points right, so he didn't make any jokes. Not only her, almost everyone holds the same view. No one would believe that Gu Ran could understand such abstract meaning. You're lucky. Yang Xiu stopped Gu Ran and emphasized, "You are lucky that you didn't make Director Tan unhappy. But please understand the situation. Even Mr. Tang doesn't dare to speak nonsense. Why are you trying to make a fuss? No matter what happens next, you shut up. Do you hear me?" As long as you are not blind, you can see that I just wanted to help Mr. Tang out. Aren't you targeting me too much? Gu Ran tilted his head and looked at him with amusement. If you talk nicely, I might listen. It's okay if I don't contribute. After all, whether this cooperation is successful or not has nothing to do with me. But you want to take the position of a senior in the workplace and bully me. I won't tolerate your bad habits. After saying that, Gu Ran walked around him and followed the crowd. Chapter 66. In Tang Yan's opinion, Tan Penghai is a very strange person. The two were clearly discussing collaboration, but he was immersed in his own world, talking about art. Tang Yan is not someone who cannot talk about art. She knows about Hogarth from Britain, Varma from India, and Zhang Daqian and Su Beihong from China. She didn't care about these things before, but she has been catching up on these knowledge recently. But all these are useless in front of Tan Penghai, because he doesn't talk about celebrities or famous works. He just likes to stop from time to time and give Tang Yan a little test. It's okay if he can answer it, but if he can't, Tan Penghai will have an expression as if it's hard to find a soulmate. Are you crazy? Don't you know what I'm here for? Fortunately, there is the eloquent Yang Xiu by my side. It only took him a few days to figure out Tan Penghai's preferences and make up for them in a targeted manner. So sometimes he could still chime in and keep the atmosphere from getting cold. In fact, Tang Yan also knew that it was normal to encounter such a situation. As party A, there are often some strange requests. This is just like playing golf or table tennis with party A when soliciting investment. You have to satisfy the other party's strange requests first. As for Gu Ran, he walked at the end of the team, lazy and leisurely, blocking out the surrounding noises and concentrating on looking at the works that interested him. Therefore, he didn't even notice that at the front of the team, a tall, wavy-haired female assistant next to Tan Penghai would glance at him from time to time. He didn't even notice that the wavy female assistant suddenly whispered something to Tan Penghai. Then, Tan Penghai stopped and waved to Gu Ran, who was walking at the end of the crowd, and said, "Little comrade, come here." Gu Ran was slow to react and didn't understand why he was called, but he went up anyway. Tan Penghai was holding a mobile phone, on which was playing a video of Gu Ran painting in the gallery a few days ago. The video content was exactly Lily picture by Shenweiga and Zhao Bangxia. Is this you? Unexpectedly, Gu Ran shook his head and said, "It's not me." It came out almost without thinking, a denial. Tan Penghai was surprised for a moment, then turned to look at his female assistant with big wavy hair. Dabalang pointed at Gu Ran and said, "That's him. Director, look at the video above." It captured his face. That's him. This time it was Gu Ran's turn to feel embarrassed, but he just smiled. Why not admit this? Tan Penghai asked unhappily. Gu Ran felt some pressure from his tone, so he said, "It was just a casual drawing." It's not a good one. You're using it as a negative example in front of so many colleagues. Wouldn't that make me a laughing stock? This is a reason I made up on the spur of the moment. He didn't want to reveal his strength too much, as that would only make him the main partner of this cooperation and have to deal with the difficult director Tan. After gaining proficiency in painting, Gu Ran seemed to have picked up some bad habits of artists, that is, whether or not to paint depended entirely on his mood and preferences. To put it bluntly, I just want to be a lazy dog. But his strength did not allow it, so he kept silent and walked at the end of the crowd, but he was still exposed. After listening to Gu Ran's explanation, Tan Penghai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Can you be more Versailles? Is this kind of work drawn casually? And use it as teaching material? What can I find wrong with? Don't worry. I'll give you some face and not find fault with you. The big waves behind him were all shocked. When did the curator become so easy to talk to and even give people face? Tang Yan and Huan Yu's colleagues were all full of questions. Has Gu Ran ever painted anything else? Judging from director Tan's tone, the painting seems to be quite good. Didn't he just make a random guess about the abstract painting? Tan Penghai looked at Tang Yan and said, "Boss Tang, why do you hide this kind of talent in your company? This guy is quite talented, not much worse than Yun Jia. Yun Jia is now in his 50s and has been hailed as a genius for decades. No one would be willing to believe that a figure like Tan Penghai would use a highly respected person like Yun Jia to set off an unknown person like Gu Ran. There is only one possibility, what he said is true." Tang Yan turned her head speechlessly and glared at Gu Ran fiercely with some resentment. Gu Ran helped explain, "Actually, I told Miss Tang about this before, but she didn't believe it." "When did I?" Halfway through her words, Tang Yan suddenly remembered that Gu Ran had said a few days ago that he had this skill, but she and Xiang Xianxian didn't believe it at the time. Tan Penghai didn't care much about it. Instead, he started chatting with Gu Ran and asked with concern, besides portraits and sketches, what else are you good at? Oil painting, Chinese painting, watercolor, printmaking? Painters generally have their own expertise, just like writers tend to have their works tend to be of the same type. This makes it easier to produce classic works, and there are fewer cross-border works. That's why he asked this question. Well, I know a little bit about it. Gu Ran said modestly. It's indeed very low-key. To be honest, I'm afraid of scaring the old man. Tan Penghai nodded, not thinking that he was being modest, otherwise if every type was as amazing as his portrait, what would happen? Seeing that the old man had a good impression of him, Gu Ran said, Director Tan, can I make a small request? Gu Ran. Yang Xiu, who was standing aside, shouted in a stern tone. This is a reminder and also a warning. Director Tan is flattering you by being willing to talk to you, and you still dare to make demands? Even if we are discussing cooperation, you have to make part.A happy first. Why are you only saying a few words now? Is it suitable? Sure enough, Tan Penghai's expression calmed down a little, and he said calmly, Young comrade, you are still too impatient. Gu Ran said a little embarrassedly, Actually, Mr. Tang wants to go to Yun Pavilion to take a look. If it's not convenient, forget it. Yuntan is the painting pavilion of Yunj, which is not open to tourists. The paintings inside are all works of masters. Gu Ran had long been fascinated by Prosperity and Red Picture by Mr. Yin Kaishuan, the founder of Yuntan Art Gallery, and wanted to see the original. After all, it is recognized as the first painting of the founding of China. Tang Yan's rosy lips opened in surprise. This bastard, he obviously wanted to go, but he still used my name. Tan Penghai was also stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, so that's what it is. That's easy to say. Gu Ran asked in confusion, what do you think it is? Nothing. Tan Penghai waved his hand and smiled, then made a pleased gesture to Tang Yan and said, Mr. Tang, please come this way. Tang Yan was stunned. She was dazed for a moment before following him. It's really strange, this old man had been so indifferent before, but now he actually smiled and was so polite for the first time. Chapter 67. Yun Pavilion is unique among the Yuntan Gallery, being located in the southeast corner. This is not a small attic, but an independent exhibition hall with different exhibition halls. There are no complicated decorations, just a simple return to nature, which can fully demonstrate the beauty of Chinese style, which is many times better than the artificial landscaping in some scenic spots. People who like painting have very high aesthetic taste. Gu Ran found that the simplicity and elegance of this small building was extremely suitable. However, here Gu Ran met an unexpected person. Yang Xingxue. Chen Xinwen's bad friend, professor of the Fine Arts Department. Gu Ran went to the airport to pick him up 2 days ago, but the experience was not pleasant. Why is he here? Both of them saw each other, and as they were disgusted with each other, this question also appeared in their minds. However, Yang Xingxue didn't have time to pick a fight with Gu Ran at the moment. Instead, he approached Tan Penghai like a pug and said with a smile, Director, Tanny's manager Zhang has already booked dinner at Yupingxian. Are you free to come and have dinner with us? No, you help me push it. But, we have an appointment for this meal. Tan Penghai frowned and said, you made an appointment with him, right? Then you can go by yourself. Well. Yang Xingxue didn't know how to respond for a moment, and his face was filled with embarrassment. When Tang Yan heard Yang Xingxue mention Tianyi, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Director Tan, who is this? Tan Penghai introduced him casually, he is a professor in the Department of Fine Arts at Cust and also a director of our museum. When Tianyi wanted to cooperate with us, it was through him that they informed the museum, and finally the museum held a meeting and decided to let me handle it. Tang Yan and everyone in Huanyu understood that this was someone from Tianyi's side. Tang Yan just smiled politely, but the looks others gave him were not so friendly. Yang Xingxue suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, and then he realized that the beautiful woman with charm next to Tan Penghai was the person in charge of Huanyu in Shanghai. I also understood what those unfriendly looks meant. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. But everyone was civilized and exchanged a few polite greetings. Yang Xingxue wanted to get away and inform Tianyi, but he ran into Tan Penghai, and it was obviously not that easy to escape, so he had to accompany him into Yun Pavilion. Like many museums, photography and videography are not allowed here. Because some of the works are old and need to be protected, the ultraviolet rays produced by the camera's flash can cause structural damage to the works. So there are not many relevant photos on the internet. There are many works included here, and this many not only refers to the number, but also the categories. The Yun Pavilion is divided into the Oriental Art Exhibition Area, the European Classical Exhibition Area, the African Area. It is not limited to paintings, but also includes ancient scrolls, sculptures, and relocated and protected murals. But if we talk about quantity alone, there are not that many. There are only about 10-20 works in each exhibition hall, and some are even incomplete. After careful selection, you can see how strict the requirements for inclusion are. Of course, this is only part of the art world's treasures. Most of them were plundered by bandits during the war, transferred to their own countries, and displayed shamelessly, fearing that others would not know about their theft, and even taking pride in it. The Oriental Art Exhibition Area contains mostly Chinese paintings. Standing here, Gu Ran felt like his eyes were dizzy. Under the light, each work looks particularly exquisite. When Gu Ran appreciates a painting, he does not simply analyze it from the perspective of color, layout, and structure. Although these all reflect the breadth and depth of a painting, he prefers to extend from the center of the picture, paying attention to the sense of space that emerges when white space conflicts with color in the painting. A mature painter will often use blank space to show off his skills, which hides his thoughts and the mood when painting. At this moment, Gu Ran was standing in front of prosperous red picture. The picture shows that after the victory, workers and peasants raised red flags like a tide, their faces stained with the blood of the enemy, walking outside the red wall with resolute expressions and clear flags. Seeing that Gu Ran was absorbed in his thoughts, Tan Penghai asked, "How do you understand this painting?" Gu Ran replied, "When I first heard the name of this painting, I thought it was a scene of celebration, but I didn't expect it to be like this." "How is this?" "It's not busy at all." As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, a disdainful laugh was heard beside him. Yang Xingxue did not hide his contempt at all. He shook his head and said, "Gu Ran, you haven't even learned the professional knowledge from Chen Shunwen. How dare you question Mr. Yun's work? Do you have the qualifications?" In fact, Gu Ran was interrupted before he finished his sentence. He turned to look at Tan Penghai and asked, "Director Tan, does the gallery even want someone like this?" "What are you talking about, kid? What kind of person am I? Tell me." Yang Xingxue pointed at Gu Ran's nose and asked. Gu Ran sneered, "Then, as a professor of the Department of Fine Arts, can you tell me that for a painting, there is only one standard answer? Then tell me, besides the name Prosperity, what else is prosperous about this painting?" Yang Xingxue opened his mouth, but he didn't know where to start, like a dog biting a hedgehog. He couldn't answer either question. In fact, if he had watched some debates, he would know that as the opposing party, he must not fall into the trap set by the enemy, but must jump out and refute from another angle. But unfortunately, his thinking was too slow. Tan Penghai, his boss and colleague, couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Xingxue, do you know Xiaogu?" This question made Yang Xingxue's heart skip a beat. Because generally speaking, for someone of Tan Penghai's status and position, he only needs to call Gu Ran by his full name. Now calling him Xiaogu might seem like he is showing favoritism to a junior. Although he didn't understand the relationship between the two, Yang Xingxue answered truthfully, "I am friends with his mentor, so of course I know him." "Then you can be considered his teacher. Don't just keep criticizing him. If you really think there's something wrong with what he said, just correct him." Yang Xingxue could only bow his head and answer as if to be taught, "Director, I understand." Gu Ran continued to smile harmlessly, "Professor Yang, what did I just say is wrong? Please correct me." The veins on Yang Xingxue's forehead jumped twice. "Damn, is this guy a dog? Are you biting it and one T let go?" Tan Penghai said, "Xiaogu, that's enough." Gu Ran could only laugh dryly. "You haven't finished what you just said, keep going." "Well, although this painting doesn't look prosperous at all, the workers and farmers in it are the foundation of prosperity. I think this is what Mr. Yun intended when he named it. Just my humble opinion. If I'm wrong, just pretend you didn't hear it." Chapter 68. If it is said that before, Tan Penghai only regarded Gu Ran as a very talented junior, he had a pretty good impression of him. But after hearing his insights, the way people look at him changed a little. His insights into prosperity and red picture are actually the same state of mind as Mr. Yin Kaishuan when he created the painting. In his era, the country had just gone through a period of relief, everything was depressed, and the prosperity he imagined had not yet been realized, so he could only paint workers and farmers on the canvas. It is precisely because of this ideological core, coupled with the extremely high level of painting, that this work is called the first painting of the founding of the country. But not many people know these inside stories. But Tan Panghai didn't say anything. He just pointed to a Chinese painting next to him and said, "What do you think of this painting?" This is a vertical scroll painting on paper, 30 centimeters wide, 1.5 meters long, and about 8 feet in size. The painting depicts mountains and rivers, with steep peaks, waterfalls swaying lightly like a curtain of water, majestic green pines and yellow rocks, and the brushstrokes are so exquisite that it seems as if the wind in the mountains is about to burst out. Gu Ran looked over and examined it carefully, as if he was thinking about something. As soon as he fell silent, the entire exhibition hall fell silent, as if everyone was afraid to disturb his thoughts. Today, Tang Yan brought these people from Huanyu here in order to leave a good impression on Tan Panghai and thus achieve cooperation. Before this, Tan Panghai only talked and chatted with Tang Yan and Yang Xiu, which was normal. But he suddenly paid so much attention to Gu Ran and ignored Tang Yan and Yang Xiu, which made people feel something was wrong. Those who had been envious and jealous before now stared at Gu Ran's back with resentful eyes. I wish I could replace it. As the protagonist of today, Tang Yan did not have too many negative emotions, but rather a little proud. It was as if the person that Tan Panghai valued was himself. Humph, this little gangster is quite powerful. Seeing that Gu Ran was silent, Tan Panghai urged, "Just say whatever comes to your mind, stop wasting time." Gu Ran said, "It's hard for me to comment." "Hey, you're quite interesting. Didn't you dare to say anything before? What is there to be afraid of this time?" Gu Ran looked behind him and saw a huge crowd of people. He said, "Director Tan, can we talk for a moment?" Tan Panghai put his hands behind his back and looked Gu Ran up and down, thinking that his request was too abrupt. Whispering sounds were also heard among the crowd. Even more curious, Tang Yan moved closer to Gu Ran and said, "What exactly do you want to do? Isn't this request too inappropriate?" Gu Ran smiled bitterly and explained to Tan Panghai and Tang Yan, "I am serious, Director Tan. This is a serious matter. The fewer people who know about it, the better." His words aroused everyone's curiosity even more. Yang Xingxue wanted to find fault with him, but he endured it because of Tan Panghai's closeness to Gu Ran. After hearing what the boy said, Tan Panghai nodded and said, "Okay, but you'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Xingxue, take Mr. Tang and the others to other museums." After everyone was sent away, Tan Panghai looked at Gu Ran expectantly, wanting to hear what surprise this boy had prepared for him. Unexpectedly, Gu Ran said something nonsense as soon as he opened his mouth. "Director Tan, I am not a person who likes to cause trouble for myself. I just thought about it carefully and decided to tell you the truth." This sentence was actually a warning to Director Tan, so that he could be mentally prepared. As expected, Tan Panghai's expression suddenly became much more serious, and even his hands behind his back were folded across his chest. "This painting must be fake." Gu Ran slowed down his tone, determined to shock people. Tan Panghai was stunned at first, then a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he was happy. "Is that what you're talking about?" Although he was smiling, that smile was cold and there was a hint of anger in his deep eyes. "Well, actually I have another guess." Tan Panghai snorted and continued, "Tell me about it." "This painting has a treasure hidden in its belly. It's getting more and more outrageous." Tan Panghai lost the mood to sneer, pointing at Gu Ran and shouting, "That's nonsense. You said it yourself, do you believe it?" Tan Panghai suddenly became angry and domineering in an instant. Every eyebrow stood up and his pupils bulged, as if a strong wind was blowing that would overwhelm him. Gu Ran was not affected and said calmly, "I'm telling you the truth. If you want this attitude, forget it." "What's wrong with my attitude?" Tan Panghai asked again. The voice was not small, and almost all the colleagues from Huanyu who were not far away heard it and couldn't help but look at it curiously. Some people are worried, while others are gloating over misfortunes. Gu Ran sighed. His kindness was taken for granted and he should not have said too much. Wouldn't it be better to just give in? "What exactly did you mean by what you said just now?" Tan Panghai asked again. He still didn't believe it, but he became a little more cautious and wanted to figure out why this kid was saying such nonsense. But looking at his disappointed expression, I felt that he was serious. But this time, Gu Ran was unwilling to say anything and replied casually, "Just treat it as nonsense that I said, you didn't hear anything, okay?" Tan Panghai ignored him, forcefully pulled Gu Ran's arm, walked to the front of the painting, and looked at it carefully through the protective glass film. "You said this painting is fake, but how come I can't find any flaws?" If what you said can convince me, I will agree to your cooperation with Huanyu, and I will give you the leading power of the cooperation activities. A simple sentence, but worth 1,000 gold. But Gu Ran didn't really care whether this cooperation could be successful. After all, he wouldn't get any dividends from the profits, so this promise wasn't attractive at all. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this old man didn't have anything else to give him. Xiaogu, don't get upset. Your opinion is too shocking. You know that the artist of this painting is Mr. Zhou, right? This painting was donated to our museum by his family in accordance with his will after he passed away 60 years ago. It is priceless. If you say it is fake, no one will believe it easily. Gu Ren didn't think this was an apology, but it was not easy for someone of his status to say soft words. Following his words, Gu Ran gave him a way out and said, "It is true that you old artists have high realms in aesthetics, but you have no experience in judging the authenticity of calligraphy and painting." Of course I know, Mr. Zhou. This should be the famous Lushan Sandy, right? His brushwork is rough but also fine, like the cracks in the rocks. Even with a magnifying glass, you can see the details. But if you look closely at this one, it is a close copy, but it still lacks the essence. It's too deliberate. And the pigment. As far as I know, he was at the foot of Mount Lu when he painted this work, and the pigment he used was a natural pigment produced locally. But this one uses chemical pigments, and the color is brighter. If you just step back a few steps and compare it with the surrounding works, and take a few more glances, you can also find the clues. Chapter 69. In fact, Tan Penghai didn't believe what Gu Ran said. The reason why he listened patiently was that he just wanted to confirm what this kid was up to. But as I listened, I felt that what he said made sense, and I couldn't help but have some doubts in my mind. He first approached the painting, carefully looking at the waterfall and the rocks beside Yellowstone, observing the cracks between them. Just as Gu Ran said, Mr. Zhou's brushstrokes are delicate, and each of his works is carefully crafted to achieve perfection. Even the cracks in the rocks reveal exquisite painting skills. After some observation, Tan Penghai's heart began to beat violently. As a fellow painter, if you look closely at the details, you will always find some differences. The cracks in the rocks in this painting are not only rough, but also have a rough texture. Then he stepped back a few steps, about 4 or 5 meters away from the painting, observing its color. Hiss. Upon closer inspection, there are indeed some discrepancies. At this point, he already believed 60% of Gu Ran's words. This treasure hanging in the Cloud Pavilion actually has so many loopholes. If this gets out, Yuntan Gallery will lose all face. He walked hurriedly to Gu Ran and said, "Is there anything else wrong? Tell me all about it." Gu Ran hesitated and said, "I still have a little doubt, I'm not sure if it's right." "You say?" Gu Ran had no choice but to point to the 2 rows of small poems written in regular script in the upper left corner of the painting and said, "His calligraphy is not very pretty." After observing anxiously, Tan Penghai was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth trembled. "You are looking for trouble, right? This character is thin, vigorous, clear, simple, luxuriant, and steady. How can it not be beautiful? What does your disgusted expression mean? Calligraphy and painting are interconnected. Tan Penghai has superb painting skills and naturally has a strong ability to appreciate calligraphy. Even if this painting is an imitation, it must be done by an experienced hand, otherwise he wouldn't be able to write such beautiful calligraphy. Now that it's in Gu Ran's mouth, it doesn't look so good." He didn't know what to say, so he just asked patiently, "What else?" "Not for now." Although it has been confirmed that this painting is a high imitation, Gu Ran does not like to speak too confidently, so he tried to make amends for himself by saying, "I am just speaking casually about these opinions. If I am wrong, please don't give me trouble. You are quite cautious. I know you are kindly reminding me. I won't blame you if I am wrong. By the way, what do you mean by treasure hidden in the belly? What can be hidden in such a piece of paper? You are not thinking that this is a treasure map, right?" Gu Ran said, "Don't you think that the 2 shafts used to mount this painting are made of different materials? If you look closely, you will see that there are caps on both sides of the shafts. They don't seem to be made of the same material." Tan Penghai's cognition was refreshed again, and he looked at Gu Ran in shock. "This kid. How come you even noticed the shaft and the rod cap?" Gu Ran replied, "They are also part of a painting. Don't you look at them when you appreciate a painting?" I had indeed noticed their difference before, so I curiously turned on my X-ray vision to take a look, and sure enough, there was a scroll of painting hidden in the hollow shaft. Who else but you would be crazy enough to watch this? Complaining in his mind, Tan Penghai asked, didn't you just say that you have experience in distinguishing the authenticity of calligraphy in paintings? Have you learned this? A little bit. Tan Penghai no longer regarded these words as modesty, because the boy's expression was full of arrogance. As for you, I will meet with some of the gallery's leaders to discuss it. If you still need any help, don't refuse. Gu Ran's face suddenly turned bitter, and he said reluctantly, Leader, is this not necessary? What do you mean you don't need it? What's wrong with you, young man? You're shirking this matter. How can we take advantage of you for nothing? The main thing is that I can't help much afterwards. That's not necessarily true. Take another look. Are there any other works with problems? Gu Ran shook his head and said, This is a huge project. How can I finish it in such a short time? Yeah, that's true. I'll find another expert to help us go over it again. I hope there won't be any omissions. Afterwards, Tan Penghai asked his assistant Dabalang to gather Tang Yan and others together again. Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry. We encountered an unexpected situation today. We may have to end our discussion early. After Tan Penghai finished speaking, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Everyone was whispering to each other, and occasionally glancing at Gu Ran out of the corner of their eyes. Yang Xiu looked directly at Gu Ran, then looked at Tan Penghai and said, Director Tan, Gu Ran must have said something that made you unhappy. I'll apologize for him first. Don't bother with this little guy who came from the countryside and has never seen the world. When we get back to the company, we will punish him severely. Tan Penghai was not happy after hearing this and asked earnestly, What's wrong with people from the countryside? Do you look down on people from the countryside? That's not what I meant. Humph. You are now a white-collar worker in the world, an elite in society, but don't forget that your ancestor 3 generations ago was also a farmer. If you look down on farmers, don't eat rice, flour and vegetables. Tan Penghai did not give Yang Xiu any face and directly scolded him, It's such a waste to let you enter the Cloud Pavilion. Did you just read Prosperity and Red Map for nothing? Director Tan, I really didn't mean that. I know what you mean, but you misunderstood Gu Ran. He didn't cause me any trouble. So what do you mean? We've been walking around for half the morning and haven't talked about anything substantial yet you asked me to leave without giving me a reason. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang Yen was in a bad mood and asked bluntly without trying to hide it. Xiang Chanxian stood aside, watching with trepidation. Mr. Tang has been enduring this temper for the whole morning, and Tan Penghai is not someone who is easy to talk to either. Is this going to lead to a quarrel? Unexpectedly, Tan Penghai said in a gentle tone, Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. I'm not trying to drive you away. I really encountered an accident. I promise to cooperate with your company, but the specific matters still need to be decided by both of us in a meeting. Do you think this is okay? Sure. Tang Yan, who was about to lose her temper, suddenly lost her temper, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Did you make the deal? I haven't said anything yet. You haven't even looked at the prepared documents yet. At this moment, Tang Yan had a feeling of unreality. Before coming, she had prepared herself mentally, knowing that Tan Penghai would be a tough nut to crack, but she didn't expect it to end so easily. She looked at Gu Ran with complicated eyes. Somehow, I find him so pleasing to the eye. He has nice eyes, a nice nose, and an extremely handsome face. What on earth did this guy say to Tan Penghai? Chapter 70. Gu Ran didn't expect that Tan Penghai would agree to cooperate so directly. Gu Ran himself didn't care much about it. Instead, all of his colleagues at Huanyu were excited, and their eyes towards Gu Ran also changed. There is still envy and jealousy, but there are obviously fewer disdainful looks. Today went so smoothly and there was a joyful atmosphere among the whole team. Even when the employees walked behind Tang Yan, they dared to laugh and joke, which they would definitely not dare to do under normal circumstances. A girl with a bun and tiger teeth when she smiled walked up to Gu Ran and asked with a smile. Gu Ran, what did you just say to Director Tan? We all heard him get angry. I was almost scared to death at that time. I thought the cooperation would definitely not be achieved. Another long-haired girl said, Yes, I didn't expect that you would agree so readily in the end. It saved our PR department a lot of trouble. We just discussed it and we must treat you to a meal. For a moment, Gu Ran was surrounded by charming girls, and even the air was filled with the rich scent of perfume. Gu Ran smiled and said, "Isn't it too much to treat me to a meal?" At this time, a girl in an office lady's skirt walked in front of Gu Ran and smiled with dimples on her face. "It's only natural. We can get a lot of bonuses for such a big deal, and we don't have to go through any trouble." "Tell me, don't I have to treat you to a meal?" Yeah, what do you want to eat?" "Let's go tonight." Gu Ran also smiled giddily for a moment and said, "I like eating seafood." The girls laughed and joked, "Hey, what kind of seafood do you want to eat? Do you like abalone?" "I like it." Gu Ran nodded with a smile. Tang Yen was still walking at the front of the crowd, listening to the young people talking and laughing behind her. Somehow, she felt irritated. Gu Ran is such a bastard. He just flirts with other girls all day long. Is he the reincarnation of Teddy? Still eating seafood? I think you're just eating shit. Everyone. Suddenly, Tang Yen turned around and shouted. Her voice was cold and emotionless, like a gust of cold air that instantly cooled the atmosphere. Gu Ran has something else tonight, so he doesn't have time to dine with you guys. How about changing the date? I'll pay the bill. She asked in a gentle tone. It looks like a negotiation, but no one would be stupid enough to think it's just polite talk. The girl with the bun hair said cleverly, it's okay. Mr. Tang's matter is more important. We just want to express our gratitude. We don't mean anything else. That's right, you don't have to eat this meal. The other girls quickly complied, their desire to survive full out. People in the workplace are all shrewd people. Seeing that Gu Ran is close to Mr. Tang and has made such a great contribution, they think he is a very promising stock, so everyone wants to invest in him. Who would have thought that this would make the boss unhappy? This is not worth it. Gu Ran was not happy either. What's wrong with this woman? Yeah. Tang Yen nodded slightly, responding to the girls, then looked at Gu Ran and said, go drive the car over here. It's impossible to say it's not a disappointment. That is to say, there are too many colleagues here, so they give her some face. Fortunately, the parking space is only about 10 meters away. Everyone was confused about what Tang Yen meant for a moment. Such a great contributor, and you still let him drive? The male colleagues exchanged glances with each other, wondering what this meant. Yang Xiu had been following Tang Yen for a long time, but he couldn't understand what was going on. Although Tang Yen has a cold face and is ruthless in the company, her emotional intelligence is not low and she would not treat an employee like this under normal circumstances. He was more inclined to believe that his achievements overshadowed his boss and that he had made his boss mad at him. The more I think in this direction, the more I think this is the case. Not long after, Gu Ran's car drove over. When Tang Yen sat in the passenger seat again and closed the door, Gu Ran said unhappily, you are so petty. I was just joking with my female colleagues, and you are jealous? Who is jealous of you? You just think about good things every day. You're anxious. I'm not in a hurry. The dog is anxious. Humph. I tell you. When he was halfway through his sentence, someone suddenly opened the back door of the car and got in. Sister Tang, what are you talking about? Before she even sat down, Xiang Qianqian couldn't wait to ask, with a gossipy gleam in her beautiful eyes. There was suddenly one more person in the enclosed space, and Tang Yen felt uncomfortable. She coughed and said, we didn't talk about anything. Why did you come up? Usually, besides Tang Yen, there was only the driver in the car, and ordinary employees would not get in the car without her instructions. I'm curious. Xiang Qianqian blinked her long eyelashes at Gu Ran again. Tell me, I have been holding it in all this time and have not asked, what on earth did you say to Tan Panghai? You are not trying to hide it from us, are you? The voice was sweet and soft, and the pronunciation was soft. Gu Ran couldn't resist this kind of coquetry, so he said, then I'll tell you when it's just the two of us. Xiang Qianqian glanced at Tang Yen in the passenger seat in surprise, then smiled and nodded, okay. Tang Yen finally couldn't bear it anymore, so she picked up the bag in her hand and hit Gu Ran on the arm. She didn't want to use too much force, just wanted to vent her anger. You two are heartless. You are ostracizing me and targeting me, right? Xiang Qianqian looked at her angry face and couldn't help laughing. I'm just teasing you. If he told me, I would definitely tell you secretly as soon as possible. Well, you're still the best, unlike these stinky men. Gu Ran. The two girls found it funny when they saw him suddenly roll his eyes and look helpless. Gu Ran promised Tan Panghai to keep the matter secret, but it was just verbal promise and he did not pay any hush money. In fact, the Lushan Sandy is a fake. I told Tan Pinghai about this. He didn't believe it at first, but later he saw the traces of imitation, so he asked us to leave Yunj. Fake? Xiang Qianqian and Tang Yan looked at each other, unable to hide the surprise in their eyes. Their first reaction was also disbelief. After all, the appearance of a fake in such a high-level occasion was unbelievable no matter how one thought about it. Xiang Qianqian asked, "That painting has been hanging there for decades, right? Other artists didn't see it, how did you see it?" Well, but in my opinion, the signs of a fake are too obvious. You can tell at a glance. This is not bragging. Only then did he suddenly realize that the golden eye seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. Details that were difficult for ordinary people to observe were as obvious to him as a fire in the dark night and ink marks on white paper. Chapter 71. As a gallery famous both at home and abroad, this is the first time we are engaging in commercial cooperation. It is a big move and the preparations are very complicated. It was almost time for dinner when they returned to Huanyu. Tang Yan still convened an internal meeting with the secretariat. This time, Gu Ran was also invited to attend, although he sat at the last seat. But he didn't understand why Xiang Qianqian didn't sit at the second seat, but sat next to him, smiling foolishly. "Sister Qianqian, why do I feel like you become stupid?" Xiang Qianqian's smile froze for a moment, and then she slapped Gu Ran's arm angrily and scolded, "Hateful, you are the stupid one." Soon, the meeting officially began. Tang Yan officially began to arrange matters regarding this cooperation. She had clear ideas and assigned tasks to everyone. It's as if everyone is a precise gear, running smoothly. But Gu Ran was the exception, he was not assigned any task. Gu Ran also felt that this was normal. He was still in the probation period, so why should he risk his life? At the end of the meeting, Tang Yan suddenly stood up and said, "Now I have an announcement to make. From today on, Mr. Gu Ran's probation period ends and he officially becomes a new member of our secretariat. Everyone, please applaud and welcome him." Warm applause rang out in the conference room. Everyone had expected this to happen. Tang Yan had originally wanted to do this, not to mention that Gu Ran had made such a great contribution in the morning. Gu Ran was not too surprised, after all, Tang Yan had already informed him. Xiang Qianqian, on the other hand, had been keeping the secret, thinking that Gu Ran was stupid and understood nothing. After clapping, she suddenly took out a document from her bag, handed it to Gu Ran, and said with a smile, "Dang, this is your contract. You can take it back and have a look, or you can find a lawyer to help you refer to it. You can also raise any other requirements. President Tang will try his best to meet them." Okay. When Gu Ran took the contract, his eyes met Tang Yan's. She was smiling, and her smile was a little cunning, like a fox who had succeeded in her evil plan. After a little confusion, Gu Ran understood that this person wanted to tie him up by his side. Perhaps Tang Yan herself did not realize that her attitude towards Gu Ran had changed a lot. But these were very obvious in Gu Ran's eyes, and sometimes one could even feel that her eyes were drawing lines. My sister must be hungry. After the meeting, Tang Yan was in a good mood. She walked over to Gu Ran and said, "Go to dinner with me." "Okay, I'll call Sister Qianqian. She's busy. She has work to do." Gu Ran shook his head in disappointment and said, "You capitalists really don't treat your employees as human beings. It's lunchtime, and you're still exploiting your employees. Otherwise, I won't sign the contract." Tang Yan was so angry that she laughed. "You are the only one in the whole company who talks to me like this. Even if you don't sign the contract, I will exploit you." Gu Ran suddenly chuckled, "You squeezed a lot." After understanding the ambiguity in his words, Tang Yan actually felt a little embarrassed. She snorted angrily and walked away with her head tilted. She was wearing a white shirt with a stand-up collar and a black hip skirt. Under the skirt were her smooth and well-proportioned long legs, which swayed lightly when she took steps, making people feel swayed. After arriving at the cafeteria's private room, Tang Yan ordered 3 dishes and a soup, all of which were light dishes. At work, she was no different from usual, still strong and decisive. But only when there are no outsiders around, she will show her weak side, just like now, covering her lower abdomen, looking listless. Gu Ran once again realized how much she cared about whether she could have children. "Don't worry, I see that you look good these days. As long as you take your medicine on time, you will get better slowly." Tang Yan raised her head, put away her soft side, and said stubbornly, "This is not a reason for you to forget to give me acupuncture. You can't forget it again tonight. Don't worry, I promise to serve you well." In fact, Gu Ran didn't want to see her self-pitying side, so he found a topic and said, "By the way, my probation period is over now. What kind of work should I be responsible for?" "You didn't tell me during the meeting just now. Let's make it clear first. I don't do these three kinds of work. The first type, I won't do anything that is too easy, because it's not challenging. The second type, I won't do anything that is neither easy nor difficult, because it won't improve me. The third type, I won't do anything that is too difficult, because I don't have the ability to do it." Listening carefully to his serious nonsense, Tang Yan laughed angrily again. "Do you still have any shame? You just don't want to do anything, just slack off and take advantage of the company's benefits for free? You can't say that. I just choose my job. Only when you do something you like can you be motivated." If other employees dared to say this to her face, they would be kicked out of the world in a few days and would not even get any severance pay. But this bastard said such vile words that made people lose their temper. Tang Yen teased, "Then Secretary Gu, tell me, what kind of job do you want to do?" Gu Ran thought for a moment and said, "Aren't you planning to expand into the short video market? Sister Chanxian was in charge of this before, but she has so much work to do, how can she handle it? I think I can do it." Tang Yan's smile did not diminish, but she said with more teasing and amusement, "I think you are here to pick up girls under the guise of work, right? It's that female classmate named Xin Manchua, right?" Somehow, Gu Ran felt unnatural as if he was being stared at by her, so he asked cautiously, "What did Sister Chanxian say to you?" "Chanxian didn't tell me anything, but I want to know about the company's affairs. I can't hide anything from her. For example, a few days ago, Chanxian replaced your female classmate with a top-notch agent, and Zhou Sanji wanted to make trouble for her." Gu Ran was even more surprised. "You care about such trivial matters in the company? Do you think being the president is easy? Besides, the personnel changes of S-level artists are not trivial matters. They are likely to become the company's top resources, so we can't be careless." When talking about work, the smile on Tang Yan's face would naturally fade, revealing her serious side. Gu Ran asked, "Since it is so important, can you still let me take charge of this matter?" "Okay, you try it first, maybe there will be a surprise." "Surprise?" "Just like the surprise at Yuntan Art Gallery. I just wanted you to do odd jobs in the company at first, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. I think I found a treasure." After a pause, she continued, "I originally had a job for you, which was to oversee the follow-up activities with the gallery. People from our public relations and marketing departments have contacted Director Tan, but there has been no progress. On the contrary, he recognizes you very much, which means that you are more suitable to be responsible for this matter than anyone else." "I'm not interested." Gu Ran shook his head. "You can ask me to draw a few paintings, or be a judge to appreciate the works, but forget about being in charge of the connection." Tang Yan didn't force it, but just said, "It won't be too much trouble, just come forward when needed." Gu Ran thought about it and nodded in agreement. Chapter 72. A few days ago, when accompanying Tang Yan to the hospital, Gu Ran met the old Chinese medicine Dr. Miao Shuihai. Mr. Miao used to be a barefoot doctor. He traveled around the country with his apprentices to seek medical treatment and was quite famous among the people. Gu Ran admired this capable and principled senior. What flattered him was that the old man also gave him the acupuncture needles specially made for him by the military district leaders, which were placed in a precious sandalwood box. There are 2 sets of needles in it. One set is made of stainless steel, and the other is made of silver. Each set has about 30 needles, suitable for dealing with various situations. Having inherited the tradition of traditional Chinese medicine, Gu Ran has a more respectful attitude towards it, and even keeps the 2 sets of needles carefully and properly. "Today is my first time using it, and I'm a little nervous. Hurry up, I'm so hot." Tang Yan lay on the sofa and urged. She was now only wearing a set of bikini-like cool underwear, exposing her smooth skin, and she felt very uncomfortable. This is to make it easier for Gu Ran to give acupuncture. Wearing too much will be a hindrance. But Gu Ran said that the pores will be open during acupuncture, so the air conditioner should be turned off to prevent cold air from invading and causing colds and fevers. Tang Yan was helpless, but she had to do as she was told for the sake of her own health. Even at night, turning off the air conditioner couldn't keep away the stuffy feeling. She was afraid of heat to begin with, and after lying there for a while, beads of sweat appeared on her body, which finally soaked the only 2 pieces of cloth on her body. Looking closely, they were actually somewhat translucent. As beads of sweat slid down her shoulders and neck, Gu Ran couldn't help but think of the Tokyo Hot type movies, and the heroine in the movie didn't have a figure as good as Tang Yan's. Hey, where are you looking? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Hurry up. Gu Ran gave a dry laugh, picked up a sterilized silver needle, gently rotated it, and pierced it into the skin. It was just a routine acupuncture route for regulating the body, but Gu Ran did it very seriously and even used a lost and unknown technique. Some deep, some shallow, some light, some heavy, everything is very well organized. How do you feel? Gu Ran asked. It hurts. You seem to be using too much force. What else? No more. Tang Yan buried her head on the sofa. As a female CEO, she was as shy as a little girl. It was obvious that she was not telling the truth. But looking at her behavior, Gu Ran understood that her body was reacting, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Just look at the pink fists clenched into a ball as she grabs the sofa cushion, and you can tell how miserable she is right now. Just bear with it. Your current reaction is normal. You'll be fine after you get through it. Why, you and the doctor at the hospital injected the same area, but I have such a big reaction now? His skills are not up to par yet. I think you did it on purpose. How can you use needles in such a vulgar way? You rascal. She was cursing, but her tone had changed, becoming slightly hoarse, as if she was whispering curses. Gu Ran said helplessly, it's your own thoughts that are rogue. My needlework is very clean. How long will that take? About 20 minutes. Tang Yan raised her head slightly from the sofa, turned around, squinted her eyes, and said in a dazed look, I'll settle the score with you in 20 minutes. Gu Ran's hand holding the needle suddenly trembled slightly, distracted, and a little expectant. In addition to conditioning the body, this set of acupuncture techniques also has some detoxifying effects, so much so that Tang Yan sweated more. After everything was over, Gu Ran took the needle out of her body. When the last needle left the body, Tang Yan seemed to have released a seal and looked at Gu Ran hungrily. But she still maintained a bit of her dignity, waiting for Gu Ran to take the initiative. But this bastard didn't do anything and just smiled. Just like raising a kitten, when you buy a new cat and bring it home, if you haven't gotten familiar with it yet, and you can't resist its cuteness, you grab it and suck it madly, which will cause a stress response in it. Only if you leave it alone and ignore it, and stick to the principle of not taking the initiative, it will soon come to you on its own initiative, begging you to stroke it, and become extremely clingy. This is also a process of domestication. Finally, the cat in front of her couldn't help it anymore. She even took off her shoes and walked over barefoot. Take a shower first. Gu Ran said. Okay. Tang Yan immediately grabbed Gu Ran's wrist and dragged him away. Gu Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That wasn't what he meant. Suddenly, the electronic lock of the door beeped a few times. It was the sound of the password being unlocked. Then the door opened and a man in a short-sleeved shirt and suit pants walked in. He looked to be in his early 30s, with stern features on his thin, pretty face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he showed no emotion. Gu Ran suddenly felt that he looked familiar, and then he realized what was going on. Good job. He is Tang Yan's husband. Their wedding photo is still hanging on the wall of the living room, very conspicuous. In an instant, adrenaline began to be secreted in Gu Ran's body, his heart beat faster, and he felt nervous and a little scared. Does this count as catching an adulterer? I think it should count. Husband, why did you come back without telling me in advance? Tang Yan was also panicked, but her psychological quality was obviously much higher than Gu Ran's. Instead, she asked with a coquettish and complaining mood. Yu Xingrong was also stunned. He didn't expect that there would be a young and handsome man alone at home with his wife. My wife wears very little. Both of them were covered in sweat. Feeling the stuffiness in the room, Yu Xingrong said coldly, who is he? Don't tell me he is here to fix the air conditioner. Just by being glanced at by Yu Xingrong, Gu Ran could feel his powerful aura and a strong sense of oppression. Gu Ran knew that at a time like this, he must not show any weakness, because that would reveal his flaws, and even if he didn't say anything, he would have revealed everything. Without waiting for Tang Yan to speak, Gu Ran said, Hello, Mr. Yu. I'm not here to repair the air conditioner. I'm here to treat Mr. Tang. He pointed to the set of silver needles next to the sofa, which had not yet been put away. I'm giving her acupuncture, so she's dressed like this. She didn't turn on the air conditioner because she's prone to catching colds. Yu Xingrong was a little skeptical, but still believed it to some extent because there was a smell of volatile Chinese medicine and alcohol in the air, but no other strange smell. Yu Xingrong frowned slightly, said nothing, and strode towards the set of silver needles, pushing Gu Ran on the way. When he really saw 2 sets of needles and some medicine, his expression relaxed slightly, but he still asked doubtfully, Tang Yan, are you sick? You're still embarrassed to ask? Tang Yan didn't explain, but complained first. Gu Ran couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. She is in a high position, but she puts the blame on her husband. Intellectuals, your hearts are really dirty. Chapter 73. Yu Xingrong's doubts have not subsided yet, and he is still angry. Although Tang Yan was panicked, she was very calm and only had a small temper tantrum. Gu Ran understood that both husband and wife had strong personalities, and they were in a stalemate and neither of them would speak first. At times like this, you have to mediate between the two. Boss Yu, this is what happened. A few days ago, Boss Tang attended a dinner party and someone put drugs in his wine. The drug was very strong and it is likely to affect his fertility. Yu Xingrong was stunned for a moment, and he didn't care about losing his temper anymore. He walked to Tang Yan's side, put his hands on her shoulders and asked seriously, is what he said true? Snort. Tang Yan was still pulling, she snorted coldly and turned her head away. Yan Yan, stop being so petty. Let me ask you again, is this true? It's true. Tang Yan answered reluctantly. Yu Xingrong was obviously nervous. He grabbed Tang Yan's shoulders and shook them vigorously, and asked, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Bang! Tang Yan immediately opened his hand and said disappointedly, I didn't tell you? Remember I called you a few days ago and said I wanted you to come back and spend a few days with me? But as soon as you opened your mouth, you blamed me for not handling the company's affairs properly, with a face that asked for accountability. How can I tell you? Yu Xingrong laughed dryly, weren't we too anxious at the time? This is all my fault. I will accept whatever you want to do to me in the future. Now can you tell me how your body is doing? You are not really infertile, are you? I'm still recovering, so it should be fine. Tang Yan asked again, but what's the difference between me and someone who can't have children? You don't come home many times a year, so who can I have children with? When Yu Xingrong heard the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Ran out of the corner of his eye. This scene naturally did not escape Tang Yan's eyes. She sneered and asked, why, do you think that I and him? Yu Xingrong still hadn't dispelled his doubts, and nodded and said, you two are alone together, and you are wearing so little, I can't help but think too much. You're really overthinking it. My body is in this condition. What can I do with a man? You can see that he is a doctor. After hearing these words, Yu Xingrong's frown finally relaxed a little, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Gu Ran also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he had finally gotten through this hurdle. Why did you find such a young doctor? Can he cure it? Tang Yan said coldly, you don't have to test me. I've been to the hospital and first went to see Director Tang. He did some tests on me and suggested that I go see a Chinese doctor named Miao. Dr. Miao was very confident in Gu Ran's medical skills, so I believed in Gu Ran. Gu Ran? When Yu Xingrong heard this name, it sounded familiar. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, are you an employee of Huanyu? Well, I just joined Huanyu and I'm now a secretary in the secretarial department. Yu Xingrong's expression became even more strange. He turned to look at Tang Yan and asked, what's so special about him? He knew that Tang Yan had a secretariat under her, and every member of it was an elite, the most elite team under her. Yu Xingrong had thought about sending a few people to the secretariat before, but was blocked by Tang Yan's high standards and strict requirements. So he really couldn't understand why this boy was so valued by Tang Yan. Tang Yan said, you should have heard about our cooperation with Yuntan Gallery at the headquarters, right? The person who made this cooperation possible and facilitated it was Gu Ran. As for Bayan, it was also because of him that our company breathed a sigh of relief. How could I let such a talent go? Yu Xingrong suddenly understood. He just felt that Gu Ran's name sounded familiar, and now he remembered that his assistant had reported this matter today and this name had been mentioned several times. But he didn't expect that this person would be so young, making it difficult to associate them together. So you are the great hero. Only now did Yu Xingrong take the young man in front of him seriously. He walked up to him, shook his hand and said, you are indeed a heroic young man. How about it? Are you interested in working at the headquarters? I can give you better treatment. Gu Ran knew that Huanyu's headquarters was in the capital, and the one in Shanghai was just a branch. Tang Yan couldn't stand it any longer, so she moved between the two of them, pushed Yu Xingrong, and said as if she was guarding a treasure, what do you want to do? You want to poach people in front of me, right? I'm just kidding. Secretary Gu is very capable in her work and is also proficient in medicine. It's really worry-free to have such an assistant around. Tang Yen didn't smile, but just said blankly, if I'm not mistaken, you suddenly want to go home today, it must be because of the cooperation with the gallery, right? No, I missed you. Don't give me that. I can see right away that you are just being businesslike. Gu Ran felt that he should leave. What was the point of him just standing there and watching this couple quarreling? After neatly putting away the needles, Gu Ran said, Boss Tang, the acupuncture is over. I'll leave now. One more thing to say, drink plenty of water, don't set the air conditioner too low, and eat a light diet. Got it. Tang Yen waved at Gu Ran. Yu Xingrong smiled and said, let me see you off. Sending the guest away was just an excuse. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but everyone was smart and naturally no one pointed it out. It was not until they reached the elevator that Yu Xingrong put away his smile, put his hands in the pockets of his suit pants, and asked indifferently, Secretary Gu, why did Yen Yen go to the banquet? Do you know who were there that night? Gu Ran wanted to say I don't know and almost blurted it out. He could feel that Yu Xingrong was a scheming and cunning person, and even an unintentional word from him could set a trap. So I don't really want to talk to him. But if I just say I don't know, it would seem more fake and would arouse even greater suspicion from this cunning person. These thoughts raced through Gu Ran's mind, and then he answered, Beiyan got into trouble, and many partners put pressure on Ms. Tang. She had no choice but to attend the banquet. There were quite a few people that night, including leaders of relevant departments, and some people from entertainment companies and investment companies. Oh, and a senior executive of Tianyi was there too. I don't know his name, but I remember that guy was fat and a little bald. Okay, I see. Thank you for telling me this. You're welcome. Bye. Goodbye. After the elevator went down, Gu Ran patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn, it's so tiring to talk to these smart people. I have to think about every sentence in my mind before I dare to say it. If things turned out as expected, Yu Xingrong had not let his guard down against me and might be having someone investigate me right now. Gu Ran has nothing to be afraid of. Let him investigate if he wants. My past life can only be described as mediocre and miserable. After he finds out, he will only let down his guard even more. Chapter 74. Hey, what's wrong with Gu Ran? Xiang Qianqian picked up the phone and asked curiously. She and Gu Ran usually chat on WeChat, so there is no problem even if the topic is open across the screen. She must have encountered something by calling it this time. Gu Ran said, nothing, where are you now? I'm in the furniture store, looking at furniture with my boyfriend. Is he with you now? No, he went to buy milk tea and seemed to be chatting with the cashier. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Nothing, I just want to ask, do you know Yu Xingrong? Is he Tang Yan's husband? Yes, why are you asking about him suddenly? Xiang Qianqian was not only curious, but even a little surprised. In her eyes, people like Yu Xingrong usually stand at the top of the pyramid and are extremely cold and aloof. Things that involve him are usually not simple. Forget it, you finally have time for a date, it's not nice for me to disturb you, right? Gu Ran said in a tone that sounded like she was feeling sorry for her sister. As an older sister, I won't feel any hint of tea flavor, I will only think that my younger brother is well behaved and sensible. There's nothing wrong with it. We've almost finished picking out the furniture. He said he'd like to go to the movies later. I'm tired of watching movies every time we go on a date. Gu Ran smiled and asked, isn't this the dating process? What do you want to do? I want to go to the bar. Then you go ahead. He doesn't like drinking, and he doesn't like the bar environment, so he won't go there. At this point, she paused and asked with a smile, how much alcohol can you drink? It's pretty good. When I was following my mentor, we often had drinking parties, so I developed a good drinking capacity. Really? Xiang Qianqian said with joy, then you accompany me to the bar today. Come on, you're still going on a date, aren't you? How can you leave your boyfriend behind and go drink with your colleagues at a bar? Humph, who said that? I'm not that kind of person. But he stood me up in front of me several times. He either said that his best friend had something urgent to ask him, or that he had to go back to the company to deal with orders. Who knows where he was going? What's the big deal if I stand up once or twice? The more she spoke, the more confident she became. Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh and said, So he is really hateful. How are you going to talk to him later? Just tell me, my brother is worried, and as a sister, isn't it normal for me to help him out? As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing. Okay, I won't tell you anymore. He's back. I'll send you his location later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Guran suddenly felt relaxed and happy. All the annoyance he had just felt was swept away. He was even in such a good mood that he could hum the tune of an unknown song. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. The location was sent so quickly? Guran's heart moved, and he picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Tang Yen. Tang Yen, are you home yet? Guran, how can it be that fast? I'm still downstairs in your house. Tang Yen, then come up. Guran? Tang Yen, my husband has left. He just came home to get something. He had a drinking party in the evening and there were several leaders there, so we couldn't turn it down. Guran, aren't you afraid that he will strike back? Tang Yen, then shall we go to a hotel? I have invested in a 5-star hotel, and the confidentiality work is done very well. Guran held the phone in his hand, suddenly feeling a bit conflicted. What should I do? At this moment, the two mature women's beautiful figures and perfect curves appeared in his mind. It was inevitable to compare them with each other, and in the end it was evenly matched. He liked Tang Yan's familiarity and initiative, and he also liked Xiang Chanshan's slender waist and well-proportioned, fair skin, long legs. Finally, Guran replied, "You are too late, I have an appointment tonight, I will definitely meet you next time." Tang Yan, asshole. How come you got a date so quickly? Don't you have a girlfriend? Guran, I don't have a girlfriend, but I can date other people as girlfriends. Tang Yan? Guran, be good, I'll ask you out next time. By the way, remember to delete the chat history, don't let your husband see it, heart. After chatting for a while, I didn't care about her subsequent messages. I turned on the navigation and drove to the location address sent by Xiang Chanshan. Guran could even imagine what expression Tang Yan, that strong woman, would have when she was rejected at the moment when she was extremely hungry. He must be anxious and angry, with a fire in his belly that he can't vent. When he thought of that scene, Guran felt even better. In the eyes of people who are not familiar with Xiang Chanshan, she is a cold, taciturn, yet beautiful high-class beauty. Even if we met by chance on the street, I could only pretend not to care, then peek at her out of the corner of my eye, and after we passed each other, I would be lingering on her slim figure. There are also people who admire her but dare not express their feelings because they feel they are not worthy of her. If someone mustered up the courage to stand in front of her and confess his love with a rose in his hand, she only needed to stare at the person confessing his love with an expressionless face. Her cold eyes alone were enough to make the person cover his face and run away. But in Guran's eyes, he could see another side of her, lively, straightforward and cute. Now, Guran saw her sexiest side again in the bar. She didn't know how long she had been there, and seemed to have drunk some wine. She went to the public dance floor and twisted her body rhythmically to the passionate music. Gradually, she became the focus of the dance floor, attracting countless gazes and cheers. She has a gorgeous face and a perfect body, wearing a cool tank top that reveals her sexy collarbone and shoulders. The pendant on her neck swings up and down when she dances, and sometimes disappears into the deep ravines, which arouses endless reverie. But she did not lose her vigilance and always stayed in the corner of the dance floor to guard against any perverts. At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on her smooth shoulder. Xiang Chanshan did not scream, but quickly pressed down the dirty hand, then grabbed the middle finger and bent it hard, as if she wanted to break the finger. His sister Chanshan, it hurts, it hurts. This familiar voice instantly relaxed Xiang Chanshan's guard. She quickly let go and asked with concern, "Why is it you? I thought it was some jerk." Well. Guran felt a little embarrassed. After all, in a broad sense, he was indeed a hooligan. Just now I was thinking about flicking that slender and sexy shoulder strap. Fortunately, I was rational, otherwise my finger would have been broken. Xiang Chanshan held the injured hand, saw the red and swollen part, and asked with concern, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" "Need not." "What do you mean I can use more strength just now?" "You forgot that I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. I can judge my own situation. I just need to be careful and not use too much force. It's a pity that there are some manual labor that I can't do myself. How about you help me?" I didn't dare say the second half of the sentence. Chapter 75. Xiang Chanshan didn't understand what Guran meant by that, so she tilted her head and asked, "What craftsmanship do you mean?" Nothing. Gu Ran was too embarrassed to continue. She didn't ask any more questions, but just said angrily, I said you were so stupid, why didn't you call me? Just do it directly. If I hadn't heard your voice, I would have kicked you in the crotch. Gu was so scared that his soul was scared. Given her decisive and ruthless personality, it is possible that she could break him with just one kick. Xiang Qianqian led Gu Ran to a booth and sat down. Looking at the cocktails of various colors on the table, as well as 3 unopened bottles of wine and liquor, Gu Ran couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Did you order all these drinks? Yes, I thought the name on the wine list sounded good, so I ordered it to try. It also came with a fruit plate. Gu Ran was stunned and asked, you ordered so much, do you want to get me drunk, or do you want to get me drunk to death? How can I finish it? If you can't finish it, you can save it. Don't worry, the bar owner is my friend, I will definitely not rip you off. Gu Ran thought, the boss must like to be friends with someone like you who is stupid and rich. Xiang Qianqian had just danced wildly on the dance floor and had not yet recovered. She panted, her eyes curved into a crescent shape as she smiled and asked, do you think that all women who come to the bar are bad women? Gu Ran shook his head, I don't have such a big prejudice. A woman who doesn't come to the bar may also be a crazy baby. A woman who comes to the bar may be heartbroken, or she may be like you, who is under too much pressure in life or work and wants to vent. Xiang Qianqian picked up a cocktail with a lemon slice and took a sip, then said with a smile, I wish my boyfriend thought the same way. What do you mean by crazy baby? I don't understand. Gu Ran smiled and said, an infected person in crossfire, the AIDS pathogen. Pucci Xiang Qianqian couldn't help laughing and found this statement very interesting. Gu Ran asked, your boyfriend doesn't like you coming to the bar? Alas. The sigh was so long that it seemed hard to put it into words. Not only does he not like me coming to the bar, he also doesn't like me drinking, saying it's bad for my stomach and so on. I told him that drinking a little can relieve stress, but he seemed not to hear me. At this point, Xiang Qianqian suddenly reacted, put down her wine glass, and urged, you are here to talk about your own affairs, why are you talking about me? Tell me, what happened with Yu Xingrong? She raised her eyebrows and pretended to be serious, which made her look even more adorable. I was just at Mr. Tang's house, giving her acupuncture, and Yu Xingrong suddenly came back, and then... Gu Ran rubbed his face in dismay and asked, tell me about this person quickly. He doesn't want to kill me, does he? Xiang Qianqian was very satisfied with the gossip. There were little stars twinkling in her beautiful eyes and she would exclaim wow from time to time. Facing Gu Ran's question, she picked up a glass of yellow cocktail and placed it in front of Gu Ran and smiled, after you finish this glass, sister will tell you. Gu Ran had no choice but to follow her wishes and finish the wine. Xiang Qianqian said with satisfaction, in fact, Yu Xingrong and I have known each other since childhood. In my impression, this guy is an excellent template, good in every way, but not very human. His marriage to Sister Tang is more of a marriage of interest, and the emotional foundation is not deep. But he suspected that you and Sister Tang did that thing together, and he will definitely not let you go. This is a matter of face, you understand? Understand. Except for a psychopath like Chen Xinwen, no man can tolerate being cuckolded, let alone a proud man like Yu Xingrong. Xiang Qianqian continued, but you and Sister Tang have explained everything clearly. He should have believed it to some extent. Even if he still has doubts now, he will definitely not touch you. Why? Are you stupid? In everyone's opinion, Director Tan agreed to cooperate with Huan Yu because of you. You are the key figure in this cooperation, and there will be follow-up docking work that requires you to come forward. At this time, who dares to mess with you? Not to mention a workaholic like Yu Xingrong. As the future person in power, he regards the company as more important than anything else. For the next period of time, it's normal for him to give you some preferential treatment. He's trying to retain talent. After the cooperation with the gallery is over, as long as there are no more misunderstandings between you and Sister Tang, Yu Xingrong is unlikely to make things difficult for you. He will just pretend to forget. After hearing her analysis, Gu Ran actually breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you just said that you and Yu Xingrong grew up together. What's the matter? And his marriage of convenience with Tang Yan, tell me quickly. Gu Ran imitated Xiang Qianqian's expression and looked gossipy. Among the system tasks, there is also one about Tang Yan and Yu Xingrong. The reward is unknown, but it does not prevent Gu Ran from wanting to complete it as soon as possible. The current progress bar is only 30%, so we are still very anxious to speed up the progress. It is very likely that a breakthrough can be found from Xiang Qianqian. Xiang Qianqian likes to listen to gossip and also likes to share gossip. She dragged a cup and bit a straw while saying, "My mother is a shareholder of Huanyu, and Yu Xingrong's father is the founder. It's normal for us to have known each other since childhood. It's just that there is a several-year age difference between him and me, and I don't like his personality, so I'm not very familiar with him." Sister Tang's father was originally a partner of Huanyu. In order to strengthen the cooperative relationship, the elders arranged a wedding for them. However, Sister Tang's company has now merged with Huanyu. I heard that after so many years, their relationship is still average. Sister Tang will carefully maintain it, and Yu Xingrong, he. The relationship was not very complicated. Instead, it was too simple for Gu Ran to find any flaws. Gu Ran asked, "Do you think there is a possibility that they will get divorced?" After thinking for a while, Xiang Qianqian shook her head, "It's unlikely. President Tang is now the president of the Magic City branch. With her support, Yu Xingrong can secure his position as heir, so he definitely won't be willing to divorce. Moreover, for people like them, marriage is just a package, and it's still a matter of face." After she finished speaking, she finally reacted and gently kicked Gu Ran with her foot under the table, saying angrily, "What do you mean by asking this? You don't really want to get close to Sister Tang, a rich woman, and think that they can get divorced, right?" Gu Ran smiled and said, "Of course not. If I want to be with a rich woman, why not find you? You're not married yet. You wish." With Gu Ran's company, Xiang Qianqian felt at ease to satisfy her craving for alcohol and drank almost all the wine that was ordered. Once the wine is mixed together, it is easier to get drunk. Before long, Xiang Qianqian was a little tipsy. She was half lying and half leaning on the booth, her face flushed, sexy and charming. When he was about to take her away, Gu Ran suddenly saw an acquaintance sitting at the bar. Chapter 76. Gu Ran stood up and sat next to Xiang Qianqian. Seeing that she was leaning on the chair half drunk and half awake, he held her waist and neck and helped her sit up straight. "Look at that person, does he look familiar?" Gu Ran pointed at a man at the edge of the bar who was chatting and laughing with a girl. Xiang Qianqian narrowed her drunken eyes, looked carefully at the place where Gu Ran pointed for a while, and said with a silly smile, "There are several people over there, which one are you talking about?" Gu Ran put another finger in front of her eyes and asked, "What is this?" 3. I was really drunk. My eyesight was blurry and I saw double. That man is your fiancé, Zhang Tianyu. He was drinking with another woman. Xiang Qianqian patted Gu Ran's chest with her soft hand and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Tianyu doesn't like coming to the bar. Why don't we just go over and say hello and find out?" Gu Ran pulled her hand, but found that he couldn't move it at all. She lay there limply, and said lazily, "I don't believe it. If you want to go, go by yourself. How can this be possible? My task progress bar still depends on you." Gu Ran wanted to wake her up, so he patted her face. Seeing no movement, he pinched it hard. Xiang Qianqian still didn't move. Instead, she opened her rosy lips and bit Gu Ran's palm with her silver teeth. "You little rascal, what are you doing? I'm not going." She was still sober, and she didn't bite very hard. She couldn't be fierce even if she wanted to, and instead looked charming. Gu Ran suppressed the heat in his heart and negotiated, "Then I'll go and help take a look. You must not fall asleep and wait for me to come back obediently." I know. The after effect of the mixed alcohol was too strong. Xiang Qianqian felt her whole body was limp and her head was dizzy, but she still retained some rationality. She didn't believe what Gu Ran said. She must have recognized the wrong person. Gu Ran was still a little worried. He observed the distance between the booth and the bar. Only after he made sure that Xiang Qianqian could always be within his sight did he walk towards the bar. The environment in the bar was noisy. When you got closer, you could hear Zhang Tianyu talking to his female companion. "Aren't you looking at furniture with your fiancé? Why did you ask me out again? How many times has this happened? Doesn't she doubt you?" This time it's not me who left midway, it's her who had something urgent to do. Then I have to thank her for letting me have you for another night. The woman's voice is very pleasant to the ear, the kind that can make you imagine a fair-skinned and beautiful goddess just by listening to the voice. Gu Ran took a special look at her profile, and sure enough, she was pretty, but her face didn't look like a good person. The woman continued to speak coquettishly, "After you get married, you won't stop coming to see me, right?" The light in the bar was dim. In the darkness, Zhang Tianyu's hand quietly went around the woman's back, touched her waist, and began to wander. Zhang Tianyu said distractedly, "How could it be? If her mother wasn't a shareholder of Huanyu, I wouldn't be with her." The woman laughed. "You are not deliberately saying it so nicely, are you? How can you stinky men not like her face and figure?" Zhang Tianyu shook his head, took a sip of wine and said, "What's the use of just being pretty? She's too cold. Compared to you, she's not interesting at all." The woman giggled and asked charmingly, "Then tell me, what kind of hobbies do you like? I can cooperate with you." Looking at this pair of dogs talking to each other and making secret movements with their hands, Gu Ran just felt disgusted. Bang! He slapped Zhang Tianyu on the shoulder, interrupting their conversation. Zhang Tianyu turned his head in confusion. When he saw Gu Ran's appearance clearly, a moment of panic appeared on his face. He remembered this face. He had seen it last time downstairs in Huanyu. It was a temporary worker who was with Qianqian. Zhang Tianyu looked down on such a small character, but at this moment he couldn't help but worry because he had heard what was just said. He still remembered the last time this boy saw the kiss mark on his neck. He told Xiang Qianqian about it, making her angry for 2 days. "I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. Did he hear something just now?" Zhang Tianyu's mental state was relatively good, and his complexion soon returned to normal. He pretended not to know the man and asked, "Who are you?" Gu Ran was amused. This idiot's acting was really poor. "We met downstairs at the Huanyu last time. You should remember that Bugatti Veyron, right?" Zhang Tianyu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. At this time, the woman next to him was also observing Gu Ran. She looked him up and down and asked, "Who is this?" "My girlfriend's colleague." Oh, the woman suddenly realized, then smiled with her cute fangs, and lifted the hair beside her ear. "Hello." Gu Ran ignored her greeting and just stared at Zhang Tianyu and asked, "Who is this woman?" "One of my clients." "Really?" Gu Ran smiled meaningfully, which made Zhang Tianyu feel uneasy. "You don't believe it?" he asked. "I believe it. Sister Qianqian also told me that you don't like to come to the bar, and I believed it, but I didn't expect it. TSK. Zhang Tianyu's expression changed again. He could tell that this was a mockery of him. "Shall we talk?" Gu Ran said. "Okay." Zhang Tianyu followed Gu Ran to the side and asked calmly, "Did you overhear what we said just now?" "I just happened to be drinking nearby, so that doesn't count as eavesdropping, right?" "What you up to?" Zhang Tianyu stared into Gu Ran's eyes and questioned. Gu Ran just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyu stretched out 2 fingers and said, "I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll give you 200,000, and you can just pretend you didn't see what happened just now. Second, you can tell Xiang Qianqian about my situation, but she loves me very much, and I'm confident I can get her forgiveness, but I'll also have someone beat you to death. Choose." Although there are 2 choices, there is actually only one choice. Which one should I choose, money or system rewards? Of course I want both. Gu Ran didn't expect that this guy actually wanted to spend money to avoid disaster. Sister Qianqian treats me very well. So what? It costs extra money. Zhang Tianyu laughed again, took out his phone and said, "Scan the code and I'll transfer the money to you. Let me make it clear first, this is something you offered, not something I threatened you with. Of course, I am a very principled person." "Then wait here for me." "I don't have my phone with me." "Go get it." "Good." After a while, Gu Ran came back with his phone, and the 2 successfully completed the transfer transaction. "If you take the money, keep your mouth shut." "I see." After watching Gu Ran leave, Zhang Tianyu made another call. "Lawyer Huang, I'm being blackmailed." Chapter 77. Xiang Qianqian had fallen asleep leaning on the booth. After drinking, her face turned red, like a ripe red apple, exuding an attractive luster. Not far away, a man observed her for a long time. After she fell asleep completely, he walked up to her with an obscene smile. "You'll be able to spend a blissful night soon." He had just walked to the booth when suddenly, a steady and strong hand grasped his neck with such force that he felt suffocated for a moment. If he hadn't felt the warmth of that hand, he would have thought that there was a pair of pliers around his neck. "What do you want to do?" Gu Ran asked coldly. Although he was talking to Zhang Tianyu, he was always keeping an eye on Xiang Qianqian out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, a gangster who wanted to pick up the corpse really showed up. "Brother, let's talk it over." It's just a misunderstanding. I just saw this young lady fall asleep and was worried that she might catch a cold, so I wanted to wake her up. Gu Ran naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense. He grabbed the man's neck and pointed at the woman who was drinking alone at the edge of the bar and said, "Did you see that bitch? Go and chat her up, I guarantee you'll get what you want." Brother, stop joking. Who the hell is kidding you? She's drinking alone, isn't she waiting for you? How do you know if you don't try it? Then I'll give it a try? Gu Ran let him go and said with a smile, "Try it." After the man left, Gu Ran no longer cared about him. He just had a sudden sense of evil taste and wanted to fill Zhang Tianyu's heart. After helping the drunk Xiang Qianqian up and reaching the door, he heard the man scream again. When carrying Xiang Qianqian into the back seat of the car, Gu Ran suddenly heard the sound of high heels coming from behind him. Click, click, click. In the quiet underground garage, such sounds are like drum beats, crisp and rhythmic. The owner of the high heels walked behind Gu Ran and stopped, saying with a smile, "Little brother, I didn't expect you to do this kind of thing. TSK, I saw that you were so good looking, and I thought you were quite innocent." This familiar voice. Gu Ran turned around and, as expected, saw the girl who had been drinking with Zhang Tianyu. He was also the person that Gu Ran had just asked the gangster to harass on a whim. How did she break free from the entanglement and catch up so quickly? Could it be that he discovered that I was the mastermind behind all this and came here specifically to settle the score? Gu Ran looked confused and asked, "What did I do?" The woman pointed at the car and said, "Picking up corpses? With your figure and looks, it shouldn't be hard for you to find a girlfriend, right? Why do you want to do this? Do you know that this is considered rape?" Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then she realized that she was overthinking. She didn't even realize that it was the gangster she instigated to tease her. Instead, he was meddling in other people's business and accused himself of picking up a corpse. She didn't even recognize that the person lying in the car was her love rival, Xiang Qianqian. "What's it got to do with you?" Gu Ran said indifferently, too lazy to explain. "Of course it's my business. Now that I've seen this, I can't just ignore it." She walked up, and the sound of her high heels echoed in the garage again, making people feel their heartbeats quicken. Her lipstick-coated lips formed a charming smile, revealing her fangs, and her eyes half narrowed into crescents. "Look charming. Little brother, rape is illegal, and a drunk woman like this won't move, so what's the fun in that? How about I take you to a fun place and let you try some games you haven't played before?" Gu Ran laughed along with her. "What game is that?" "Oh, you are so bad, how can a girl have the nerve to say such a thing directly?" She still smiled brightly, "But if I want you to play with me, you have to promise me one thing." Gu Ran clasped his hands in front of his chest, raised his head slightly, and motioned for her to continue. "Pretend you didn't hear anything that happened in the bar just now. Forget it immediately and don't mention it to anyone." Gu Ran suddenly realized, "Are you talking about Zhang Tianyu cheating on you with Xiang Qianqian? Oh, you remember it very clearly. I'll try to help you forget it tonight, okay?" Gu Ran waved his hand. "No need. Zhang Tianyu has already talked to me about this matter. He paid me hush money, so I won't say anything." "I thought I could persuade her to quit, but unexpectedly," the woman said, "so he has already said that." "It doesn't matter. I'll play with you for one night, and it's just another payment of hush money. After all, I'm not at a disadvantage with a young and handsome brother like you." She smiled charmingly, twisted her slender waist while talking, and looked like she was ready to be picked by you. She could be considered a beauty on earth. Any man who was not firm enough would be moved at this moment, fall into her rhythm, and be led by her. But Gu Ran wouldn't do that, not because he was mentally strong enough, but because the expression on this woman's face was too similar to Zhou Rong's. It is also so charming, but hidden beneath this expression is a playful mentality, just like a cat playing with a mouse. It's weird, very weird. If you think about it carefully, what she said was far-fetched, and the last sentence was just an excuse and not very convincing. Why are you afraid that Xiang Qianqian will find out? Are you worried that she will hire someone to punish you after she finds out? The woman refused to speak and just shook her head. "Don't ask me any more questions about this. It's my secret." "Okay, but if you leave with me like this, what will happen to Zhang Tianyu?" "Just stand him up. I want to change my taste." Gu Ran couldn't stand her calling herself sister all the time. "Pu Xinu, I'm not that familiar with you yet. I don't even know your name yet." Gu Ran said. "My name isn't an okay, let's stop chatting here." We still have time to get to know each other. Do you want to come to my house? Guran smiled and said, go to your house, then what? Stupid, why are you asking this? Guran ignored him and continued, if I go to your house, I will be fooled. Anand's smile froze for a moment, and then she returned to her normal state and said, what are you talking about? Your acting is just as bad as that idiot Zhang Tianyu. Let me teach you. You should at least pretend to have a quarrel with him first, then run into me by chance, and then get closer to me. This will dispel my doubts and won't be as abrupt as you are now. If I'm not mistaken, this is a trap designed by you and Zhang Tianyu, just like a honey trap. I went to your house, and before I even met you, Zhang Tianyu would come in with his phone, filming. By then, you would have evidence of my breaking and raping you, and I wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 78. The underground parking lot was quiet. Anan looked at the handsome boy in front of her in surprise. I never thought that you looked so innocent, but you are actually full of tricks. We are all here to have fun, do you have to be so vigilant? How boring. Anand looked aggrieved and complained angrily and resentfully. Such a beautiful woman, her every frown and smile, even when she was angry, was alluring, but Guran remained unmoved. At this time, the designated driver who had been arranged in advance arrived. Guran was too lazy to say anything to her and turned around and got in the car. Watching the car drive away, Anand was so angry that he clenched his fists and stamped his feet, pointing at the back of the car and cursing. A few minutes later, Zhang Tianyu met him and her again and asked, I saw his car had already left, why are you still here? That bastard figured out what we were up to. Ha! How can a kid who just graduated from school have such a mind? What should we do now? He won't really tell Xiang Qianqian about us, right? Anand said worriedly. Zhang Tianyu shook his head and said, no, I paid him hush money. Even if he wanted to tell me, he has no chance. I contacted lawyer Huang. That idiot was happy after taking the money. Is my money so easy to take? I'm not shying if I don't let him spend the rest of his life in jail. Good. But before that, we have to call the police. Didn't you say that guy picked up a woman and took her back? Good citizens like us can't just watch a good girl being ruined by such a scumbag. As for calling the police, it was not appropriate for the two of them to come forward directly, so they just found a random person in the bar, gave him some money, and asked him to call the police. Before the car reached the destination, Guran received a call from the police. The police said that they had received a report that he was suspected of picking up a corpse in the bar. Guran immediately understood who had reported it. The police said on the phone, now we need you to report your location. We need to confirm the girl's safety and take a statement. Guran said helplessly, Comrade police, it's late at night now, this is not necessary, right? You can check the surveillance. The person I took away is my friend. We are colleagues. My colleagues have already checked the surveillance. Now, report your location. The other party's attitude was very tough, so Guran had no choice but to agree and go to the police station in person. After arriving at the police station, the police confirmed Xiang Qianqian's safety and the relationship between the two, then asked Guran to make a statement and let him go. Xiang Qianqian was unaware of this process. Guran also didn't get to meet the person who reported it. But what is certain is that he was just taking a statement next door. Hello, how's the matter going? Has that guy been detained? Zhang Tianyu asked on the phone. No, the person the man took away was his colleague. He said he didn't know where the girl's home was, so he planned to send her back to the company's lounge. There are still people working overtime in the company, so the girl's safety can be guaranteed. Zhang Tianyu was stunned. After a moment of silence, he asked, what's the name of that female colleague? I don't know. I just know that my last name is Xiang. Is your name Xiang Qianqian? It seems so. Zhang Tianyu became even more silent and didn't speak for a long time. I'm done. Remember to transfer the remaining money to me. I'm hanging up. Zhang Tianyu silently put down his phone, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a few deep puffs. Even as the smoke flowed down my throat into my lungs, swirled a few times, and then came out of my nose, the feeling of depression still couldn't be dispelled. The call just now was conducted on the hands-free speaker, so Anan, who was standing nearby, also heard the entire conversation. Looking at Zhang Tianyu smoking, she smiled and said, Xiang Qianqian stood you up, saying that a younger brother was in a bad mood and wanted to chat with him. I didn't expect that this younger brother was the guy just now. Hey, do you think their relationship between brother and sister is pure? I think it should be as pure as our relationship, ha. Zhang Tianyu slammed his fist on the table, holding a cigarette in his hand, pointed at Anan's nose and said, "Shut up. You actually got angry with me because of Xiang Qianqian? You were having an affair with me behind her back, and she was drinking with her brother behind your back. You two are a perfect match. I'd better not bother you anymore." Anan got angry, picked up the bag beside her, stood up, twisted her butt and was about to leave. Zhang Tianyu immediately grabbed her wrist and said, "I'm not angry with you, I'm just a little unhappy." "What are you unhappy about? Do you think Xiang Qianqian is your forbidden fruit? Are you reluctant to let other men touch her?" "Zhang Tianyu, don't forget that you are only after her family affairs and her mother's shares. You said you only love me, so what does it mean that you care about her so much now?" "Oh, you just can't bear to part with her and can't bear to see her with another man. Face the reality. I just tried to seduce that guy named Gu, but I failed. This means he has already set his sights on Xiang Qianqian." Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Doubt is a seed. If it is buried in your heart, it will take root and sprout, making you obsessed with trivial matters. Zhang Tianyu cannot confirm yet whether anything has happened between the two. But he couldn't help thinking in that direction. I must kill this guy. There were not many people working overtime at Huanyu today, and even if there were, they were busy at their own workstations, so no one saw Gu Ran carrying Secretary Xiang back to the lounge. After putting Xiang Qianqian's soft body on the bed, Gu Ran sat down beside her. To be honest, he felt a little tired. After drinking half a glass of water, Gu Ran opened the system panel. Now he will be reminded at any time if there are changes in the taskbar. There's just a new update. Mission: Zhang Tianyu's feelings for Xiang Qianqian are impure and have a strong purpose. Break up their relationship and you will get the reward, unknown. Mission progress, 50%. Gu Ran's pupils shrank in shock. Then he immediately realized that there must be a problem with Zhang Tianyu. The guy called the police and finally found out that the person he took away was Xiang Qianqian. He became unhappy. Although the progress bar rose a lot, Gu Ran was still very unhappy. The progress of the taskbar is determined by the emotional stability of the couple. Zhang Tianyu himself is a ruin, how can he still affect the progress? At this moment, Xiang Qianqian on the bed suddenly kicked off one of her high-heeled shoes, and it hit the floor with a bang, as if she was also expressing her dissatisfaction. Gu Ran had no choice but to sit back on the bed and help her take off her high heels, stockings, and glasses. He did have some other thoughts, but he had just been to the police station and had become much more obedient. He simply pulled out 2 damp makeup remover wipes from the bedside table and wiped all the makeup off her face. When people fall asleep, their skin cannot breathe, which causes great damage to the facial skin. It is fatal for women who love beauty. Xiang Qianqian has an oval face, delicate features, and a good foundation. Even after removing her makeup, she is still beautiful and attractive. Her cheeks are still rosy and her lips are still rosy and attractive. Suddenly, she turned over and actually treated Gu Ran's thigh as a doll. She put one of her long white legs on Gu Ran's body and rubbed it a few times. Hiss. Chapter 79. The next day, the alarm rang as usual. It is obviously a melodious piano piece, but it makes people feel annoyed. Xiang Qianqian had a very satisfying sleep. After Gu Ran's massage therapy, she didn't feel any hangover discomfort. After turning off the alarm clock, she twisted her slender waist on the bed and stretched. In a blink of an eye, she saw a man lying on the sofa, looking at her with a smile on his face. "Hey, why are you here?" She was startled, then she realized, "Oh, we were drinking last night, and you sent me here? Why are you so dazed? If it wasn't me who sent you back, who else could it be? Yesterday you said you could drink a lot, but you ended up drinking so much that you lost your memory." Xiang Qianqian's pretty face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. She snorted and said stubbornly, "I didn't show my true strength yesterday. Let's spar again next time." "Don't do that." Gu Ran waved his hand and refused. "If you are drunk, just lie on the sofa. It's tiring to support you. You said I was fat. You thought I was heavy." Gu Ran didn't dare to admit this. It was a serious crime to say that such a charming and beautiful woman was fat. "You have such a good figure, aren't you heavy?" Feeling Gu Ran's gaze on the 2 bulging points on her body, Xiang Qianqian instantly understood that this bastard was being a hooligan again. "You still say that?" He picked up a doll beside the bed and threw it at Gu Ran in anger. Even if the soft doll hit the head, it only had a firm elastic force and did not hurt. Instead, Gu Ran covered his head and wailed in pain. Childish devil. Xiang Qianqian smiled and said, okay, stop pretending. Go to the bathroom and wash up first. Remember to close the door. You are not allowed to come out unless I tell you to. Gu Ran pretended to be stupid and asked, why? Xiang Qianqian's face turned even redder, like a ripe peach. I need to change my clothes. What Gu Ran didn't expect was that Xiang Qianqian had actually prepared several sets of suitable summer clothes for him in her own lounge. We may have to work overtime at any time, or even stay up late. You will definitely not be able to go home. You can't do this without a few sets of clothes to change into. She explained calmly, as if it was a trivial matter. But she didn't realize that such little things would make people more dependent on her. Back at the work area, Gu Ran asked, do you remember what happened in the bar last night? Xiang Qianqian bent down, picked up the trash bag from the trash can, and asked, apart from drinking, what else do you do? Oh, right. I forgot to ask the bartender to help me pick up the unfinished wine, did you tell me? No. Who can remember this? You're so stupid. Those bottles are expensive. Gu Ran said helplessly, that's not what I meant. What is that? Do you remember meeting Zhang Tianyu at the bar last night? Huh? Is that true? You must have seen it wrong. He doesn't like to go to that kind of place. Gu Ran sighed inwardly and asked, do you know a girl named Anan? Yes, I know her. She's Tianyu's cousin. What's wrong? Cousin? You can really make it up. Just when Gu Ran was about to say something, there was a commotion at the door. Turning back, he saw that it was the two policemen he had met last night, and two others he had never seen before. Following behind were people from the Universal Security Department, the head of the Human Resources Department, and a group of onlookers, making a huge and noisy crowd. The four policemen were all in uniform and had expressionless faces. They walked straight towards Gu Ran. One of the female police officers said, Mr. Gu Ran, we have received a report that you are suspected of extorting public and private property in a very large amount. Please come back to the police station with us and cooperate with the investigation. Obviously, it was done by that annoying guy Zhang Tianyu again. Gu Ran was a little surprised, but not that surprised. There is nothing wrong with Zhang Tianyu doing this. But I didn't expect the police to come so quickly. All I can say is that Zhang Tianyu still has some connections in this area. As soon as the police said this, his colleagues and onlookers around him all exclaimed. There are also people who are gloating over other people's misfortune. Everyone knows that this guy named Gu has been very popular recently. Today, the company issued a notice of employee conversion a few days in advance, and the first name was Gu Rance. It's impossible not to make people jealous. I didn't expect that this guy was suspected of extortion just after he was promoted to a regular employee. This is really troublesome. The company might fire him immediately and withdraw the notice. Even Mr. Tang couldn't save him from such a big incident. Xiang Qianqian was also a little surprised, but she didn't believe it. Instead, she said, this is too sudden. Can we talk to a lawyer first? You can find a lawyer, but the person must come back to the police station with us first. Gu Ran didn't have any objections, but just asked, is the person who reported the case at the police station? The person who reported the case and his lawyer are here. That's great. Gu Ran patted Xiang Qianqian's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, I know what's going on. Xiang Qianqian's heart was still pounding. How could she not be worried? Gu Ran said, Comrade police officer, can I ask the lady next to me to go with me? This case has something to do with her. The policewoman hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. Xiang Qianqian was stunned. She pointed at herself and asked in confusion, what does this have to do with me? How come I don't know? You'll know when you get there. She frowned and said, okay, I'll trust you this time. Gu Ran leaned close to her and explained in a low voice, Sister Qianqian, this is actually your business, not mine. Xiang Qianqian was even more confused by this sentence, but it was not easy to ask in front of so many people. When the two men were taken away by the police, almost all the employees in the company saw it, and people were pointing at them and talking about it. When I took the elevator and just arrived at the first floor door, I met Tang Yan and Yu Xingrong. Gu Ran could only smile bitterly and looked at Tang Yan. Just as he was about to explain, Tang Yan raised her hand to stop him. Tang Yan said, I heard everything from the security department. Go ahead and cooperate with the investigation honestly. Come back to work as soon as everything is cleared up after the investigation. Yu Xingrong beside her also said, if you need any help, just let me know. Thank you, Mr. Yu. With the police around, there won't be much opportunity for small talk, so just these 2 sentences will be enough. After following the police for a few more steps, I could hear Tang Yin scolding the employees who had gathered to watch the fun. Her aggressive tone was still the same as before. Gu Ran couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, his identity as a relative was further confirmed. Gu Ran and Xiang Chanshan got into 2 different police cars, and it was not until they arrived at the entrance of the police station that they had a chance to talk again. Perhaps it was because of the loneliness along the way, the dullness and seriousness that made Xiang Chanshan less calm than before. She asked, "What's the matter? Can't you tell me now?" "It has something to do with your boyfriend. You'll find out when you go in." Chapter 80. The police station was busy in the morning. It seemed that everyone was in a hurry, carrying important matters. This was not Xiang Chanshan's first time at the police station. She had been here several times before to handle matters, but this was the first time she was escorted here, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Suddenly, a warm hand covered his head and rubbed it gently, ruffling his hair. When the hair passes in front of my eyes and scratches my face, I feel an itchy feeling, but there is a strange sense of security. She turned around and found that even wearing high heels, Gu Ran was still taller than her. Seeing that he was not nervous at all, Yang said calmly with a sunny face, "Believe me, it's okay, but you have to be mentally prepared, there may be someone you don't expect in there." "How can I not be nervous when you say that?" Following the 2 policemen in front, Xiang Chanshan and Gu Ran entered a room that looked like a mediation room. Sure enough, Xiang Chanshan met that unexpected person. "Zhang Tianyu. Your boyfriend, or even your fiancé. Why are you here?" Xiang Chanshan asked the question, and then remembered that the police officer had said before that the person who reported the case was also at the police station. "So, my fiancé is the one who reported the case? Was he the one Gu Ran was blackmailing?" In an instant, Xiang Chanshan became even more confused. Does he have any leverage that can be used to blackmail him? Zhang Tianyu was just thinking about how to laugh at Gu Ran and call him a clown when he saw him, then he met Xiang Chanshan. Why did the police bring her here too? 2 people with a lot of questions in their heads looked at each other. At this time, a policeman said, "Gu Ran, come with me to the interrogation room." "Good." After responding, before leaving, Gu Ran rubbed Xiang Chanshan's head again and said with a smile, "Have a good talk with him, but be prepared, he is not a good person." Zhang Tianyu looked at Gu Ran's intimate behavior towards his fiancée and couldn't help but clench his fists, with veins on his forehead throbbing. Xiang Chanshan smiled at Gu Ran and said, "Well, go ahead. Don't worry, our company's lawyer is on the way and will be here soon." "Good." After Gu Ran was taken away by the police, Xiang Chanshan sat down and said to Zhang Tianyu as if he were a stranger, "Tell me what happened. You are such a smart person, but you were blackmailed. What's the reason?" There were police officers and lawyers hired by Zhang Tianyu in the room, but Xiang Chanshan simply ignored them. The lawyer didn't know the relationship between the 2 and was interrupted by Zhang Tianyu just as he was about to explain. "This is none of your business, don't ask." Xiang Chanshan thought of another possibility and asked, "You also went to Coco Bar last night, right? Did he tell you?" Xiang Chanshan said in extreme disappointment, "It seems to be true." "What about you? You drank with him in the bar last night and he took you away. What did you do? You doubt me?" "No, I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid he might do something to you. Also, Anan was in a bad mood yesterday and insisted on dragging me to the bar for a drink, and that's when I happened to meet you guys." Xiang Chanshan's expression became better. "So, you went to the bar with your cousin?" "Yes." In the interrogation room, Gu Ran sat on the interrogation chair. Opposite him was a female police officer. "Name, I'm asking you your name." Seeing that Gu Ran didn't say anything, the policewoman asked again. "This guy is so weird." He started grinning as soon as he sat on the interrogation chair. "We're already here, don't try to play tricks." Gu Ran also wanted to hold back his laughter, but he simply couldn't. Because Xiang Chanshan and Zhang Tianyu's progress bars are fluctuating, sometimes rising and sometimes falling. This was exactly what Gu Ran wanted. He was afraid that the 2 of them would suddenly break down in their conversation and their relationship would completely break down. Although he could get the system reward, he would not be able to clear himself of the crime. Just because Zhang Tianyu coveted Xiang Chanshan's family's shares, he would only lower his posture and make compromises in order to be forgiven. There is another benefit to floating progress bars. That means the initiative is completely in one's own hands, and it is easy to completely break down the relationship between the two. Guran also used his X-ray eyes to take a look, and sure enough, after a few fierce arguments, the two slowly calmed down. But the progress bar of the task did not go down and was still floating. This shows that there are still seeds of doubt in the hearts of the two. Guran! The female police officer shouted again, and only then did Guran come back to his senses. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Please continue. Sit still and cooperate with the police's questioning. After recording the basic information, the policewoman said, at about 10 o'clock last night, at the Cocoa Bar, you met Zheng Tianyu and asked him for 400,000 yuan? Guran shook his head and said, Comrade police officer, I didn't ask him for it. Here is a recording. You can listen to it. Did you also record the audio? Well, the recording is in my phone, but you have taken the phone away. Hold on. After a while, the policewoman took Guran's phone back and found the recording. The recording started with a noisy sound, followed by the voices of Anin and Zhang Tianyu. The policewoman listened patiently for a while and realized that the man who called the police was a two-timing man who wanted to get close to a girl. This is a moral issue and she cannot judge anything. But soon, the recording reached a critical moment. Scan the code and I'll transfer the money to you. Let me make it clear first, this is something you offered, not something I threatened you with. Of course, I am a very principled person. Then wait here for me. I don't have my phone with me. Go get it. Good. If you take the money, keep your mouth shut. I see. The recording stops here. The policewoman said, we need to check this recording to prevent editing and falsification. I see. The policewoman continued, even if this recording is real, you are still suspected. The amount of money involved is too large. You may have to go to court to decide these matters. At least, there is a turning point. Guran still looked relaxed and said, but, the account that received the money is not my account. Guran said, the girl who came with me is Zhang Tianyu's girlfriend. The money was transferred to her mobile phone. The policewoman couldn't help but gasp. So when you said you were going to get a phone, you meant her phone? Right. The policewoman said with a strange expression, do you know that this involves her? Even if she is the girlfriend of the person who reported the case, they are not husband and wife after all. It is very likely that she will be considered an accomplice and you will be classified as a blackmail partner. Guran said, well, what if he withdraws the case and settles it? How can you? The policewoman thought about it carefully and understood that the man was still coveting the shares and property of the woman's family. It was impossible for him to sacrifice his girlfriend just to kill the man in front of him. What's more, if the woman is really convicted, the backlash that will come from it will not be something the person who called the police can bear. Are these all the plans of the boy in front of me? Chapter 81. If Guran had not produced that recording and let the police hear with their own ears that Zhang Tianyu said that the money was given voluntarily, then Guran's suspicion would never be cleared. After the case was characterized as extortion, it meant that the state filed the lawsuit on behalf of the public, and it had nothing to do with Zhang Tianyu, the reporter, and the case could not be withdrawn. But the situation has not been determined yet and there is still room for easing. It would take at least a week to authenticate the recording, so Guran certainly couldn't be locked up during that week. In the end, the two parties can only negotiate whether they are willing to withdraw the case and reach a settlement. After leaving the interrogation room, Guran was led to another room and sat on a chair with another chair opposite him. Not long after, Zhang Tianyu was let in. Although it was a private meeting, there were still two police officers standing nearby, and the entire process was recorded on audio and video. You want to withdraw the lawsuit and settle? Guran asked with some amusement. Before he could say anything, Zhang Tianyu spoke first. This made Guran laugh. But after thinking about it, I realized that I still wanted to maintain my relationship with Xiang Shanshan. Yes, I want to withdraw the lawsuit and settle. Zhang Tianyu's face looked extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a piece of shit, and he looked extremely twisted. I originally thought that after I reported the case, I could use my connections to have the police immediately interrogate Guran and prove his guilt. Who would have thought that this kid would bring Xiang Shanshan in, so he could only be cautious? Just now, when Xiang Shanshan asked him why he reported the case, he suddenly had an idea and lied, saying that he was drunk in the bar and was fooled by Guran into transferring the money to him. I clearly remember that he threatened me at the time, but I forgot what he threatened me with. Unexpectedly, Xiang Qianqian took out her phone, opened a payment record and said, "So, the strange remittance I received last night was from you?" I was thinking of consulting the bank. When he heard this, Zhang Tianyu's face was distorted. He also understood that he had been fooled by the man named Gu. But what did he mean? Was Gu mentally ill? Why did he use Xiang Qianqian's account to receive the money? He wanted to ask but couldn't. Guran smiled and said, "We can reconcile, but I want to ask for compensation for lost wages, mental damages, and the loss of reputation when the police took me away at the company." "Can you compensate me?" Zhang Tianyu, who had always been patient, was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this. "Are you speaking human language?" Seeing that Zhang Tianyu didn't say anything, Guran continued, "No, then forget it. I don't have the face to go back to the company anyway, so I won't accept the settlement. You can continue to sue me." How could Zhang Tianyu not understand the subtext? This is using Xiang Qianqian to threaten me again. Compensation, of course I have to compensate. Zhang Tianyu gritted his teeth and said, 100,000, can I transfer it to your account? Gu Ran did not agree immediately. He turned to look at the two policemen beside him and said, "Two police comrades, please help me bear witness." He gave it voluntarily. "I didn't say anything threatening. I said I don't accept the settlement, which shouldn't be considered a threat, right? Don't arrest me again with the excuse of blackmail." The two policemen were also speechless. After working for so many years, this is the first time I have seen the person who called the police pay compensation to the suspect during the settlement, and the amount is so huge. Before the police could say anything, Zhang Tianyu stood up and said to the camera in the corner of the room, "It's not a threat, it's not a threat, I did it voluntarily." "Okay, I'll forgive you reluctantly then." The process of withdrawing the case is not complicated, but the two people still have to sign a settlement agreement. After the agreement was signed, Guran walked towards a middle-aged man who was wearing a business suit, had half silver and half black hair, and looked very calm. His name is Lu Song, he is in his early 50s, everyone usually calls him Uncle Lu, and he is also a member of Tang Yan's secretariat. Most of the work I'm responsible for is related to legal terms and contract disputes. Gu Ran's regularization contract was signed by him. And among the contracts signed by Tang Yan, a large number passed through his hands. He was one of the people Tang Yan trusted the most. "Uncle Lu, thank you for taking the trouble to come all the way here." Gu Ran expressed his gratitude sincerely. This was the one person in the secretarial group who was quite nice to him. Lu Song has a square face, regular features, sparse eyebrows, small eyes, and wears a pair of glasses, looking very scholarly. Lu Song chuckled, "Ms. Tang asked me to come here specially. She really cares about you. On the way, I thought it was a very difficult lawsuit, but I didn't expect you to handle it by yourself." "Lucky, good luck." Lu Song glanced at Zhang Tianyu, who was not far away, and said, "It's an exaggeration to say that you escaped from Zhang Tianyu's hands so easily by luck." "You know him?" "Ha, Qianqian is about to marry him, how could she not know him?" In the security circle of Magic City, he is considered a celebrity of some size. Gu Ran didn't take it seriously, he was just a real villain and a fake gentleman. At this time, Xiang Qianqian, who was standing not far away, finished chatting with Zhang Tianyu and then walked over alone. As for Zhang Tianyu, he waved from a distance and left with his lawyer. "Qianqian, your boyfriend's behavior is not fair. Gu Ran is your colleague after all. Even if it's not a misunderstanding, he shouldn't report it to the police without even saying hello. And the police came to arrest him after only one night. You should know what this kind of efficiency means, right? He is too impatient. He wants to torture him to death, right?" Lu Song studied law. He had fought many cases and met many people over the years. He could see through the essence of the matter at once, and was still angry when speaking to Xiang Qianqian. Xiang Qianqian was a little embarrassed after being lectured, and said to Gu Ran, "This matter is not over yet, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Gu Ran thought about it and did not refuse. He was unwilling to let this scumbag go just like that, so he had to at least give Xiang Qianqian a chance to vent her anger. Gu Ran asked, "He didn't want the 400,000 back, did he?" "No, I asked him to return it to him, but he insisted not to take it. He even asked his assistant to turn off the function of accepting transfers in his account." Still a smart man. This money was a hush money. No matter whose account the money was transferred to, the matter would be exposed as soon as he took it back. Of course, this money couldn't shut Gu Ran up, after all, the money wasn't in his pocket. Keep it, just as a small compensation. Xiang Qianqian didn't understand what this meant, so Lu Song interrupted her and said, "Okay, let's stop standing here and chatting. We still have a lot of things to do in the company. We have to go back." Xiang Qianqian looked at Lu Song in confusion. I always felt that he saw something and was deliberately hiding it from me. Chapter 82. When returning to Huanyu, many people greeted Gu Ran along the way. Although everyone saw him being taken away by the police, no one was too surprised that he came back safe and sound. After all, even Lu Song had stepped in, and this great lawyer rarely failed. Besides, everyone is very busy, and at most they would gossip a little when they have free time, but no one would pay attention to him when he is at work. Tang Yan and Yu Xingrong were not in the company, so Gu Ran didn't have to meet them. He just made a phone call. After the call, Gu Ran came to Xiang Qianqian again and said, "Sister Qianqian, Mr. Tang has given me the short video work. I need to hand over the work to you." In the past, when talking about work, Xiang Qianqian was always very serious and never sloppy. Today, he pretended not to hear anything. He just turned his chair, looked at Gu Ran and said, "What happened in the bar last night? I couldn't ask in front of Uncle Lu just now, so you didn't take the initiative to tell me?" Gu Ran laughed dryly. "Zhang Tianyu should have explained it to you, right?" "Yes, but I don't believe him. He's not a fool. How could he be fooled out of 400,000 yuan just because he drank a little? And the crime he reported to the police is obviously an attempt to kill you. There are too many suspicious points." Gu Ran said, "Do you really want to know? The truth is very heavy. Go ahead." Gu Ran sighed, took out his cell phone, and sent the recording to Xiang Qianqian's cell phone. "I saw them last night when you were drunk, so I kept an eye on them and recorded the audio the whole time. I didn't want to give it to you so soon because I was afraid it would be too sudden and you wouldn't be able to accept it all at once." Xiang Qianqian's expression was wonderful. Could it be that he really is with his cousin? Gu Ran shook his head. "That's not his cousin." Xiang Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. It turned out that the cousin's identity was just a decoy. After lifting the veil, many things connected in Xiang Qianqian's mind and became extremely clear. Gu Ran continued, "The police have already taken this recording for appraisal. Although the case has been withdrawn, it has been sent. I can guarantee its authenticity." "Really? Why should I explain all this? How can I not believe it?" She rolled her eyes in anger, looking so cute that it made people's hearts flutter. Gu Ran chuckled dryly and prepared to leave. Seeing her current state, I couldn't bear to continue talking to her about work. "Wait, why are you leaving? Come here and sit next to me." Xiang Qianqian pointed to the empty space beside her with her slender, white hand. Her workstation was very spacious. Not to mention if there was another person working next to her, even if two people lay down it wouldn't be too crowded. Gu Ran scratched his head, not understanding what she meant, but he still moved a chair from an empty workstation and sat over. Because you are sitting very close to her, you can clearly smell the perfume emanating from her body, which makes people linger. Turning her face to the other side, you can see her snow-white, slender neck like a white swan. Even without touching it, you can feel the whiteness of her skin through its sheen. During this process, Gu Ran's sight moved downwards uncontrollably, and he could see an even wider area through the collar. Xiang Qianqian could hear the man next to her breathing becoming heavier and the sound of his throat rolling when he swallowed. "Where are you looking?" She reached out and tapped Gu Ran's forehead, poking his head back. The force was not strong, and I could still feel the warmth of her fingertips. Gu Ran smiled to hide his embarrassment. "I'm not blind. It would be a waste if I didn't take a few peeks at such a beautiful woman sitting next to me. It's all because you're pretty and have a good figure." Xiang Qianqian's depressed mood was relieved by his interruption. She smiled and said, "You are not allowed to look at that, you rascal." Gu Ran nodded obediently, but the corner of his eye was still out of control. She took out a pair of wireless headphones from her bag, gave one to Gu Ran and said, "Let's listen together." "Is this okay?" After saying a polite word, Gu Ran still took the headphones and put them on. I actually felt that Xiang Qianqian beside me had a fragility that was inconsistent with her. In the past, she was independent, strong, and decisive, and she never dragged her feet in doing anything. It's like listening to a recording. She would probably wear headphones and listen to the whole thing silently before turning them off, pretending nothing had happened and continuing to complete today's work. After get off work, Zhang Tianyu will be turned into a eunuch. Sitting next to her, each wearing half an earphone, is a signal of seeking companionship. When the recording was opened, there was another noisy background sound, and then the conversation between Zhang Tianyu and Anin could be heard. It was not clear enough, but it was enough. After you get married, you won't stop coming to see me, right? How could that be? If her mother wasn't a shareholder of Huanyu, I wouldn't be with her. You're not saying it so nicely on purpose, are you? How can you stinky men not like her face and figure? What's the point of just being pretty? She's too cold. Compared to you, she's not interesting at all. Then tell me, what other hobbies do you like? I can cooperate with you. Bang! After hearing this, Xiang Qianqian couldn't bear it any longer. Not only did she turn off the recording, she also became angry. She clenched her pink fist into a fist and smashed it hard on the chair next to her. She was so angry that she even forgot that there was someone sitting next to her. So this punch landed on Gu Ran's thigh with both hatred and accuracy. Hiss. When the pain nerves are stimulated, they react through the brain and stimulate all parts of the body. The most obvious manifestation is that people can't help but scream out loud. But this is an office area. Gu Ran held back and his face turned red. Xiang Qianqian also reacted, turned her head and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "No, it's okay. Fortunately, your punch didn't hit far enough, otherwise it would have been a fatal blow and my brother really wouldn't have been able to withstand it." Normally, Xiang Qianqian would definitely join in the joke, but she wasn't in the mood for that now. She just turned her head away, staring at the screen, not saying a word. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Ran asked in a low voice. Only a gentle sigh was heard. "Gu Ran, am I really as bad as he says?" "Of course not." Gu Ran answered without hesitation, "You must have seen how good he is at making up lies in front of you. Those words were just said by him in front of Anin, belittling you to please her. This trick is low level and full of loopholes. Only a stupid woman like Anin would believe it. You definitely wouldn't believe it, right?" Xiang Qianqian nodded, "What you said makes sense. A man who doesn't like you is also really stupid." Xiang Qianqian looked at his face, blinked and asked, "Are you an idiot? Do you like me?" Chapter 83. Do you like me? Some truths often slip from the heart to the lips and finally sneak out during casual conversations or jokes. As long as you pay attention, you can catch it. Xiang Qianqian was very perceptive and grasped the key point immediately. And hit a straight ball. Gu Ran was thinking about how to comfort her, but the sudden question was like a blow to her soul, and her eyes widened to the size of apricots. Yes. Short answer. Xiang Qianqian has been looking at his face since she started asking the question. A determined look and uncontrolled rapid breathing on the face of a handsome young man always easily distract people. "Well, it's useless even if you like me. I don't want to fall in love anymore in my life." There's no chance." Gu Ran smiled and said nothing. "Why do I feel like I have more and more opportunities?" "So you deliberately threatened him with 400,000, and then used my phone to collect the money? Well, you still need this little compensation, right? Of course, this is not the end yet. I will help you with any revenge you want." Gu Ran patted his chest and said, "I have a mature idea now. Let's ask Mr. Tang for a few experienced hands to make him a second-level cripple. As long as there are no traces left, there will be no problem. If it doesn't work, Uncle Lu will back us up." Xiang Qianqian rolled her eyes, "You call this a mature idea? Our country even has a mature set of criminal laws." "Haha, I'm just giving you some reference advice." "Reference? You want to make him half dead. Don't you want to?" Xiang Qianqian stopped talking and said with an uncertain expression, "I really want to kill him now, but it is definitely not possible. But I don't want to let him go like this. It's only 400,000, which is too cheap for him. What other ideas do you have? Tell me." Gu Ran's eyes rolled. "I have a bad idea. Since he covets your family's shares and wants to cling to you, why don't you take advantage of his tricks and treat him like a dog? It's indeed a bad idea, but it can be used as a backup. Please continue. Although physical torture is painful, it is not as painful as mental torture. Think about it, he is such a respectable person. If he were to be ruined and become a joke in the financial circle instead of a prominent figure, would he be able to accept it?" Xiang Qianqian shook her head, "Not enough." She still didn't loosen her clenched fists, and was still holding a grudge in her heart. "I have been in a relationship with him for 3 years. Although I am busy, I have always been very nice to him. I even dreamed of marrying him from a very early stage. But I didn't expect that this relationship would be so dirty. Do you know when I met Inan? Have no idea. 3 years ago, when I first met Zhang Tianyu, he said Inan was his cousin, but if it weren't for this recording, I would never have thought of it. Love is a belief that can support people to enter the marriage hall with courage, even though they have anticipated various difficulties in life. But when this belief collapses, the backlash is also terrifying. Gu Ran was surprised. He never expected that the couple had been running this plan for 3 years. Although there were clues, they were all covered up by his cousin's identity. No wonder Xiang Chanshan was so disappointed. Gu Ran, are you willing to help me? Tell me, how can I help? My mind is a little confused now, but your words are enough. After that, she patted her face gently, as if to adjust her state, and said, okay, let's work first. Her state of mind changed very quickly, and when she talked about work, she really started talking about work. She took out a few blue-covered folders and a USB drive from the drawer and said, since Mr. Tang asked me to coordinate this project with you, I will hand it over to you. This short video project has just started not long ago and is still in the preparation stage. Although several projects have been finalized, you should know that the timing of entering the market is not good. It is not easy to achieve any outstanding results. But you don't have to worry about these. Just keep an eye on the projects and artists and don't let anything go wrong. These are the relevant materials. I will let Xiaoyu contact you later. She is the current agent of your female classmate. Last time, Gu Ran asked Xiang Chanshan for help to find another agent for Qin Manxue, and she did it on the same day. Xiaoyu is Qin Manxue's current agent, and she has a distinguished background. At first, she worked as Xiang Chanshan's assistant for 2 years, and was then transferred to another department. She has managed several idols and achieved good results. She is one of the more successful agents in the agent circle. Introducing her to Qin Manxue as her agent was already a great favor. Gu Ran knew that this was Xiang Chanshan's kindness for his sake, so he smiled and said, thank you, Sister Chanshan. I cannot repay your kindness. I can only. Xiang Chanshan turned around and stretched out her hand to interrupt. If you dare to say that you will marry me, I will kick you. Good-looking people exude charm even when they lose their temper. Even though it is a punishment, it feels like a reward. Gu Ran said with a smile, okay, I'll keep these for now. There's no rush to look at them. Let's go over there first. She was still a little worried. Do you want me to go with you? It's okay. I'm just downstairs anyway. I'll message you if anything happens. All right. Gu Ran got up and left, returning to his new seat, which was not very far away from her. He could see that she was supporting her cheek with one hand, looking in a daze, and looking extremely pitiful. Unable to bear watching, Gu Ran withdrew his gaze and opened the system panel. Congratulations to the host. The corresponding task completion rate has reached more than 80%. You can receive a partial reward. 1 cubic meter of portable space cannot store living things, has a time-stopping effect. As soon as he opened the system, a pop-up window popped up, attracting Gu Ran's attention. All alone, Xiang Chanshan's mission rewards have remained unknown, which made Gu Ran extremely looking forward to it. I was expecting some incredible skill, but I was afraid it was just a useless skill. I didn't expect it to be a prop. With excitement, he took the portable space and took it down. In an instant, he could feel a mysterious feeling throughout his body. I tried to reach forward, and the table in front of me disappeared, replaced by a small pure white space. As long as you think about it, you can put the things around you in and take them out. According to the system's explanation, once anything is put in, a time-stopping effect will occur. For example, if an apple is put in, it will still remain fresh after several years. At this time, a clerk walked by and did not notice anything unusual, which meant that only Gu Ran could see this space. This is so cool. For a moment, Gu Ran completely lost his mind about work and began to think about how to make the best use of this space. Chapter 84. Gu Ran only had some preliminary ideas about how to use this portable space, so for the time being he just ordered some things on the online shopping platform. After playing for a while, he put away the idea of slacking off and looked at the handover documents given by Xiang Chanshan. The document records that Huan Yu had a short video department before, but the results were not good and it had been disbanded. The current department is brand new. In addition, there are some market-related data. These things are complicated, and even if you browse through them all, it is impossible to fully understand them. So, I just put these documents aside and went directly to the short video department. Just as Xiang Shanshan said before, he didn't need to interfere with their work content. Professional matters should be left to professionals. What he was responsible for was to keep an eye on Tang Yan and try to solve any problems. If they could not be solved, he would report it. Of course, daily reports are still necessary in the initial stage. After saying hello to Xiang Shanshan, Gu Ran entered the elevator and arrived at the floor where the short video department was located. After a period of preparation, the department's initial preparations have been completed. In addition to actors, there are also anchors of various types. There are not many amateurs signed by Universal Pictures, most of them are those who have accumulated some works and popularity. The head of the short video department is a middle-aged man who looks very shrewd and wears glasses. His surname is Lin. As the head of a department, he is naturally considered a senior executive. In terms of position alone, he is much higher than Gu Ran. However, he still wanted to be polite when dealing with Gu Ran. In addition to his identity as Tang Yan's secretary, everyone in the company thought that he had used Tang Yan's backdoor and was a relative of Tang Yan. Smart people know to be careful with such people. Manager Lin, along with 2 other middle-level leaders, accompanied Gu Ran on a tour of the department and introduced the situation within the department. As you know, although we did this before, my predecessor didn't make any achievements and didn't even stabilize the basic market. Now we can basically start from scratch. However, we signed a few talents, built a team, and promoted the flow. So far, the results are pretty good. Gu Ran nodded after hearing this and asked, "How are Qin Manchua's grades?" Manager Lin shook his head. "Not good?" "No, she didn't participate in any work in our department. She was involved originally, but Director Zhou sent someone to say hello to us, so we didn't take the initiative to contact her." After a pause, Manager Lin continued, "But I heard that Qin Manchua changed her agent a few days ago." "I remember it was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is different from the previous agent. She has a lot of resources, so she should have arranged a new job for Qin Manchua and has not contacted us." Gu Ran frowned slightly. Ever since that afternoon, after Qin Manchua and I had a lunch break in the hotel, she would take time to chat with me, act coquettishly, and ask about work, but she would only report good news and not bad news. There was not even a word mentioned about the difficulties encountered by the short video department. This is definitely just because he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. After all, Zhou Lang's uncle is Zhou Sanji, who is still very influential in the world. Xiao Yu just happened to arrange a job for her, so she was able to avoid it. At this time, Gu Ran noticed that Manager Lin had something he wanted to say but hesitated, and finally did not say it. "Manager Lin, is there anything you can't tell me?" Gu Ran asked. "Ha, so you figured it out." Manager Lin turned his head and sent the 2 middle-level managers away before saying, "Xiao Qin's current job is not very good. It's just a few commercial performances and magazine shoots. It can only make a living. It doesn't help her popularity. In fact, I still admire Xiao Qin. She is particularly suitable for my eyes, the contract level is not low, and she has her own traffic. Coincidentally, I have a script that is particularly suitable for her, as if it was tailor-made for her. The screenwriter of the script was hired by us at a high salary, and the plot is also in line with the current market. In my experience, it can become a hit series. For such a good work, I don't want to just find an industrial beauty to shoot it directly, that would be a waste. I hope it is an actress with good looks, figure, temperament, acting skills, and the ability to create topics. At present, the only suitable person is Qin Manchua. But Director Zhou has put a lot of pressure on me, so it's not easy for me to handle this matter." Gu Ran understood. He could actually imagine that Manager Lin still had something to say, but it was difficult to say it. There are factions in the universe. He is just a new supervisor who has not made any achievements to gain a foothold. It is not worth it for him to offend a director who already has some power just because he is an actor. In addition, there is a little trick hidden in these words. Being able to sit in the position of supervisor, this man named Lin is definitely not a good person. He complained to me so heartfelt when they met for the first time. Isn't it because he values his position as Tang Yan's secretary and wants to leverage her power to help resolve this trouble? This supervisor wants to achieve results but lacks the courage. This is not a good idea. While Manager Lin was speaking, he was observing Gu Ran's expression. Seeing the uncertain expression on his face, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Manager Lin, Zhou-san is just a TV director, which is completely different from you. Moreover, in terms of position, you are 1 level higher than him. Is it necessary to do this?" Manager Lin smiled bitterly. You just came to the company and don't know the rules of this circle. How many years has he been in the company? How many achievements have he made? How many connections has he made? Although he is just a director, he has long been independent. I am a newcomer and I can't compare with him. Besides, different tracks don't mean there will be no cooperation in the future. It's not good to be in opposition. Gu Ran stretched out her hand and interrupted him. These meaningless excuses were annoying to hear. Okay, I understand what you mean. Just call Qin Manchue or her agent and ask if she's free to come over and take a look at the script. This is not good. Director Zhou. I will report this to Mr. Tang. Manager Lin's embarrassed expression suddenly turned into a smile as if relieved, and he turned around to make a phone call. Gu Ran shook his head in disappointment. This supervisor is too smooth. If it was Xiang Xianxian instead of himself who came today, it would surely be more in line with his wish. Because as long as he showed the slightest difficulty, Xiang Xianxian, with her efficient working personality, would handle the situation more directly. After all, Tang Yan is behind her, so she is not afraid of the third level. He doesn't care about being used as a tool by Manager Lin because his work goal has been achieved. But Gu Ran is different. He doesn't want to be plotted against for no reason like this. Chapter 85. When Manager Lin was on the phone, he was at a distance from Gu Ran, so his voice could not be heard clearly. But soon, Gu Ran received news from Qin Manchue. Qin Manchue, wow, Manager Lin asked me to go back to the company, saying that I could read the script and start filming right away after getting into the right state. Is that really okay? Zhou Lang will definitely give you trouble again. Gu Ran, don't worry, I can handle it. Qin Manchue, that's great. Are you in the department too? I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Gu Ran replied with a smile, are you thinking about me or my brother? Qin Manchue, hate it. Gu Ran smiled even more happily. He didn't deny it, but answered it. While chatting here, Gu Ran was also paying attention to Manager Lin who was still on the phone. Qin Manchue had already received the notification and sent a message to herself. So, who was he talking to on the phone now? It's a pity that Gu Ran can't read lips, so he can only see that his attitude when he speaks is very good. Not long after, he came back and said with a smile, Secretary Gu, I have already notified Xiao Qin. They will be here soon. It will take about half an hour. Well, I'll just walk around here. Go do what you want. I'll call you if there's anything else. Haha, okay. Manager Lin waved to a middle-level leader who was just sent away by him and said, Chichi, come and accompany Secretary Gu around the department. Make sure she is comfortable. Gu Ran wanted to refuse, but Chichi was sweet-looking, with a well-developed figure, and a pair of white lace leg rings tied around her smooth legs, which was very attractive, so he did not say no. Don't worry, boss. I will make sure you are comfortable with me. Chichi patted her plump chest, not with much force, but it caused quite a stir. Chichi came over. Not only was she sweet-looking, her voice was also very sweet. When she called out the three-word Secretary Gu, it had several twists and turns, making people's hearts itch. Shall I take you on a tour of the department? Gu Ran shook his head, patted the empty seat on the sofa next to him and said, no hurry, sit here and let's chat. Okay. Chichi was very happy. She stepped on her high heels and sat next to Gu Ran with her but raised. Instantly, a scent of orange-like perfume floated over and filled Gu Ran's nostrils. What is Secretary Gu thinking about? Gu Ran replied subconsciously, your oranges must be delicious. Ah. Chichi was stunned for a moment, then gently hit Gu Ran on the thigh. Hee, I saw that you were so handsome, and I thought you were very cold, but I didn't expect you liked to joke so much. Ahem. I just let it slip subconsciously. But there was no need to explain. Instead, I continued to follow the topic and joke with her. He could clearly feel that Chi-Chi liked and even enjoyed being teased, and she even sent out several signals that she could come to him anytime when she felt lonely. But Gu Ran understood that this was just a woman who didn't want to work hard. Chi-Chi's rank is not low, and she would even jokingly ask Gu Ran if there is a better position suitable for her that she could be promoted to. Seeing her ready to take advantage of him, Gu Ran said with a smile, you can ask Manager Lin. If you try hard on him, it should be easy to do it, right? When Chi-Chi heard this, she looked around and snorted softly, but didn't say anything. But the disdain in her eyes could not be hidden. What? You have a conflict with him? Tell me and I'll help you make the decision. Oh, there's no conflict. I just feel like there's no future for me following this supervisor. There aren't many good projects, let alone a promotion thanks to him. Oh? You're so unhappy with him? Why? In fact, it is not that complicated. After Manager Lin was transferred here, he did the routine work. There were no major mistakes, but there was nothing outstanding either. Some work processes were even very slow. Such a person would be a good candidate for a relatively stable position. It's not that he is incompetent, it's more that he is lazy. But whether it is short videos or the world, the competition is terrible and they will eventually be eliminated. Gu Ran was temporarily skeptical about what Chi-Chi said. He couldn't let a few words from her sway the way he viewed a person. Of course, if he really can't do it, just tell Tang Yan and find someone else. When chatting with a beautiful woman, I always feel that time passes quickly. 40 minutes passed unknowingly, and Qin Manchue and her agent Xiao Yu finally returned to the company. I haven't seen Qin Manchue for a few days. I only took the time to make 2 video calls with her, but when I saw her in person, I could still feel her changes. First of all, the hairstyle. The straight hair was curled into wavy shape, and the few strands of hair in front of the forehead have been pushed aside, revealing the smooth forehead and slender willow-like eyebrows. In addition, she was wearing a white floral dress and exquisite makeup today. She was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. The whole person also looks more fresh and pure. Now Gu Ran just wanted to get off work quickly, then take her hand and go to a private place to discuss acting. Qin Manchue also saw Gu Ran, and she smiled naturally with a relaxed look, adding a bit of sweetness. Just as she said on WeChat, she missed Gu Ran very much after not seeing him for a few days. Now she just wanted to throw herself into his arms, and then the two of them rolled around on the sofa together. However, due to the presence of colleagues around, she could only hold back the thought. However, her slender legs still rubbed together unnaturally a few times. Although the amplitude was small, it was still noticed by Gu Ran. Next to Qin Manchue stood a woman with short brown hair, wearing earrings and a necklace. She looked very delicate and capable. She had an average figure, but her appearance was very good, with a score of about 8. The woman came up, extended her hand to Gu Ran and said, "Hello, Secretary Gu. I'm Manchue's new agent. You can just call me Xiao Yu. I've heard Qianqian, Manchue, and my colleagues in the company mention you before. You're even more pleasing to the eye than they described." Xiao Yu has an oval face and her facial features appear very young. With makeup, even the veteran Chinese Dr. Gu Ran can't tell her approximate age. However, her hands feel soft, white, and great to the touch. I also heard Sister Qianqian mention you. You didn't introduce yourself just now, so I thought you were also an artist of the company. It's rare to see such a good-looking agent. Ha, the handsome boy did a great job and his words were also likable. Qin Manchue saw that the two were chatting enthusiastically and even flirting with each other, which made her feel uncomfortable. She walked up to them, smiled sweetly, and then stretched out her white hand and said, "Where is the script?" Chapter 86. Qin Manchue has been a little upset recently. The S-level contract is not the highest among all the contract levels in the universe. There are SS and SSS levels above them, so there are many projects that she cannot access now. Normally, the company would arrange some projects, but since they were blocked by Zhou-san, there was nothing left. That is to say, now that I have changed my agent, I still have some options. There is no threat to several projects at the moment, but I am afraid that when they are attending some events in the future and they are screened, they may be edited in post-production and nothing will be left. You know, what their industry needs most is exposure. Without exposure in the entertainment industry, even a first-tier star will become an 18th-tier star, not to mention a little-known star like Qin Manchue who just debuted. Therefore, short video resources are still very important to her. Judging from the overall environment, there are now quite a few people in the circle who have made good achievements by taking advantage of short videos, and their income is not worse than that from filming a movie. Of course, Qin Manchue only regarded this as a platform for promotion. Gu Ran shrugged, indicating that he had nothing in his hands. He then pointed to an office not far away and said, "Manager Lin has the script, but he doesn't dare to offend level 3, so I came forward to call you here." Qin Manchue was still somewhat moved when she heard this. She looked at Gu Ran deeply, as if she had a lot to say, all of which were hidden in her watery eyes. Xiao Yu even said directly, "Thank you, Secretary Gu." She had been in contact with Qin Manchue for a few days and was already aware of the feud between her and Zhou Ji. As an old man in the universe, she knew too well what kind of bad character Zhou Sanji was. He was narrow-minded and vengeful. If Qin Manchue could not continue to be with his nephew, he would keep targeting her until she was exhausted and worthless. Of course, in addition to these conventional methods, there are also some more insidious tricks. Xiaoyu also knew that Xiang Shanshan asked her to be her agent in order to avoid such things from happening. Although it is troublesome to confront the 3 levels of Zhou, it is not unsolvable, it is just a little tricky. Now there is someone willing to stand up and confront us head-on, so of course I would like to express my sincere gratitude. For a moment, she also began to look at the two of them. Just because they are classmates, you have to confront the big director in the company? If you two say there is nothing fishy going on, who would believe you? When Manager Lin saw Qin Manchue, he was still smiling and looked very polite. But he didn't take out the script directly. Instead, he exchanged some meaningless pleasantries. Gu Ran frowned unhappily and said, "Manager Lin, didn't you say that Qin Manchue fits the character setting of your new script very well? Why don't you take out the script and take a look at it first? The scripts for short videos are different from those for movies and TV series. It needs a distinctive style and an eye-catching opening, and it would be best if it could also play some memes, so that people 1T swipe away in an instant, thus becoming a hit." But what is going on now? The audience's aesthetic taste is a little tired, so a good behind-the-scenes team and script are needed even more. Manager Lin's secretive look is really unpleasant. Okay, I'll look for it. Wait a minute. After saying that, he began to rummage through a pile of folders on the table. That messy feeling made Gu Ran have questions in his mind again. Look for it? You're still looking for something so important? What were you doing in the office? Just when I was about to ask, an assistant wearing high heels and stockings walked over quickly, knocked twice on the open door and said, "Supervisor, 2 people from the TV drama department came and said they want to come to our department to select some supporting roles for auditions. What do you think? Do you have good eyesight? How could I leave if I didn't see Secretary Gu here? You can take them and choose whatever you want." Manager Lin waved his hand casually and scolded. Gu Ran suddenly felt something was wrong. For roles that require auditions in the TV drama department, even if you have not been through a round of interviews, you will still submit your resume and explain whether you have any representative works. For less important roles, there is no need for auditions. But according to what this assistant said, the TV drama department actually went to the short video department to pick people for auditions? Why at this time? Haha, interesting. Sure enough, as Gu Ran thought, the assistant was not sent away. She stood at the door and said, "But supervisor, those 2 colleagues from the TV drama department said they want to talk to you in person." Talk to me? Manager Lin thought for a few seconds and asked, "Did the other party say who it was?" One of them said he was the assistant director of the Wednesday-level directing crew. Upon hearing this, Manager Lin became troubled. He looked at Gu Ran with an inquiring look and asked, "Look at this." Gu Ran smiled and said, "Then bring them in. I'm still curious about how they choose people." Manager Lin gave his assistant a look, and not long after she left, she returned with 2 people. One of them is the old enemy Zhou Lang. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. Neither of them was surprised to meet in this place. Gu Ran guessed right, and Zhou Lang came for him and Qin Manchue. The other person next to Zhou Lang was probably in his 30s, wearing a black baseball cap and looking very shrewd. He greeted Manager Lin in a familiar manner and said, "Manager Lin is meeting a guest." "I am sorry to interrupt you." Manager Lin quickly introduced, "This is Secretary Gu, who was newly hired by General Manager Tang. We still need to coordinate with him for some work in our department." "Secretary Gu, this is Director Zhu, the assistant director appointed by Director Zhou of the Huanyu TV drama department." Generally, after the 2 parties have introduced themselves, they should shake hands politely. But because Gu Ran saw Zhou Lang, he had no intention of getting up. In the world, most people are still afraid of directors like Zhou Sanji, and I am not afraid of offending you. Besides, Zhou Lang's asking for a beating look makes it difficult for people to treat him in a friendly manner. Shu Kong was ready to reach out his hand, but seeing Gu Ran was so disrespectful, he couldn't help but snorted and said, "Boss Tang's secretary is different. There have been a lot of rumors about you in the company these days, and now I see that you are still such an impolite person. Aren't Boss Tang's requirements for recruiting people too low now?" Gu Ran didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He glanced at Zhou Lang beside him and said, "Hello, hey, your wrist is dislocated. Is it healed so quickly?" Zhou Lang had a rather bad temper, and he almost exploded again after being provoked like this. But he stopped and sneered, "It's indeed fine, but be careful when you walk in places without surveillance next time." Chapter 87. The threat was already spreading, but Joe Lang suddenly changed the subject and said, "I'm not here to play tricks on you, Manager Lin. Our crew is interviewing today. I heard that there are a lot of handsome men and beautiful women in your department. Are there any in the company? We would like to pick a few to guest star." At this point, he paused, looked at Jean Manchua, who was sitting on the sofa, and said with a smile, "Manchua, the second female role I told you about before has been chosen. What a pity that girl's face and figure are not as good as yours." Jean Manchua just felt disgusted and said impatiently, "What does it have to do with me? Of course it does matter. My uncle is quite satisfied with you. If you are willing to audition now, you will most likely be able to replace her. The cast this time is very big, and the male and female leads are both first-line actors. As long as you participate, you will be promoted immediately." As he spoke, he looked around and took a look at the short video department. He said with disdain, "Staying in a place like this will only waste your most precious time and your star luck. How can you make a name for yourself?" Manager Lin's face suddenly turned dark. "Damn it, I, the head of this department, am not dead yet. What do you mean by saying these things to my face? It's so disgusting that it opens the door to disgust. It's so disgusting. What? From what you said, the taste of my place is so low? You are condescending to come in? He is the head of a department after all, and he just doesn't want to offend level 3 as soon as he takes office. But it is definitely not something that you, a person with connections, can step on." Assistant Director Zhu quickly apologized, "Don't get me wrong, Xiao Lang definitely didn't mean what you think. He just said the wrong thing out of kindness. He just wanted to help Miss Qin." Zhou Sanji had indeed built up his network of contacts in the world for many years, but he was not so arrogant or stupid as to make enemies with a department head right away, especially after the head had shown goodwill in advance. So he was also unhappy with Zhou Lang's low EQ performance. Isn't this pure idiocy? Zhou Lang also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He had been thrown into the conversation by his uncle's crew these days and had spoken casually, so he didn't think too much about it. Now he could only quickly continue the conversation and apologize to Director Lin. But his eyes would still drift towards Jean Manchua from time to time. She hasn't given herself an answer yet. Jean Manchua still said with an indifferent yet resolute attitude, "No need, please help me decline." Is that so? Zhou Lang drew out a long tone and glanced at Assistant Director Zhu beside him. In fact, the title of Assistant Director sounds nice, but the real job content is to be responsible for recruiting extras, ordering lunchboxes, and coordinating the positions of various groups. To put it bluntly, he is just doing chores for the director and has no power. Therefore, Deputy Director Zhu was very cautious in treating Zhou Lang, just like a lackey. He understood what she meant and said to Manager Lin, "It's like this. Our director Zhou has worked with Miss Qin before and said that her acting skills still need to be honed. He suggested that Manager Lin reconsider and not let her shoot the video yet, otherwise the good content will be wasted. As a newcomer, she needs more experience." These words are just like taking off your pants to fart. Everyone present knew the real intention of these words, but it was just another attempt to use power to pressure others and rely on seniority to say some high-sounding words, which was disgusting. Before Manager Lin made his statement, Xiaoyu's agent, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold back. She stood up and asked, "Did Director Zhou go too far?" Assistant Director Zhu laughed. He knew Xiaoyu's manager and said, "Xiaoyu, the artists you managed before almost all had a position in Director Zhou's crew, right? The cooperation was quite pleasant, and you have a friendship anyway. You don't want to waste all that pretentiousness for a newcomer, do you? Also, you are now coaching a newcomer with no achievements. It's not easy to get started. Is it more important to be tripped by someone or to have your leg broken? Can't you tell the difference? If you ask me, you shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. If you find someone else to lead you, with the resources you have access to, you can get a good position in less than a month, right? Have things been going badly recently?" He smiled sinisterly, and his words revealed one message: the bad luck you have been having recently is all caused by us. Xiaoyu does have access to a lot of resources, but the amount may not be as large as that of level 3. Fuck you. At this moment, Assistant Director Zhu heard a curse. He looked at Gu Ran in surprise and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" "Fuck you, what you just said doesn't work here. In this department, whatever I say can be done, she can do it. Why is it necessary for an outsider like you to point fingers and keep talking nonsense? Look at how capable you are. Do you really think you are a eunuch who delivers imperial decrees? Assistant Director Zhu was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw Gu Ran suddenly stand up. He was half a head taller than him. His sharp eyes were filled with anger, and he stared down at him condescendingly. The oppressive feeling approached him instantly, making his words stuck in his throat. He even took a step back and bumped into Zhou Lang behind him. Zhou Lang is not shorter than Gu Ran. As a sports student, he is even a few centimeters taller. Zhou Lang came up and protected Assistant Director Zhu behind him. A pair of tiger eyes met Gu Ran's gaze, and he was trying hard to maintain his momentum, but in fact he had no confidence. He will never forget how his wrist was dislocated last time. If you take action, you will get confused. Zhou Lang said, if you dare to touch us, Director Zhu will fall down immediately and make you pay tens of thousands of dollars. Do you believe that this matter will not end? Deputy Director Zhu was stunned for a moment. Ha! You've protected me behind you, why do you want me to lie on the ground and blackmail you? Are you a gym student for nothing? Are you getting all these lumps and bumps for nothing? Unexpectedly, Gu Ran smiled and said, more than 10,000 yuan can relieve my anger. It doesn't seem expensive. His treasury was full recently, so it was time for him to not be afraid of squandering. It's just money, I can afford it. When Assistant Director Zhu heard the tone and looked at the unbridled smile, he felt that he was not joking. Damn, this lunatic even dared to scold level 3, so it seems like there is nothing he wouldn't dare to do even if he hit someone, right? Gu Ran took a step forward. Zhou Lang subconsciously dodged to the side, then gave Lao Zhu behind him a look, lie down. Assistant Director Zhu was not stupid and he also hid away. The two of them dodged and almost stood at the door. Gu Ran simply said, Manager Lin, please have someone see the guests off. Manager Lin, however, acted like a peacemaker. He comforted Gu Ran with a few words, then personally sent Zhou Lang and the other two out, whispering something during the process. Chapter 88. Zhou Lang and Assistant Director Zhu said they were there to select people, but in the end they just left in disgrace. In fact, that was not their main purpose. Their main purpose was that they heard that the short video department was going to cooperate with Qin Manchuet again, so they came here specially to show their disgusting faces and exert pressure. Although they left, Agent Xiaoyu was still angry, which could be seen from her heaving chest. Gu Ran couldn't help but look at Xiaoyu curiously and asked, this Zhou Ji is just a TV director, not a movie director, let alone a powerful director. How can he be so arrogant in the company? This was beyond Gu Ran's expectations. I originally thought that even if he wanted to interfere with Qin Manchuet's career, he would do so secretly with some people. I didn't expect him to come so blatantly. This is not just arrogance, it is touching some bottom line. The company is not his own, so who would like it to be in such a mess? Xiaoyu sighed softly and said, there are factions within the company, and Zhou Sanji made his fortune thanks to his wife. His wife's family background has deep connections with relevant departments. Oh, royal relatives. But I don't hang out in your circle, so who do you care? If you are angry, there is no reason to hold it in. Aren't they auditioning actors? Let's go join in the fun. The two girls were confused by Gu Ran's words. Ha! I just had a bad argument with them, and now they want to beat me up again? Xiaoyu felt that Secretary Gu was a little naive and said, if you want to ask for an explanation, forget it. They won't be able to give you an explanation and will only make you laugh. Why would we discuss this with such a person? Gu Ran said calmly, if he doesn't let us be happy, then we won't let him be happy either. Qin Manchuet was shocked. She had seen how Gu Ran dislocated Zhou Lang's wrist. She said hurriedly, don't be impulsive. This will not be good for everyone. Gu Ran smiled and said, you misunderstood. It's not like what you think. With Zhou Lang's character, how could his uncle be a good person? He had a strong premonition that Zhou Sanji had a lot of emotional debts, which could easily trigger a system task. At that time, I can complete the task while looking for an opportunity to deal with him. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Of course, these words are impossible to say. Just then, Manager Lin, who had sent Zhou Lang and the other man away, came back. There was no expression on his face and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ha ha. He smiled and walked to the table. This time he found the script without much effort, handed it to Xiaoyu and said, take it back and have a look. If there are no problems, you can contact the crew to start filming as soon as possible. Okay. Qin Manchuet nodded slightly without thinking too much. Gu Ran smiled and said meaningfully, Manager Lin, this is a brilliant move. What did Secretary Gu say? I don't quite understand. You didn't want to offend Zhou Sanji, but you also wanted Manchue to return to the short video department. So you asked me to call Manchue back. At the same time, you contacted Zhou Sanji to cause a conflict between us, and you sat back and watched the fight. This was a great move. Although this statement was a bit confusing, everyone present understood it. Secretary Gu, you're overthinking it. That's not what I meant. Manager Lin still had that signature smile on his face. But my heart skipped a beat. Isn't this guy a relative of Tang Yan? This pretty boy looks like he is being kept by her, but I didn't expect him to be a bit scheming. Underestimate him. But after working in the workplace for many years, he has seen too many newcomers like this and they are easy to deal with. You can't say that. It was you who was so tough in calling Xiaoqin here. I didn't get through to Director Zhou either. It was all a coincidence. Besides, you were too impulsive just now. This will make the atmosphere awkward and will only increase friction between our two departments in the future. It's obviously you who caused me trouble. As the head of a department, his power and position are much higher than Gu Ran's. He was just giving face to Tang Yan, otherwise he wouldn't have explained so many things. You are just a little secretary, and I have already given you a lot of face. When beating a dog, one has to look at the owner, so he didn't act too strong or use his power to overwhelm others. In the end, he just blamed Gu Ran and put all the responsibility on Gu Ran, occupying the moral high ground. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then smiled lightly and did not argue with him. Or maybe this guy is very smooth, with a lot of words to say, but there is a hint of pride in his eyes. Although it is not too obvious, it cannot escape Gu Ran's eyes. It doesn't matter, I don't like you that much anyway. Let us wait and see. In the end, it was Xiao Yu who smoothed things over. After a few pleasantries, she took Gu Ran and Qin Manchue out of the office and into a small meeting room. In her opinion, such minor frictions are normal, that's how things work in the workplace. Isn't it just an open and covert attack? In other words, this method is not very clever. So she didn't say much about it. It was just that her beautiful eyes moved between Gu Ran and Qin Manchue. The process was very short, but in the end she still said, "What is your relationship now?" Qin Manchue suddenly became a little nervous. She knew that Xiao Yu was very principled in this regard and would not allow the artists she managed to have romantic relationships, even underground relationships were not allowed. But fortunately, Qin Manchue is an actress with good acting skills. She said without any panic on her face, "We are classmates. Stop pretending. I've already noticed something's wrong between you two. The look in your eyes just now was so sticky that it made me feel tired. We are really classmates, Sister Xiao Yu, I know the seriousness of the matter. I can't fall in love now, don't worry." Gu Ran didn't say anything, but just glanced at her with a faint smile on his face. Suspicious, really suspicious. Xiao Yu was very sure that these two people were not classmates at all. I hope so, but you may have to keep some distance from each other in the future, Secretary Gu, you should understand what I mean. Understood. Xiao Yu was not referring to relationships in the workplace, but the kind of relationships that create sparks, but the friction has long been over, and not only sparks, but also splashes, one wave after another. Just then, Gu Ran's cell phone rang and he received several messages. He picked it up and saw that it was from Tang Yan, "Come to my office." Gu Ran thought about it and realized that with Xiao Yu here, it would be impossible to do anything to Qin Manchue, so it would be better to let them read the script in peace. "Manchue, his sister Xiao Yu, Mr. Tang wants to see me for something. I'm leaving now." After saying hello, Gu Ran left the small meeting room. But before leaving, he passed by Qin Manchue and looked at her. I can see her coquettish eyes, her long eyelashes blinking, as if saying, I'm sorry. Gu Ran stretched out his claws and grabbed that plump place hard, causing waves of flesh, and then left with satisfaction. This scared Qin Manchue. She looked at Xiao Yu carefully with a blushing face, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she didn't find anything. Chapter 89. When I came out of the elevator and walked towards Tang Yan's office, I unexpectedly met her husband Yu Xingrong first. Yu Xingrong still had that cold face, and his arrogance could be felt even from several meters away. "Secretary Gu." Yu Xingrong greeted him first, and then they started chatting. "I just went to Yuntan Gallery, and Director Tan and an old gentleman spoke highly of you. But I heard that Tang Yan asked you to be in charge of the work related to the short video department, which is really a waste of your talent. These words sounded like a compliment, but Gu Ran always felt something was wrong. Yu Xingrong continued, I will arrange for you to contact the gallery as soon as possible. Once this matter is done, I will transfer you to the headquarters and arrange a better position for you. Gu Ran smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Yu, for your respect. If the gallery needs me, I will certainly do my best. But forget about going to the headquarters. Yu Xingrong's eyes narrowed slightly. Young man, how can you be so lacking in drive? Why is this guy so talkative? Your wife knows better than you whether I have the drive or not. But she still kept a professional smile on her face. The workplace is not suitable for me. I won't stay in Huanyu for too long. I may quit after a while. Yu Xingrong was surprised for a moment. Why? Haven't you been promoted to a full-time employee now? Are you not satisfied with this job? I haven't signed the regular contract yet. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with the job. I just want to take a break for a while. If you are not satisfied with the treatment, you can always ask and we can discuss it. Talents like you are welcomed in the world. That's not what I meant. It seems that you are not interested in this, so I won't say much. I have something else to do, so let's talk next time. See you later. The two people passed each other. Soon, Yu Xingrong turned his head and stared at Gu Ran's back for a few seconds, his expression not looking too good. It's not that easy to leave after coming here. When the gallery cooperation ends, if it is of no use, just kill it. Yu Xingrong couldn't accept that someone was cheating on him. Even if there is doubt, if he is no longer of any use, he must die. Perhaps it was because he had learned the golden eyes. Even without the ability to see through things, Gu Ran could still feel someone staring at him with a sinister look from behind. That is a very firm feeling. The uncomfortable feeling disappeared only when Yu Xingrong entered the elevator and heard the door close. Gu Ran turned his head and stared at the jumping numbers on the elevator floor display with an indifferent expression. Then let us see who dies first. Gu Ran was feeling a little irritated. So when he arrived at the door of Tang Yan's office, he didn't knock but pushed the door open directly. For Tang Yan, who was at work, this kind of behavior is absolutely unacceptable, and she will inevitably be scolded. But Gu Ran didn't care. It was just touching a bottom line. What I broke through in you was not just the bottom line. I was also going in and out of that bottom line. To Gu Ran's surprise, the office was not only filled with two sweet laughs, but also with a mixture of perfume and coffee aromas. There are guests in the office. But Gu Ran was too familiar with that laughter and fragrance. Tang Ran is here. Sure enough, after walking a few steps forward, I saw a beautiful woman wearing a white dress with floral patterns and a silver necklace, who was so beautiful that she was beyond description, sitting elegantly on the sofa. Isn't a Tang Ran? The sofa was not high, and her legs were long. When she was chatting with Tang Yan, she sat at an angle, so her two long legs with graceful and smooth curves were stacked together, diagonally touching the ground. Her legs were simply amazing, and she looked even more dignified and elegant. Gu Ran likes to watch this kind of scene the most. The more dignified and elegant she is, the more charming and conquering she feels. Tang Yan, who was sitting not far away, had a different posture. She leaned back on a single sofa, crossed her legs elegantly, and the hem of her black skirt just covered her knees, leaving her two smooth calves vaguely visible. She was holding a cup of coffee in her hand, her pretty face slightly raised, and she looked over calmly. It's really weird that even when this woman is sitting, she still gives people a feeling of being looked down upon. Two extremely beautiful women sitting together are so alluring. Suddenly, all the unhappy feelings disappeared. Xiao Ran is here. Tang Ran smiled at him, then gently patted the sofa next to him. Sit here. When Tang Yan heard this, she glared at him, as if to say, you dare. Gu Ran simply ignored him and sat obediently next to Tang Ran, less than 10 centimeters away from her. He could easily smell her body fragrance when he breathed. Sister Tang, why are you here today? Tang Ran was in a good mood when she saw Gu Ran. She couldn't stop laughing and said, I feel bored staying at home, so I went out for a walk. Yan Yan invited me to her company several times. Tang Yan still acted like a queen and said, I invited you many times before, but you never came. But you came today, but you didn't ask me if I was tired or not. You asked me where Gu Ran was right away. Are you here to see me or him? Of course I came to see Xiao Ran. I know your temper in the company very well. I'm afraid he will be bullied by you. Hearing this, Tang Yan was extremely angry. Are you speaking human language? Is he being bullied? Who is bullying whom? I finally lowered myself to quench my thirst, but this guy just left. Do you know how hard it was for me that night? Tang Yen snorted. You can see now that I didn't bully him. Not only did he come in without knocking, but he also sat down so carelessly. Look at his lawless appearance. How could I bully him? However, if you had come earlier, you might have seen this kid go to the police station and almost get sentenced. What's going on? Tang Ran looked over, worried and curious. Tang Yen also looked over curiously, and even put down her folded legs, allowing the black skirt to reveal large areas of white. Seeing this, Guran decisively leaned close to Tang Ran's ear, exhaled, and explained in a low voice. Tang Yen was stunned. What do you mean? You whispered to my bestie in front of me? You deliberately didn't tell me? Guran. She stood up angrily, her black skirt falling down, her waves shaking violently, and pointed at Guran and said, I asked Lu Song to rescue you, but you, an ungrateful wolf, kept it from me. Guran asked back, Uncle Lu didn't tell you what happened? He didn't elaborate. I'm waiting for you, the client, to report to me. How can I not know how bad you are? Can you tell Lu Song the whole story before it's absolutely necessary? You said that as if you knew me through and through. Tang Yen felt that there was ambiguity in what he said and became even angrier. Before she lost her temper, Guran did not hide anything and told her the whole thing in detail. Chapter 90. Under the severe torture of the two beautiful women, Guran still opened his mouth. The story begins with meeting Yu Xingrong at Tang Yan's house. After listening quietly, Tang Yan leaned forward slightly, and her collar in the beautiful white scenery naturally fell under the action of gravity. Why didn't you come back when I called you upstairs? It seems you went out drinking with Qianxian? Unlike when he was angry normally, the words sounded sarcastic, sour, and even a little coquettish. It's not that serious. It's just that I didn't satisfy you for one night. If you are thirsty, you can do it yourself or play with toys. If Tang Ran hadn't been sitting next to him, this sentence would have come out of his mouth. However, Gu Ran soon realized that Tang Ran also looked at him meaningfully and asked, Xiao Ran, you seem to be popular with women. There are so many beautiful women around you. You seem to be living a comfortable life. How moisturizing it is. Gu Ran pointed at Tang Yan and said, this boss makes me work like a cow and a horse, but he doesn't give me grass. I mean, he doesn't let me eat grass. Sister Qianxian has a boyfriend, so I can only look at her to satisfy my craving. What's the big deal about having a boyfriend? Tang Yan smiled and looked at her bestie playfully and said, some people are married, but they still want to be with young hunks. Gu Ran pretended to be confused. Which one? It's just doing things we like with young boys. Tang Yan was referring to Tang Ran's birthday, when she called her and said that she had fallen in love with a young boy and wanted to. But she didn't know that the young boy was sitting next to her best friend, with his legs touching hers. She didn't think it was Gu Ran either, because Tang Ran said on the phone that she didn't know the boy. As for Tang Ran, the main character, she felt more and more guilty the more she listened, and her face became hotter and hotter. She picked up the pillow behind her and threw it at Tang Yan's heavy chest. A soft pillow, hitting the softer flesh pad, will only cause tremors. She kept jumping and dancing, and Gu Ran was stunned by what she saw. After fooling around with her bestie for a while, Tang Ran snorted and stopped. When she sat down next to Gu Ran again, she suddenly realized a serious problem. Tang Yan hadn't mentioned anyone by name just now, so wasn't she being too revealing? She turned her head and looked at Gu Ran's expression. Really? He is laughing. It is clearly a sunny and handsome face, but his smile is so ambiguous. Gu Ran bumped his shoulder gently, causing another tremor, and asked playfully, Sister Tang, which young hunk do you want to do your favorite things with? A straight ball made Tang Ran panic for a second, and then she came to her senses and said stubbornly, Yan Yan is not talking about me, but a friend of ours. My friend, I understand. Gu Ran smiled even more cunningly. He seemed to have received an important signal, and his heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. Can the task be completed immediately? Tang Ran didn't dare to look him in the eye. She stood up and said, since you're okay, I'll go back first. She was panicked, yet she was surprisingly charming. Gu Ran held her wrist, not letting her go, and said, you finally came to Sister Tang's company, I'll take you around. Tang Yan was angry at the little actions of these two people and felt that she was being ignored. How long have you been in the company? You're either late, absent, or leave early. Have you worked a full day? Do you know her well? Why don't you take her around? Tang Ran, sit down too. Really, there's no man at home, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Between best friends, if there wasn't a man present, her words might have been even more obscene. This is what usually happens when the two lonely beauties are together. Tang Yen would flirt with Tang Ran from time to time. But can these be done in front of a man? Tang Ran felt shy and embarrassed, fearing that something would come out of her rosy little mouth again, so she had to sit down again. Tang Yen was actually still very unhappy. My sofa is so spacious that two people can roll around together. Why are you two sitting so close? Do you want to have negative distance? Of course, she had no right to say anything if she wanted them to sit further away. Shanxian, how do you want to take revenge on that scumbag? Do you need my help? Find a few experienced people to make Zhang Tianyu a second-level disabled person? The kind that won't leave any traces. Gu Ran was stunned when he heard this, because he had said the same thing to Xiang Shanxian. I thought exactly the same thing. Our country has a mature set of criminal laws. Gu Ran answered in Xiang Shanxian's tone. Although he had discussed with Xiang Shanxian how to take revenge, Xiang Shanxian didn't have any answer. Even if she did, Gu Ran didn't intend to tell her. The topic ended after just a few words. Gu Ran said, I just went to the short video department. To be honest, I am not very satisfied with Manager Lin. President Tang, why did you put such a person in that position? This also aroused Tang Yan's interest. She took a sip of coffee and raised her eyebrows. Oh? This person was introduced to me by a friend of mine. He said he had a lot of experience in this field. I looked at his history grades and they were pretty good. Tell me more about him. Now that Gu Ran is her official secretary, she always listens carefully to such matters and takes them seriously. Gu Ran repeated what had just happened and inevitably mentioned Zhou Li again. Tang Yan was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Okay, I understand this matter. Don't worry about level 3 for now. Knowing Tang Yan's working style, she said don't worry, which means don't worry about it, let her arrange it freely. But Tang Ran was not an employee of the company. After listening to her, she said, this supervisor is really not a good person. He doesn't do his job well and is scheming. He has made the company a mess. The person he introduced is also unreliable. Yen, we should not keep such a person, right? For a moment, Gu Ran just wanted to cover her mouth, or pulled her legs up like a handbrake. Tang Yan, who is working, may not like to talk about these things. As a result, Tang Yan unexpectedly laughed, and when she looked at her bestie, she spoke softly, well, you understand me. I'll have someone keep an eye on him for a few days. If he really has this kind of character, get out of here. Hiss, this attitude is surprisingly good, even a little doting. Gu Ran was somewhat bumped into. Hiss, sisters, they're great too. Tang Ran asked again, Zhou San's wife is Ding Xiaojiao, right? Yeah, that fat bitch. When talking about this person, Tang Yan stopped smiling and even looked a little disdainful. This piqued Gu Ran's interest, and he couldn't help but ask, do you know each other? Yes, I know her. Tang Yan sneered, we are still best friends. Chapter 91. If Gu Ran heard correctly. Tang Yan actually said that she not only knew Zhou Sanji's wife, a woman named Ding Xiaojiao, but was also her best friend. Gu Ran suddenly felt that the relationships between the characters became complicated. And judging from Tang Yan's sneering tone, it seemed that she didn't like this best friend very much. Tang Ran seemed to have guessed what Gu Ran was thinking, and explained, someone in Ding Xiaojiao's family works in the audit department and is quite powerful. By chance, Yen got to know her. They had a good relationship before, but something happened later and the relationship is not so good anymore. But Ding Xiaojiao and I have a good relationship, so it's not easy to be caught in the middle. Gu Ran actually doesn't care about the relationship between you three. As long as this Ding Xiaojiao is the wife of a third-level official, that's enough. Gu Ran said, I heard that Zhou Sanji is quite afraid of his wife. It's more than just fear. It's no different from a cat seeing a mouse. Gu Ran's eyes were gleaming with the same gossip as Xiang Shanxian's. He moved his hips and approached Tang Ran and said, tell me about it. Go away, you are too close, move away. Tang Ran felt her thighs being rubbed twice and she pushed Gu Ran away feeling a little embarrassed. Then, to satisfy Gu Ran, he said, Zhou Sanji graduated from an art school before. He was very handsome when he was young, so Ding Xiaojiao spotted him at first sight. Then, through her circle, she got him into the film and television industry. After shooting 2 movies, he started to be a director. His performance was pretty good. Later, he signed with Huanyu and has been doing very well in the past few years. Tang Yan laughed disdainfully. He joined the company before I came to Shanghai to take up the position. To be honest, I don't think highly of him. His talent is not as great as the media boasts, and his level is just average. He was not fired because of Ding Xiaojiu and her family background. He is a bully who only cares about the strong and the weak. His wife would be so scared that her legs would go limp if she called him. Gu Ran became more interested and asked, "Can you give me Ding Xiaojiu's phone number?" "Huh?" Both beautiful women uttered a question softly. Tang Yan raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a playful smile, then stood up, sat on the other side of Gu Ran, looked at his face carefully and said, "What? Just because you heard that Ding Xiaojiu likes handsome young men, you want to hook up with a rich woman? Don't tell me, with your looks and figure, she might really like you." This was the first time that Gu Ran experienced the feeling of being surrounded by two women. Just one word, run. If Tang Ran hadn't been sitting next to him, Gu Ran would have patted her thigh and said, "Can you bear to do that? You want to eat first, right? Go." Tang Ran said unhappily, "You dirty woman, Xiao Ran is not that kind of person." Tang Yan smiled even more happily and said, "What? Are you protecting your food now? Do you also like Gu Ran's dish?" As she spoke, her little feet came close to me and made small movements. Unexpectedly, after being teased, the delicate Tang Ran did not get angry or embarrassed, but instead fought back by asking, "Also?" When her best friend moved to sit on the other side of Gu Ran and sandwiched in between her and him, Tang Ran felt something was wrong. How could she be so strong-willed and someone who advocates leadership supremacy get so close to her male subordinates? Something is so wrong. Gu Ran sat among them. Although the air was filled with fragrance, he did not enjoy it that much. At least when they talked, they used their eyes to compete with each other, and there were flashes of swords and sabers, so it was inevitable that they would be injured accidentally. But I couldn't bear to get up, it felt very comfortable being clamped. Gu Ran cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment. Ahem. Don't get me wrong, I want this call for something serious, but it has to be kept secret for now. I'll tell you later, okay? Tang Yan snorted coldly and said firmly, "No." Tang Ran smiled sweetly and opened her pink bag. However, the opening was very narrow, so she only put 2 fingers in and fumbled around before taking out the phone. "It's okay. I'll give it to you." Tang Yan stood up angrily, pointed at Tang Ran's nose and said, "Are you deliberately going against me?" She was really mad. She could see that Gu Ran really wanted this call. How could I give it to him so easily? We have to exchange it. At least let me quench my thirst once. How can I be against you? Xiao Ran just wants a phone number, how could he have any bad intentions? Tang Ran said. Gu Ran got the phone number easily, looked up proudly and smiled at Tang Yan. Tang Yan was so angry that she laughed at this provocation. I really want to take revenge on him. But Gu Ran was different from ordinary employees. She didn't know how to scold him for a moment, and finally she just said, "Be careful or I'll deduct your bonus." Gu Ran shrugged indifferently. He had no shortage of money. Just deduct it. Don't ask me for the remaining treatments. Tang Yan raised her eyebrows. To be honest, she really felt threatened. She really wants it. What treatment? Yen Yen, are you feeling unwell? Tang Ran asked with concern. No, my cervical spine is not feeling well. Gu Ran's massage technique is pretty good, it's somewhat effective. Although he is a big boss with an imposing aura, he feels guilty when he lies in front of his best friend. She didn't want to talk about her physical problem as it always reminded her of the ridiculous night she had with Gu Ran. Tang Ran nodded and said, well, his technique is really good and can make people sleep comfortably. Xiao Ran, come to my house tonight. I didn't sleep well last night when you were not here. Gu Ran nodded without hesitation, okay. How can I refuse such a good thing? Tang Yan was furious. What a heartless man. He just hooked his finger at a beautiful woman and left like that? What about me? Tang Yan asked unconvincedly, how can I interrupt the agreed treatment? Gu Ran refused, no. Your husband is at home, it's not convenient. Tang Yan responded in a low voice. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. You can get a room. This time, she raised her voice, with a desperate look, and added, I'm doing this to take care of my body. Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh and said, actually, I just heard it clearly. How dare you tease me? Tang Yan was both embarrassed and angry. She couldn't help but raise her foot and kick Gu Ran. However, she was afraid of hurting him, so she didn't dare to use the tip of her high heels. She could only kick him coquettishly with the side of her jade foot. Tang Ran couldn't help but say, "Xiao Ran, you've become a bad person." Gu Ran smiled smugly, then looked back and forth at their expressions and said, "If it really doesn't work, let's go together." Tang Yan was stunned for a moment and wanted to kick him even more. "You damned bastard. Don't you know what I want? How can we do that together?" Tang Ran's idea was simple. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Okay, how about we go to my house? The bed in the master bedroom is very big." Tang Yan held her forehead inside. This stupid woman, has she become stupid because she hasn't had the care of a man for too long? Do you think we can go to SPA together? Chapter 92. Tang Ran didn't think she was stupid, instead she thought she was quite smart. Just a few days ago, on her birthday, Gu Ran claimed to be an old Chinese doctor and said that he had a very mature and effective hypnosis therapy technique. He asked her if she wanted to try it. Tang Ran was somewhat resistant, but she had a natural trust in Gu Ran and also wanted to cure her chronic illness. So after struggling for a while, I just lay on the bed and let him do whatever he wanted. At the beginning, his warm, powerful and magical hands were only massaging his head, neck and shoulders. When she felt a little sleepy, the pair of fascinating big hands suddenly moved down. That comfortable feeling really makes one's throat itchy and makes one want to make some other sounds. At the same time, I felt more and more sleepy. When she was about to fall asleep, she heard Gu Ran whisper, "Sister Tang, turn over. I'll press the front for you. It will be more effective." Tang Ran couldn't remember what happened after that. All she knew was that she lay on the bed that had been made for her and had a very comfortable sleep. But when I woke up, my pants and bed sheets were wet. Until now, she also wanted to try what it would feel like to let Gu Ran press on the front. However, she didn't dare to express this shameful thought. But if my best friend Tang Yan went along, then the awkwardness should be reduced a lot, right? At least this little bastard and little pervert doesn't dare to have any other thoughts, right? Well, this wave is stable. After having these thoughts, Tang Ran did not stay in Huanyu for too long. He and Gu Ran went to his workplace and then went home. At home, the second bedroom next to the master bedroom is also quite large, and the wide and large bed is also quite large. It's no problem for 2 or 3 people to lie down. After tidying up the room and placing a few potted plants in it, I also arranged some aromatherapy and the essential oils that Gu Ran had ordered in advance. She didn't have essential oils at home, so she went to the supermarket and bought 2 bottles. Although Tang Ran is a mature woman, she has watched very few porn movies, let alone massage series, so she really has no idea what the wide range of uses of this essential oil is. But when she was checking out, a boy at the counter looked at her with greedy eyes. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Gu Ran drove Tang Yan to her home. During dinner, we drank some medicinal wine and chatted while eating. The meal took more than 2 hours. Just as Gu Ran was rubbing his palms, he was about to do something big to the 2 mature women. He had already made preparations for both scenarios. After the 2 beautiful women took a shower, their bodies were emitting the scent of shower gel. Gu Ran followed them into the room, but was pushed out by Tang Yan again. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. "Do you understand? Tang Ran and I are changing clothes. Why did you come in? Do you want to watch too?" Gu Ran nodded honestly. "You wish." With a bang, the door closed. Not long after, the sound of 2 women playing with each other was heard from inside, which made people feel itchy. Gu Ran's throat rolled, and just when he was about to take a look with his golden eyes, the door was opened by Tang Yan. It was Tang Yan who opened the door. Unlike what she wore last night, it was not a bikini-style bra, but a loose bath towel that seemed like it could fall off if pulled, but it only covered the main parts. "Stupid look, are you stupid?" Tang Yan stretched out a finger and touched Gu Ran's chin. Then, without waiting for him to make any move, she turned around, twisted her buttocks, and lay down directly on the soft bed. Next to her was Tang Ran, who was also wearing loose clothes. The 2 beautiful women were lying on their stomachs, looking at him with their heads tilted. "Dr. Gu, who are you going to start with?" About half an hour later, Gu Ran removed the silver needles from Tang Ran one by one. "Is she really asleep?" Tang Yan looked at her best friend who was blushing all over and said in surprise. At the same time, he couldn't help but stretch out a finger and poke her tight face, but she didn't react at all, and her breathing became more and more even. Gu Ran stood aside, tidied up Tang Ran's messy bathrobe, and then covered her with a thin blanket and said, "Well, she is actually very sleep deprived, so I didn't bother her much and just let her sleep. Well, there is still room for development, but I still can't bear it. Besides, isn't there another person next to him?" Tang Yan asked curiously, "After being pressed down like this by you, can she sleep soundly?" "Of course, I also took some Chinese medicine. She is sleeping very lightly now, but she will fall into a deep sleep soon." Tang Yan nodded, then half lying on the bed, propping up her head with her hands, and said, "What about me? It's not over yet, right?" "Of course not, but she's already asleep. The physical therapy I'm going to give you next might be very intense, so it's not very convenient here." Gu Ran had a blank expression on his face, looking serious. Tang Yan was amused, but she didn't expose him and said, "Okay, let's go to the master bedroom." "Okay." Gu Ran took the half remaining essential oil. "Wait, you idiot, carry me over here." The next morning, Gu Ran did not wake up naturally, but was woken up by being tormented. As soon as the quilt was lifted, Tang Yan actually hid in the quilt to eat breakfast. As if she was afraid that someone would snatch the food from her, she lifted her fallen hair and ate even faster. Finally, she raised her head, rolled her throat, swallowed the last bite, and did not forget to clean up the dishes. Gu Ran took a breath of cold air, leaned against the head of the bed, and couldn't help sighing. MILFs really can't be messed with casually. She just can't get enough. Tang Yan seemed unsatisfied, but Gu Ran stopped her and said, "Sister Tang will wake up soon." Tang Yan raised her eyebrows. "Why? Are you afraid of being discovered by her?" Forget it." Tang Yan waved her hand, "Go make breakfast." "I'm hungry." "What a hungry woman. You still say that." After Gu Ran went downstairs, Tang Yan still felt a little guilty, so she walked lightly to the next room. When she opened the door, she saw that Tang Ran was still asleep, but there was a small wet spot on the bed sheet. As if sensing someone around, Tang Ran slowly opened her eyes and saw Tang Yan smiling slyly and asking, "Little slut, what did you dream about just now?" No. Tang Ran responded in a low voice, then covered her hips with a blanket to hide her embarrassment. "Really?" Tang Yan laughed even more happily, but did not expose her. Suddenly, Tang Ran said, "But I seemed to hear some noise in the master bedroom last night, like a cat's meowing." This time it was Tang Yan's turn to be nervous, but she concealed it well and said, "Really? I didn't hear anything." Chapter 93. Gu Ran didn't make breakfast, but ordered some takeout. Sitting at the dining table, Tang Yan did not chat with the two of them, but was on a conference call. Sister Zhang reported that there are some specific collaborations that need to be discussed at Yuntan Gallery today, and people from Tianyi will also be there. Another secretary was reporting on matters related to the cinema chain. Gu Ran was also listening, but since these were not his responsibility, he had no interest in them. It was not until half of breakfast was finished that Gu Ran and Tang Ran had the right to speak, otherwise they would be disturbing her meeting. "What a crazy person. Can't you go to another room for the meeting?" Tang Ran didn't mind. She looked at Gu Ran and asked casually, "Xiao Ran, you're not still living in the school dormitory, are you? It's still far from the company. Don't you plan to find a place closer?" "I don't have time to find one." Gu Ran glanced at Tang Yan, who was sitting next to him, and said, "This big boss was very anxious to get me to work, so I stayed in the hotel for a few days." If Tang Ran hadn't said it, he really had no idea of renting a house. He always spent these days in different hotels with different women. "You know what, it's quite comfortable." Tang Yan tore off a small piece of steamed bun, put it into her mouth, chewed it in small bites, and said, "If you sign the formal contract, I can arrange a house for you." Until now, Gu Ran has not signed the regularization contract. The above benefits are very good. Not to mention the annual salary of 1 million in various benefits, you can save a lot of money on buying a car and a house. But Gu Ran didn't like the restrictions, and he also felt that he would probably have to leave his job soon. After signing this contract, there are some clauses that need to be discussed when leaving the company. Therefore, Tang Yan would often put a few more conditions in addition to the terms of the contract in an attempt to keep Gu Ran, but this stinky man would remain unmoved. "You know what, when I heard her talk about arranging a house this time, I was really moved." Tang Ran said, "If you haven't rented a house yet, you can live in my house first." Gu Ran looked up in surprise, but Tang Ran seemed to be avoiding her gaze and lowered her head to drink porridge, not daring to look her in the eye. Tang Yan smiled slyly and said, "It's not appropriate for you two to be alone, right?" Gu Ran said hurriedly, "It's suitable." Sister Tang lives upstairs and I live downstairs. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Under the dining table, Tang Yen gently kicked Gu Ran with an unhappy expression. Gu Ran said as if he didn't feel anything, "Anyway, this place is close to the company, Mr. Tang. I won't be late if it's this close." Although he said this, he was thinking, the task progress is now 80%, and the golden eye can only be used for 10 minutes a day. As long as the progress reaches 100%, not only will the golden eye be unlimited in duration, but antique appreciation will not be limited to calligraphy and painting. When he thought of this, Gu Ran wished he could stay here forever. Tang Yen doesn't think so. A little hooligan and a sultry young woman, how could I not know what you two are thinking? But she really didn't know what to say to stop it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and Tang Yen said, "In fact, I have already arranged a place for you to live. It's closer to the company, and it's fully furnished and you don't have to rent it." Tang Ran suddenly looked up and said, "I don't need to pay rent for this either." Tang Yen slammed the table and said, "I'll even provide a special driver to pick you up. I can prepare 3 meals a day and wait for him to come home to eat. I have a star chef in my company." Gu Ran exclaimed, "Wow, it's rolled up?" This time, Tang Ran couldn't get over it. She said helplessly, "I just want Xiao Ran to stay and improve my sleep. Since you treat him so well, I have nothing to say." Tang Yen secretly said that this was not good. This woman has a gentle face and usually speaks softly, but now she looks sensible and helpless. Which man can resist this? You are great, Tang Ran, and you are great at tea art. But Gu Ran didn't think so. What kind of tea? This is clearly a gentle big sister who is caring, considerate, and fragile. The two beautiful young women looked at Gu Ran at the same time. Although they didn't say anything, their intention was to ask Gu Ran to express his opinion. Gu Ran put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "This is too difficult for me to choose. Can't I have both?" Tang Yen was furious. She stood up, ignoring the trembling in her chest, and knocked Gu Ran on the head with her chopsticks and said, "You are quite greedy." Tang Ran said, "Sure, it will be more convenient for you to live in 2 places, but if you don't go home, you must tell me in advance." Tang Yen was stunned again. "You bastard, you betrayed me." Yuntan Gallery, in a conference room. After hearing from Gu Ran last time that the Lushan Sandy was not only a fake but also contained something hidden in the scroll, Tan Penghai immediately reported it. Only a few senior executives of the gallery knew about this. They took the painting down immediately, and after several studies, they finally confirmed that it was indeed a fake painting. The shaft was indeed hollow, and there was a painting hidden inside. When I unfolded it, I found that it was another painting called Sea Banquet by Mr. Zhou, the author of Lushan Sandy, which has disappeared. In everyone's perception, Sea Banquet has greater cultural value because it is a painting that depicts the people's livelihood after a successful exhibition. It is also a well-known painting, but many people have not known the whereabouts of this painting for many years and thought it was sold overseas or kept privately by someone. Unexpectedly, it was hidden in the axis of a fake painting. This incident also attracted the attention of relevant departments, and the police also intervened. After all, this is a priceless painting, and even if it has been many years, it still has to be investigated. But the secret could not be kept after all. Although it was not spread widely, most people inside the gallery heard about it. Many people want to see Sea Banquet, but unless they reach a certain level, they won't have this opportunity. These days, a group of experts have been studying the painting and found 1 or 2 suspicious points, but they are just doubts and no one can determine whether it is an authentic work or a fake. After all, Lushan Sandy had been hanging in the Yunj for so many years, and it was finally discovered by a 20-year-old boy, wasn't it? This ambiguity is unacceptable to Yuntan Gallery. Someone suggested, "Old Tan, let's call that young man over again and let him take another look. When there is a result, we can discuss it together." Someone else said, "We are a group of professionals, but we still have to find a young boy to appraise a painting. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed if you tell others about it? The fake painting has been hanging here for so many years. Have you noticed it? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it got out?" Finally, Tan Penghai said, Okay, stop arguing. Let the young man take a look. It's not like he can make the final decision alone. What's there to argue about? Besides, haven't several of us said that we want to meet him in person? What Lao Tan said makes sense, so let's get in touch. Chapter 94. After sending Tang Yen to the company, I went to the short video department downstairs, but I didn't see Qin Manchue. She was going to shoot some things at the film and television base today. At about 9 o'clock, Gu Ran drove all the way to the airport. It's not a business matter, it's entirely a private matter. As Tang Yan's secretary, Gu Ran has a high degree of freedom. Is it normal for me to do some personal things during work hours? What if I get discovered? There is nothing to mourn. It is now October and summer is quietly passing. Although the sun is still shining brightly today, it no longer feels that scorching hot. In addition, there was a light rain in the morning, and there was a cool smell in the air. Gu Ran waited at the exit for a while before he saw a group of passengers coming out with large and small luggage. Among the crowd, there was an extremely beautiful girl who attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a simple yellow t-shirt and blue jeans, with a narrow leather belt around her waist, which revealed the outline of her narrow waist. She is also very tall, especially with her pair of long, white legs, which makes her body proportions look very comfortable. Suddenly, the beautiful lady with long legs seemed to see someone. A bright smile appeared on her indifferent face. She walked up quickly, pulling her suitcase. Shinweiga lifted the wine-red sunglasses on Xiao Qiong's nose to the top of her head and said with a smile, "Oh, you really came to pick me up?" Gu Ran took her suitcase and said with a smile, "You are so beautiful. If I don't come to pick you up, I'm afraid you will be kidnapped." Shinweiga particularly liked to hear this sentence. She raised her head proudly, put her hands behind her back and said, "But you have to go to work today? That's not as important as coming to pick you up, but I'm taking a big risk, so you have to treat me to a meal. Eating is boring, let's drink." Gu Ran narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Okay." After getting in the car, Gu Ran asked, "How was your trip?" Last time at Yuntan Gallery, after Shinweiga saw through Han Yuxuan's true face, she ran home and stayed drunk that night. 2 days later, she boarded a plane and told Gu Ran that she wanted to go out and relax. "I just came back today. Before boarding the plane, I joked with Gu Ran that no one would pick me up, but I didn't expect that he actually came." Shinweiga sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Perhaps because her body was too soft and too large, the seatbelt actually sank into a groove and was completely wrapped up. Gu Ran took a breath of cold air. Vacuum. But 2 points were not highlighted. Is there something posted? Shinweiga didn't pay attention to this little detail, she just smiled and said, "Not bad, but I'm not just here to relax, I'm mainly going to participate in a dance competition. I won a small championship, the trophy is in the box, it was inconvenient to open it in the parking lot just now, I'll show it to you when I get there." Gu Ran asked cunningly, "Why is it inconvenient to open it?" Shinweiga patted Gu Ran on the shoulder and said coquettishly, "My underwear is on the top." Gu Ran smiled and said, "Okay, you must open it and show it to me later. You're annoying." At this moment, the mobile phone placed on the navigation stand suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed, "Mr. Yu." Shinweiga suddenly became quiet and whispered, "Did you get caught skipping work?" "Yeah, now you're going to be scolded, you have to make it up to me." Compensation, take it quickly." Gu Ran smiled and answered the call. The sound was connected to the car's Bluetooth. "Secretary Gu, where are you now?" There was no sign of joy or anger in Yu Xingrong's voice, so it was impossible to tell what was going on. "I came out for something. If you have time, come to the gallery now. Director Tan just contacted the company and wants you to go." Gu Ran thought for a moment and asked, "Did you say anything?" "No." "Okay, I'll be there now." "Well, I'll wait for you." Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, and wanted to ask why he was waiting for him. But he didn't ask the question, because how could a subordinate ask his superior? "You'll know when you get there. However, after a crazy night with Tang Yan last night, I still feel a little guilty about going to meet her husband now." On the passenger seat, Shinweiga put the chair down and was half lying down. Her plump breasts made her yellow t-shirt bulge out. Every time she turned sideways, one could see obvious vibrations. "I'm going to be taken back to work again." Gu Ran smiled bitterly, "Yeah, I wanted to hang out with you for a day, let me send you back first." Shinweiga waved her hand indifferently and said, "Can I go to the gallery with you? I've been there a few times, but I've never really had a good time." Her speech was steady and her mood was not low. The influence Han Yuxuan had brought to her seemed to have worn off. Gu Ran naturally had no objection. When they arrived at the entrance of Yuntan Gallery, Gu Ran met up with Yu Xingrong through a phone call. He was not alone, there was a group of colleagues around him, but Gu Ran didn't know any of them. "I guess they are the team he brought from the headquarters." Yu Xingrong saw that there was such a young and beautiful woman beside Gu Ran, and he didn't say anything, but just said, "You came at the right time today. Although our cooperation with the gallery has been finalized, there are still some important things to be discussed today. Many leaders of art schools, peer companies, and advertising companies have also come, and they are all here to share the cake. Although I don't know why Director Tan wants you to do something, as long as you do a good job, you will definitely get some benefits. After saying that, he patted Gu Ran on the back with respect. Gu Ran just gave a standard workplace smile and said nothing. As Yu Xingrong walked into a large reception room in the gallery, Gu Ran soon met the people he had just mentioned. Although the Yuntan Gallery's event has not been officially announced, as more and more things were confirmed during the discussions with Huan Yu, the news began to spread. Anyone with a keen business sense can smell the value in it, so entrepreneurs, investors and art schools are unwilling to miss this opportunity. Shenhuiga stood aside and felt that President Yu particularly valued Gu Ran and would introduce him to some industry leaders. She could tell that Mr. Yu, who looked very cold, was a member of the upper class of society, and the people who could talk to him were not simple either. In fact, this is indeed a very upper-class circle. Can an ordinary person be able to talk to Yu Xingrong, who is worth billions? Yu Xingrong introduced us like this: don't underestimate Secretary Gu because he is young, but he is very talented. The reason why Huan Yu can have such a big say in this event is because of Secretary Gu's negotiation. As you all know, the senior leaders of the gallery were very resistant to people like us who are obsessed with money at the beginning. Chapter 95. Gu Ran didn't know why Yu Xingrong suddenly went crazy. This guy was obviously upset about the fact that he and his wife were alone together and wanted to kill me, so why did he introduce me to the upper class so vigorously? After hearing Yu Xingrong's introduction, everyone became very interested in Gu Ran and talked to him with friendly smiles. Some even handed out business cards. This was something Gu Ran didn't expect, but he didn't have a business card yet, so everyone smiled and said it didn't matter. This friendly atmosphere gave people a good feeling, but Gu Ran knew that he was only of use to them. If you don't have any value, no one will talk to you, let alone maintain a good demeanor when you give out a business card but don't receive one. Just then, several more people in formal attire came over. Different from the strange faces before. These people who came were all acquaintances. When Gu Ran saw it, he couldn't help but laugh. Chen Shunwan's bad friend, the scum art professor, Yang Xingxue. Han Yuxuan, a genius in the art department who holds an art exhibition at Yuntan Gallery and fails in his pursuit of Shenhuiga. There is another one, a middle-aged man who I met in the private room where Tang Yan was drugged. I don't know his name, but I know he is a senior executive of Tianyi. These three people actually got together, which seemed both strange and harmonious to Gu Ran. Snakes and rats are from the same nest, that's right. When Yang Xingxue saw Gu Ran, the smile on his face froze and he snorted coldly. Han Yuxuan wasn't feeling much better, especially when he saw Gu Ran and Shenhuiga standing together. He always felt a green tinge on his head and his fists subconsciously stiffened. The funniest thing is the senior executive of Tianyi. They are clearly rivals of Huan Yu, and this cooperation is clearly their disadvantage. It is not excessive for them to be angry. However, I still want to get a piece of the pie in this collaboration, so I have to maintain a friendly relationship. Otherwise, if I am kicked out by the gallery, I will lose everything. At least at this critical juncture, it is not the time to cause trouble. The senior executive of Tianyi walked up to Gu Ran with a bulging beer belly, smiled harmlessly, stretched out his hand and said, "Master Yu, we meet again." Well. Gu Ran felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Last time, Tang Yan called me husband in the private room. This fat guy has such a good memory that he still remembers me now? Gu Ran said, "You are mistaken, the person next to me is Mr. Yu." "Master Yu, you're joking. We met in the private room last time, and Mr. Tang even jumped into your arms. How could I have recognized the wrong person?" Hiss. Fuck you. He now suspects that the fat guy did it on purpose. He must know Yu Xingrong now. Saying this would not only put a green hat on his head in public, but also bring trouble upon himself. Sure enough, there were several surprised voices all around. Gu Ran said to Shang Rong, "Boss Yu, the last time Boss Tang got drunk and asked me to save the situation, it was him I met." Yu Xingrong let out a long "oh," looked up and down at the fat man in front of him, and then shook hands with him. "Hello, I'm Yu Xingrong. This is my wife's assistant." She was drunk last time, so she recognized the wrong person. So that's how it is. "Hello, Mr. Yu, I'm Ji1, the person in charge of Tianyi Magic City." "So, it was you who got my wife drunk last time?" Suddenly, Yu Xingrong stopped smiling, his eyes widened with anger, and at the same time, the strength in his hands suddenly increased. Gu Ran could even see the bulging blue veins on the back of his hands and the strong muscles in his arms. Ji Wen's expression suddenly changed drastically, and there was a hint of pain in his expression, but he concealed it very well, with only the corners of his mouth twitching from time to time. It can be seen that the two men were competing with each other in hand strength when shaking hands, but Yu Xingrong had the upper hand. The tremendous gripping power even made Ji Wen's face turn pale. After half a minute, Yu Xingrong finally let go of his hand. The anger in his eyes faded away. He patted Ji Wen on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. We have a long way to go." During this process, the entire hall remained eerily quiet. Many people in the circle knew Yu Xingrong's behavior, so no one stepped forward to stop him. They were more happy to watch the dog-eat-dog fight. Ji Wen also maintained his excellent demeanor, as if nothing had happened, and repeated, "There is a long way to go." Anyone can hear the tension in the conversation. But soon, everyone was chatting happily together again. This is business, everyone wears a mask. At this time, Han Yuxuan came over, stood beside Shen Weiga, and whispered, "Weiga, I have reflected on myself during this period. I did something wrong before. I hope you can give me another chance." Shen Weiga frowned and said unhappily, "Stop, I don't want to hear anything you say. I finally came back from a few days of relaxation and I'm in a good mood. Don't spoil my mood." Han Yuxuan suddenly felt embarrassed. Just like my last art exhibition, after the casualness of the painting was exposed in public, the whole exhibition became very embarrassing. I originally estimated that 20 paintings could be sold, but in the end only 3 were sold. Such a result cannot be any lower than that appearing in Yuntan Gallery. So shameful. Later, when the news spread, he couldn't even hold his head up in the company. The instigator of all this is Gu Ran. Yes, Han Yuxuan put all the blame on Gu Ran. If it weren't for this guy's talkativeness, I would have won the beauty long ago, and also gained both fame and fortune. How could I be laughed at by others behind my back? Now, even his goddess stands with him and ignores him. Me. The school idol of the fine arts department. A genius in the painting world. When have you ever been so angry? Gu Ran looked around and saw that all the people who came today were important people. Han Yuxuan is just a contracted artist of Tianyi, so it's really out of place here. "Mr. Han, nice to meet you again. Why are you here today?" Han Yuxuan looked over and said coldly, "I heard from my uncle that a painting that is suspected to be Mr. Zhou's was recently found in the gallery. It is the legendary Sea Banquet that has disappeared, so I asked about it. Today I am here to appreciate Mr. Zhou's original work." "Oh, I see." Gu Ran nodded slightly, without any ripples in his heart. Seeing that he was still trying to hide his displeasure, Han Yuxuan looked at Gu Ran with disdain and said, "Are you good at painting? What's the point of being able to paint? In our circle, to get by, you need power and background. Forget it, there's no point telling you this. It's too early for you to go into a place like Yunj and take a look." The early he mentioned refers to his qualifications, connections, and fame in the painting world. Without these things, you think you can be successful just by virtue of your good portrait painting skills? Ha, stop kidding. Chapter 96. Han Yuxuan had already asked several of his friends in Huanyu to inquire about Gu Ran. It was learned that this person was a relative of Tang Yan through the back door, but the specific relationship was unknown. But that's enough. I don't care what kind of connections you have. Anyway, you are doing evil things in the world and have nothing to do with my painting circle. He also asked around in the circle about this person, but no one knew him, and he was not a disciple of any famous teacher. That's enough. In fact, any circle is somewhat exclusive. Not to mention the painting circle, which claims to be artistic. You can only integrate into the top circle unless you produce a work that everyone admires, or through various hype, or your boss is willing to spend a lot of money to support you. But if you really want people to recognize you, you still have to let your work speak for you. Han Yuxuan thought that Gu Ran's portrait painting skills were quite good. But is that enough? Absolutely not. Are you as good as me in ink painting? Can you paint with gouache? Do you know oil painting? Have you ever painted flowers and birds or sketched life? Compared to a versatile person like me, you are only good at portrait painting. You and I are so far apart. Facing Han Yuxuan's contempt, Gu Ran said calmly, "Well, you are right. But I don't want to get involved in your circle." That nonchalant, indifferent tone made Han Yuxuan feel like he had punched cotton. Then, he suddenly realized and chuckled, "If you can't get into this circle, then pretend to be noble. Why bother? I won't laugh at you." Gu Ran said helplessly, think whatever you want, but can you shut up? You're really noisy. Han Yuxuan snorted. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Fake and noble thing. He turned to look at Shen Weiga again, raised a smiling face, and said like a pug wagging its tail, Weiga, even if you are angry with me and don't agree to my pursuit, we have known each other for so many years, so we can still be considered friends, right? The opportunity to see Mr. Zhou's original works later is really rare. I can take you with me, you. Shen Weiga waved her hand and refused. No, I am a dancer, I am not very interested in painting, and I can't understand it. Han Yuxuan covered his heart, feeling as if he had been stabbed. That's not what you said before. Not long after, the person in charge of contacting the gallery came out and greeted people from all walks of life. When Gu Ran took a look, he saw an old acquaintance, Tan Penghai, among them. Director Tan was still very popular. Many people nodded to him, but not many people could shake his hand or stop to chat with him. Finally, he walked over, shook hands with Yu Xingron, and exchanged a few words. Through the conversation, he learned that they had been in contact these days. Tiany's President Ji Wen couldn't even say a word. He gritted his teeth secretly. Damn it, he should have shaken hands with me, but I don't know which son of a bitch leaked the news and let Huan Yu reap the benefits. After the greetings, Director Tan walked up to Gu Ran and said, let's go. Mr. Zhou's painting is still waiting for you. Gu Ran suddenly realized. It turns out that I was called here because of this matter. Han Yuxuan was even more excited than Gu Ran. He was stunned for a moment, then said ecstatically, please ask Director Tan to come and inform me personally. I will go right away. He was really excited. Tan Penghai. He was a powerful figure in the gallery, but I didn't even have the chance to talk to him. Now he actually came to inform me in person. I thought it was great to have a chance to observe it up close. How could I afford such a luxury? Tan Penghai was also stunned for a moment. Who are you? Gu Ran patted Han Yuxuan on the shoulder and explained with a smile, you misunderstood. Director Tan was talking to me. Han Yuxuan's first reaction was, impossible. Absolutely impossible. But soon, Tan Penghai said to Gu Ran with a smile, Comrade Gu, is this your friend? These words were like a slap in Han Yuxuan's face. Although it doesn't hurt, it feels hot and spicy. He really wanted to take back what he had just said. No. Gu Ran came close to Shen Weiga and said with a smile, this is the one. Can we take her with us? Is this your girlfriend? Just as Gu Ran was about to speak, Shen Weiga came up to him, put her arm around him affectionately, and pressed her chest against his. Suddenly, his arms were surrounded by a soft and extremely elastic touch, just like the seatbelt in a car, and he sank into it. Old man, I am his girlfriend. Shen Weiga admitted generously. Gu Ran immediately understood that he was being used as a shield. He glanced at Han Yuxuan beside him from the corner of his eye, and his expression was indeed very ugly, with a complex mixture of emotions, and a bit of anger hidden in it. Okay, let's go together. Tan Penghai hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. This face still needs to be given. The three of them had not walked a few steps when they suddenly realized that there was a tail following them. Tan Penghai asked slightly displeased, do you have anything else to do? Han Yuxuan didn't feel embarrassed at all and said, hello, Director Tan, my uncle is Han Su. Can I go with you to see Mr. Zhou's works? I really cherish this opportunity. Tan Penghai frowned, are you Han Su's nephew? The one who held an exhibition in the gallery a few days ago? Well. Han Yuxuan felt embarrassed now. He was able to hold an art exhibition here because of the relationship between his uncle and teacher Yang Xingxue. A lot of publicity and promotion has also been done. As a result, on the day of the exhibition, his own painting was slapped in the face by Gu Ran, and the news had spread. Unexpectedly, the gallery's top management also knew about it. He was a little worried about his future development in this circle. Tan Penghai continued, you are not sensible, and your uncle is even less sensible. Do you think Mr. Zhou's works are just an ordinary exhibition this time? You spread the news without even knowing the real purpose. You don't need to go. If your uncle asks you, just say it was me who said it. Han Yuxuan suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Seeing the paintings is secondary this time. The main purpose is that my uncle will introduce me to some big names in the circle. This is a rare opportunity. Just when he was feeling down, Gu Ran suddenly said, Director Tan, it's okay to bring him along. Just let him take a look. The three of them were a little surprised and looked at Gu Ran with question marks in their minds. Han Yuxuan became alert instead. Why would this kid speak for me? Want to play a trick on me? Okay. He already knows about this, so it's okay to bring him along. Tan Penghai said, "You're the only one who asked this. I definitely wouldn't give this favor to anyone else." Gu Ran smiled helplessly and said, "Director, if this is considered a favor, then it doesn't matter if you don't bring it." His idea was very simple. If Han Yuxuan wanted to go, then let him go. It would be good for him to see the world. But don't show off your background when you see him next time. Wouldn't that be awkward? Ha, you're so cunning. Can you just ignore this as a favor? Let's go. We're all waiting for you. Tan Penghai patted Gu Ran on the back again and urged. Chapter 97. The place that Tan Penghai brought the three people to was not Yun Pavilion. But it was in a seemingly inconspicuous reception room. Before they came, several elderly gentlemen in their 50s and 60s had arrived. Only two of them were sitting on the solid wood chairs, drinking tea from blue and white teacups, while the rest were chatting around the Haiyan painting on the wall. When they heard the sound of the door being pushed open, everyone turned their heads and looked over. Gu Ran could feel those scrutinizing gazes. "Old Tan, the young comrade you mentioned is so young, can he do it?" The person who spoke was an old gentleman sitting on a chair. He had half-white hair and an elegant temperament, but his eyes were full of doubt. "There are many old guys in our room who have been in the painting world for decades, but they are not even sure whether a painting is authentic and need this young boy to authenticate it. Who can accept this?" However, some people looked at him with kindness, and some even nodded and smiled. Han Yuxuan stood aside, not daring to breathe, because all the people here were big names in the circle. He also knew that it was not his turn to speak. Tan Penghai introduced Gu Ran to everyone, then took Gu Ran to the sea feast and said, "Last time you said there was something wrong with the polecap of the Lushan Sandy. Later we checked and found that it was hollow, and this picture was stored inside. Take a look, is there any clue to this picture?" Gu Ran said this in a subtle way, "Director Tan, with so many of you here, you don't need me, do you?" Tan Penghai was stunned, but he reacted and scolded with a smile, "You little comrade, are you still being modest now? Just say whatever you want to say. You don't have to take responsibility if there is any problem. Will our Yuntan gallery blame you?" Everyone suddenly understood when they heard it. I thought this guy was being modest, but I didn't expect he wanted to stay out of it. But thinking about it carefully, I could taste some meaning in these words. If there was no real problem with the painting, he wouldn't have to worry about being held responsible. He was so sure there was something wrong with the painting without even liking it? Mystifying. When this picture of the feast at sea was taken out of the shaft, it was just a picture. But now it has been simply framed and hung on the wall with a layer of glass protective film on it. Han Yuxuan admired it and said to Shen Weiga, "This painting is not simple. It is one of Mr. Zhou's masterpieces. It depicts the jubilant scene of the people after the National Day. It is very realistic. In addition to its artistic value, it also has historical value." Shinweiga asked puzzledly, "If we talk about historical value, the color photos from that time also have that, right?" Han Yuxuan did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Of course, but a photo can only record that moment, while Mr. Zhou's painting can record some of the characteristics of the time, and it is rare to express it in one picture. You can think of it as the modern version of Along the River during the Qingming festival. Look at the colors, look at the brushstrokes, it is truly a masterpiece." Shinweiga rolled her eyes and said, "Can you be quiet? Can't you see Gu Ran is doing something?" Han Yuxuan was suddenly speechless, feeling embarrassed after being exposed. What he didn't understand was why so many big names in the circle called Gu Ran a little-known person. Gu Ran was even more pretentious. He wore a pair of white gloves, held a small flashlight in one hand and a magnifying glass in the other, and was studying it carefully through the protective glass film. It's really nonsense. How many masterpieces have you seen? Have you ever been to Yunj? How can you identify paintings of this level? It really looks like one." Suddenly, Gu Ran put aside the flashlight and magnifying glass and said, "Director Tan, please take down the photo frame." "What do you want to do?" "It cannot be demolished. We have just completed the protection work. Can you identify it? Can't you do it through the protective glass?" A cacophony of voices rang out, as if in their eyes, Gu Ran was going to destroy the painting. Tan Penghai didn't say anything. He made eye contact with Gu Ran and said, "Tear it down." If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible. After saying this, he took down the painting and started working without paying attention to the objections from the people around him. The protection work for paintings of this level is very rigorous, they are wrapped very tightly, and the frames use mortise and tenon structures, which are not easy to disassemble. Let me do it. Guran took it and saw his palm pressed against the corner of the picture frame. With a little force, he took it off. You are quite clever, said the old gentleman with half-gray hair. Guran smiled and said nothing. After taking out the painting, Guran took off his gloves and touched the material of the drawing paper directly. He rubbed it gently a few times and touched along the edge of the painting. Guran said to himself, as expected, and then opened his golden eyes. The rice paper used for this painting is slightly thicker than that for ordinary paintings. This thickness is at the micron level, and ordinary people really can't observe anything. Under the effect of perspective, the first layer of canvas becomes transparent in his eyes. Just as he guessed, there were 2 more paintings hidden beneath the surface, making a total of 3 layers. They fit together tightly, and the craftsmen are so skilled that people who don't understand this craft would never have thought of it. Little comrade, what did you see? After a long silence, someone couldn't help but ask. Yes. This painting has 3 layers. The top layer we see is made of cooked paper. The second layer is pasted underneath, and it should be made of raw rice paper. But the air permeability of this paper is too poor, so you can't tell anything from the surface. Guran told the truth, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. No one was in a hurry to question it. They all came over and imitated Guran's actions, carefully feeling the edge of the drawing paper. How is it? Are there really several floors? Tan Penghai also touched it, but even after feeling it carefully, he didn't find any clues. No. I didn't figure it out anyway, little comrade, how did you figure it out? Tell us. I can't tell you that I have X-ray vision, can I? But this is easy to handle. Come here. Guran waved towards Han Yuxuan. Han Yuxuan didn't understand, but still walked over. Guran handed him the painting and said, Here. Han Yuxuan did not show any dissatisfaction, and his hands were even shaking a little. In his opinion, it was too disrespectful to hold such a traditional work directly with hands. But I was still very excited. I was afraid that if I didn't use enough strength, I wouldn't be able to hold it steadily, and I was also afraid that if I used too much strength, the painting would be crumpled. Guran didn't care about all that. He turned on the flashlight, held it behind the sea banquet, and shone it outwards. Light cannot penetrate paper, but it allows everyone to see a red bell mark that was previously invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 98. Under the illumination of the flashlight, a red bell print appeared in the lower left corner of Sea Banquet. It was a seal half the size of a palm. Without looking closely, everyone could recognize the words on it, Yun Kaishuan seal. It is the seal of Mr. Yun Kaishuan, the founder of Yuntan Art Gallery, the author of Prosperity and Red Picture, and the first master of traditional Chinese painting in the founding of the People's Republic of China. He is not the author of this painting, but the presence of his seal shows that Yun Kaishuan took the authenticity of this painting seriously. Suddenly, exclamations were heard again in the conference room. Real! There really is a painting hidden on the second floor. This technique is so advanced that it not only perfectly covers the original painting without any flaws, but also looks so real that it can be mistaken for the real thing. Well, there are only a few people who know this skill, and they usually don't go to such great lengths to use it. Why do you do this? Guran explained, in history, there have been 4 or 5 flourishing periods of calligraphy and painting, which also created countless imitations circulating in the market. I don't know about the others, but I know that in the last century, when our country was still in a period of turmoil, there were many people in our country with superb skills who used this technology to hide the treasures of our ancestors and prevent them from being taken out of the country by foreign powers. An old man said, "That's not right. This painting was created after the founding of the People's Republic of China. There's no need to protect it like this, right? Not only is it mounted on 3 layers, but it's also hidden in the shaft. It really took a lot of thought." Guran said, "I don't know about that." Tan Penghai said, "Let's ask the Zhou family about the follow-up of this matter. After all, they are the ones who produced this work." Well, I've already notified the Zhou family, but they are abroad and won't be back until tomorrow. After chatting for a while, everyone focused on the painting again. Guran had only been observing for less than 10 minutes, but he had already discovered such a big secret, which made everyone stop looking down on him. It also made everyone blush. After all, they had been studying it for 2 or 3 days. We also specially invited some experts in professional treasure appraisal. Most people say it is authentic, but they are not sure. In the end, Tan Penghai insisted on asking Gu Ran to come over. I didn't expect that I would gain something from it. Someone asked, "Little comrade, can you separate these 3 layers of painting?" Gu Ran thought about it, shook his head and said, "No." Bang! Suddenly, a big hand patted Gu Ran's shoulder heavily. It's Tan Penghai again. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Xiaogu, this is where you are wrong. It's already this time, and you are still hiding your incompetence? Well, you can see this? Didn't I act like it? I really can't." Gu Ran insisted. It is very difficult to stack 3 layers together without any flaws. But to take it apart, it also needs to be without any damage, which is even more difficult. Why should I give myself this kind of trouble when I have nothing to do? Gu Ran said, "You can contact the Palace Museum. There are professional restoration experts there. They should be able to do it." That's a good idea. I'll make the call right away. Tan Penghai still had that unfathomable smile on his face. He said, "Young man, do you really need to be so alert? You're pretending to be quite convincing." Gu Ran shrugged without explaining. After a while, someone had already communicated with the restoration expert and came over and said. I explained the situation to the expert, who said we could have a visit, but it would be very difficult. We should be mentally prepared, as the perfect success rate is only 30%. This one sentence silenced most people, and everyone's faces became even uglier. Tan Penghai looked at Gu Ran and asked, "What about you? What is your success rate?" Gu Ran said, "I can't. Don't pretend. Now, if you have any requests, just tell us and we'll try our best to meet them." Everyone didn't know why Tan Penghai trusted this young man so much. Didn't he say he couldn't do it? Sure enough, when Gu Ran heard that he could make requests, his eyes lit up. But when I thought about it carefully, it seemed that they had nothing to give me. If I say I want prosperity in red picture, can I take it away? Stop dreaming. Asking for money directly not only seems vulgar, but also a huge loss. Once you take the money, neither party owes anyone anything, which is equivalent to a transaction. Without the favor, the loss is too much. Gu Ran thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll try, but since we're so familiar with each other, I won't ask for anything." Tan Penghai's eyes became deeper, like an old fox who seemed to see through everything. "How confident are you? If you're not as confident as the experts at the Palace Museum, I think you'd better forget it." "Well, young man, this is not something you can joke about." Gu Ran thought about it and said conservatively, "I think it's 60% sure." Hiss. How arrogant. Your success rate is twice as high as that of the experts? It sounds so light and unreliable, right? Tan Penghai asked, "What materials do you need? I will prepare them for you. Do you have paper and pen? I'll write it down." An old man took out a booklet and a pen he carried with him and handed them over. After Gu Ran took it, he wrote down 2 rows of materials quickly, handed them over and said, "That's all. If you don't have any, you can go out and buy some." After Tan Penghai took it, he took a glance and actually took a breath of cold air, then looked up at Gu Ran in astonishment. Everyone became even more curious about his action. Someone took it from his hand, then leaned in and took a look. Wow, this word. Did he really write this? What beautiful handwriting, what profound skills. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Calligraphy and painting have been inseparable since ancient times. Those present were all big names in the painting world, so naturally they could all write well, and their writing was at a high level. This thing also requires talent. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, but it is inevitable that there will be some mechanical fuss and it will not be flexible enough. The handwriting of this young comrade named Gu is full of spirit, and his strokes are graceful and flowing. It is a masterpiece worth watching. If it were a little more mature, maybe it could be hung in the Cloud Pavilion. This is so scary. Tan Penghai was stunned, and suddenly remembered that the last time he met Gu Ran, he pointed at Mr. Zhou's handwriting and said, "The handwriting is not very good." At that time, I really felt that this kid was too outspoken and his tail was so high up in the sky. Now take a look. Are you crazy? Not crazy at all. Humble tight. An old man walked up to Gu Ran and asked, "Young man, who is your teacher?" Gu Ran helplessly smiled bitterly and replied, "You don't know him, and he is not famous. Even if you really ask him to say it, he can't say it." Everyone was smart, so when he didn't say anything, they didn't ask any more questions. They just said, "Come on, let's exchange phone numbers or add each other on WeChat." It was not until now that everyone realized why Tan Penghai cared so much about this young man. There was indeed something special about him. Chapter 99. Gu Ran took out his WeChat QR code. It was scanned by a bunch of old men with their mobile phones. It was like queuing up to get eggs in a supermarket. The atmosphere was great. Then messages from various friends popped up. After Gu Ran agreed with a helpless smile, the other party sent out the name and notes. I didn't have any feeling about them before, but after seeing their names, I suddenly realized that some of the masterpieces I saw after I became proficient in calligraphy and painting were all from the hands of these people. The impression has also improved a bit. Han Yuxuan stood aside and watched. He was extremely greedy. "I have a QR code too. Why didn't anyone add me?" Gu Ran noticed that he was looking at her, and immediately put away her phone and said, "I won't add you." Han Yuxuan almost vomited blood. "Who the hell wants to add you? Can I add those old guys?" But he had to admit that he also wanted to see what Gu Ran's handwriting looked like on the paper that could make these old men so greedy. Some people even directly invited me, saying, "Xiao Gu, I have a painting that will be finished soon. Can you help me write the words then?" Sure. Gu Ran agreed politely, but he wasn't very interested. "Director Tan, don't just look at the words. Look at the materials above. They should all be usable, right?" Someone looked at the material above with a frown on his face, obviously not knowing what it was about, so he asked, "Do you mind if we ask the experts who restore cultural relics in the Forbidden City?" TSK, I can see that he's become more polite in his words. Before this, who would have asked such a question? I would have checked it directly, and if the material was a little bit irritating, I would have rejected it directly. Gu Ran naturally nodded and said no problem. It took about 10 minutes to communicate on the phone and get the materials. During this period, Gu Ran was not idle either, and he actually started chatting with these old men. Being proficient in calligraphy and painting, he could naturally keep up with the pace of these people's conversation and often express some unique insights. He seemed relaxed and at ease, but these big guys were becoming more and more satisfied with him. This guy is pretty good. He can handle all kinds of types and styles. From his knowledge and conversation, we can tell that his level should be quite high. Xiao Gu, in my opinion, you shouldn't work at Huanyu anymore. It's a waste of time. Why don't you come to the gallery? I can make the decision. You can pick a position in any department. The salary is good and the work is easy. It's also a hobby that you are interested in. Isn't it more comfortable than working in an entertainment company? This proposal was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Gu Ran declined with a helpless look on his face. I still want to jump out of the pit of the universe, so why would I want to jump into another pit? It's okay to write and draw occasionally, but forget about dealing with these things every day. Han Yuxuan became more and more jealous the more he looked at her. He wanted to pat Gu Ran on the head and ask him if he was sick. What was there to hesitate about? Do you know how high the requirements are to join Yuntan Gallery? Even people with backgrounds are trying their best to get in, not to mention that they don't recruit outsiders. There is no need to mention the benefits. Salary and benefits are nothing. The main thing is that this status is no different from being gilded. In the future, you will be famous in the art circle. As long as the painting is good, it will be in high demand. Alas, comparing people will make you die, comparing goods will make you throw them away. I'm tired of saying I'm envious. Finally, the materials Gu Ran needed were brought. It was different from what Han Yuxuan had imagined. First there was a copy table with a glass top and a fluorescent lamp on it. He learned from the old gentleman next to him that this was used to remove damaged mounting materials. Very strong light is necessary. Gu Ran was also afraid that if he was not careful, he would destroy such a fragile thing. Tan Penghai also had someone prepare a high-definition camera and said to Gu Ran, "Xiao Gu, this is a serious matter. We will use this to record it. We can sign a contract with a high compensation amount. If this video is transmitted outside, we will pay you a high fee." He knew that before the founding of the country, there were such craftsmen who knew this skill. Xian paper is very easy to render, and the brush and ink can be fully absorbed in almost every layer. Although the concentration decreases layer by layer, it is still an authentic work. After the craftsman peels off the layers of the painting, he can turn one painting into 2 or 3, but as each layer is peeled off, the ink will become lighter. But as long as you add a few more strokes in the light areas, you can also achieve an effect that is both real and fake and difficult to distinguish. This skill has existed since ancient times, but only those who dare to do so must be masters, and it is also quite difficult. Therefore, once this technique is mastered by someone with ulterior motives, it will be a tragedy for the calligraphy and painting world. This is why many calligraphers and painters did not dare to hand over their masterpieces to framers. But no matter what, the core technology of this skill is not passed on to others. Tan Penghai had someone prepare the contract. Gu Ran took it and took a look. He was very satisfied with the amount of compensation. But you can't record the final unveiling. If you don't agree, then I can't help you. Tan Penghai was very upset. Isn't the core technology just the few seconds of unveiling the painting? What is the point of not recording those few seconds? But seeing Gu Ran's serious and persistent expression, he nodded helplessly. After signing, Gu Ran officially started. He spread the painting flat on the copy table, examined it carefully under the strong light of the fluorescent lamp, then picked up a cotton swab, dipped it in some water, and gently touched the corner of the scroll. The drawing paper has good water absorption properties, and a small area in the corner became wet immediately. Repeat this several times. Gu Ran said, "Everyone, I still have to emphasize again. The rice paper here is very fragile, and I am not completely sure. If you agree, I will do it." If people had some distrust of him before, now this doubt has been alleviated a lot. At least I have some peace of mind. After getting unanimous agreement, Gu Ran said, "Then please keep quiet for now." After saying that, he took a basin of clean water from the side. There are also 2 soft brushes and some bottles and jars of materials, both powdered and liquid. Gu Ran weighed each of the ingredients on a scale, just like preparing Chinese medicine, and then added them into the basin of water. After some stirring, the basin of water became a semi-solid and semi-liquid paste. Gu Ran dipped some on the brush, then pulled it up, and the paste-like liquid fell freely at the end of the brush. I observed the consistency and it was just right. The brush was dipped in the paste and fell on the painting. After it was evenly applied from left to right and from top to bottom, a magical scene happened. The top layer actually became transparent. Under the illumination of fluorescent light, the paintings and seals on the second layer are clearly visible. Everyone, please go out first. Gu Ran turned off the video while speaking. Chapter 100. Everyone was asked to leave, except Shinweiga, who was kept by Gu Ran in the name of helping. Shinweiga looked at Gu Ran curiously, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She thought Gu Ran's performance just now was so charming. Unlike Han Yuxuan, who would show off as soon as he knew something and wished the whole world knew how capable he was. But when he really got in front of the top people in the industry, he was too scared to speak. Gu Ran, on the contrary, is very low-key, but has an amazing skill. Shinweiga lifted up her thin sleeves and asked with great interest, "Teacher Gu, tell me, what can I help you with?" She was still secretly happy in her heart. The feeling of being left alone gave her a feeling of being favored. Girls really like this. Gu Ran didn't know she had so many thoughts, and said, "You can just watch from the side, or you can sit on the chair over there and play with your phone." "Aren't you asking me to help you?" "Well, there's nothing I can do for you to help with for now." "Then why did you keep me here? Aren't you afraid that I might steal your skills?" Gu Ran smiled and said, "If you are interested, I can teach you. It would be boring for you to go out with those old men. They might even gossip about me to you. Besides, Han Yuxuan's face is disgusting. It's better to keep you here." After hearing this, Shinweiga squinted her eyes and smiled, but didn't say anything. Afterwards, the room fell into silence, with only the sound of Gu Ran peeling off the painting being heard. Unlike what Shinweiga had imagined, Gu Ran did not pry up a corner with a blade, nor did he tear it open directly. Instead, he waited until the paste-like liquid gradually solidified and the transparency of the first layer gradually faded away before Gu Ran started to work. At this point, it can be seen that the painting has automatically separated into 3 layers. They were clearly combined into one before, but now they are like 3 thin pieces of paper stacked together, and it seems that they can be easily opened like turning a book. But how could this be so easy? Gu Ran used the fluorescent light to carefully observe the surroundings of the painting, and then began to rub his eyes vigorously. Seeing his tears welling up, Shinweiga realized that something was wrong and asked with concern, "Are your eyes uncomfortable?" Well, a little bit. In fact, the 10 minutes of the X-ray vision had already ended, and Gu Ran overdrew a little bit, so his eyes began to ache and he couldn't help but shed tears. I gently rubbed the relevant acupoints and felt a little better. But without the ability to see through things, it becomes much more difficult to continue uncovering the painting. Some parts of the painting have been peeled off, but some parts are still stuck together. They are very thin, small, and extremely fragile, which makes it very difficult to complete. Fortunately, this skill has been completely engraved in his mind, and his body seems to have performed it hundreds of times, so he is so skilled that he has muscle memory. After resting, Gu Ran held a corner of the painting in one hand and slowly lifted it up, while holding a cotton swab in the other hand. He applied a paste-like liquid little by little between the two layers. He waited until the sticky places loosened before he could continue to move. During the whole process, I was fully focused. It was like performing a level 4 surgery, and I didn't dare to shake my hands even for a moment. Shenhuiga also became nervous and subconsciously clenched his hands into fists. It took 20 minutes to peel off the first layer and half an hour to peel off the second layer. A painting, 3 layers were revealed. Ha! Gu Ran let out a long sigh of relief, took the tissue handed to him by Shenhuiga, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shenhuiga was still nervous and asked, "Is it over? Is there any damage?" "Well, it's over. The completion is pretty good. Of course, you can continue to uncover it, but the difficulty will increase exponentially. The feeling of mastering the skill is different from doing it yourself. At least there is a sense of accomplishment. Go open the door, they should still be waiting outside." Gu Ran walked to the side, sat down on a chair, and said tiredly, Shenhuiga agreed obediently, and even when she opened the door, she couldn't hear any sound from outside. All gone? With doubt in her mind, she walked out the door and took a look. Oh my god, it turns out that everyone was a little further down the corridor and in the meeting room next door. Not only did the number of people waiting not decrease, but it actually doubled. Some people were closing their eyes to rest, while others were chatting in low voices. An indescribable feeling of anxiety permeated the air and would not dissipate. Why do I feel like I'm waiting to have a baby? Shenhuiga thought about it, then knocked gently on the door of the conference room and said, "Dear teachers, Gu Ran has finished his work, you can go in." Everyone looked up at her. Someone else stood up and asked, "Is the painting intact?" Shenhuiga smiled and replied, "No, it was quite successful." Hearing this, many people showed joy on their faces, and then quickened their pace and walked towards the next door. I still have to see it with my own eyes to feel at ease. "Miss Shen, wait a moment." Shenhuiga turned around and saw Yu Xingrong, whom she had just met. He walked over quickly and asked, "I just came here after a meeting. What happened?" Yu Xingrong did ask around a bit, but those in the painting circle present were either famous or powerful figures, and they were all very aloof. These people were only polite even when facing the top leaders of the universe, and they didn't say anything that should be kept secret. Maybe someone wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to him, but no one would be embarrassed to do so in front of so many people. So Mr. Yu is still a little confused now. Shenhuiga thought for a moment and said, "They asked Gu Ran to uncover a famous painting in several layers, and they just finished it." Yu Xingrong was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say for a moment. He had never heard that a painting could be divided into several layers. Why did it sound so outrageous? What's wrong with these people in the gallery? Why would they do such a thing? With a lot of questions in his mind, he walked towards the meeting room with an assistant behind him. But he didn't go in, because there were too many people. If you don't know, you might think it's a market. Fortunately, Xingrong has the advantage of height, and he can see some of the situations inside by standing on tiptoe. Several experts carefully observed the 3 separate paintings with magnifying glasses. We're really separated. This craftsmanship is amazing. I can't believe that a young man in his early 20s can do this. Even a master with many years of experience can't do it to this level. We contacted the experts in the Palace Museum who are responsible for restoring cultural relics. After hearing about the situation, they said that the success rate was only 30%. However, Xiaogu said that he had a 60% chance. Everyone thought he was bragging, but he was too modest. Chapter 101. Most people are concerned about the 3 separated paintings. Only Tan Penghai noticed Gu Ran, who was sitting by the window and looked tired. "Have some water." When Gu Ran took the mineral water, Tan Penghai saw that his eyes were red and his eye sockets were full of bloodshot. "What's wrong with you?" Tan Penghai was shocked and asked in a heavy mood, "Is this technology so harmful to the eyes?" The fluorescent light didn't shine directly into the eyes. Gu Ran smiled politely and said, "It's okay, it's just a little sore, I'll be fine after a rest. I know what's wrong with my eyes. Don't be careless. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the hospital right now." Tan Penghai's unquestionable tone immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. At this time, everyone noticed Gu Ran's current situation and exclaimed in surprise. In their opinion, they owed the young man a big favor for this matter. "The favor hasn't been repaid yet, but my eyes have become like this. How great a sacrifice is that? He is still young. If something goes wrong, how will he be compensated? Moreover, his vision and skill, not to mention his delightful calligraphy and casual portraits, attest to his solid abilities. What a young genius! If my eyes were damaged, it would definitely be a loss to the art world. Go to the hospital. Now. I'll contact the vice president of the nearby hospital and arrange for an ophthalmologist immediately." Seeing how nervous they were, Gu Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I wasn't moved, but I did feel a little more favorable towards him." "You are exaggerating. I am a doctor myself. I know my condition better than anyone else. Just take more rest and it will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, someone refuted Gu Ran and said, "You said you are a doctor, so you are a doctor? Don't you know what level of medical skills you have? It is rare to see someone so young achieve such accomplishments in calligraphy and painting. You also know medical skills? A mediocre one doesn't count." Gu Ran smiled bitterly and said, "My medical skills are about the same as Mr. Miao Shuehai, so you can rest assured." "Who is Miao Shuehai?" someone asked curiously. "Xiao Gu, are you talking about the one from the central hospital?" "Yes, it's him." Everyone became even more confused. Someone explained, "You all know how seriously ill Minister Lu was a while ago, and it was this miracle Dr. Miao who brought him back to health." Everyone suddenly realized that they had heard something about this matter. However, no one still thinks that Gu Ran has any connection with Dr. Miao. Gu Ran didn't explain. He took out his cell phone and dialed Miao Shuehai's number. It took a long time before he answered. "Is that Gu Ran?" The old gentleman's voice was gentle despite his age, and one could also hear a hint of smile in his voice. "Miao Lao, it's me. This is what happened. I just overused my eyes, and several elders around me were very worried. I told them that it was nothing serious, but they didn't believe me. But they know your reputation, so please help me explain it." Miao Shuehai laughed twice, agreed, and praised Gu Ran's medical skills in public. Everyone was stunned. What is this guy, a hidden Chinese medicine practitioner? The kind that is praised by famous doctors? Is it so magical? But it doesn't look like it's acting. It's impossible to rehearse something like this in advance, right? After Miao Shuehai finished explaining, he asked, "Xiao Gu, what do you think about the last time I said I would take you to the Chinese Medicine Summit?" "Well, if I remember correctly, I declined directly last time and didn't say I would consider it." This old man is quite stubborn. But this was the second invitation, so Gu Ran had no choice but to say, "Miao Lao, I had some other things to do during that time, so there was a conflict. I can't go. Let's go next time." "That's a shame, such a good opportunity." After a few more pleasantries, the phone was hung up. Putting the phone in his pocket, Gu Ran said with a wry smile, "Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a giant panda. I think there's no difference between you and a panda." Tan Penghai sighed, "I really doubt now whether you are really only in your 20s. Gu Ran smiled. Some things are really hard to explain. Someone pulled Tan Penghai and said, "Old Tan, let Xiao Gu take a rest." Yes, it's time to take a break." Gu Ran raised his head, looked at Tan Penghai and said, "Director Tan, if you say that, I'm really going to take a rest. If there is anything else with this painting later, I won't be able to take care of it." This sounded strange, but Tan Penghai didn't think much about it. Gu Ran looked so tired, how could he bear to ask him to do anything? "It's okay, let Xiaolu take you to rest." As soon as Tan Penghai finished speaking, someone else said, "Hey, wait, this painting is still not right." "What's wrong?" "I can't tell, Xiao Gu, do you have any opinion?" Gu Ran felt embarrassed to be treated so politely that he left immediately. Tan Penghai was not happy and shouted, all right, we have been dealing with this thing for so many years, can't we find out something by studying it? Do we really have to rely on a junior?" Gu Ran, go and have a rest. You don't have to worry about what's going on here. This sentence made Gu Ran feel more favorable, so he said, it's okay. It won't take a while. Then tell me what I just found. After hearing what he said, everyone made way for him. Some people still felt guilty and blushed after hearing what Tan Penghai just said. What's wrong with relying on a junior? He is very capable. What's wrong with letting us old guys take a break? Gu Ran walked back to the copying table, touched a thin piece of drawing paper, and said, I'm sure you all can see that these 3 paintings were peeled apart and then glued together again. Not only are there slight differences in the contents, but the quality of the paper used is also slightly different. The first layer is a replica, in order to cover up the second layer of the original. The third layer is also a fake. I don't understand why the maker would find 2 high-quality imitations, take them apart, and then put the original in between. You can ask the Zhou family about this matter. This view is very bold, and if he didn't say it directly, it would take a lot of time to verify it. The paper quality is indeed different, but there is no particularly obvious difference. They are all processed. That's all I can say. Also, I'd like to remind you that they are very fragile right now and should be preserved in time. After explaining this, Gu Ran left the room. He had little enthusiasm for the matter and had long wanted to slip away. What he just said also left enough room for Tan Penghai and others to think, so that they could think in the right direction. As for what would happen in the end, he didn't care. Chapter 102. Yu Xingrong stood at the door of the conference room, observing the situation inside. I was also shocked. I originally thought that Gu Ran just had a good relationship with some senior executives of Yuntan Gallery. Unexpectedly, it was more than just a good relationship. There was even some respect in the respect. Yu Xingrong went to Shanghai these days specifically to contact the Yuntan Gallery. He knew how arrogant these crazy painters were. They were not difficult to deal with, but they were always very stubborn about some things and would not give themselves much face. So what if he is the president of the world? There are many entertainment companies scrambling to cooperate with us. The treatment is naturally not very good. Compared with the treatment Gu Ran received, there is a big gap. I should have brought him along when we discussed the matter. Yu Xingrong thought to himself that he had underestimated the importance of this kid. Mr. Yu? After Gu Ran walked out of the crowded conference room, he saw Yu Xingrong at the door. I don't know what's wrong with this guy's brain. He is actually smiling at me. It's not that his smile is ugly, but rather he has a kind of elegant feeling. But he usually has a cold face, and now he suddenly smiles at me, it's so awkward. Creepy. Thank you for your hard work. Yu Xingrong said, I have finished my work over there, and I am very satisfied with the results. You have made a great contribution to this. Don't worry, you will get a lot of bonus. When Gu Ran heard this, he became even more confused. What's my business? I didn't do anything. You are so modest. Too modest. It is because of your relationship that our negotiations today were able to go so smoothly and get the biggest piece of the pie. Gu Ran asked in confusion, doesn't our company already have the leading power among the partners? What else do we need to discuss? It's just normal. With Yu Xingrong's personality, he would not answer such questions to his subordinates. He would just think, why are you still staying in Huanyu? Any fresh graduate knows more than you. But at this moment, he was running out of patience and explained, the cooperation rights we snatched from Tianyi are indeed very important. This allows us to participate in competition system arrangement, venue arrangement, guest invitation, opening and closing ceremony related work. These rights are not available to other companies, which can give our company and artists a lot of exposure. What we are discussing today are more detailed things, such as advertising slot fees, the selection of sponsors, etc. We can directly participate in some of these projects, and we can also help our friendly companies in some of them. It's just a matter of personal relationships, but the results are very good. Gu Ran nodded as he listened, and would occasionally respond with perfunctory words like I see or I understand. In fact, I don't care that much. After all, this money won't go into my pocket. Suddenly, Yu Xingrong stopped and said solemnly, Gu Ran, whether it is me or Tang Yan, we should have told you that you'd better participate in this project. We recognize your ability. Many people in the company want to get involved in such a big project. This is a qualification, just like gilding. It will make your promotion process in the company much smoother in the future. Not to mention that Tang Yan and I think highly of you. Despite such persuasion, Gu Ran was somewhat resistant and said, "Boss Yu, it seems like I can't do anything if I get involved, right?" Yu Xingrong shook his head and said, "No, your role is very important. Yuntan Gallery is a palace of art. In their eyes, entertainment companies like us have nothing to do with art, and we are considered vulgar. In this case, it is very important for you to act as a middleman, a buffer link." Gu Ran smiled bitterly. "What you said is as if chatting and drinking tea with Director Tan and others is considered work." Yu Xingrong still said seriously, "Of course, if you can do this, I will be very surprised. These people are noble in nature. How can ordinary people have the opportunity to drink tea and chat with them?" Having said that, he observed Gu Ran's expression again and found that he was not as excited as he had imagined. It's really strange. Someone from a poor family should cherish this opportunity. Why is he so uninterested? Could it be that they are trying to blackmail him by not promising him anything substantial? Isn't this a bit greedy? You should be grateful for what I give you and take it well. How can you covet something that I didn't give you? As the Prince of the Universe, Yu Xingrong is known as Young Master Yu in the underworld, which shows that others always obey him and try to please him. We are not in the same social class. I can humble myself and talk to you on an equal footing, but you still want to ask for too much? It's no wonder that Yu Xingrong thinks too much. The environment he grew up in has shaped his suspicious character, and he will have his own analysis of the actions of people around him. However, his skill in cultivating his qi was also very good, so even if he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he would not show it on his face. He still maintained a smile and said, "Of course, it would be a waste of your talent to just do these. There are still some tasks that will be handed over to you in the future, such as the opening ceremony. As an entertainment company, we naturally know what the audience wants to see. But the artists in Yuntan have their own aesthetics, and some of them are really too highbrow and not popular with the public. So it will be difficult to unify them at that time, and you will have to help communicate in the middle." Gu Ran asked, "The standards of the party are also very high, right?" "Of course, these also need to be discussed. But our company can decide on the director. Aside from the few directors who are still shooting movies, Director Zhou is probably the only one who is free. Although his TV series is in preparation, I think he will not miss such an important party." "Director Zhou? 3 levels? Ha, it's him. Do you know him?" "I guess we know each other." "That's even better. Of course, he won't be the only director. He's just the temporary director. If you don't like him, you can replace him." Gu Ran said in surprise, "Do I still have such great power?" "Of course, letting you participate in this project means that we trust you, so you have a lot of power. You should know that we at Huan Yu attach great importance to this event and regard it as a key project. As long as it is successful, we will hold it every 4 years. There will also be some small-scale competitions and activities during this period. You should also know how terrible the impact is. Conversely, if you perform well this time, you will definitely be the one to host these projects in the future. I won't go into details about how much benefit you can get from it." At this point, without waiting for Gu Ran to answer, Yu Xingrong patted his shoulder and said, "Think about it carefully. I believe you won't refuse. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Let's talk next time." Having said this, Yu Xingrong left. It seemed as if he had been waiting here for so long just to say these words. Chapter 103. After Yu Xingrong left, his assistant immediately followed. "Boss Yu, this is just a fresh graduate. I heard that he got into the company thanks to Boss Tang's relationship. Do you really want to let him participate in such a big project and give him such great power?" The assistant really couldn't understand what this operation was. As long as the first opening ceremony is well organized, the director will have a brilliant and dazzling resume. For example, if we hold this kind of event again in the future, there will definitely be a party, so the first one will definitely be one of the most talked about. In addition, with the experience of directing such large-scale evening parties, as long as you perform well, you will be qualified to participate in large-scale evening parties such as New Year's Day, Mid-Autumn Festival, and National Day. After directing such large-scale evening parties of official interest, my directorial career is completely different. It can be seen how fierce the competition is. These directors from all over the world must want to fight for it. But the assistant was really confused as part of the decision-making power was given to Gu Ran. Yu Xingrong was in a pretty good mood, so he replied, "Ha, it's just a pie in the sky, he has to eat it. I want to eat this cake." Gu Ran and Shenhuiga were taken by the staff to a very elegant lounge. Because his eyes were still a little uncomfortable, Gu Ran lay on the sofa and applied a steam eye mask for a hot compress. Shinweiga was sitting not far away, and he could still smell her faint fragrance. Gu Ran said with a lack of interest, "What he said is exaggerated. After I get involved, it will definitely be different from what he said." Shinweiga smiled and said, "It's not as bad as you think, right? I can see that you like this gallery very much. It's not bad to use it as a working environment. If you really don't like it, just drink tea and chat with Director Tan and the others like he said. It's fine to just slack off and not do other work. It's not bad at all." Gu Ran was stunned after hearing this, then he gave a thumbs up and said, "Awesome, you are still good at slacking off." Correction, this is not slacking off, this is work. Ha, it's work. By the way, what kind of dance did you do in the dance competition you participated in a few days ago? Shinweiga said, "Classical dance, an excerpt from a dance drama." You can tell that she is a little proud because she won a championship, and the ending of her voice is raised. Suddenly, Gu Ran had a picture in his mind. One can imagine how dignified she looks in traditional clothing. When I think about the fact that such graceful legs are actually empty inside, with only 2 key points being pressed by something, I can't help but feel excited. Is there a video? Gu Ran asked. He really wanted to see if it was as chewy as he imagined. It's on the official website, but your eyes are not feeling well and you can't read it now. I'll send you a link later. Gu Ran sat up straight away, took off his blindfold and said, "You're right, watching videos hurts your eyes, why don't you just show me a clip?" Shinweiga smiled, "You're thinking very nicely. My appearance fee is not cheap. But I don't have any money. Can I use something else to pay off the debt?" Shinweiga's pretty face gradually turned pink. How could she not understand what he was saying? She said angrily, "You are dreaming. You want to take advantage of everything." Gu Ran saw that there was something going on, so he quickly came up to her and said, "Just a short dance." "Well, can I give you a painting? My paintings are not cheap." "That's not cheap at all, it's just that it's not cheap when you think about it. The lily picture that I drew casually last time is still in Zhao Banxia's hands. I heard that someone has offered a price of 150,000 for it. But that silly girl Zhao Banxia didn't sell it, not because she was reluctant, but because she felt that the painting wasn't that valuable and those who offered the price were all liars." Shinweiga thought so before, but after seeing how Gu Ran was treated in Yuntan Gallery today, she began to believe it. "Well, okay then." Shinweiga blushed and nodded in agreement. "I didn't want to sell the painting for money, I was just angry that the last painting was taken away by that damn girl Zhao Banxia. This time, she asked Gu Ran to draw a picture for her alone, which made her so mad. At the same time, it is also a step to the next level. She was willing to dance for Gu Ran, but as a girl, she had to be a little reserved." Shinweiga found a piece of music on her phone, then walked to the center of the lounge and prepared to start. Gu Ran also took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording mode. Shinweiga looked over. Gu Ran explained, "Well, I recorded it for reference. After all, I have to draw you." It was a very reasonable explanation, so Shinweiga said nothing more. The music was still playing. It was classical music with a less strong sense of rhythm and sounded soft. Shinweiga also jumped up. At the beginning, her movements were very gentle and beautiful. Soon, the music started to have some drum beats and became more exciting. Shinweiga's movements naturally increased a lot. Gu Ran stared at it intently, unwilling to even blink. Hiss. This waist. These legs. This figure. With excellent flexibility, many difficult movements can be performed easily. Every posture was obviously elegant and dignified, but because of her long legs and well-developed chest, they all added a bit of charm. Especially when she jumped up and landed, the amplitude of the vibration was really a feast for the eyes. Gu Ran didn't dare to imagine how many difficult poses she could complete with him. The one who can win the dance competition championship is indeed a person with both good looks and talent. At the same time, it is not ruled out that the judges are perverts. After all, who can refuse such a good dancer? Although she was told to just dance a short section, Shinweiga still insisted on finishing the entire dance. She seemed to be enjoying the dance very much, and she would make eye contact with Gu Ran from time to time. Finally, she hooked Gu Ran's chin with her finger in a teasing gesture, and she couldn't help laughing. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment. So beautiful. Just when she was about to retract her hand, Gu Ran grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the sofa. With his other hand, he pressed her shoulders, making her sink into the soft sofa, and said, "Are you seducing me?" "No." Shinweiga has big eyes, and when she blinks she looks very innocent. But she was still laughing, panting, and saying, "That's how the movements are in the ballet. I didn't mean to do that." "So you teased the judges like this during the competition?" "No, I was dancing a different dance during the competition. This one was specially for you, and you haven't said whether you like it or not." "Of course I do." "Hee hee, I'm glad you like it. How long do you want to keep me down?" "The curtains are not closed. Others passing by will see it." Gu Ran seemed to have received a signal. He stood up and walked towards the window. Just as he was about to close the curtains, he found that Shinweiga had already stood up from the sofa. Chapter 104. After the curtains were drawn, the light in the room suddenly became much dimmer. Gu Ran looked back and saw that Shinweiga had actually stood up from the sofa and was standing aside, smiling slyly. "I have already danced for you, but you are still pushing me further and you haven't even given me the painting you promised me." Gu Ran pointed at his eyes and said, "You can see it too. My eyes are like this. I need to rest and then I can paint again later." "Yeah?" Shinweiga hugged her hands across her chest, but she was completely naked inside. This simple action only made the clothes tighten around her body, making people see the shape that was almost overflowing. If it is not soft enough, how can it produce such amazing deformation? Gu Ran still felt that she was seducing him, just like in those movies made in a small country, where the landlady lay prone on the ground, wiping the floor with her hips raised, full of camera language. "You know you need to rest, right? When I was dancing just now, you didn't even blink." Gu Ran felt aggrieved instead. "Is that my problem? My chest and legs were full of brains. Well, I did overuse my eyes just now. Now I need to have a good rest." Gu Ran sat back on the sofa, then gently patted the empty seat beside him and said, "Sit here and let me lean on you for a while, okay? I promise, I will just lean on you and not do anything else." Shinweiga wanted to refuse, but when she saw his red eyes and thought of how hard he had worked to remove the painting, she sighed softly. "Okay, I'll just let you lean on me, and don't do anything else." Gu Ran nodded obediently. Shinweiga smoothed the hem of her skirt along her hips with both hands and sat on the sofa. Looking at the sofa that was sinking deeply into her thighs and buttocks, Gu Ran leaned forward. Her shoulders were fragrant, but too thin, which made me feel uncomfortable. So I moved down and found a soft enough place to feel satisfied. Pillows need to be big and soft to be comfortable. Shinweiga pushed him and said angrily, "You agreed not to do anything tricky." "I didn't do anything weird. It's just comfortable lying here. Don't move. Just lie there for a while." Shinweiga was angry and ashamed. "I'm mad at this bastard again. This guy's hair is so prickly and itchy." Fortunately, he really behaved himself. Gu Ran closed his eyes and asked, "Is the stage where you compete big?" "Well, it's a regular competition in the country, just an ordinary theater stage, and there are probably about 1,000 judges and audience members in the audience." Gu Ran didn't know much about this circle, but he thought that winning a championship in this kind of competition would be very valuable. "Do you like the stage?" "Of course, this is also what I have been longing for after learning dance for so many years." Gu Ran said thoughtfully, "Then, at the opening ceremony of this event, would you like to go up and dance?" These words seemed to touch a string in her heart, and her whole body trembled. Gu Ran, who was resting his head on her, was the one who could feel the tremor the most. But soon, she calmed down and said, "Don't joke with me about this kind of thing. If you arouse my desire but don't satisfy me, I will be very disappointed. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you." "How can you satisfy me? Aren't you going to take advantage of Yu Xingrong's promise?" Gu Ran adjusted his posture, lying on his side and said, "He is the boss and I am an employee. As long as I am still in Huanyu, I will probably have to listen to him. It's just that I am more important now, so he would be so polite to discuss it with me. In the end, I still have no choice." "Then why didn't you just agree to it? The loss would be too great. Although you have to agree in the end, you can still gain some benefits. It's not difficult to let you go through the back door." Shinweiga smiled bitterly, put her hand on Gu Ran's temple, gently massaged it and said, "It's not that easy to go through this back door. For an opening ceremony like this, the standard is too high. Those who can go on stage should be very famous dance troupes or teachers. I'm not good enough. I think you dance very beautifully. It's not about dancing skills, it's about experience." Gu Ran suddenly realized. This thing is indeed important, but Shinweiga doesn't have it. Then do you know what is more important than qualifications? Shinweiga asked. What? It's because of my connections. Although I'm lying on you now, I can still be your backer and support you from behind. Shinweiga's face began to heat up involuntarily again. She clearly understood the meaning of these words, but she always felt that there was a lot of ambiguity. Bad guy, driving again. That's not easy, right? Take Huan Yu for example. The artists in your company must want a chance to be on stage. All parties are trying to get people in. It's not easy for you to use this backdoor. That's my business. Just tell me if you want to go or not. Think. Shinweiga nodded decisively. Guran laughed. Since it's a backdoor, what are you going to give me? Shinweiga was stunned. So you were waiting for me here. At this moment, the closed door was suddenly pushed open. Han Yuxuan walked in and happened to see Guran using his goddess's plump body as a pillow, while his goddess's face was rosy and full of spring. Suddenly, Han Yuxuan froze. He pointed at the two of them and said, You guys. His lips were trembling, his whole body was numb, and he even felt that his head was flashing with dazzling green light. The goddess was originally my girlfriend. Guran heard the noise, opened his eyes and looked around, then closed them again, enjoying the soft pillow as if nothing had happened. Shinweiga felt even more embarrassed. It had nothing to do with Han Yuxuan, but because such an intimate action was seen by a third person. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Shinweiga asked angrily. Knock on the door? Han Yuxuan gritted her teeth and said, If you knock on the door, I won't be able to see this scene. Will you two take off your clothes in a while? How could Shinweiga listen to this? She was so angry that her two balls were shaking. Gu Ran was still somewhat curious about how she would refute. Should he push me away and then go up and slap him? But the result was unexpected. Shinweiga was furious, but did not refute. He said, Even if we both get naked, it's none of your business. Do you have the qualifications? I've made it very clear to you, there's no chance for the two of us. You can get out now. In this situation, it is even more impossible for Han Yuxuan to go out. He stood at the door, staring at Gu Ran with jealousy and envy, wishing he could take his place. Suddenly, Gu Ran got up from Shinweiga's body, looked at Han Yuxuan with a half smile and said, You came here to look for me, right? Han Yuxuan raised his eyebrows and took a step back. How did you know? Chapter 105. Gu Ran was right, Han Yuxuan came to find him. Shinweiga was not surprised at all. Ever since I saw through Han Yuxuan, I often felt that, apart from his talent and art, he was not very smart in other aspects. He liked to immerse himself in his own world, putting himself at the center, and didn't care much about what others thought. From the time Tan Penghai personally approached Gu Ran to the time Gu Ran uncovered the painting, Han Yuxuan's entire worldview seemed to have been refreshed. The last second, he was still mocking Gu Ran for being a small-time punk with no identity or background. What's the point of being good at portrait painting? The next second, all the bigwigs in the circle whom he admired were very friendly to Gu Ran, and some even took the initiative to add him as a WeChat friend. It's so fucking subversive. To the extent that Han Yuxuan would look at Gu Ran from time to time, sometimes with his mouth half open, as if he had something to say. But due to the friction and conflict between the two, he never spoke. I am sad. Han Yuxuan is sad. A genius in the painting world. I want to save face. There is another more important reason. There is always someone around Gu Ran, so he has no chance to speak. I heard that he was in this lounge, hesitating at the door for a long time, and heard dance music coming from inside, but he didn't think much about it. Even after the curtains were drawn, he could still hear the conversation between a man and a woman inside, especially the female voice which sounded very familiar to him. Putting his ear to the door, he heard a few key words. For example, use the back door, satisfy you, I support you. This is happening in broad daylight, it's really immoral. He couldn't help it, so he pushed the door open and saw the scene in front of him. Gu Ran said calmly, Tell me what you want to talk to me about, and then leave quickly. Wei Wei and I have something important to do. Han Yuxuan felt like a knife was stabbed in his chest and almost vomited blood. What can I say when you're like this? Asking your rival to become your enemy? What's the difference between this and kneeling down and kowtowing? Oh shit. Let us do it. After holding it in for a long time, Han Yuxuan closed his eyes and said very quickly, I heard that you will be working in the gallery during the event. can you take me with you? Gu Ran was silent. Seeing no movement for a long time, Han Yuxuan urged, say something if it's okay. If you say no, I'll leave now. No. Why don't you leave? I have to know why. I know the gallery very well and I can definitely help you. Gu Ran was amused. He thought he was a genius, but his excuses were so fake. Okay, tell me, how did you know about this? Yu Xingrong had just finished drawing the pie in the sky, and this kid knew about it. Who would believe him if he didn't tell him there was something fishy? Han Yuxuan said, Mr. Yu from your company said during the meeting at the gallery that you would participate in the whole process. My uncle was also there, and he told me. This surprised Gu Ran. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Yu Xingrong's grandson is really good at playing. Saying that you will participate in the whole process is a statement if the gallery executives take it seriously. If the top management doesn't take it seriously, it's no big deal and no one cares. A guaranteed profit. However, this was a step he had planned long ago, and the promises he made afterwards were nothing but hypocritical negotiations. Fortunately, Gu Ran was mentally prepared for all of this. At most, it's like every step is planned by someone else, and I feel like I'm being manipulated. Very unhappy. Then, Han Yuxuan continued, you are highly regarded by Mr. Yu. You will represent Huan Yu and the gallery to coordinate activities. Similarly, my job is similar to yours, but I represent Tianyi. We will definitely have a lot of communication and coordination to do in the future. But I can make it clear that most of the content can be in accordance with your wishes. This statement is quite fresh. Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh and asked, your boss Ji must not know about this, right? Well, he knows. After all, this event was originally led by Huan Yu. Gu Ran shook his head in dissatisfaction, you are not honest at all, and you don't have any sincerity. You can go now, but remember to close the door. Han Yuxuan was stunned. I have already said all the difficult things, how can I just leave in such disgrace? Han Yuxuan simply gritted his teeth and said, he doesn't know. This is my personal wish. I surrender. That's right. Mr. Ji is the fat man who was present on the night Tang Yan was drugged. Just now in the reception room, I shook hands with Yu Xingrong and my face turned red from being pinched. The two companies were originally in the same industry and were sworn enemies. Now there were so many disputes and conflicts. Ji Wen hoped that Huan Yu would mess up this event. How could he still follow Huan Yu's lead? Now such an important task has been given to Han Yuxuan because he is not only a person in the painting circle, but also has a background in the gallery. Who would have thought that he was such a complete traitor? Gu Ran asked, it's not easy to make such a big sacrifice. What do you want? Let's talk openly. Han Yuxuan was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head and replied, when you are with Director Tan, Mr. Liu and others in the future, just take me with you. No matter what you do, I can help you. Can you really help with anything? When Shinweiga and I are doing that, can you help push from behind? Of course, it is not a good idea to ask such questions in front of the two parties involved, as that would be too perverted. Just complaining in my heart. Gu Ran said, I heard that your uncle is Han Su, one of the top executives of the gallery, right? Your teacher Yang Xingxue is also in the gallery, so why did you go to such great lengths to find me? You don't think I don't know all this, do you? This time, Han Yuxuan did not choose to hide it and said directly, it is true that I have these connections, but they are not strong enough. For example, the last time I held an exhibition in the gallery, even with my uncle there, the approval process took a month. But if it's Director Tan, it would take at least 3 days to get the approval. Oh. Gu Ran suddenly realized. Compared with this, the relationship is indeed not strong enough. Tan Penghai and others are at the top of the pyramid in the gallery. Han Yuxuan's uncle can have a say with them, but it is very difficult to bring him along. It's not that there is no solution, that is the strategy of endurance. After all the people above you have outlasted or abdicated, you will naturally have enough experience and become one of the few people at the top of the pyramid. But now, it's too early. Han Yuxuan is a man who is good at research. If one way doesn't work, he will try another one. Now that he sees that he is familiar with Tan Penghai and others, he has set his sights on himself. In response, Gu Ran replied, I may not take this job, so it's too early for you to say these things, let's talk about it later. Chapter 106. Han Yuxuan was not sent away so easily. What surprised Shinweiga was that this seemingly proud genius used to look down on Gu Ran. It is not easy to make such a request today. Now, he actually took out his mobile phone and opened the QR code, as if he was willing to leave only after adding friends. Gu Ran did not resist and just added him as a friend. Seeing how obedient he is now, what's the difference between that and having a lackey? After accepting the friend request, Gu Ran said, "Close the door after you leave, thank you." Hearing this, the corners of Han Yuxuan's mouth twitched. "I closed the door, what else do you want to do with my goddess? Beast. Anything else?" Gu Ran asked. Without. Han Yuxuan had an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He was tormented for a few seconds before he walked out and closed the door. When there was only a man and a woman left in the room, Shenweiga hit Gu Ran's arm with her tender little white hand. "You bad guy, we are innocent, but the tone you used when you talked to him just now made it sound like we were planning to have a baby here." Gu Ran smiled evilly. "You are the one who said this, you are the one who thinks so, I can cooperate with you. That's a nice thought." Gu Ran did not refute. He leaned his body and leaned back on the soft and comfortable pillows. He said, "Believe it or not, that guy has his ear pressed against the door, eavesdropping on what's happening." "No way. I don't have the impression that he is that kind of person." As she spoke, her voice gradually became softer, and it was obvious that that image of her had now collapsed. Han Yuxuan outside the door quickly took a few steps back, extremely surprised. "Damn, did I see a ghost today? Why does this guy Gu Ran seem to know everything? You can't have fucking X-ray vision, can you?" In Gu Ran's plan. "I'm going to spend the whole day with Shenweiga today, including the whole night." He even asked Shenweiga for her opinion, and the two of them made some plans. First, drive to the suburbs, where there is a farmstay, a fishing ground, a horse farm, and a natural hot spring if you are tired. What Gu Ran was most looking forward to was the hot spring, so he booked a large room early. I have longed for the hot spring series. Go horseback riding with Shenweiga, then take a hot spring bath together, and have some wine over dinner. It's late and I've been drinking, so I can't drive back to the city from the suburbs. Is that normal? There is only one double bedroom left in the farmhouse. That's normal, right? After planning everything, Gu Ran drove the car and said to Shenweiga in the passenger seat, "It will probably take more than an hour to drive. You should get some sleep first, otherwise you will be too tired at night." "Why do I feel tired when I go to bed at night?" You can tell from her silly expression that she is not pretending to be stupid. You'll know when the time comes. It's very exciting. The car quickly got on the highway, and at this time, Tang Yan called again. At this time, the mobile phone was connected to the car's Bluetooth. Gu Ran glanced at Shenweiga out of the corner of his eye and actually felt a little guilty. I gritted my teeth and hung up. I'm not afraid of her getting angry, I'm just afraid of her getting horny. It would be a shame if today's plan was ruined. Shenweiga asked curiously, "How dare you hang up on your boss?" Gu Ran nodded nonchalantly, "Well, I even dared to hit her." He spanked her ass hard, very harshly. But Shenweiga obviously didn't believe it and just gave a polite smile. Soon, Tang Yan's series of life-threatening phone calls came again, and it seemed that she would never give up. Gu Ran answered the call anyway. Just when he was about to take the initiative, Tang Yan asked, "Gu Ran, you are a minor, right?" "Phew. Fortunately, I'm not being horny." Gu Ran was somewhat immune to Tang Yan's bossy attitude. He said, "I don't have any minors. Your husband and I were in the gallery this morning. And now, something urgent." "What's going on?" Tang Yan gritted her teeth and said, "You're not in the company, and you're asking me what's wrong? Get back here right now, I have something to tell you." Gu Ran thought for a moment and asked, "Is it a business matter or a personal matter?" "Business." "Oh." Gu Ran relaxed instantly and said calmly, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm on the highway now, so I won't talk about it for now. Wait for me to call you back. That's it. Bye. You fucking bastard." Before the word egg came out, Gu Ran hung up. Shenweiga was stunned. "I heard that President Tang of Huanyu has a bad temper. Aren't you afraid that she will fire you?" Gu Ran shrugged and said, "That's even better." Shenweiga expressed her incomprehension. Finally, we arrived at our destination. Autumn is approaching, and I don't feel stuffy when I get off the car. When I breathe, I can smell the fragrance of grass and flowers that are not found in the city, as well as the chirping of birds and insects. "Come here." Shenweiga waved to Gu Ran. "What's wrong?" Idiot, of course it's taking pictures. It seems that most girls love taking photos, especially those who are beautiful and have good figures. Gu Ran took pictures with his camera for a long time. When Shinweiga saw the finished film, she was so angry that she stamped her feet. What's wrong with you? The focus is either on breasts or legs. Doesn't my face look pretty? Of course they are beautiful. I'll take 2 more photos. I won't delete these. They are for my personal collection. What are you collecting? I don't want you to take pictures anymore. Let's take a picture together. I want to post it on WeChat Moments. Posting photos with the opposite sex on WeChat Moments, what is the difference between this and an official announcement? Gu Ran naturally didn't mind, and he naturally put his arm around her shoulders and brought her into his arms. Shinweiga rolled her eyes, and unexpectedly looked exceptionally cute. She did not struggle, but took several photos in a row, then chose the one she was most satisfied with and sent it out. Don't you need to Photoshop the photos? Gu Ran asked. She proudly lifted her hair from her shoulders, creating a fragrant breeze, and said, No, I'm beautiful and you look photogenic, that's already good enough. Yeah, they're a good match. Let's go in and have a drink first. Shinweiga agreed and followed him while looking down at her phone. You can't even concentrate on walking, what are you doing? Chatting. Shinweiga answered with a smile. That smile was still sweet, but Gu Ran vaguely felt that she was very proud. I don't know what they are talking about. Chat interface. Shinweiga, Banksia, please like my circle of friends. Zhao Banksia replied with an okay expression, and after a while, she replied, How come you are together? Are you dating? Shinweiga, yes, a farm stay, and there are hot springs. Zhao Banksia, that's my boyfriend. Shinweiga, really? Then I'm even more excited. Zhao Banksia, just wait, I'm going to kill you right now. Shinweiga was stunned for a moment before she realized that the nameplate of this farm stay was included in the photo just now, because there was a maple tree at the door, which she particularly liked. It should be coded. Chapter 107. When Gu Ran first walked into the farmhouse, he felt very excited. The decoration here is obviously very thoughtful, with warm colors and a relaxing feel. The proprietress was in her 30s, with her thick hair tied into a simple bun and then pinned through with a simple hairpin. Quite charming still remains. The proprietress asked with a smile, Handsome boy, do you have a reservation? Have. Gu Ran placed his ID card on the counter, and suddenly, he heard a ding sound in his mind. This is the system notification sound. Ding. New mission captured. Hearing this, Gu Ran thought that he was trying to capture the proprietress. But what he said next completely dumbfounded him. Shinweiga is jealous of Zhao Banksia and wants to destroy the relationship between the host and Zhao Banksia. Mission reward, emotion control skill usage +1. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and asked, System, what the hell is this? Can Shinweiga counterattack me? Yes, the host has a couple, so naturally they can be destroyed. Friendly reminder, you can only receive rewards for this type of task if you complete it 100%, and it is a random consumable skill. Gu Ran was speechless for a long time, and finally he was ecstatic. Damn, the concept god is really awesome. The last time he agreed to be Zhao Banksia's boyfriend was because there was a system task that allowed him to get 200,000 yuan in cash as long as he broke up with his girlfriend. But Gu Ran still has several million in his card and he is not so short of money for the time being, so he put it aside for now. Besides, who can resist the goddess who was once unattainable no matter how hard she licked, turning into a little bitch to cooperate with all kinds of play? Unexpectedly, another task could be triggered. I originally thought that after Zhao Banksia broke up with Zhou Lang, she was no longer of any use to the system. Now I can trigger 2 tasks at once. In fact, if I directly announce the breakup with Zhao Banksia now, I should be able to accomplish 2 tasks at once. But as for this reward, I don't have any shortage of money for now, and the function of that potion doesn't sound very useful. On the contrary, how Shinweiga is going to destroy this relationship and how she is going to conquer me is more interesting and curious. I was originally thinking that if I flirted a little more, I could eat seafood, but now I don't even have to take the initiative. Just wait for her to open her legs on her own initiative. Wow, they are really good friends. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on solid wood brought Gu Ran back to reality from his immersed thought. It was the proprietress who was knocking on the counter. At the same time, she wrapped her cardigan around the low neckline and said angrily, It's not polite for you to stare at me like that. Gu Ran could only smile helplessly. It seemed that there was no point in explaining now. At this time Shinweiga also came over. The proprietress returned the ID card to Gu Ran and said to the two of them, "Your room is on the left side at the end of the first floor. It has its own hot spring. If you want to do something else, you can check out this guide. There are orchards, fishing, and horseback riding." Gu Ran had just finished driving and was still a little tired. He said, "Let's have a drink first." After ordering 2 cups of fruit tea, Gu Ran and Shinweiga found a seat and sat down. "Were you chatting with Banksia just now?" Gu Ran asked. Shinweiga's beautiful face showed a brief panic, but she quickly concealed it and shook her head, saying, "No, I didn't chat with her." Gu Ran smiled but didn't expose her lie. "You know what, it's quite fun to tease her." Shinweiga asked back, "When did you and Banksia become boyfriend and girlfriend? You actually kept it a secret from me." "It was the day when Han Yuxuan held his art exhibition." Shinweiga opened her mouth in surprise. "Weren't we together that day? Could it be that you two were hanging out together after I ran away in anger?" Gu Ran nodded with a smile on his face. Bang! She kicked Gu Ran angrily and said dissatisfiedly, "I just saw the true nature of a bastard. I was sad, but you didn't come to comfort me. You actually made love with me? I'm so angry. I still consider you my friends." For some reason, seeing her angry made Gu Ran even more excited. No, you're wrong." Gu Ran shook his head and explained, "We didn't make love. We just played a little game in the bathroom." If Gu Ran didn't know that she wanted to conquer him, he would never have said such words. Now, a little game? Even though she hadn't transformed into a woman yet, she could guess what the game was. It makes me even more angry. Was the scale so big at the beginning? Xiao Banksia is such a shameless woman. Gu Ran comforted him softly, "We didn't do it on purpose. We went to look for you but we didn't see you and we couldn't get through on the phone. Are you blaming me?" No. Gu Ran vaguely felt that she was about to release the passive skill that most women have. When angry, all resistances are plus 200%, and she can still make a fuss even when being unreasonable. Fortunately, the proprietress came up with 2 cups of fruit tea, which eased the atmosphere a little. Gu Ran had just lowered his head to take a sip when Shinweiga stood up and said angrily, "I want to go horseback riding." "Okay, let's go after we finish drinking." "Now go. We'll ride the same horse." That tone that brooked no rejection was not as cold as Tang Yan's, but instead had a bit more cuteness and anger. If I don't agree to her, it might be more serious than angering Tang Yan when we just met? As a result, without waiting for Gu Ran to say anything, she pulled Gu Ran up and walked out. The stable is not very big, it has a roughly restricted area, and there is also a stable master who leads the horses or teaches. When the horse master heard the girls say they wanted to ride the same horse, he was not too surprised, as many couples like to play this way. But I am particularly jealous of Gu Ran. Damn, my girlfriend is as beautiful as a fairy. Not only does she have a great temperament, but she also has an amazing figure. I really want to know what it feels like to ride a horse together, sit behind her, and go up and down with the bumps of the horse's back. After teaching for a while, the horse master said, "Do you want to try letting me let go and riding on your own?" Gu Ran felt that he had mastered the trick, nodded and said, "Let's try it." "Yes, but at first you can only let it walk slowly, but don't tighten the reins suddenly." "Okay." Gu Ran sat behind Shinweiga, holding her waist with both hands while holding the reins. If he loosened the reins a little, the horse would move forward. Shinweiga's face became increasingly rosy, not knowing whether she was excited or shy. "Why aren't you talking?" Gu Ran asked. She was silent for a while, and replied in a low voice, "Can you please stop butting me, it's weird." Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh. "What's so strange about that?" "You are not allowed to ask." "TSK, she still wants to conquer me and steal my best friend's boyfriend. This is too embarrassing. He is really a novice and loves to play. Then we won't be together. And never mind, it was fun. But I want to take a hot spring bath with you." Chapter 108. Chapter 108, Is there any girlfriend like you? On horseback. Gu Ran's chest was pressed against Shinweiga's back, and he could smell her body fragrance. As the horse's back bounces, it can't help but lean forward. It's like a cleat hitting a wave. Gu Ran leaned against her face and whispered in her ear, "I can't help it." "What?" Shinweiga moaned softly, her white teeth biting her sexy lower lip, and the sound seemed to be squeezed out of her throat. "I don't want to ride anymore." So what do you want to ride? As soon as she said this, Shinweiga felt a little regretful. This guy really made me dizzy and I even spoke nonsense. You shouldn't ask that. This guy will definitely push his luck. However, Shinweiga guessed wrong. Guran did not answer what he wanted to ride, but just said, I'm sweating a little. The room I booked is a hot spring room. Why don't we go take a bath? Shinweiga opened her red lips slightly. He could naturally feel the power that was about to overflow from the man behind him. To be honest, she also felt unusually uncomfortable. You can also imagine what hot springs represent. She asked in confusion, just one hot spring room, can we soak together? Yes. Guran answered directly. Since she wants to conquer me, she shouldn't give up. As a result, Shinweiga's answer surprised himself again. No, we are a man and a woman, we can't take a hot spring bath together. Her voice was not so firm, but became softer and softer. It seems like he is reluctant but also like he has the desire but not the courage to do so. What are you afraid of? You can wear clothes when you soak in the hot spring. You're wearing one more layer than me, so you're taking advantage of me, right? I don't mind. Rogue theory. But it makes sense. Besides, I only booked one hot spring room, which is big and expensive. It would be a waste to book a second one. So many twisted ideas. She grumbled but didn't refute. Guran took it as her consent and led the horse back. Shinweiga's face was already as red as it could be, and as hot as it could be. She could only turn around and glare at Guran, which surprisingly made her look very charming. Guran could only chuckle and pretend nothing had happened. After driving back to the farmhouse and getting out of the car, Guran quickened his pace and felt extremely excited. Seeing Shinweiga walking slowly behind him, he couldn't help but turn back, grab her wrist, and speed up again. As he stepped into the door with his left foot and was about to go to the room, Guran suddenly saw a girl wearing JK and white stockings sitting on a chair closest to the door. Guran really likes this combination, especially for girls with pretty faces and great figures. Zhao Bangxia is definitely among them. She is even sexier and more charming than other girls. The moment she saw Guran holding her best friend's wrist, the first action she took was to suddenly spread her closed legs, revealing some hidden spring light. Guran was stunned. Damn, she is really a little bitch. But she was even more surprised. Why was this girl here? What on earth did Shinweiga just talk to her about? Looking sideways, Shinweiga was also a little surprised. She did not break away from Guran's hand, but covered her sexy red lips with her other hand and said, You really came? Ha! My boyfriend and my bestie are out hanging out, so I can't come, right? The lady boss behind the counter was cracking melon seeds and watching TV, but she couldn't help but look over. Wow, this is better than that crappy TV show. She was very curious about how this man would explain. It would be best if the two women fought again. However, to her surprise, the man actually took JK's first wife hand with his other hand and said, Let's go back to the room and talk. The proprietress was stunned. Oh shit. Is it so hardcore? Is it to prevent me from watching the fun, or to deal with two at once? I really want to know the sequel. She couldn't continue watching the TV series at all. She just kept her eyes on the corner to see who would come out first. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Bangxia jumped up and down again. She pointed at the big bed in the room, on which a bouquet of roses was placed romantically, and asked loudly, Guran, you actually brought her to such a romantic place, are you worthy of me? Bang! Guran slapped her on the butt and said, Shut up and sit on the sofa first. Shinweiga took a step back. She knows her best friend's personality, so she and Guran will have a huge fight. Is Guran also stupid? Instead of comforting and coaxing her, she actually touched Tiger's butt. But an accident happened again. Zhao Bangxia did not turn into a tigress. Instead, she was more like a tamed puppy. Her face showed a grieved and angry expression, and there were even tears in her eyes. However, she did not go crazy. She just sat on the sofa obediently as Guran ordered. Guran asked, Do you remember what I said when you asked me to be your boyfriend? Remember. Then tell me. You said. I'll give you a chance to be your girlfriend. You like freedom, so I'll ask less about your affairs and stop interfering. She finished her words haltingly, feeling more and more aggrieved. I didn't expect him to actually do that. Guran asked again, Then why did you agree to it at that time? Shinweiga was stunned. What the hell is this? Isn't Gu Ran Shinweiga S bootlicker? Why does it seem now that the bootlicker is Zhao Bangxia? Zhao Bangxia was silent. He really felt that he was being PUA. No way. Didn't I come here to call for justice? Gu Ran added, look at how money makes you a bootlicker. To use an analogy, if you were his girlfriend and you went out with me, would he dare to say anything? I dare not, but. No buts. Think about how you treated me in the past. Have you done enough to hurt me? Don't you feel guilty? Zhao Bangxia was completely numb. When Gu Ran scolded her, she felt her body going weak and even a little excited. I wanted to refute, but I just felt that everything this bastard said made so much sense. Then, Gu Ran explained, and you misunderstood. Wei Wei and I didn't come here to get a room. We just came out to relax. Isn't it normal to go out with friends? When we booked the room just now, the landlady thought we were a couple, so she opened this room. We just came back to change rooms and met you. You didn't even give me a chance to explain. Is this how you treat your girlfriend? Chapter 109. Shinweiga just wants to say 666 now. Her scalp was numbing because of Gu Ranxiu. First he gave Zhao Bangxia a big blow, which made him dazed, and then he gave her a sweet treat. No, these dates are not sweet. Please, who would believe such a low-level excuse as the landlady booked the wrong room? Zhao Bangxia is not a pig. Really? The anger on Zhao Bangxia's face had been reduced by a lot. Of course. You don't believe me? Gu Ran had a clear conscience on his face. I believe it. Shinweiga. My best friend is a love-brained person and a moron at the same time. But soon, Zhao Bangxia pointed the finger at Shinweiga and said, she just posted the photo to her friend's circle and told me that she wanted to snatch you away. I can show you the chat records. No. Shinweiga's face was rosy when she got off the car, but now it is completely pale. She dared to provoke Zhao Bangxia through the screen, and also dared to be ambiguous with Gu Ran secretly. I was extremely conflicted and cautious about agreeing to take a hot spring bath with him. Not to mention facing each other face to face. She no longer wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, she just wanted to find a defense tower to hide in, preferably in a crystal. Gu Ran was actually very interested in this. He nodded repeatedly and said to Zhao Bangxia, whose eyes were filled with tears, show it to me. You can't look. Shinweiga stretched out her hand to stop him. Gu Ran was laughing secretly. Xiaoshen, the system has already told me what you are thinking about. You think you are taking the initiative, but in fact you are just playing a part in my game. Zhao Bangxia looked at Shinweiga angrily until Gu Ran finished reading, then he said lightly, Wei Wei, you come and explain. Shinweiga was confused again. If she had a CPU, it would probably be burned out by now. She thought that as long as Gu Ran wanted to explain and used his current level of explanation, he would be able to make Zhao Bangxia obedient. Why are you throwing the problem to me now? This bastard must have done it on purpose. Zhao Bangxia was a little timid in front of Gu Ran, but when facing Shinweiga, she straightened her back, tightened her clothes around her chest, and hardened her whole body. Tell me what? A date, a hot spring, and excitement. What's going on? If you're joking, I definitely won't believe you. Don't treat me like a fool. Shinweiga was silent for 2 seconds, as if thinking about how to answer this question. In the end, he could only say one sentence, aren't you a fool? Bastard. I'm going to crush your son's cafeteria and scratch your face. Like most men, Gu Ran likes to watch girls quarreling and fighting. That wave punch is so pleasing to the eye. But shaving your face is definitely not an option. I can't turn off the lights while Shinweiga is trying to conquer me, right? He believed that Zhao Bangxia's bold side could definitely help her do this. So, he hurried forward, put one hand around Zhao Bangxia's waist, and pulled up with the other hand and said, can you listen to his explanation first, and then beat her up? This well-behaved little bitch suddenly became much quieter, but her eyes were still fierce as she stared at Shinweiga as if she was interrogating her. Shinweiga suddenly sat down on the sofa, clasped her hands together on her knees, and then raised her swan-like graceful neck, saying with a little grievance, yes. I did it on purpose. Gu Ran, look at her. Bang. Don't interrupt, just listen to her continue. I flew back from the capital today, and Gu Ran came to pick me up as a friend. I didn't think much of it at the time. But later, Director Tan of Yuntan Art Gallery invited him, so I went along for the trip. Han Yuxuan has been pursuing me for so long, and I also know some people and things related to art. Banksia, do you know what I saw in the gallery? That group of people, the most experienced and prestigious people in the gallery, were asking Gu Ran for help to peel off several layers of a painting. This is something that even the experts who restore cultural relics in the Forbidden City are not sure about. And the few words he wrote casually were regarded by that group of people as excellent calligraphy works. Compared to Han Yuxuan, is it abnormal that I have a crush on him? And at that time, neither of you told me that you were in love. You kept it from me, and now you blame me? And what about you, Zhao Banksia? Gu Ran is such an outstanding person. He pursued you before and even licked your boots for you, but you were able to reject him. You said that you two were in love. Not only did I half believe it, but I also felt that Gu Ran was not worth it. Besides, you didn't call me at all the day I lost contact. Instead, you tried to take Gu Ran down. Do you consider me a friend? Shinweiga said a lot in one breath, probably spilling out all that was in his heart. Zhao Banksia, who had been so arrogant just now felt a little guilty. In the end, she stubbornly retorted, "Now you have seen it, he is my boyfriend, can you leave now?" "Why?" "I won't leave." Shinweiga had a desperate attitude. Now that she had said everything, she stopped pretending. She stared at Gu Ran with an aggressive look and said, "Don't you want to take a hot spring bath together? Come on, I can rub your back." Gu Ran couldn't help but swallowed. Who the hell could refuse this? The moment the former fake sisters and green tea best friends started to confront each other officially, he had already changed his identity and became a spectator. It's both exciting and secretly satisfying to watch. Shinweiga's initiative to invite him to take a hot spring bath was highly praised. Yes, that's it. Otherwise, how can you complete your strategy mission? Zhao Banksia gnashed her teeth in anger and stopped Gu Ran, saying, "You are not allowed to go." She said it very firmly, but was glared at by Gu Ran, and the feeling of being tamed came back to her. "I feel like I can't stop it. If you really want to go, I will. I will." Gu Ran smiled and asked jokingly, "What about you?" She gritted her teeth and made up her mind, "Then I'll come with you." "Shinweiga, do you dare? Let's go together." This time, it was Gu Ran's turn for the CPU to heat up, but it was just hot and was still a long way from burning. He actually just analyzed it. Although Zhao Banksia has been tamed now, it is only for herself. If there is a third person present, and that person is her best friend, she will probably become as proud as before. Not to mention Shinweiga, who is also a goddess, but all the men who pursued her ended up in failure. Only Han Yuxuan, the school idol of the art department and a painting genius, used some tricks to move her and gave her a glimmer of hope. It is unlikely that either of them would accept that situation. Now, we can only say that while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. But Gu Ran thought that it was probably impossible to make a hot spring bath more lively. Chapter 110. Just as Gu Ran thought. In the hot spring pool, you can just feast your eyes and receive some scrubbing and massage. Apart from the fact that the bath ball is soft and elastic, there is nothing else to it. A bit disappointed. You were arguing so fiercely just now, why don't you continue rolling now? After coming out of the hot spring pool, Gu Ran tied a white bath towel around her waist and looked at the extremely romantic big bed covered with rose petals, her imagination running wild. There is only one bed in this room. It should be okay for 3 people to sleep on it, right? But things did not go as planned. They were as close as sisters in the water just now, but now they are at loggerheads with each other. Zhao Banksia said, "Go and get a room." Shinweiga stared, "Why?" Zhao Banksia, "Hey, don't go too far. I'm taking you with me to the hot springs with my boyfriend, which is already the limit of my tolerance. Do you still want to be a spectator tonight?" Compared to Zhao Banksia's current aggressiveness, Shinweiga was no match for her. After all, she had not completed the transformation yet, and there were some things she could not say. In fact, she was very timid in the bathtub just now. If it was not to provoke Zhao Banksia, she would not have been so proactive. But now, she was stimulated again. She turned around and sat down on the white bed with her legs folded together. The bath towel slid down along her legs, revealing her tender skin. "I don't care. If anyone wants to leave, it's you. This room was reserved for him and me by Gu Ran. You are the outsider. You damn bitch. I'm going to tear your mouth apart." Just as they were about to fight, Gu Ran said, "Stop arguing. Isn't there a sofa here? You two can sleep on the bed tonight, and I'll stay on the sofa. Well, after they all fall asleep, I will find an excuse to sneak into bed, hee hee. Hearing this, Shinweiga immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was really a little afraid that she couldn't compete with Zhao Bangxia for the title of first wife, and she was even more afraid that three people would sleep together, which would be too awkward. Gu Ran's approach is a good way out for her now. Look at Gu Ran, he is so considerate. Shinweiga snorted, you are not worthy of him. Zhao Bangxia was not annoyed, and sneered, well, but I already got it, you have no chance. Snort. Snort. It was still early, so the three of them changed into decent clothes and prepared to go out for dinner. The proprietress was still sitting behind the counter, and she was surprised to see that the three men took so long to come out of the room. What was even more surprising was that a cute and lovely girl, and a beautiful woman with excellent temperament, were actually following him harmoniously on both sides. Although the two girls bickered from time to time, they were definitely settled by the man in the middle. Isn't this too awesome? The lady boss's eyes stayed on the man, thinking there were only two possibilities. 1. He has exceptionally strong financial resources. Second, his strength is so strong that he can not only satisfy these two stunning beauties, but also make them dependent on him. The proprietress was more inclined to the second option because the time between them going in and coming out was quite long. How powerful is that? Suddenly, the proprietress's eyes met Gu Ran's, and then she immediately looked away. Damn! I just took a look, why am I wet? Dinner was barbecued in a yard next to the farmhouse. Gu Ran also met the owner here for the first time, a man with skin tanned by the sun, who loved to laugh and looked very honest when he laughed. He and the boss lady don't look like a couple. The boss also prepared dinner, and the stir-fried dishes and fish soup were very flavorful. The evening breeze blew by, and there was a coolness unique to autumn, as if I was still in an air-conditioned room with the air conditioning turned on full blast, but the air was not only fresher, but also had the scent of flowers and grass. Looking up, I could see the warm yellow moon and the thin night sky. Gu Ran likes this feeling. But the two girls are still in battle. After Zhao Bangxia sat down, he said, Boss, give me a box of iced beer. Oh, by the way, Wei, your period is coming soon, you can't drink it cold, right? Shinweiga glanced at Gu Ran vaguely, then replied, no. It will take 2 days. I am in the safe period now, so I can drink. After saying this, her heartbeat quickened again. I want to die. I want to die. What do I do during the safe period? Zhao Bangxia was stunned for a moment, then turned to Gu Ran and said, I'm in danger now, but if it's you, it's okay. Gu Ran. Soon, the competition between the two women turned into drinking. But in this round, Shinweiga was completely defeated. She doesn't have the habit of drinking alcohol on a regular basis, and only drinks a little at home during festivals. Zhao Bangxia is different. She is a veteran in the bar. In her words, drinking beer is like swishing your lips. But after dinner, Shinweiga suddenly fell into Gu Ran's arms and said softly, I feel a little dizzy, can you help me to the bed? Gu Ran was naturally very happy and even saluted. Just as he put his arms around the slender waist, Zhao Bangxia came up and snatched Shinweiga away. She carried her on her back and said fiercely, I'll just carry you. I'll throw you into the ditch. Gu Ran, who was left behind by loneliness, couldn't help but smile bitterly. You know what, it's quite interesting. After returning to the room, they became much quieter. One by one, they didn't care if they were exposed or not. They just lay on the bed with their legs spread apart, completely defenseless. To be honest, Gu Ran was also a little tired, so he simply collapsed on the sofa, planning to wait until they all fell asleep before launching a night attack. Shinweiga was already drunk, but she still forced herself to keep her eyes open, as if those two beautiful eyes were sentinels, watching over the other two people in the room. Zhao Bangxia was playing with her cell phone, chatting with Gu Ran from time to time. Finally, it was time to go to bed. Shinweiga turned off the lights in the room and relaxed completely. They must all be tired, right? Just as she thought, Gu Ran was really tired and even wanted to give up the night attack plan. When he put down his phone and closed his eyes, suddenly, there was a voice, tiptoeing and rustling. Then, a familiar fragrance came into the nose. The little bitch sat directly on him, and a muffled sound came from her throat. It was hard to hear clearly, but it was certain that she was being horny. Shinweiga usually has good sleep quality, but today she didn't sleep well. I always felt like there was a cat in the room, meowing all night long. She opened her eyes and wanted to grab the wild cat and throw it away. I opened my heavy eyelids, my brain suddenly became clear, and I suddenly realized that that was not a wild cat. She panicked, covered her head with the quilt and covered her ears with her hands, but she could not block out the obscene music. In the end, she followed her heart and used her hands to cover her ears, then her mouth. Chapter 111. If there is a ranking, then finishing it would be the second most exciting night. The first exciting night was the night raid on Tang Ran's boudoir, which resulted in some entanglement with Tang Yan. Just as I was thinking this, Tang Yan suddenly popped up a video call. In fact, since I hung up the phone with her yesterday, she has sent a lot of messages. Apart from a few words about work, she was just scolding me. There were both text and voice messages, but Gu Ran just glanced at them and ignored them. There is some guilt, but not much. But this video call really made Gu Ran feel like someone was checking on him. He looked up. Zhao Bangxia was washing up in the bathroom wearing a black suspender dress, while Shen Weiga was wearing loose silk pajamas and sitting in front of the dressing table applying foundation. Is this video capable? There was no way to hang up the call, so I could only click on the voice call, then walk into the yard in my slippers, close the door, and light a cigarette. Tang Yan asked, "Where did you go yesterday? I sent you so many messages and you didn't reply?" It still has that sexy tone, but without as much emotion. Gu Ran took a puff of his cigarette and said, "What are you talking about? I'm not fooling around. I was drinking with my former classmates. It's better this way. You know, it would be easy for me to know your whereabouts, but I didn't do that. I don't want our relationship to become so stiff, but you shouldn't go too far." These words left Gu Ran speechless. "Sister, I feel like the relationship between us is still a little bit awkward." For a moment, Gu Ran couldn't tell whether she was talking about private or official matters. After not hearing Gu Ran's answer for a long time, Tang Yan thought that this guy was reflecting on himself, so she didn't get angry. She just asked, "You won't not come to the company again today, will you?" Of course. There has to be a limit to arrogance. Gu Ran knew that he had been casual enough and he still had to give some face. "What time do you arrive at the company?" "Well, we should be able to arrive in the morning." "Be more specific, what time?" Tang Yan looked at the clock on the wall, sighed, and began to ask herself. Tang Yan, what's wrong with you? Shouldn't an unorganized and undisciplined bastard like this be kicked out directly?" He also wanted Lu Song to sue him for compensation on the grounds of causing economic losses to the world. This is your style. Now he is allowing his minors to be late? Just because it feels good? Gu Ran also glanced at the time and said, "Maybe in 2 hours." "What?" Tang Yan's voice suddenly rose several pitches, and she suppressed her anger and said, "You should know that the company's working hours are 8:30. The accumulated late time every month is only half an hour. What's the difference between you and absenteeism now? I'm in the suburbs now. Can you come back as soon as possible? Then hurry up. I'll have someone postpone the meeting." "A regular meeting of the secretariat?" It seems to be the same whether I'm there or not, right?" On the other end of the phone, Tang Yan was silent for a few seconds. Only a heavy breathing sound could be heard. It seemed that she took a deep breath. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "I sent you so many messages, but you didn't read them at all. And you ignored the announcements in the work group? Fine, I'll wait for you to come back and see how I deal with you." Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up impatiently. Gu Ran was not surprised because he was used to it. I reopened the work group and took a quick look. It turned out that Yu Xingrong had already finalized many work directions in the gallery yesterday, and today the formal preliminary preparation stage had begun. The meeting that Tang Yan mentioned was mainly for this matter, and Gu Ran was also a participant. From the list of participants, it can be seen that not only Yu Xingrong and Tang Yan will attend, but also some senior executives from the capital headquarters. This shows the importance of this meeting. If it's so important, why postpone it just for yourself? Not really? I sent both of my best friends back to school and then returned to the company. Inside the Universal Building, everyone was still wearing professional suits as before, like worker ants busy doing their own things. Their work pace seemed to be very fast, and while they were walking hurriedly, several people were communicating about work content on the phone. This is also the reason why Gu Ran always felt that he could not fit in. "I no longer need this salary to cover my expenses, so I don't have that much motivation anymore." When they arrived at the secretarial department, Lu Song was sitting in front of the coffee machine at the door. Gu Ran walked up to him and asked, Uncle Lu, is Mr. Tang in the office? Yes, just go there directly. Yeah. Gu Ran just turned around and remembered something and asked, by the way, how is she feeling? It's really fucked. It seems like every time I face her, I have to find out from others first. Lu Song raised his black framed glasses and smiled. Same old. Are you trying to make a request to her? Or did you do something to upset her? It shouldn't be the latter. After all, Mr. Yu's secretary said you did a great job yesterday. Well, it seems that Tang Yan has taken responsibility for the minor's matter. Otherwise, every time I am absent from work or late, these colleagues will still make fun of me. Haha, nothing, thank you Uncle Lu, I'll treat you to lunch at noon, I'll go over first. Well, go ahead. This time, Gu Ran didn't dare not knock on the door. He waited for a response before pushing the door open. Surprisingly, she was meeting a guest, a middle-aged man of medium to short build, who was not wearing professional attire but sporty casual clothes. Seeing that the person coming was Gu Ran, Tang Yan said, let's leave it at that for now, you can go back. Haha, okay. The man stood up respectfully, and Tang Yan showed no intention of seeing him off. It was obvious that he was not a partner, but a subordinate. When the man walked up to Gu Ran, he suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Secretary Gu, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. Gu Ran was a little surprised, but only a little. After shaking hands politely, Gu Ran said, I'm Gu Ran, who are you? The man was stunned for a moment, surprised that the other party didn't recognize him. Am I not famous enough? I'm level 3. Gu Ran's polite smile froze for a moment. Zhou Sanji was a little shorter than Gu Ran. He raised his hand, patted Gu Ran on the shoulder a few times, and said, young man, you've done a good job. Keep it up. It looked like a senior was caring for and encouraging a junior. If there wasn't a conflict between the two of them, Gu Ran would have actually thought that he meant well. After all, that smile was even somewhat heartwarming. Really, it's so fake. After that, Zhou Sanji left without saying anything. Chapter 112. After Zhou Sanji left, Tang Yan also got up from the sofa. She was wearing a dark red shirt today with only one button undone at the collar, revealing only her fair neck and part of her collarbone. The clothes were not tight, but even without the golden eyes, Gu Ran could feel how sexy the figure under the shirt was. Tang Yan is a queen type, and with her natural temperament of a superior, she is extremely sexy and can easily arouse a man's desire to conquer her. At night, Gu Ran was able to tame the hunting horse. But in the office during the day, she immediately turned into the decisive and ruthless president again. This contrast is also particularly charming. Tang Yan walked past Gu Ran in her high heels. She didn't get angry, but said in a shadowy tone, hey, did you know to knock on the door when you came to my office today? In the workplace, she is always so sensitive and attaches great importance to work efficiency and work attitude. For example, the last time she and Tang Ran were chatting about some private matters in the office, Gu Ran just pushed the door open and walked in. Still holding a grudge. Knowing that she was still angry, Gu Ran just smiled and said nothing. Tang Yan walked all the way to the coffee machine before stopping. Just like the first time they met, she made a cup of coffee, added some other ingredients, handed it to Gu Ran and said, drink it. What a familiar scene. Last time, I thought she was going to poison me openly. It was clearly a cup of coffee, but it felt like the emperor was bestowing poison wine, or Jinlian was feeding Dalong medicine. Before I even drank it, the smell already wafted into my nose. In the past, Gu Ran didn't understand what she added in it, but now he has inherited the traditional Chinese medicine and knows that the ingredients in it are all excellent Chinese medicinal materials for strengthening the body, especially for men. Some of these medicinal herbs are not available in many large pharmacies, and you can only try your luck in certain mountains and forests to pick some. Good things are naturally not to be rejected. Gu Ran held his breath and drank the bitter, astringent and slightly salty thing in one breath. Tang Yan gave a slight puzzled sound and said, I thought you would resist like the first time, why are you so happy? She frowned, dissatisfied with Gu Ran's straightforwardness. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Ran came to his senses. This is what you said on the phone, you won tea let me go, right? Gu Ran put the empty cup on the coffee table and said, what you gave me to drink is a tonic medicine, why should I resist it? You know everything. By the way, you are a Chinese medicine practitioner. It turns out that your first reluctance was all pretend. Tang Yan didn't react until now. The first time I did it I was really reluctant, but there's no way to explain it. Gu Ran smiled and said, Sister Tang, we slept together for the first time. Then you gave me something so nourishing to drink. Did you plan for me to repay you in another way? Bah! Tang Yan spat and snorted, my husband got this stuff from somewhere. I made you drink it just to scare you and teach you a lesson. You pervert, you still want to think in a crooked way. Gu Ran smiled, well, the first time was to punish me. But it wasn't the second time, was it? You know what, it really worked after I drank it. Do you want to try it now? Tang Yan's face turned visibly pink, and she seemed to be aroused. But she was still very rational, and said with a light spit, can you separate work and life more clearly? I'm looking for. Halfway through her words, Tang Yan saw Gu Ran turn around and lock the door. Why did you lock the door? Didn't you hear me? Gu Ran walked up with a smile and said, Secretarial service, boss, is that considered a job? Phew. A wisp of white smoke gently came out of Gu Ran's mouth. A cigarette afterwards is better than being a living god. Tang Yan, half lying on the sofa, kicked Gu Ran's back with her smooth jade feet, and said, my dear, go and turn on the windows and the ventilation mode of the air conditioner quickly, my husband may come over later. Gu Ran chuckled and quickly did as he was told. Soon, Tang Yan was dressed neatly again, sitting in the boss chair behind the desk, and regained her temperament as a strong woman. She had reminded Gu Ran before that he should keep a clear distinction between work and life. She did a good job herself, and all the charm on her face disappeared. She said calmly, did you learn about the meeting I told you about on the phone before? Gu Ran nodded in response, but I don't understand, if I can't catch up, we have to postpone it? It's unnecessary, right? There are also several representatives from the gallery in attendance. Oh, that makes sense. Tang Yan continued, I heard from Yu Xingrong that he plans to arrange you for this project, mainly to communicate and coordinate with the gallery, and you don't seem to be happy about it. Well, I'm not very interested. I can imagine with my toes how long the preparation for this activity takes. I don't want to spend that long. I've been so good to you, but you're still determined to leave? Perhaps because they had just enjoyed a great sexual experience, she actually showed a hint of reluctance. Gu Ran has always been soft-hearted, so this made him feel a little reluctant. Not really. Come on, your contract hasn't even been signed yet. Tell me what you think. Gu Ran shrugged and said, you can see that I am a free-spirited person. I am either absent from work or late. At the beginning, you were worried about me and threatened me. You wanted to keep me in this position. I resisted. But now, you probably won't threaten me anymore, and I'm not that resistant. I just want to live my own life. You know, I've been running around for Qin Xinwen for a few years, and I'm tired and exhausted. Tang Yan said, but you haven't completed what you promised me. Gu Ran looked at her and said, collecting evidence against Qin Xinwen? The team behind you should have already done it. If you want, you can send Qin Xinwen to prison at any time and sentence him to 10 or 20 years. Tang Yan nodded, yes, but I still mean that. Tang Ran should still take the lead in this matter. She already knew about Qin Xinwen's affair, but I didn't talk to her in depth at the time because I wanted to give her some time to recover. Gu Ran said, maybe after a while. Qin Xinwen could be killed at any time, but Qin Xinwen said that he wanted to take himself to Qingdao to participate in an auction and a collector exchange meeting. Gu Ran, who has the ability of X-ray vision, does not want to miss this opportunity. Without an insider like Qin Xinwen, he cannot enter the venue by himself. Tang Yan didn't ask why, but she followed Gu Ran's wishes. If he wants it to be later, then it will be later. Okay, let's talk about yourself. Tang Yan said, I know what you want. Chapter 113. Tang Yan's words left Gu Ran a little overwhelmed. Do you know what I want? Stop talking nonsense. Tang Yan said, since you don't want to sign the regularization contract, let's add one more clause. There is no limit on working hours or location. You don't have to come to the company unless it's urgent. You don't have to work if you don't want to. But the salary and various subsidies will be the same. How about that? You know, excluding various bonuses and benefits, the annual salary of this job is 1 million. Can you still be so bad now? Gu Ran recovered and said, if you do this, everyone will think that I am your gigolo. Tang Yan smiled sweetly, aren't you? You know what, this soft rice is really delicious. Just kidding. I am not that responsible for the company. I even have a gigolo. How can I catch corruption in other departments? Gu Ran nodded. So, you didn't finish what you just said. There's a but, right? Ha, smart. Tang Yan continued, but you still have to complete some of the tasks I taught you. After all, you are my secretary, so you have to help me with some things. I can guarantee that they won't be too onerous and won't take up too much of your time. Just like this project, I still want you to get involved. It's actually not as complicated as you think. Gu Ran said, I know. For now, this is the first time that the gallery has dealt with so many economic and entertainment companies. There are definitely some differences in concepts. I play a buffering role in this. Yes, I believe that this adjustment period will not take too long. There is another more important point. That is, you can make the gallery's senior management feel that there is a big difference between our company and companies outside the company. This is especially obvious during the adjustment period. This also determines whether Huan Yu will still have a leading position in the market in future cooperation with galleries. Having said this, Tang Yan stared at Gu Ran, as if waiting for his answer. Originally, according to her working style, she would not make it so clear, just like she would not explain to Xiang Qianqian, Lu Song, and others. Being able to explain everything so clearly is already a kind of plea. Gu Ran originally thought that he could gain some extra benefits by fighting with such strong people as Tang Yan and Yu Xingrong. I didn't expect this to be an additional condition to the contract. It has exceeded expectations. Gu Ran thought for a while and asked, then this contract doesn't stipulate that I can't resign, right? Tang Yan's eyes suddenly became much more resentful, as if saying, you stinky man, I have given you everything, why do you still want to leave? You're overthinking it. Without this provision, it will have no legal effect. There's not even an industry restriction on competition agreement in your contract. That's fine. Well, I'll ask Lu Song to add this clause and give you a new contract. I don't mind. I don't think your husband will mind. Although what I just said about keeping a gigolo was a joke, it still has some meaning. Especially when Yu Xingrong finds out, who knows what he will think. Tang Yan snorted coldly and said, let him be. Anyway, he and I. She didn't say anything else, but Gu Ran could understand the general meaning. The two had been separated for so long, and this time they got together again because of work, but they had never even slept in the same bed. Although, that night, she was caught by Yu Xingrong having acupuncture treatment and she lied that she couldn't have sex at that time. That doesn't mean we don't see each other more than a few times a day, right? This made Gu Ran curious about what percentage the emotional taskbar between these two people had reached. When he quietly opened the panel and took a look, Gu Ran was dumbfounded. 35%. Compared with the last time, it only increased by 5%. This progress is really slow. Judging from the current divorce rate, the rate of relationship breakdown in most families will not be less than 35%, right? Of course, this 35% is the reaction after Gu Ran intervened. But it's too slow. You are so good, Tang Yan. You keep asking for things from me, but you're still thinking about that monk? This is really annoying. The more you look at this glaring 30%, the more it becomes noticeable. Why do you look so bad suddenly? Tang Yan asked. Nothing. Gu Ran did not explain, but asked directly, you and Yu Xingrong are so incompatible, have you ever thought about divorce? Tang Yan seemed reluctant to talk about this topic. She shook her head and said, I haven't thought about it carefully. To be honest, he and I were married for profit, and we get along okay. Moreover, we are both at the top of the pyramid of Huan Yu. Once we divorce, the atmosphere in the company will change. In the simplest terms, it is inevitable to take sides. This won't work. How to do my task then? We have to think of a solution. Tang Yan didn't know what Gu Ran was thinking, so she said, okay, let's get back to work. I just called Zhou Sanji over, mainly because his wife said hello to Yu Xingrong, and told him that she wanted him to be the director of the opening ceremony. Gu Ran suddenly thought, yesterday in the gallery, when Yu Xingrong talked to him about the opening party, he also specifically mentioned that the director might be Zhou Ji. I originally thought that he knew that I had some conflicts with him, but I didn't expect that he was just saying hello. Zhou Sanji's wife has a strong background, and someone in her family holds an official position. It's already been decided, is it him? Tang Yan shook her head. It's just to be determined. Huan Yu has more than one famous director. There are several more qualified ones who need to be considered. In addition, this matter is not decided by Huan Yu. We also need to refer to the gallery and the opinions of relevant departments. I am not sure what will happen in the end. Gu Ran sighed, then his chances are great. He has established connections within the company. With his wife's connections, it shouldn't be too difficult to get help from the relevant departments. It would be disgusting if I got involved and worked with him. Tang Yan smiled and asked, I just met him. What do you think of him? The dog that bites doesn't T-bark. It's a pretty fitting description. He's a very scheming and cunning person, but he disguises himself very well and likes to pretend to be honest. This is what a smart person does. His nephew is not so good. Gu Ran shared this view. Since you don't want to work with him, then you have a say in the gallery. I heard from Yu Xingrong that those people like you very much. Your words carry weight, otherwise Yu Xingrong wouldn't have praised you so much. Let's talk about it later. In Gu Ran's cell phone, there was also the phone number of Zhou Sanji's wife, which was given to him by Tang Ran. This number is for precautionary purposes. Zhou Sanji is a man who is particularly afraid of his wife. Gu Ran always feels that he can do something about it. Chapter 114. The meeting was postponed to the afternoon. Tang Yan has also informed Lu Song and added the conditions they agreed upon to Gu Ran's basic contract. Lu Song didn't have to take any action on this matter. He had a small team of lawyers under him and they could draw up a plan quickly. However, this contract was handed to Gu Ran by Lu Song himself. You can take a closer look at the terms, or you can ask another lawyer to look at them before signing. No need, Uncle Lu is still trustworthy. Gu Ran said with a smile. Of course, this was just a polite remark. In fact, the electronic versions of the two versions had already been sent to Gu Ran in advance for review, and the modified parts were marked, so there was naturally no need to review them again. In addition, Lu Song looked so gentle in his formal suit and glasses, and with his decent face, people would naturally trust him. Lu Song said, I really envy you. It's hard to imagine that Mr. Tang, who is so serious about work, would allow you to have such a flexible job nature. I want to learn from you. He was just making a joke, but the joke was just too dull. Gu Ran smiled and replied, that won't work. You are Mr. Tang's right-hand man, and your job is much more important than mine. Since he had officially started working, Gu Ran was generous for once and treated all his colleagues in the secretariat and their other assistants to a good meal at a large restaurant next to Huanyu. Tang Yan was naturally invited as well. Once she came, those secretaries who didn't have a good relationship with Gu Ran had to give her some face. In addition, no one else knew about Gu Ran's working hours except Tang Yan, Lu Song, Xiang Qianqian, and himself. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the meeting that Tang Yan mentioned was held in the large conference room of the Universal Building. The venue is large and has a large podium like a stage. The participants of the meeting sat on soft chairs wrapped in red cloth like the audience. It looked like a press conference, but there were no media present. Before the meeting started, Tan Penghai brought several leaders of the gallery to greet Gu Ran and exchanged a few words. Although the meeting was postponed because of Gu Ran, he still sat in the second row, a less prominent position. The prime seats in the first two rows were given to several senior executives and shareholders from the gallery and the head office. He also noticed that except for himself and Xiang Qianqian, no one else in the secretariat attended. Xiang Qianqian was sitting on her left, and on her right were several directors from Universal Studios. The old enemy Zhou Sanji was on the list, just a few positions away. He still looked the same as he had in the morning, harmless, and waved at Gu Ran as if he knew him very well. The person sitting next to Gu Ran was a director who had successfully switched from TV to movies. He chatted with Gu Ran and Xiang Qianqian in a casual manner and seemed to be very interested in this popular relative. The theme of the meeting was still centered around cooperation with galleries, and a summary was given on all aspects. Regarding Gu Ran's work content, Tang Yan stood in front of the projection screen and emphasized a few words, but it was just a few words and did not attract anyone's attention. Only a few people know his importance. When the meeting was halfway through, Gu Ran finally realized why it was delayed because of him. Because many cooperation directions are more or less related to myself. But fortunately, not every item requires participation. At the meeting, there were also some question and answer sessions between companies and galleries. But for some reason, the two sides started arguing because of a disagreement. Xiang Qianqian said, this is normal. Companies like Tianyi don't even have the qualifications to argue. Gu Ran understood that this was probably one of the important roles that he played. Nearly an hour and a half later, Gu Ran stretched and said lazily, it's finally over. You think too much. Xiang Qianqian said, it's just that it's over today. It doesn't mean that all matters have been settled. It's just a phased conclusion. There will be many more in the future. However, the scale of the participants should not be so large. Some bigwigs will not be there in person, but will only send a few representatives. Gu Ran didn't care. He just moved closer to her and said, after get off work, let's go to a celebration banquet. What are you celebrating? I have officially signed the contract, and your apprentice has officially graduated. Xiang Qianqian smiled sweetly. Didn't you treat everyone to lunch at noon? That's different. I want to celebrate with you alone. Treating people to lunch at noon is just a simple meal. And inviting someone to dinner in the evening has a lot of meanings. For example, send her home, then go to the girl's house to have a cup of tea and do some exercises with her. Okay, but I need to bring someone else with me. Gu Ran was curious and asked jokingly, who is it? Is it a beautiful woman? Yes, a beautiful lady who is prettier than me. Gu Ran was still a little surprised, but he quickly said, TSK, stop bragging, she's prettier than you, Chang'e? Xiang Qianqian chuckled, you're quite good at praising. Do you dare to say this to her face? Gu Ran said, that would only work if she is really prettier than you. Really? Look over there, she's coming. Gu Ran looked in the direction of her white, slender fingers and saw that the man was standing in front of the first row. He had just finished chatting with several senior executives of the gallery and was walking towards the side. She was wearing a sleeveless white button-down shirt and white slim-fitting suit pants, tied around her waist with a brown leather belt, which visually separated her upper and lower body, making her look not only slim but also in great shape. Her curly hair was draped over her shoulders, covering half of her face. Only when she walked did her small ears and very expensive earrings appear. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck and a jade bracelet on her wrist. Such jewelry does not look out of place on her body at all, but instead adds a lot of elegance. Her facial features are 70% similar to Xiang Qianqian's, but her beauty is softer and her mature charm is more intense. Hiss, what a great mother and daughter pair with different styles. It's just that Xiang's mother took very good care of herself, so they look like sisters. Mom! Xiang Qianqian stood up and walked over to him, pointing at Gu Ran and saying, he just praised you. Oh? What are you praising me for? Xiang's mother smiled faintly and nodded to Gu Ran as a greeting. He said you are Chang'e. Gu Ran became even more embarrassed. No, you didn't say that was your mother. Mother Xiang seemed very happy and said, the boy is quite handsome. You are Gu Ran, right? Before Gu Ran could speak, Xiang Qianqian said enthusiastically, yes, it was him. He also said he would treat us both to dinner tonight. Chapter 115. Gu Ran coughed twice. He didn't expect Xiang Qianqian to be so direct. How can I continue the conversation like this? Mother Xiang shook her head and said, not today. I've made an appointment with someone else. Gu Ran quickly said, it's okay, I was too abrupt. Ha, no, it's really not a coincidence. I know you. Qianqian mentioned you to me before. Before I came here this time, I also heard some people in the company mention you. You are a young man with great potential, not bad. Seeing that appreciative look, Gu Ran felt much more relieved. Xiang Qianqian asked with a smile, Mom, who did you invite to dinner tonight? Mother Xiang paused for a few seconds before answering, Zhang Tianyu. Xiang Qianqian's face clearly became filled with disgust. She asked, I'm not going to go, am I? That's your fiancé, what do you think? I came here, in addition to the company's business, specifically to deal with your issue. Xiang Qianqian asked carefully, what's the matter? She wouldn't know everything, would she? Of course it's a matter of your relationship. You should get married next year at the latest, right? And you haven't seen each other for such a long time. How can this be possible? Xiang Qianqian said unhappily, we can just solve this matter ourselves. Hey, you naughty kid, if I hadn't seen that you two hadn't solved it, would I have come here myself? Xiang Qianqian said, it's okay for us to have dinner together. I want to bring Gu Ran with me. Gu Ran was speechless again. Wasn't this too abrupt? At least you should let me know in advance. Xiang's mother was also puzzled, why? Don't worry about it. Xiang Qianqian hesitated, but in the end she didn't explain anything. Mother Xiang looked at her daughter, then at the handsome young man beside her, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she understood something, even her eyes were ambiguous, you won't. I knew that how could one endure loneliness when being separated for a long time? This is exactly what she was afraid of happening. She had heard some rumors, but they came from Zhang Tianyu. If they were confirmed, at least his third leg would be broken. But I didn't expect that my daughter also. I have to say, she has pretty good taste. But I can't bring her directly to my real boyfriend, right? Oh. Mom. It's not what you think. Anyway, don't ask. I will explain it to you later. Mother Xiang smiled and said, I haven't said anything yet, why are you so anxious? Xiang Qianqian. Xiao Gu. She had just called Secretary Gu, but now she changed her words. However, Xiang's mother's smile did not diminish. She said, if you are willing, let's have a simple meal together. Okay. Gu Ran agreed, but was thinking in his heart, he wondered what would happen tonight. If the two of them just had sex directly, it would be a lot of fun. He doesn't have any psychological burden, his main purpose is just 2 words, eat melon. The meal took place in a private restaurant. When Gu Ran drove to the door, he saw Zhang Tianyu standing at the door, greeting him like a doorman. He naturally recognized that this was Xiang Qianqian's car. After the car stopped, he ran up like a slut, opened the back door and said, Auntie, Qianqian, please slow down. It just rained a little and the ground is slippery. Ha, thank you. Snort. The mother and daughter have completely different attitudes. Zhang Tianyu looked embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. He handed the rose in his other hand to Xiang Qianqian and said, Qianqian, what a coincidence. When I passed by the flower shop just now, this bouquet of roses just happened to be in bloom. It must be blessing us, and I'm giving it to you. Xiang Qianqian really likes flowers, and it's not just a simple liking for flowers. When she thinks of the man she likes, she carefully selects a few bouquets of the most blooming flowers in the flower shop, then cuts them, packages them, sprays them with water to keep them moisturized, and then holds him in her hands and walks towards the girl he loves most under the gaze of passers-by. Along the way, his mood must have been as blooming as that bouquet of flowers. But this time, the good mood was gone. Because her mother was around, Xiang Qianqian took it perfunctorily and handed it to the person who had just walked down from the driver's seat. Why did you give the flowers directly to the driver? Zhang Tianyu was puzzled for a moment, then looked back. Damn! Why is he the driver? Gu Ran held the rose in his hand, looked at it, and then said, Old Zhang, the rose blooms from May to June, and only blooms in the morning. It's late in the fall now, how come you can see it blooming? Did you see it wrongly? Zhang Tianyu was stunned again. Gu Ran's words were like a club hitting him on the head, confusing him completely. Do you have emotional intelligence? He must have done it on purpose. Xiang Qianqian, who was already in a bad mood, snorted heavily and walked straight into the hotel. Mother Xiang was standing as a bystander. She did not comment on anything, but just said calmly, let's go and eat first. Zhang Tianyu still stood there and said to Gu Ran, you go back. I came here to eat, why should I go back? Aren't you the driver? Ha, my aunt invited me here, so I'm here. Let's go. Zhang Tianyu was even more confused. My aunt invited me to dinner, why did she invite this guy along? Could it be that she knew something? Zhang Tianyu felt nervous and his feet were numb. He followed in a daze. Ever since he came out of the police station last time, he could clearly feel that Xiang Qianqian's attitude towards him was much colder than before, and no matter how he coaxed her, it was of no use. He was very suspicious that after Gu Ran received the hush money, he did not keep the secret for him honestly. After catching up with Gu, Zhang Tianyu suddenly said, you didn't say anything about what happened at the bar last time, did you? Gu Ran said, you are such a weird person. I have already received your money, how could I possibly say such nonsense? Am I such an unprincipled person? Zhang Tianyu was very skeptical, but then he put aside his attitude and said in a begging manner, after you go in, can you help me put in a good word? Don't ruin my show like you did just now. Gu Ran asked, why? 200,000. Zhang Tianyu didn't waste any time and gave a quote directly. $200,000 is all you want me to sell out my conscience? 300,000. Gu Ran, I am sincere. This is a huge sum of money for me. I can't take out much more. If you don't agree, just pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Ran sneered. They are just the tears of a wolf. Anyone who believes them is an idiot. Then I don't dare to accept it. I'm afraid the police will come looking for me again tomorrow morning. What happened last time was a misunderstanding. I promise, it won't happen again this time. Gu Ran paused, then took out his phone and said, "Scan the code to pay, and note that you are giving it voluntarily. How about paying half of the deposit first? That's your attitude." Gu Ran turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Tianyu hurriedly caught up. "Is it not okay if I give it to you?" Chapter 116. After the transfer was successful, Zhang Tianyu suddenly suggested adding a friend. Gu Ran thought about it and agreed. Zhang Tianyu secretly glanced at his mobile phone screen and saw that he was modifying his notes. ATM. This is his note. Zhang Tianyu's face suddenly turned pale. He really felt like he was being taken advantage of. It was such a humiliating feeling, he didn't know how to express it. But he didn't say anything. He put away his phone and quickly chased after Xiang Qianqian and her daughter, showing that flattering smile again. Gu Ran was still walking slowly behind and sent a screenshot of the transfer to Xiang Qianqian, with the words, "My performance fee for tonight." "Xiang Qianqian, you again?" "Gu Ran, I swear," he insisted on giving it to me. "Xiang Qianqian, this is betraying conscience." "Gu Ran, then my conscience is quite valuable." "Xiang Qianqian, give me half, otherwise I will be angry." A few seconds later, Xiang Qianqian saw that Gu Ran had sent a red envelope. She clicked it with a smile, and then she was completely stunned. 3 cents? I'm so angry. At this time, Zhang Tianyu came up and asked, "Qianqian, what's the matter? Why are you laughing so happily?" Unfortunately, when he asked the question, Xiang Qianqian's smile disappeared. She raised her head, and there was murderous intent in her eyes. Zhang Tianyu felt very aggrieved. "You were smiling like a flower just now, why did your smile wither when you saw me?" In fact, Xiang Qianqian was very unhappy with Zhang Tianyu. He knew that Zhang Tianyu was not actually a very generous person. She is just willing to spend money on herself, but she is a rich woman and there is no place where she needs him to spend money. The last time's hush money of 500,000, the 100,000 in forgiveness at the police station, and this time's 300,000, add up to 900,000. This is also a huge sum of money for Zhang Tianyu. He was so generous, wasn't it because he felt that as long as he married me, it would be like holding a mountain of gold? All the efforts could be compensated. Haha, what a good plan. Zhang Tianyu had made a reservation for this meal in advance, so the dishes were served very quickly. He also said, "Auntie, Qianqian, take a look. You can order more if you need anything else." "That's enough. The 4 of us can't finish all the dishes. I heard that you have a cousin who is also in Shanghai. We'll be a family from now on. Why don't you invite her to come and eat with us?" Mother Xiang's pretty face still had that warm smile like the spring breeze. Zhang Tianyu coughed and said, "She may still be busy at the moment, so let's not call her. Let's eat our food." Mother Xiang added, "I've been in Shanghai these days, let's have dinner together when we have time." Okay. Zhang Tianyu nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, Xiang Qianqian said, "Let's make an appointment now." Zhang Tianyu looked up suddenly. He felt that the crisis was coming towards him from all directions like a tide. Did they know something? Zhang Tianyu looked at Gu Ran and blinked hard. "Don't make that meaning too obvious." "Brother, you just received the money, why aren't you doing anything?" "Lao Zhang, are your eyes uncomfortable? Why do you keep blinking?" Zhang Tianyu almost vomited blood. "I knew I couldn't just give the money first." He felt that today's meal was a setup against him. "Then I'll make an appointment." Xiang's mother said, "Call her, put her on speakerphone, and I'll talk to her too." Zhang Tianyu's entire body was numb, and he truly experienced what it meant to be sweating profusely. But he didn't dare to shirk it. He could feel that he was already under suspicion, and covering it up would make matters worse. The phone call lasted about 3 minutes. Gu Ran was listening on the side and couldn't help but admire how smart this girl named Anan was. She interacted with Xiang's mother Zhou Xian so well, as if she was really Zhang Tianyu's cousin. After the phone call ended, the meal seemed much more peaceful. Xiang's mother originally wanted to speed up their marriage and arrange a job for Zhang Tianyu, but in the end she said nothing. She was a smart person and could tell that everyone present had their own concerns. Gu Ran took a look at the task list and found that the tasks regarding Xiang Qianqian and Zhang Tianyu had risen to 90%. It seems like there is only a layer of window paper left, which can be broken with a bucket. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them walked to the entrance of the restaurant again. Gu Ran had not drunk any alcohol just now, so he was still the driver. Xiang's mother didn't say anything, and Zhang Tianyu didn't want to leave Xiang Qianqian behind, so he could only watch the mother and daughter sit back in the back seat. Just when he was about to sit in the passenger seat, Gu Ran suddenly stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away. Looking at the taillights of the car, Zhang Tianyu was stunned. The autumn wind is blowing, feeling very bleak. Damn, why do they feel like a family of three? Xiaogu, do you know Zhang Tianyu? Xiang's mother asked as if she was chatting. Look at this name, Gu Ran can feel the sense of alienation. Yeah, there was a little misunderstanding, but it's nothing. What do you think of this guy? Gu Ran observed Xiang's mother's expression through the rearview mirror in the car. She was looking at the night view outside the car, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or sad. Gu Ran looked at Xiang Qianqian again and found that she was looking at him through the mirror. It was a look of affirmation, as if he didn't mind Gu Ran's evaluation. Ahem. After coughing lightly, Gu Ran said, I don't like him very much. Mother Xiang asked again, Qianqian, what about you? Her voice was very gentle, even a little sexy, but there was a sense of oppression in the car. Xiang Qianqian turned her head away and remained silent. No. Mother Xiang said calmly, Xiaogu, turn left at the next intersection and drop me off at the Kuei Hotel. Xiang Qianqian asked, why do you want to stay in a hotel if you have a family? You don't want to go back with me? Mother Xiang glanced at Gu Ran and said with a smile, is it convenient for me to go back with you? Xiang Qianqian blushed and said angrily, I told you, we are not in that kind of relationship. You know what, brother and sister? Xiang's mother suddenly reached out her hand, rubbed Xiang Qianqian's head vigorously and said, in this matter, Mom respects your choice. If you don't like it anymore, just say it directly. Don't drag it out and delay yourself. Not long after, they arrived at the hotel that Xiang's mother mentioned. Just as she was about to get off the car, Xiang Qianqian wanted to follow her, and she said coquettishly, I want to stick to you. Mother Xiang burst out laughing and said helplessly, okay, then you go to the hotel lobby and wait for me. I want to talk to Xiaogu. Say what? I asked you to get off the bus, so of course I can't tell you. After hesitating for a while, Xiang Qianqian muttered something petty, but still got out of the car obediently. However, she did not go to the hotel lobby. She just stood in the autumn wind waiting. She tried hard to hear the conversation in the car, but the windows were closed tightly and she couldn't hear anything clearly. Chapter 117. Early the next morning. Gu Ran was sleeping in the second bedroom of Tang Ran's house and was woken up by Xiang Qianqian's call. He still didn't say a word about what Xiang's mother talked about in the car last night. This was definitely a torture for Xiang Qianqian, who loved gossip. Gu Ran only had one thing to say about this, your mother won't let me tell you. If you want to know, go ask her. Alright. I'll wait for you to come to the company and punish you severely. I won't believe you won't tell me. To be honest, I'm looking forward to you torturing me, but have you forgotten? I have to go to the gallery today. Just now. Yuntan Gallery and some official departments, as well as Universe Entertainment, Tianning Entertainment and some cooperating companies, announced the event on various social platforms. This is just a warm-up, and the specific start time has not been announced. The announcement said that the projects include not only painting, but also calligraphy, sculpture, clay sculpture, porcelain, origami and other projects. Judging from the specifications of the event in all aspects, it can be regarded as a super large-scale competition, and it also has some official characteristics. Once released, it caused a huge response on the internet. All kinds of related craftsmen and self-media started a carnival. These were all what Gu Ran could predict, but he didn't expect that a carnival had also begun abroad at this time, even though it was still night. Some bloggers reposted it, and some foreign artists also expressed their yearning. This kind of statement is not made by just one person, but by groups after groups, and the popularity is rising. Gu Ran knew that this first competition was only planned to be held in China and was not considered overseas. After all, it is open to the world from the beginning. If too few people respond to the call, it will only be embarrassing and lower the level of the competition. But judging from the current results, we still underestimated the overseas market. You know, with the current time difference, it's nighttime over there, or even late at night. There are still a large number of people who have not seen this news. How big of a sensation will it be then? Gu Ran thought about it carefully, but in the end he still had no concrete concept, so he was too lazy to bother thinking about it. Starting today, he doesn't have to go to Huanyu, he can just go directly to Yuntan Gallery. Both parties have discussed this matter, and the gallery expressed its welcome. Since I didn't have to go to the company, I naturally didn't bring my work ID card or anything like that. Unfortunately, starting today, the Yuntan Gallery closed its entrance to visitors. Gu Ran was unable to prove that he was from Huanyu and was stopped by security at the door. He had no other choice but to call Tan Penghai. Director Tan's intervention was quite effective. He talked to the security guard for a few words and Gu Ran was allowed to pass. In addition, Tan Penghai also arranged someone to specially receive Gu Ran. She is a very quiet-looking girl, who looks a few years younger than me. She has fangs when she smiles and is a sweet girl. Hello, Mr. Gu. Director Tan asked me to pick you up. Please follow me. Just call me Xiaowen. She is quite polite, which makes people want to tease her. During the conversation, Gu Ran learned that the gallery was going to expand by 2 more exhibition halls, so it would be closed to tourists starting today. Starting today, all preparations have begun, and it is expected to officially begin in half a year, that is, after the Spring Festival. This was the first time that Gu Ran had heard of the specific time. But he always felt that half a year was too short. After all, this was a competition that would be open to the world in the future. If the first session started off well but ended badly, the damage would be irreversible. Xiaowen said, Director Tan asked me to take you to the venue. Today we are mainly discussing the preparations for the opening ceremony. You are here relatively early. Some people haven't arrived yet. Gu Ran asked curiously, will those directors come too? I don't know about that, but it shouldn't be. Why? Because the director has not yet been determined. Chatting with the beautiful girls while strolling in this art palace, I didn't feel bored at all, and I even felt that the journey was a bit short. Finally, Xiaowen took Gu Ran to the door of a room and said, it's right here, go in by yourself. The door was open, and Gu Ran looked inside. The layout inside was very similar to the lounge where he and Shenweiga had rested, except that it was larger and had a very long desk in the middle that could accommodate more than 20 people. There were already 6 people ranging in age from 50 to 70 drinking tea and chatting inside. Among the 6 people, only 2 looked familiar, probably because I had seen them on the day the painting was unveiled. Gu Ran turned around and looked at Xiaowen and asked, how many people haven't come yet? I don't know about that. By the way, Mr. Gu, let's add each other on WeChat. Director Tan said that you can find me when you come to the gallery in the future. Just treat me as your assistant. She seemed to remember this incident belatedly and felt a little embarrassed. She stuck out her pink tongue and smiled. Gu Ran naturally would not refuse. After adding her as a friend, he asked, how long have you been working here? 1 month. I'm still doing internship, so I'm not sure if I can stay. Gu Ran nodded and said, okay, I'll talk to old Tan and ask him to get you a permanent position as soon as possible. Xiaowen seemed a little surprised and said quickly, thank you, Teacher Gu. You're welcome. I'll go in first. Okay. Xiaowen waved at him, revealing that sweet smile and cute little fangs again. Among a group of old men, Gu Ran, a young and fresh man, really seems a bit out of place. But Gu Ran didn't expect that as soon as he came in, he felt that the oldest-looking old man in the room was staring at him with a very unfriendly look, as if he was very unwelcome to his arrival. Could it be that he is an old stubborn man who values seniority and therefore has no good impression of young people like me? Just when Gu Ran was puzzled, the old man suddenly asked, what are you and Xiaowen talking about? You look so happy? Who are you? Xiao Gu, this is Lu Fangping. You can just call him Director Lu. He is Xiaowen's grandfather. A middle-aged man came up and introduced him. Then he whispered, be careful. This old man has a bad temper. Gu Ran suddenly realized. Oh, does this old man think I'm a yellow-haired guy? Lu Fangping snorted and said, little comrade, I know that you are very good at uncovering paintings, and our gallery owes you a big favor. But this does not mean that you can be so casual after you join the work. You still have to put your work first. Gu Ran originally wanted to confront him, but when he thought that this was the sweet girl's grandfather and he was not young anymore, he gave up. Looking at his slightly plump figure, it seems that his limbs are swollen. I hope he doesn't have high blood pressure. You are really looking for trouble, taking advantage of your seniority, saying that I am not doing my job properly? Then what was the point of you sitting and drinking tea just now? The middle-aged man smoothed things over and said, Xiao Gu just arrived, so it's normal for him to chat with Xiaowen. Come on, Xiao Gu, sit over here, I'll introduce you to a few more people. Chapter 118. The middle-aged man who had been trying to smooth things over and act as a peacemaker first introduced himself. He should be the youngest person in this room except Gu Ran. Last time, he arrived after Gu Ran unveiled the painting. He only saw the words he wrote, but did not add WeChat, so Gu Ran was not familiar with him. I'm the vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the director of the Gallery Calligraphy Association. Jingsong, you can just call me Uncle Jing. He specifically mentioned acclaim, which was an act of bringing people closer together. Gu Ran also knew that the Calligraphy and Painting Association was not a non-governmental organization, but was actually somewhat official in nature, which made his identity even more important. Afterwards, Jingsong introduced the rest of the people to Gu Ran one by one. Some people praised him a few words, while others just nodded in greeting and did not show much interest. Gu Ran sat aside, was given a cup of tea, and then listened to their conversation quietly. It had nothing to do with calligraphy and painting, it was all about talking about health. Jingsong also joined the conversation. I'm really old now, and all kinds of minor ailments and complications have popped up. Who said it wasn't? I just had a heart bypass surgery half a year ago. How is Lao Su's diabetes now? That's it. Control oil and sugar. Look at my face. It's so skinny. At this time, Lu Fangping also came over, sat down on a chair, and followed the topic. Who said it wasn't true? I have high blood pressure and insufficient blood supply to the brain. I even quit drinking. Tell me, what's the point of living? In fact, there was no need for them to talk about their physical condition. Gu Ran could get a general idea by looking at their facial features carefully. Most of them are some annoying common diseases, not some difficult and complicated ones. However, this has nothing to do with Gu Ran, and he is not familiar with these people. Even if there is a prescription that can improve or cure the condition, he does not want to intervene. Being a nice guy won't get you any thanks. But at this moment, someone mentioned Gu Ran. I heard that Xiao Gu felt uncomfortable in his eyes when he unveiled the painting. Everyone wanted him to go to the hospital, but he said he was a doctor. Even Dr. Miao from the Central Hospital was very confident about his medical skills over the phone. Is that true? Yes, that seems to be the case. Someone jokingly said, Xiao Gu, I have only seen Western doctors before. I heard that you studied Chinese medicine. Do you have any good way to cure my diabetes? At least let me eat more meat. When Gu Ran heard this, he was like, oh my gosh, you come here and mess things up, right? Diabetes cannot be cured with current medical technology, and he doesn't believe that patients don't understand this common sense. I couldn't tell whether he was joking or being sarcastic. In this situation, even if there was a way, Gu Ran still shook his head, sorry, no. Suddenly, there was a hint of awkwardness in the air. People with a slightly higher emotional intelligence would not be so direct even if they had no other options. Instead, they would use a comforting statement, supplemented by some common precautions, to ensure a good outcome for both parties. But he just doesn't give me face. Lu Fangping asked again, for those of us who have minor health problems, do you have any prescriptions that can help us treat them? Yes, there are, but since the hospital prescribed medicine, I'd better take the hospital's medicine. Gu Ran knew that he had little influence, especially in front of these older people who like to show off their seniority. Prescribing medicine is a trivial matter, but he didn't dare to prescribe it to them easily. Medicine is not something to be trifled with. If it cures you, that's fine, and most people will just say a few words of thanks. On the contrary, if you get sick due to other reasons, then they can be blamed on you. Even if their patients don't think so, what about their families? This is more confusing than anything else, and Gu Ran doesn't want to get involved at all. Gu Ran refused so straightforwardly that Lu Fangping felt that this guy didn't give him face. Who was he showing that stinky face to? Of course we know how to take Western medicine, but you can't even prescribe a single auxiliary prescription, and you still call yourself a miracle doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. Then traditional Chinese medicine really needs to be eliminated. These words were too harsh, and some people could not bear to listen to them anymore. They advised, Mr. Lu, it shouldn't be that serious, it shouldn't be that serious. Gu Ran raised his head, glanced at him and asked, you are a Chinese painter, right? How many years have you studied it? He didn't understand why Gu Ran changed the topic so abruptly, perhaps to ease the awkwardness. Lu Fangping smiled and said with some pride, that's a lot of years. I started learning from my grandfather when I was just starting out, and it's been more than 60 years now. That's hard to tell. What do you mean? You have been painting traditional Chinese style for more than 60 years. The inheritance is the culture of our ancestors, right? Even if the tradition cannot keep up with the times, you should at least maintain a little respect, right? And when you were a child and young, those foreign things were rare in our country, right? How many times have you taken Chinese medicine? Gu Ran spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, his tone was calm, and you couldn't tell at all that he was cursing. But everyone present could hear that he was scolding Lu Fangping for forgetting his roots. Bang! Lu Fangping slammed the table hard, causing all the tea sets on the table to shake. Because of his seniority and status, even the leaders have some respect for him. This kid was really too presumptuous today. Gu Ran said, "Don't worry. If your blood pressure goes up, I, a student of traditional Chinese medicine, won't be able to help you." You. It was nothing at first, but after being provoked by him, Lu Fangping's blood pressure really soared. Jing Song pulled Gu Ran and said, "Hey, you two should say less. Our announcement was just sent out this morning, and there are already conflicts within the organization. This is really a joke." Jing Song has some official aura, so he can still calm the situation by saying something like this. Gu Ran nodded in a well-behaved and sensible manner and said, "Yes, I will obey the organization's arrangements. Mr. Lu, let's not argue about it. It was all a misunderstanding just now." He could naturally hear that Ging Song was protecting him. Lu Fangping almost vomited blood. "I just said one sentence to you, and you replied 100 times. Now you want me to stop arguing? Do you have any manners as a youngster?" At this time, it was inappropriate to talk about this topic anymore. Jing Song glanced at the wall clock and asked, "Why haven't any directors arrived yet?" "It's almost time. We are here too early." "Well, Brother Yen, which one do you like?" The topic transitioned smoothly. At this time, Gu Ran put one hand on Jing Song's wrist. Jing Song noticed it and looked back, then he understood instantly. This guy is taking his own pulse. Since he had nothing to do now, Jing Song just let him do it. After his hand moved away, he asked, "How is it?" Gu Ran smiled and said, "Uncle Jing, you just said that you have many minor health problems and complications. Did they start from your kidneys?" Chapter 119. From the moment he entered the door, Gu Ran could feel Jing Song's kindness towards him. Returning a favor is basic etiquette. That's why he took Jing Song's pulse. He didn't dare to say anything else, but as long as it wasn't at the level of cancer, there shouldn't be any problem. Feeling his pulse with his fingers and taking a look at his face, Gu Ran was able to make a rough guess. Jing Song was shocked at first, then looked at Gu Ran in surprise and embarrassment and said, "It did start from the kidneys." "No, it's not serious, right?" Gu Ran said, "You must have gone to the hospital for a checkup. It's still a bit serious. You should exercise some restraint." Lao Jing's life was really exciting, with partying every night, but his health has become like this. "Uncle Jing, I'm sorry to ask you a question. You can't pay the public grain and feed a few wild cats at the same time, right?" When the two of them spoke, they kept their voices low so that people around them couldn't hear them. But even so, Jing Song's face was a little embarrassed. He hurriedly explained, "You think too much, it's just your aunt's age. According to what you young people say, sitting on the ground can suck the dirt, there is nothing I can do." Gu Ran couldn't understand this analogy, but in his impression, Tang Yan was not much worse. Gu Ran laughed and said, "Don't worry, I will treat you. I guarantee that within 2 nights, Auntie will no longer be afraid of you, and it won't hurt your body." Compared with some difficult and complicated diseases, this type of medicine is even less of a problem. This is a problem that humans have been trying to solve since the earliest times. I don't know how many ancestors have specialized in this area. There are so many prescriptions available. Gu Ran only needs to pick up a crystal from the vast ocean to enable Jing Song to show his prowess. Is it true? Jing Song had an expression of disbelief on his face. "Well, give me the prescription first, and I'll let my friend try it first." Gu Ran couldn't help feeling a little cold, but didn't want to expose his lie. "Well, medicinal herbs shouldn't be hard to buy, right?" Gu Ran thought for a moment and said, "2 of the medicines are a little hard to handle. So, I'll contact Elder Miao. It shouldn't be a difficult task for him." "Okay, then give me the recipe first. Now. Gu Ran took out his phone and opened the chat box of the friend he had just added. Just as he was about to type, Jing Song stopped him again. He said, "Wait a minute, wait here for me." After saying that, he stood up from the chair and ran out quickly. His speed was as if his house was on fire. People who know Jingsong know that this guy has been immersed in the arts of calligraphy and painting for half his life and has long developed a leisurely temperament. But now it was like a rabbit jumping out, causing everyone in the room to look at Gu Ran with curiosity, wondering what the two had just whispered about. But after the brief conflict just now, no one asked, and if they started talking now, wouldn't it be giving Lu Fangping no face? It's not worth it. Gu Ran was naturally happy and relaxed. Without waiting too long, Jingsong walked back quickly. He didn't run this time simply because he was holding a lot of things in his hands and it was difficult to speed up. Gu Ran took a closer look and was speechless. Not only a pen and a notebook, he also brought over the 4 treasures of the study, and even a pair of very delicate rulers. The room suddenly became lively, and everyone asked, "Director Jing, what are you doing? Everyone is almost here, why are you writing now?" In the few minutes he had been out, the 3 directors he had made an appointment with arrived together. Director Zhang said, it's okay. Director Jing suddenly got an inspiration, and we can feast our eyes on it. Lu Fangping said, well, calligraphy is an elegant thing, so there is no conflict. Xiaoxing, what are you going to write? He looked at Jingsong with interest. Jingsong put everything in his hand on the long table and said, it's not me. I asked Gu Ran to write something for me. Xiao Gu, come here. Ever since Jingsong left, he has been the invisible one in the room. Even when 3 famous directors came, they didn't greet him or even make eye contact with him. They probably thought he was a marginal figure. It was not until Jingsong shouted this that he became the focus of everyone's attention again, and those famous directors began to look at this young man. Gu Ran stood up and said with a wry smile, Uncle Jing, aren't you embarrassing me? With so many masters of calligraphy and painting here, I'm just showing off my skills in front of Guangdong. Isn't that unnecessary? You are being modest now. Many people in our museum have seen the few words you wrote a few days ago. They are beautiful and have charm. Please write a few carefully today. Someone asked, Xiao Jing, what do you want him to write? Jingsong laughed, nothing, a few herbs asked me to try it. Upon hearing this, Lu Fangping's face immediately turned ugly, but he didn't say anything. Prescribe medicine for you? For what? Let me keep it a secret for now. If it works, I'll tell you guys later. You are a slippery boy. Gu Ran looked at his big show, thought for a moment, and then moved closer to him and whispered, you're making such a fuss. If someone sees the prescription and checks it out, they'll probably know what's wrong with you. Aren't you exposing your own weaknesses? Jingsong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he whispered, I just want you to integrate quickly through calligraphy, so what should we do now? It's okay. I'll write some prescriptions to strengthen your body and give you that separately. Okay. Someone was unhappy, hey, what are you two whispering about now? Xiao Gu, are you afraid of the stage? Gu Ran explained, no, Uncle Jing and I discussed it. Just write with a hard pen. Oh, this is boring. Everyone has seen your hard pen last time. As a rising star, hard pen is easier to learn and master. Many people are optimistic about Gu Ran's ability to achieve such skills at such a young age. But almost everyone believes that soft brush is the essence of calligraphy. The soft brush hairs are more difficult to control and require very high brush techniques. Smooth brush movement and changes in thickness are the basic skills, not to mention the essence of introduction, development, transition, and conclusion. As the difficulty increases, soft brush calligraphy can also express more tension. Its unique form of expression also shows the charm of calligraphy vividly and exquisitely. There were many people who agreed with him, and there were also many people who wanted to laugh at him, including Lu Fangping. Calligraphy is a process of accumulation. Even a genius like Wang Shiji, who was chaste and fed by God, did not write Lanting preface until he was 51 years old. This young man in his early 20s is proficient in both medicine and hard pen calligraphy. It is really hard to believe how good his soft pen calligraphy skills are. Calligraphy is indeed thought-provoking, but in the eyes of professionals, a slight difference in spirit is a huge gap. Chapter 120. Gu Ran's current ability to appreciate antiques can only be demonstrated in calligraphy and paintings. So he couldn't tell for the time being where Jingsong got the ink sticks and inkstone, because they were not ordinary stuff. But even so, when grinding the ink, you can feel that the color is as black as lacquer, the grains are like pearls, and there is even a special fragrance when grinding. Dipping the tip of the brush in ink, Gu Ran turned to look at Jingsong and asked, Uncle Jing, what font do you like? Jingsong waved his hand nonchalantly, it's hard to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fangping said, I heard that Xiao Jing has been practicing cursive writing a lot in recent years. Gu Ran, are you good at cursive writing? The beauty of various fonts is different, but everyone knows their difficulty. Cursive script is almost the most difficult of all fonts. The difficulty lies in its simple structure, continuous strokes, and unrestrained brushstrokes. He seems to give the writer the greatest freedom, as if he can write whatever he wants, but at the same time it requires extremely deep skills to control it. If a calligrapher does not have a solid foundation, it will not be easy to display his calligraphy in front of the public. Among all the great calligraphers in history, there are only a handful who have made great achievements in cursive script. This Lu Fangping is really an old thief who has dug another hole. Cursive script, well, I write it pretty well. Gu Ran replied indifferently. Ha, you are boasting without fear of knocking out your teeth. You don't even have a callus on your hands. Don't call the scribbles cursive writing. There must be rules for that. Excite me, huh? Gu Ran picked up the brush and slammed it heavily on the upper left corner of the rice paper. It was like someone had suddenly splashed a basin of ink on the white snow. It looked completely disorganized and had no beauty at all. Then his strokes became heavy and slow, without the wildness and elegance of cursive writing. The corners of Lu Fangping's mouth slightly raised. The first word, no. The second word, not so good. The third word, nothing more than that. The fourth word, no. That's not right. Suddenly, Gu Ran's whole hand suddenly rose up, the pen tip suddenly became sharp, and he wrote 2 long words in one breath. Lu Fangping took another closer look and realized that it was not 2 characters. There was another character hidden in the middle of the 2 characters. It was formed by the previous stroke of the first character and the first stroke of the next character, connected together. Is this writing? Is this driving? So your first few thick and heavy beginnings were just to start the engine, and then rush out at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour? That sense of rhythm makes people feel relaxed from the heart. This is not over yet. Gu Ran started to write about the second column. Suddenly, he began to raise his wrist, holding the pen tip with only 3 fingers, and wrote another column in one go. There were only 6 words in that column, but he wrote them continuously with more than 40 turns. Although there are breaks between the characters on the rice paper, his pen is still connected in the air, and most of them are exaggerated sharp angles. Obtuse angles are unbridled, while acute angles are restrained. But when he plays with sharp angles in cursive writing, it is not just as simple as a U-shaped drift, it is equivalent to racing on a Kina mountain, and it will be ruined if you are not careful. The last column ends unexpectedly heavy and fast, and the font is extremely thin. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Ran threw the pen into the inkstone. It's like that car, which finally stepped on the accelerator, rushed out of a raised cliff, crossed the canyon, and finally landed smoothly on the opposite cliff, ending with a beautiful drift. When he was writing, all his restrained aura was released, and he looked like a madman. But this is the essence of cursive script. Just like all the great cursive script masters in history, each of them is a little crazy. Grass. Too rough. Gu Ran turned around and said to Jing Song beside him, Uncle Jing, my level is just like this, please don't despise me. Jing Song was speechless and didn't know what to say. The directors standing nearby were also talking in low voices. Director Ning asked, Director Zhang, how is the handwriting? I think it's pretty good. Well, it's very good. If it's auctioned, someone will rush to buy it. I'll say at least 7 figures. Director Ning was also speechless. He understood the value of this sentence. According to the unspoken rules of the calligraphy and painting circles, the value of many masterpieces will only increase dramatically after the author's death. Of course, there are also living authors whose works can be sold at sky-high prices, but they all know that it is because they are being hyped up or for money laundering. Being alive, without hype or money laundering, a piece of calligraphy can be sold for 7 figures, which gives people a magical feeling. Director Ning looked at the calligraphy again with a critical eye. But reality is always more magical than imagination. I have the impression that several of the older artists in the gallery who like to tinker with art actually expressed their appreciation for the calligraphy without any reservation. Jing Song even said, after seeing your cursive script, I don't want to write cursive script anymore. It's such a big blow. Lu Fangping had just come to his senses. He turned his head and looked at Gu Ran deeply. Finally, he pursed his pale lips and said nothing. Gu Ran, Xiao Jing, can you give me this calligraphy? No, I'll pay for it. You name a price, and I won't bargain. This was the first sentence Lu Fangping spoke after a long silence. Gu Ran also looked at him in surprise. This old guy, are you convinced now? To be honest, there was no particular hatred between the two of them, and Gu Ran was not the kind of person who would haggle over small matters. He said, this calligraphy has already been given to Uncle Jing. I can't make the decision. Jing Song was also a junior in front of Lu Fangping. He smiled honestly and said, Mr. Lu, it's hard for me to give up. Seeing Lu Fangping's face falling, Jing Song stepped forward and said to Lu Fangping and others, if you really like it, there will be many opportunities in the future. Isn't he still in our gallery during this period? He should not be the kind of person who is reluctant to part with his own works. Many artists, after being praised or becoming famous, become particularly cherishing of their works, and very few of their works are released into the world. However, this is not the case at all with Gu Ran. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately eased a lot. Jing Song wanted to keep this work for himself, but he couldn't stop everyone from taking pictures. It is not until now that people have begun to pay attention to the fact that this set of words is a prescription and what its effects are. When someone asked Gu Ran, he simply replied, it is for strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy, and for maintaining health. Health preservation? It's good for health. For older people, health preservation has always occupied a large proportion of their topics. They even have a circle that often discusses such issues, just like the illness they just discussed. So, someone sent the prescription to a doctor he knew and asked whether the medicine was effective.